Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1. Oi, madam, you don't want your son to be bullied at the Ninja Academy, right? Konoha, year 52. It has been a year since the Ninetales attack. The wounds left by the demon fox are slowly healing, and the village is gradually regaining its former liveliness. Madam, you don't want your child to be bullied at the Ninja Academy, do you? In the bustling commercial district, in front of a dango shop. The shop owner, Saiba Mieko, stared in disbelief at the little boy before her. He had black hair, black eyes, delicate features, and was as adorable as an exquisitely crafted doll. She couldn't believe such threatening words had come from his mouth. The young woman forced a smile. Little one, if you don't have money, it's okay. Just go home, bring it next time, Anne. Before she could finish, a chubby little boy ran out from the back room, crying and begging her not to take the money. Mieko instantly realized the child's words were not empty threats. In the end, at her son's request, not only did she waive the payment for the dango, but she also added a few extra sticks of three-color dango. The little boy smiled in satisfaction. Auntie, you're quite understanding. Don't worry, I'll take care of your son at school from now on. My name is Shimura Yami. With that, the little boy turned and left, carrying the takeout box as he disappeared into the crowd. Mieko stood frozen for a long while before anxiously looking at her son, who let out a relieved sigh. Taro, has that kid been bullying you at school? The boy, Saiba Taro, weakly shook his head. No. But Shimura Yami is the grandson of the Hokage's advisor. Anyone who offends him has a miserable time. Taro shuddered as he recalled those classmates who had been beaten so badly they couldn't attend school for a whole week. It was terrifying. Not only did the teachers refrain from punishing Yami, but they even praised his combat skills. If Mom had taken the money today, wouldn't he have been the next one to be beaten? Hokage's advisor. Mieko was stunned. That's a high-ranking official. Shimura, no wonder. Even though she wasn't a ninja, Mieko knew that this was a powerful clan in the village. Shimura Yami. Mieko silently committed the name to memory. For the sake of her son's well-being and their livelihood in the village, she decided that as long as Shimura Yami visited her shop, she wouldn't charge him a single ryo. At the same time. Ding! Congratulations. You have established a fear bond with Saiba Mieko and Saiba Taro. Reward, Grandmaster of Dango Making, and 0.1 Standard Unit Genin Chakra. A system prompt echoed in Shimura Yami's mind. Seeing the reward, the corner of his mouth twitched. This system is seriously unreliable. Shimura Yami was a reincarnator, someone who had traveled to this world, a world of the 5 great shinobi villages' struggle for supremacy. The first thing he saw after being born was a woman giving him a gentle smile before closing her eyes forever. His father had died in battle while his mother was still pregnant with him. The classic orphan protagonist setup. But unlike others, he had something else, a grandfather named Shimura Danzō. In this world, almost every major villain had their share of devoted apologists. Uchiha Obito, the obsessive simp. Uchiha Madara, the unstoppable warlord. Even those who slaughtered their own kin and took on 7 opponents alone were glorified. But Shimura Danzō. Not only did no one defend him, but even those who excused other villains blamed everything on him instead. The title, Natekage, was well-deserved. To be honest, when Yami first learned his identity, his future looked bleak. But after a few days of pondering in his nanny's arms, he had a change of heart. Actually, it's not that bad. Compared to many other reincarnators who landed in the Naruto world, his starting position was decent. Look at all the talented prodigies, sooner or later, Danzō would set his sights on them. But him. As long as he survived any potential assassinations from enemy villages, his childhood would be smooth sailing. And by the time the main plot began, if he avoided the front lines of the 4th Great Ninja War, he could safely coast through it. Heck, he could even enjoy a blissful dream inside the infinite Tsukimi while the world sorted itself out. As for facing consequences, impossible. As a classic shonen protagonist, neither Naruto nor Sasuke would hold a grudge against him for Danzo's actions. Life's good. Once he realized this, Yami stopped worrying and embraced his role as the eldest son of the Shimura clan. After all, Konoha might be led by Sarutobi Hiruzen, but face mattered to him. Danzō, on the other hand, wasn't Hokage, he had no such concerns. Because of this, while Sarutobi Asuma was strictly disciplined and often clashed with his father, Yami enjoyed the privileges of being the village's #1 second-generation heir. Even Konohamaru's future antics wouldn't compare to his status. And of course, being a reincarnator came with perks. Ever since birth, he had a progress bar in his mind. Then, 3 days ago, on his 6th birthday, his system finally activated. The strongest shinobi bond system. By establishing a bond with someone, he could extract a unique trait from them as a reward. These traits could be chakra nature affinities, innate talents, chakra reserves, mastery over a specific jutsu. The depth of the bond and the strength of the other person determined the quality of the rewards. For instance, just now, he had exchanged names with the Dango shop owner and left a deep impression, successfully forming a bond. If he strengthened this connection, he could earn additional rewards. However, seeing the Grandmaster of Dango making skill he just received, Yami immediately lost interest in pursuing a deeper relationship with the shopkeeper. Young master, it's time for your training. A man with a faint presence, wearing sunglasses, suddenly appeared behind him. Despite the bustling crowd, no one even glanced his way. Abirame Seiji. A root shinobi, with the rank of Tokubetsu Jonin, assigned as Yami's personal bodyguard. He also had a partner, Yamanaka Ryo, who remained hidden at all times. Even now, Yami had never managed to spot him. Got it. Yami responded lazily before spotting another shop run by a classmate's family. Using the same tactic, he established 2 more bonds and walked away with a bag of round fans. Introduction to round fan crafting, standard Genin chakra plus 0.1. Satisfied, he left the commercial district and returned to the Shimura clan's estate. To be continued. Chapter 2, System Panel, The Legacy Left by Parents. Young Master Yami, today we will focus on chakra extraction training. In the courtyard of a wooden house, Yami listened attentively as his tutor, Ebiki, explained the techniques and key points of chakra extraction. What is a Tokubetsu Jonin? They are shinobi whose abilities fall between Chunin and Jonin. Those promoted to Jonin due to exceptional talent in a specialized field are classified as Tokubetsu Jonin. Ebiki was one such ninja, rising to his rank due to his expertise in education. His knowledge and teaching experience in chakra extraction far exceeded that of the instructors at the Ninja Academy. At this stage, the gap between clan-born shinobi and civilian shinobi was already becoming apparent. With the same physical fitness and mental energy, clan-born shinobi could extract chakra more efficiently. They not only had a larger chakra reserve but also a faster recovery rate compared to ordinary shinobi. Civilians had no choice but to rely on their intelligence to compete against the power of established clans. To become stronger, they had to find skilled mentors. However, top-tier mentors were almost always from prestigious ninja clans. Over time, this divide naturally formed factions within the shinobi world. Although Yami had both a cheat-like ability and a powerful family background, he never slacked off in his training. In fact, he trained even harder than most. At the end of the day, this was a world where strength determined everything. Without power, even if others showed him respect, it would only be superficial, or worse, out of fear. In his past life, he had been just an ordinary person. Now that he had the resources, he wanted to fight for his own destined future. That said, he only started training seriously at the age of 5. Chakra was a form of energy created by extracting the life force within cells and mixing it with mental energy in a precise ratio. Overexerting oneself at a young age wasn't always beneficial. Sometimes, restraint was necessary. The 2-hour lesson passed quickly. After exchanging bows as a sign of gratitude, Ebiki took his leave. He was very satisfied with Yami as a student. Not only was Yami the grandson of Danzō, an influential figure comparable to the Hokage himself, but more importantly, he was intelligent and quick to grasp concepts. Unlike other young shinobi, who required constant emotional management, teaching Yami never felt like babysitting. Meanwhile, Yami returned to his room. A servant soon arrived, bringing his dinner along with a prepared nutritional herbal tonic. Frowning slightly, he downed the bitter medicine in one gulp before starting his meal. From a scientific perspective, the number of times a cell could divide in a lifetime was limited. Using chakra in battle essentially meant burning through that limit faster. However, even without chakra extraction, cellular division continued as usual. In most cases, aging and death were caused by organ failure rather than hitting the absolute limit of cell replication. As long as chakra usage was controlled and proper self-care was maintained, normal battles wouldn't significantly impact lifespan. This was something Yami had learned from his grandfather, Shimura Danzō. The old man was getting up in years, but his ambition remained strong. Even now, he still dreamed of becoming Hokage, which made him obsessively invested in health maintenance. If it were anyone else, it would have been an inspiring tale of an old man chasing his dreams. But unfortunately, after dinner, Yami returned to his quarters. He had no idea what his grandfather had been up to lately. The old man hadn't appeared in the past few days. Aside from the servants and guards, Yami was the only one living in this massive estate. Lying on his bed, he activated the system panel with a thought and switched to his personal attributes page. Status panel. Name, Shimura Yami. Gender, male. Age, 6 years old. Date of birth, April 1st, year 46, Konoha calendar. Chakra attributes, fire, genius, wind, genius, yang, excellent. Total chakra, 6.1 standard genin units. Chakra control talent, genius. Mastered ninjutsu, 3 basic technique, proficient, wind release, great breakthrough, normal, fire release, great fireball, normal. Nature transformation, none. Special talents, father's expectations, mother's love, senju bloodline, thin, underdevelopment, swordsmanship genius, stealth, dango making, round fen making. Strength evaluation, the schoolyard bully, you're the one who does the bullying, and no one dares mess with you. For someone with a cheat system, this panel wasn't impressive. However, considering that he had only unlocked the system a few days ago, and aside from 1 standard genin unit of chakra obtained through the system, everything else had been earned through his own efforts, this progress was quite good. For a 6-year-old, he had already reached the graduation standard. The system categorized attributes and ninjutsu mastery into different levels. Talent ranks, ordinary good excellent genius ultimate limit break. Ninjutsu proficiency, beginner normal proficient mastery ultimate limit break. A genius level talent was on par with Hatake Kakashi, one of Konoha's brightest young prodigies. An ultimate talent was at the level of the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the so-called professor of ninjutsu. Judging from his current panel, Yami's future potential capped at elite jonin. With great effort, he might barely touch Kage-level strength. But then, his eyes locked onto the first 2 talents in the special talents section. And he froze. Father's expectations. Your deceased father, whom you have never met, had high expectations for you. Effect, all existing attribute talents are upgraded by 1 level. Mother's love. A mother's love is the greatest gift in the world. Before passing away, she left you her most precious blessing. This talent is divided into 3 stages. 1. Stage 1, unlocks the senju bloodline from your maternal lineage. Develops automatically with age, effect expires upon adulthood. 2. Stage 2, after officially becoming a shinobi, all talents increase by 1 level, upper limits can be broken, certain special talents are unaffected. 3. Stage 3, upon reaching adulthood, 16 years old, you will continue to receive your mother's blessing, your chakra reserves will double. Parental love. Yami thought back to the gentle woman he had only met once. His feelings were complicated. He knew that his mother was from the Senju clan. Back in the day, Senju Tobirama had encouraged marriages between the Senju clan and both civilian ninjas and other ninja clans. Though this weakened their short-term military strength, it greatly increased the likelihood of producing talented civilian-born shinobi. However, awakening the Senju bloodline was no simple matter. His mother had left him the greatest gift she could. She had filled in the missing novice package that the system never provided. To be continued. Chapter 3, the 5.5th Hokage. The next day. Since today was a day off, Yami slept in, not getting up until noon. Ebiki wouldn't be coming today, but that didn't mean Yami planned to slack off. Going into the village to establish new bonds was too inefficient, it was better to train at home. The system required 3 conditions for a bond to form. 1. Both parties must meet face to face. 2. Both parties must know each other's names. 3. Yami must leave a deep impression on the other party. So far, only the rewards left by his parents had been exceptions to these rules. Right now, in the eyes of adults, Yami was just a child, not worth taking seriously. Meeting the 3rd condition was still difficult. Otherwise, his 2 personal guards, Aburame Seiji and Yamanaka Ryo, would have already provided a bond. To them, Yami was simply a mission objective, not someone significant. Currently, the best place to gain rewards was still the Ninja Academy. For example, he had obtained his fire release affinity from a classmate. If he was lucky, he might one day acquire all 5 chakra natures, and even the Een release affinity. Yami stepped into the courtyard, picking up a child-sized dagger that had been specially crafted for him. He began practicing the most basic slashes. In this world, swords and knives weren't strictly differentiated. However, in Yami's eyes, they were all just blades, even the so-called Kusanagi sword was still a knife to him. That said, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. He wouldn't argue over trivial naming conventions. With his swordsmanship talent, he would be able to reach the ultimate level once he became a genin. It would be a waste not to train diligently. No matter how strong a shinobi was, most were still mortals. A sword could kill just as efficiently as ninjutsu, if not more. Most ninjas didn't know many jutsu, so they relied primarily on taijutsu and ninja tools in battle. Jutsu were used to gain an advantage or secure a one-hit kill. Do you really think everyone could throw raisins around like they were basic attacks? Whoosh. Whoosh. The sound of swinging steel echoed through the courtyard as the warm sunlight shone down, glistening off the beads of sweat on Yami's forehead. His training continued from after lunch until sunset, only stopping when a deep voice called out from behind him. Yami. Yami turned around to see a tall, wrinkled old man standing there. A bandage covered his left eye, and his face bore a gloomy, cold aura. Yet, when he looked at Yami, he smiled. It was a stiff smile, likely because he wasn't used to smiling at all. This man was Shimura Danzō. The darkness of the shinobi world. The 5.5th Hokage. The strongest Nabekage in history. Old man, you're back. Yami greeted him casually. Since he had learned to talk, he had always called Danzō old man, never once addressing him as grandfather. Danzō didn't mind. Or rather, caring wouldn't change anything. He could be ruthless to outsiders, plotting against anyone. But Yami was his only remaining family. His sole blood relative. And the key to his ambitions. Not only did Danzō want Yami to inherit root, but he also hoped Yami would one day become Hokage. And based on Yami's current talent, he was not disappointed. His growth was nearly identical to Kakashi's, having already reached the graduation standard not long after enrolling in the ninja academy. If only, he had a Kekki Genkai. Danzo's visible eye dimmed. No matter how strong an ordinary shinobi was, there was always a limit. Only Sharingan or Wood Release could allow Yami, and by extension, himself, to surpass those limits. Just as Yami greeted Danzō, two system prompts rang in his mind. Bond established with Shimura Danzō. Reward acquired, Wind Release Affinity, Genius, Bond with Shimura Danzō strengthened to Stage 2. Reward acquired, Wind Release Nature Transformation, Mastery, This was the first time Yami had met Danzō since activating the system, so it made sense that the rewards had only triggered now. The two rewards merged, subtly altering Yami's aura, making it sharper and more fierce. Especially the Wind Release Nature Transformation, Danzō was arguably Konoha's strongest Wind Release user, and even among the entire ninja world, he was one of the best. After all, not just anyone could cut through Susanoo using wind-infused shuriken. Danzō noticed the change in Yami and snapped out of his thoughts. He slowly walked into the courtyard and stood in the open training space. I have time today. I haven't checked your progress in a while. Show me what you've learned. Oh. Yami tightened his grip on the short sword and rushed forward without hesitation. A faint aura of compressed air swirled around his blade. Danzo's single eye gleamed with interest. Nature Transformation. Good, very good. Mastering Nature Transformation at age 6. My grandson truly has the makings of a Hokage. In an instant, Yami closed the distance and slashed downward with his short sword. Danzō tilted his body slightly, dodging with ease. Yami immediately followed up with a spinning kick. Danzō raised his arm to block, using the impact to push Yami back slightly. But before he could reset his stance, Yami had already closed in again. Of course, Danzō was an elite jonin at minimum. Even if Yami went all out, he was no threat to him. But Yami wasn't holding back. He unleashed his full strength, using every bit of his swordsmanship and ninjutsu. After all, the one person least likely to harm him in this world was Shimura Danzō. 15 minutes later. Yami finally stopped, breathing heavily, his chakra reserves nearly depleted. Danzō, on the other hand, remained completely unscathed. Well done, Yami. But don't let it get to your head. You're just a genius, not a true powerhouse. Danzo's stiff smile finally turned into a genuine grin. Yami's progress far exceeded his expectations. His wind release nature transformation was already highly refined. His fire release jutsu were also well executed. If only he had the right eyes. If that happened, Konoha's future would belong to the Shimura clan. Thinking this, Danzō felt even more satisfied and led Yami back inside. During dinner. Halfway through the meal, Yami suddenly looked up and asked. Old man, you seemed pissed off when you came back. Who pissed you off? Danzō casually took a bite of rice. Who else? That old fool, Sarutobi Hiruzen. I failed to assassinate him today, so my Hokage plans are delayed again. Yami. To be continued. Junkdog note, leave a review and drop PS for more bonus CHPS. Chapter 4, Terrifying Bond of Danzō and Hiruzen. After listening to Danzo's explanation, Yami finally understood the situation. It turned out that Danzō had disappeared for a while because he was secretly planning to assassinate the Hokage. After the Nine Tails Rebellion, the youngest and most brilliant fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, had perished. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, once again took charge of Konoha and had no intention of selecting a new Hokage. By procedure, a Hokage must meet with the daimyo and receive official approval. However, due to the attack on Konoha, the village was in ruins, and Sarutobi Hiruzen had delayed his journey to the Land of Fire's capital. Only recently had he begun to arrange the visit. Danzō received this news early and mobilized all of Root's forces to assassinate the third Hokage today. Good news, the assassination succeeded. Bad news, the Hokage they killed was actually a disguise. The real Sarutobi Hiruzen had already seen through Danzō's scheme. Just as Danzō was savoring his victory on the Hokage's throne, Hiruzen suddenly appeared and scared the life out of him. Though Hiruzen didn't punish him, his calm and condescending tone had deeply wounded Danzō's pride. And to make matters worse, he had finally found a shinobi with would release, but Hiruzen had lured him away. Even now, just recalling it made Danzō curse in frustration. He was so angry that he even scolded Sarutobi Biwako, who had already passed away. Yami felt speechless. Old man, don't push your luck. If someone else had attempted to assassinate the Hokage, they'd have been executed on the spot. The third Hokage has already been generous by not stripping you of your position as Root's leader. Does he even have the power to do that? Danzō sneered coldly, an unmistakable arrogance in his expression. Root is technically part of Anbu, but Hiruzen has no real authority over it. Even if I were officially removed, my subordinates would still follow me. This is what it means to be a proper tool. Then don't get yourself killed, Yami scoffed. I'm still a student at the Ninja Academy, that's his territory. He won't touch you. Danzō's voice was firm. It's just an assassination. It's not like this was my first attempt in the past few decades. When he first became Hokage, I tried to assassinate him once. Later, I attempted to assassinate the fourth Hokage too. What kind of twisted relationship was this? Listening to his grandfather recount his glorious history, Yami had no idea what kind of expression to make. The power of bonds was truly terrifying. For anyone else, assassinating the Hokage would be a life or death matter. But for Danzō, it was just another way to strengthen his friendship with Hiruzen. Forget it. He didn't want to get involved in the feud between these two old men. As long as it didn't affect him, he didn't care. After dinner, Yami returned to his room to refine his chakra, while Danzō headed back to Root's base. Tapping the ground lightly with his cane, two masked Root ninjas immediately appeared, kneeling on one knee behind him. Danzō remained silent for a moment, deep in thought, before issuing his command in a cold voice. Gather as much swordsmanship knowledge as possible, from Konoha and other ninja villages. Organize and compile it. Instruct our contacts in Kirigakura to see if they can acquire a sword from the 7 ninja swordsmen. Understood. One of the ninjas responded and swiftly retreated. Danzō then turned to the remaining operative. What has Orochimaru been up to lately? Orochimaru entered his lab half a month ago and hasn't emerged since. Either that, or our surveillance capabilities weren't sufficient to track him. Danzō snorted but didn't reprimand the subordinate. Expecting his men to monitor Orochimaru was unrealistic. The man was the most unpredictable of the 3 Sannin, and after the other 2 left the village, his personality had shifted drastically. Right now, their relationship was a delicate cooperation, but Danzō had already decided he would expose Orochimaru's experiments and force him to flee Konoha. After all, conducting human experiments on his own villagers, not even Hiruzen could cover that up. But before that, Danzō planned to squeeze every last bit of value out of him. Since Yami had a talent for swordsmanship, as his grandfather, it was only natural that he provided the best possible conditions for him. But swordsmanship alone wasn't enough, he needed a famous blade to match it. The first choice was the Sword of the Thunder God, once wielded by Senju Tobirama. Unfortunately, it was now in Hiruzen's possession, making it difficult to obtain. Then, there was Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword. The Kusanagi wasn't a single blade, but a category of legendary swords. Rumor had it that Orochimaru possessed more than one. Danzō was definitely interested. Let's go, he said as he slowly walked out of Root's base. His movements were slow and deliberate, like an old man past his prime. Prepare a meeting with Orochimaru. I still owe Yami a 6th birthday present. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and it was another school day. With his backpack slung over his shoulders, Yami walked toward the Ninja Academy. The Shimura clan estate was located outside Konoha's center. Along the way, many clan members greeted him with respect. As he returned their greetings, the system notifications popped up. 0.1 Standard Chunin Chakra. 0.2 Standard Chunin Chakra. The power of the system was slowly becoming evident. 1 Standard Chunin Chakra unit was equivalent to 10 regular genin. By the time Yami left the clan compound, his total chakra had already reached 1.3 Standard Chunin units. Along with that, he had obtained several additional wind release talents. The system allowed for talent fusion, but since the quality was too low and the number was insufficient, his wind-release talent hadn't yet advanced to ultimate level. Even so, it had clearly improved. Upon arriving at the Ninja Academy, several students saw Yami and immediately paled, their expressions filled with fear. Some of them looked as if they were about to cry. Yami barely spared them a glance, walking straight into the classroom and settling into his usual seat by the window. These were the same students who had mocked him for being an orphan because no one came to pick him up. After hearing those insults, Yami had beaten them senseless. They had taken over a week to recover before returning to class. Was the revenge over? Of course not. As long as their parents were ninja, they wouldn't survive this year. They would inevitably die gloriously on the battlefield. By then, they would experience firsthand what it meant to be an orphan. If their parents weren't ninja, well, dealing with them would be even easier. Just as Yami was absent-mindedly watching sparrows on a tree branch, a cheerful voice called out to him. Yami. A lively girl with long black hair ran into the classroom. The moment she spotted him, her eyes lit up, and she immediately rushed over to sit beside him. Yami smiled and reached out to ruffle her hair. Izumi. To be continued. Chapter 5, Uchiha Izumi. Uchiha Izumi, a girl who truly lived up to her name. She had a gentle personality like a spring breeze, a voice as soft as flowing water, long black hair, and a teardrop-shaped mole at the corner of her eye. One day, she would undoubtedly grow into a rare beauty. She was also Yami's childhood friend, whom he had met the previous year. He had witnessed the Ninetales rebellion firsthand. The colossal fox, towering like a mountain, had rampaged outside the village, leaving destruction in its wake. At the time, Yami had been escorted to an underground shelter by several guards, where he happened to encounter a panicked Uchiha Izumi. Naturally, he had stopped the little black-haired girl in her tracks. Originally, Yami had only possessed a wind affinity and a latent yang attribute. His current fire affinity had come from Izumi. Yami. Izumi's face was flushed, her voice tinged with grievance. What were you doing over the break? Why didn't you come to see me? I was busy training, Izumi. Yami sighed dramatically, then shifted his gaze to the figure who had entered the room alongside her. After all, there's a genius like Uchiha Itachi in our class. I have to work hard so I don't bring shame to the Shimura clan. The one who had come in with Izumi was none other than Uchiha Itachi, the ninja world's most devoted filial son. There were many orphans in the shinobi world, but Uchiha Itachi was unique in how he actively made himself one. Yami had to respect the dedication. You're a genius too, Yami. Izumi quickly encouraged him, her tone full of admiration. She wasn't wrong. Before Itachi awakened his Sharingan, Yami might have even been stronger than him. But after unlocking his eyes, Itachi had become a cheat, skyrocketing to Kage level in just a few years. Uchiha Itachi frowned slightly. He had always sensed a certain hostility from Shimura Yami. Disdain toward the Uchiha clan was common, especially after the Ninetales attack. Many people had seen the Sharingan reflected in the beast's eyes, further fueling their suspicion. But Yami was different. His hostility seemed directed at Itachi alone rather than the entire Uchiha clan. Otherwise, he wouldn't get along so well with Izumi. You're not inferior to me in strength, Shimura. We should both continue to work hard and contribute to the village as soon as possible. Itachi paused briefly before offering these polite words and continuing on his way. Yami watched his retreating figure, unable to determine whether it was the real Itachi or just a shadow clone. He felt the urge to test it. Yami, what are you looking at? Izumi asked curiously. Nothing. Yami turned back to her with a smile. I wasn't able to spend time with you last weekend. How about we go fishing together next week? Izumi's eyes immediately brightened, her attention successfully diverted. Where should we go? How about the river in Training Ground 35? The scenery there is really nice. I'll leave it up to you, Yami replied with a grin. Danzō didn't particularly like his close relationship with Uchiha Izumi. They had even argued over it before. But since Yami insisted, Danzō had refrained from using any underhanded methods to interfere. Perhaps, in his eyes, a marginal Uchiha like Izumi was insignificant, someone harmless who couldn't affect the grand scheme of things. Even so, he never missed an opportunity to indoctrinate Yami with the belief that the Uchiha clan was inherently evil. Yami had long grown tired of hearing it. Not long after, the school bell rang, and their homeroom teacher, Kazama Shuichi, walked in. All right, class. Today, we'll be learning how to throw ninja tools. Kazama Shuichi wasted no time with pointless lectures or propaganda. Unlike in the future, where the academy's curriculum shamelessly brainwashed students into believing that the third Hokage was the strongest in history, the current era was still a time of war. Minato Namikaze's ascension to Hokage in Konoha Year 50 had only marked the end of large-scale battles. In reality, aside from the utterly defeated Sunagakure, the other villages had never truly stopped fighting. Although outright wars had ceased, small-scale skirmishes remained constant, keeping the shinobi world in a state of tension. These students were future military assets, so there was no time for empty rhetoric. The instructors focused on teaching real combat knowledge and survival skills. Kazama Shuichi scribbled formulas on the blackboard, breaking down the parabolic trajectories of thrown weapons while explaining various shuriken throwing techniques. The first class was all theory. The second was a practical session, also taught by Shuichi. Yami led his classmates out of the classroom toward the training grounds for their hands-on practice. Since there weren't enough targets for everyone, the students paired up. Naturally, Yami was partnered with Izumi. Itachi, on the other hand, was paired with some random classmate. He picked up 3 shuriken and casually flicked them forward. Clang! The projectiles collided midair, ricocheting off each other before embedding into the bullseye in a strangely precise pattern, causing a wave of admiration from the students. Amazing. He hit all 3. As expected of an Uchiha. He's so strong. Itachi is so cool. Who should I pick, him or Yami? You. Please. You've been eating too much candy lately. I can't let you get carried away. Who's going to knock some sense into her? Izumi ignored the chatter, focusing on her own technique. Though she didn't show off like Itachi, she still landed her shuriken perfectly in the red circle at the center. Not bad, Izumi. Yami praised her sincerely. The little girl beamed with delight and stepped aside. You're even better than me, Yami. That's right. Watch closely. Yami smiled as he retrieved a shuriken from his pouch. Their instructor, Kazama Shuichi, also turned his attention toward him. Shimura Yami and Uchiha Itachi were considered the top 2 geniuses in their class, both hailing from prestigious clans. Itachi had just demonstrated his impressive skill. Now, it was Yami's turn. 1 second later. Boom. Several targets suddenly exploded, sending students into a panic. Kazama Shuichi's eyes bulged in shock. Why was there an explosive tag on your shuriken? He had seen it clearly. Yami's shuriken had barely grazed the target, but the explosive tag attached to it had detonated, destroying several nearby targets in the process. Yami looked completely unfazed. It increases the margin for error. If I miss my target, the explosive tag still ensures I hit something. He turned to Shuichi, his expression calm. So. Did it hit or not? Kazama Shuichi. To be continued. Junkdog note, leave a review and drop PS for more bonus CHPS. Chapter 6, The Big Fat Sheep. Shimura, the purpose of the shuriken training class is to improve your throwing accuracy. Wouldn't it be meaningless to use explosive tags? Even though Yami's background wasn't simple, Kazama Shuichi still couldn't help but lecture him. The cost of an explosive tag was around 300 ryo, and during wartime, the price would rise due to material shortages. 300 ryo could buy 3 bowls of Ichiraku ramen, not exactly a small amount. Most shinobi only carried a few hundred ryo when they went on missions. Equipping each shuriken with an explosive tag would be far too extravagant. The mission rewards wouldn't even cover the expenses. Yami waved his hand dismissively. Sensei, as long as I achieve my goal, does it matter how I do it? It's just an explosive tag. I can afford tens of thousands of them. Kazama Shuichi was momentarily speechless. Host establishes a bond with Kazama Shuichi. I have a rich student, reward, earth release chakra, good. Host establishes a fear bond with classmate A, reward, 0.1 standard genin chakra. Host achieves a speechless bond with classmate B, reward, swordsmanship talent, normal. The system notifications rang one after another, and Yami narrowed his eyes in amusement. Of course, he had already mastered shuriken throwing, it could even be considered one of his better skills. But in order to grow stronger and leave a lasting impression, Yami had to do something unexpected. By now, he had almost completed all the first stage bond achievements in class. Except for one. Yami glanced at Itachi, who remained expressionless, and narrowed his eyes slightly. As expected of Itachi, the boy who started contemplating the meaning of life at 4 years old. His emotions were remarkably stable. In the blink of an eye, school was over. Yami, Izumi, and Itachi walked out of the academy together. At Izumi's invitation, Yami was heading to her house for dinner. The two chatted and laughed along the way, completely ignoring Itachi, who was walking silently beside them. Yami was well aware of Itachi's family situation, it wasn't exactly ideal. Izumi's father had been an outsider, a foreign shinobi who had married into the Uchiha clan. He had died protecting her during the Nine-Tails attack. Her mother was just an ordinary Uchiha, with only Chunin-level strength, and she hadn't even awakened the Sharingan. Clans like Uchiha and Hyuga placed great importance on preserving their bloodlines, leading to frequent intermarriages. If Izumi's father hadn't married into the family, there would have been no possibility between them at all. Even so, their family still wasn't well received by the other Uchiha, often facing exclusion. Stop right there. This is Uchiha territory, outsiders are not allowed to enter. Two Uchiha guards stood at the entrance like gatekeepers, blocking Yami and Izumi with arrogant expressions, as if they were the rulers of the world. There were reasons why the Uchiha clan had a bad reputation. Beyond the fear and schemes of the higher-ups, the Uchiha themselves contributed to the issue. They looked down on others as if the rest of Konoha were beneath them. Who would like people like that? Senpai, Yami is my friend, Izumi quickly explained, but the two guards simply shook their heads coldly. Rules are rules. He can't enter. You can go in by yourself. Yami chuckled. If someone knew nothing, they'd think Uchiha owns Konoha. But I can walk into the Hokage's office whenever I want. Are you guys planning to declare independence? The two guards' faces darkened instantly, and even Itachi, walking behind them, had a subtle change in expression. Before he could speak, a deep and authoritative voice came from the entrance. You must be joking. The Uchiha are, of course, part of Konoha, and we always welcome friends. The guards turned around, only to break out in cold sweat when they saw who had arrived. With stiff postures, they bowed their heads respectfully. Clan head Fugaku. Father, Itachi greeted. Fugaku merely nodded at his son before walking past the two guards. With a friendly smile, he approached Yami and Izumi, his tone warm. You must be Shimura Yami. Itachi often mentions you. Welcome to the Uchiha clan. Really? Yami tilted his head with a look of innocent confusion. Then why were those two uncles so mean? They misunderstood my intentions, Fugaku quickly explained. The guards are here to identify potential spies, not to keep out friends. Tisk. Yami shook his head and sighed. What's the point of having subordinates who don't even understand orders? Maybe I should ask my grandfather to train them for a few days. I guarantee they'll follow orders properly after that. He's really good at this kind of thing. Fugaku's smile stiffened. Let Danzō train them. If those two guards went through Danzō's training, they'd probably come back blind or worse. No need to trouble Lord Danzō. I'll discipline them myself, Fugaku said quickly. He then turned to glare at the two guards, his Sharingan nearly activating out of frustration. Ding. Host establishes a hostile bond with Uchiha hero, reward, in release chakra, good, dot. Host establishes a hostile bond with Uchiha Takashi, reward, in release chakra, good, dot. Host establishes a bond with Uchiha Fugaku, reward, in release chakra, genius, dot. Host establishes a bond with Uchiha Itachi, reward, special talent, 1-on-7 combat talent. Yami's body tensed as the notifications came in. He quickly instructed the system to hold off on merging the rewards for now, keeping his composure as he smiled at Fugaku. Then, he turned his gaze toward Itachi, his eyes gleaming with interest. A fat sheep. If Kakashi was known as 50-50 for being evenly matched with nearly anyone he fought, then Uchiha Itachi was the exact opposite. Against weaker opponents, he could annihilate them instantly. Against stronger foes, he could use his Mangekyo Sharingan and exceptional tactical intelligence to turn the tide of battle, or even claim victory. The Mangekyo Sharingan certainly played a key role, but his pure combat talent shouldn't be underestimated either. Sasuke had ruined his eyes after just 2 days of using the Mangekyo, yet Itachi had endured for years. That difference was telling. Even if Yami wasn't fond of Itachi's dutiful son persona, he had to admit, it was undeniable. Uchiha Itachi, like Namikaze Minato, had reached the peak of Kage-level strength. To be continued. Chapter 7, Complications. After watching the two children leave, the smile on Fugaku's face gradually faded, replaced by a cold, stern expression as he fixed his gaze on the two guards. Starting next week, your workload will double. Notify everyone, no one is allowed to stop Shimura from entering. The two Uchiha guards shivered slightly but quickly acknowledged the order and returned to their posts. Fugaku took his son home, reminding him along the way. Itachi, make sure to build a good relationship with Shimura at school. His attitude is crucial in easing tensions between our clan and the village leadership. Though Itachi was only 6 years old, his maturity far exceeded that of an ordinary child, and Fugaku treated him accordingly. Yes, father, Itachi replied respectfully, fully understanding the weight of his father's words. Seeing his son's agreement, Fugaku allowed himself a faint smile of relief. But soon, his expression turned grim again. The current situation gave him no reason to feel at ease. The isolation of the Uchiha clan was becoming more severe, their compound monitored constantly by the village's upper echelon. Fugaku wasn't certain whether this was Danzō's doing or the third Hokage's, but regardless, he could only feign ignorance and endure. His true hatred was reserved for the masked men who had manipulated the Nine Tails. If not for the Nine Tails attack, the Uchiha wouldn't have been further ostracized, and the fourth Hokage wouldn't have died young. Namikaze Minato was not only exceptionally talented but also an upright, radiant figure, completely unlike Hiruzen or Danzō, those old, scheming politicians. More importantly, Minato had no prejudice against the Uchiha. He had even taken an Uchiha as his disciple. But now, he was dead. In the single year that Minato served as Hokage, tensions between the village and the Uchiha had eased significantly, giving Fugaku hope of bridging the gap. Yet that hope was shattered in a single night, and things only worsened afterward. Now, not only did he have to contend with Hiruzen, Danzō, and the other village elders' suspicion and hostility, but he also had to manage the growing radicalism within his own clan, balancing both sides in an increasingly impossible position. Still, the appearance of Yami and his close bond with Izumi gave Fugaku a sliver of hope. Danzō had no relatives left in this world aside from Yami. If Fugaku could extend Uchiha's goodwill through Yami and use him to establish a connection with Danzō. With that thought, Fugaku glanced at Itachi with newfound expectations. Meanwhile, Yami, who was accompanying Izumi, had no idea that Fugaku was setting his sights on him. He simply assumed that Fugaku's earlier show of friendliness was just to save face for Danzō. But even if he had known, he would have laughed it off. It wasn't something worth worrying about. At this point, no one in the world could resolve the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha. The only one who could have, Namikaze Minato, had died last year. Even if Yami was Danzō's grandson, it wouldn't change anything. Not even Danzō himself could reconcile with the Uchiha. Hiruzen may have seemed like a weak-willed pacifist, but he was actually the one who feared the Uchiha the most. An independent, powerful armed force was the biggest threat to any leader lacking true control. Then there were the two old geezers, Udatane Koharu and Mito Kato Hamura, Tobarama's former students, deeply influenced by his teachings. They, too, had no fondness for the Uchiha. There was no one in Konoha's upper ranks who had a positive view of them. And the Uchiha themselves had their own issues. Their arrogance, cultivated over years of managing the village's security, made it impossible for them to lower their heads and compromise. Fugaku was indeed a capable leader, but without overwhelming strength or the courage to act decisively, what could he really change? All he could do was quietly wait for the day his dutiful son would bring about change. Izumi, Yami, it's time to eat, a gentle female voice called from outside the room. The two children exchanged smiles, put down their pens, and walked out. Izumi's mother, Uchiha Kiyomi, was naturally a kind and gentle woman. After all, she had raised such a thoughtful, black-haired, straight-laced little girl like Izumi. As they entered the dining area, Kiyomi urged them to wash their hands first. Meanwhile, she set the table with grilled fish, sushi, and 3 bowls of miso soup. When Yami returned from washing up, Kiyomi smiled warmly at him. I didn't know you'd be coming today, so I didn't prepare anything special, just some home-cooked dishes. Not at all. These smell amazing, I'm starving. Yami played up his childlike charm, flashing a bright grin. Sure enough, Kiyomi's expression softened even more. Mischievous kids could be troublesome, but polite and sensible children were always endearing. Then eat plenty. You're at an age where you need to grow, she said kindly, pushing a plate of fried fish toward him. In truth, she was deeply grateful to Yami. Not only had he helped Izumi out of her grief last year, but he had also taken extra care of her ever since, helping her gradually overcome the loss of her father. I want to grow taller too. Time to eat. Izumi declared enthusiastically. The two children exchanged amused glances, breaking into small smiles. Indeed, nothing was as heartwarming as a cheerful little girl. Yami felt quite pleased. Today had been a productive day. Not only had he reaped plenty from Itachi, but Kiyomi had also given him an unexpected gift. Host establishes a bond with Uchiha Kiyomi. My son-in-law gets more appealing over time. Reward, mother-in-law's expectation. Mother-in-law's expectation. When the host and Uchiha Izumi are within 500 meters of each other, both of their training speeds increase by 100%. A training buff. Its value was no less than inheriting Uchiha bloodline talent. The system didn't restrict the type of training it affected, meaning whether it was ninjutsu, taijutsu, or chakra refinement, his growth rate would double. It seemed like he should start considering how to steal Izumi away from the Uchiha clan. Yami's thoughts raced. Of course, it wasn't just a matter of whether Izumi was willing. Danzō would be a significant obstacle on his own. He would have to plan carefully. By the time dinner was over, night had already fallen. Yami stayed a little longer, sparring with Izumi in taijutsu to test the effect of his new buff. Feeling its clear benefits, he eventually bid farewell and left. When he returned home, he was surprised to find Danzō waiting for him. Old man, why are you back? Yami asked in surprise. Danzō practically lived at Root. Even when Yami was younger, Danzō had spent more time at the underground base than at home. Yami had used his need for sunlight as an excuse to avoid staying there. Danzō chuckled. I was in such a hurry last time that I forgot to give you your birthday present. He pushed a simple, long wooden box toward him. Open it and take a look. To be continued. Leave a review and drop PS for bonus CHPS. Chapter 8, Kusanagi, the special reward brought by the final bond. It's just a birthday present. Was it really worth a special trip? Yami muttered, but still opened the wooden box. Inside was a katana, slender, sharp, and gleaming coldly, as if it could slice through anything with ease. The hilt was wrapped in a snakeskin-like material to improve grip and friction. Yami's eyes widened. Is this the Kusanagi sword? Not bad. Danzō remained expressionless, but there was a hint of pride in his voice. Orochimaru heard it was your birthday and asked me to give this to you. Consider it a gift from both of us. Yami. I don't believe you. As if Orochimaru would be so generous as to just hand me the Kusanagi sword. If he didn't already know what kind of person Orochimaru was, he might have actually believed it. Still, he was touched. Regardless of how Danzō treated outsiders, at least toward his grandson, he showed genuine care, without any ulterior motives. Thank you, Grandpa. Danzō froze for a moment. Was this the first time Yami had called him Grandpa? Ding. Host and Shimura Danzō's bond has reached the third stage, final level. Reward, 1 standard Jonin chakra, special talent, Ninja World Darkness. Ninja World Darkness, host can merge into any shadow, achieving concealment comparable to the Mayfly technique. Yami was also momentarily stunned. So just calling him Grandpa was enough to max out the bond. The two stared at each other in silence for a long moment before Danzō coughed to break the awkwardness. It's getting late, Yami. Go rest, you still have school tomorrow. Remember, don't lose to the Uchiha. Oh. Yami nodded, picked up the box containing the Kusanagi sword, and walked back to his room. At the same time, he made a decision. Dying while sealing a bridge? Too pathetic. Once he grew stronger, he would take over route. It was better for this old man to stay home and enjoy retirement. That night, sitting on his bed, Yami played with the Kusanagi sword for a while before going over his gains from the day. Status panel. Name, Shimura Yami. Gender, male. Age, 6 years old. Date of birth, April 1st, year 46, Konoha calendar. Chakra attributes, fire, genius, wind, genius, yang, excellent, earth, good, in, genius. Total chakra, 1.1 standard Jonin chakra. Chakra control talent, genius. Mastered ninjutsu, 3 basic techniques, proficient, wind release, great breakthrough, normal, fire release, great fireball, normal. Nature transformation, wind release, mastery. Special talents, father's expectations, mother's love, Senju bloodline, thin, underdevelopment, swordsmanship genius, stealth mastery, ninja world darkness, mother-in-law's expectation. His progress was nothing short of astonishing. Before today, he was just a promising academy student, a genius among his peers. But now, not only had his chakra reached Jonin level, but he had also gained 2 new chakra natures and 2 special talents. The earth release chakra wasn't particularly interesting, he had no intention of training it unless he had genius-level talent for it. The in release chakra, however, was an entirely different story. In release was a rare and valuable attribute, closely tied to spiritual energy and illusion techniques. It governed the power of the mind and could shape the intangible into reality. The Nara clan's shadow manipulation techniques and the Yamanaka clan's mind-body jutsu were both examples of in-based ninjutsu. Even more importantly, the Uchiha clan's Sharingan was also deeply linked to in release. In the future, it was highly likely that he would obtain a bond related to the Uchiha bloodline. Strengthening his in release would be crucial for that. However, Yami's gaze fell on the box containing the Kusanagi sword. At this stage, swordsmanship should be his main focus. With his advanced wind release nature transformation, his attacks would be as lethal as a Jonin's jutsu. And then there was the Jonin level chakra he had just received. Yami concentrated, carefully sensing it. He estimated that 1 standard Jonin unit of chakra was roughly 50 times that of a standard Genin. 5 times that of a standard Chunin. However, it had not yet reached the level of an elite Jonin. That made sense. He needed to keep building his bonds, especially second and third stage bonds, if he wanted to see his strength skyrocket. With that in mind, Yami set himself a new goal. To become the ultimate social butterfly of the ninja world. The next day, Yami went to the academy as usual. After yesterday's incident, where he had used an explosive tag on a target, his name had already spread to the upper grades. Now that people had formed an impression of him, all he needed to do was learn their names, and the initial bonds would be established automatically. After school, Yami accompanied Izumi home for taijutsu training with Ebisu-sensei. Though the tuition was only meant to cover one student, Ebisu didn't dare argue with the Shimura family. He had no choice but to accept Izumi as well. With mother-in-law's expectation enhancing his progress, Yami's improvement rate was nothing short of terrifying. His mastery of Konoha's basic taijutsu had already surpassed that of most recently graduated genin. If this continued, Ebisu suddenly realized that his job might soon become obsolete. For the first time, he felt a sense of crisis. Meanwhile, Izumi had no such concerns. The little black-haired girl watched Yami with sparkling eyes, full of admiration. Yami is amazing, and what he shows at school isn't even his full strength. I have to work harder, I can't let him leave me behind. To be continued. Chapter 9, New Teacher. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The leaves on the streets of Konoha had grown greener, and the faint chirping of cicadas signaled the arrival of summer. Inside the Shimura compound, Yami was locked in an intense sparring match with a shinobi. Blades clashed at high speed, leaving only flashes of steel and shadow. Izumi, sitting on the sidelines, couldn't even follow their movements. All she could hear was the crisp sound of swords colliding and see the blurred figures exchanging blows. Yami suddenly lifted his sword, forcing his opponent to lean back to avoid a strike aimed at his throat. However, just as the opponent dodged, Yami's attack shifted, what had seemed like an upward strike transformed into a lateral slash. The flat edge of his blade struck his opponent's arm. Clang! The shinobi's sword slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. The match had ended. Yami exhaled, sheathed his blade, and said calmly, "You lost, Nishimura-sensei." His opponent, Nishimura K, remained silent for a moment. He was an ordinary member of Root, a Chunin-level shinobi specializing in assassination and swordsmanship. Young Master Yami truly is a genius, Nishimura K finally sighed, lowering his head slightly. Throughout the match, he hadn't used his full speed or strength, after all, his opponent was just a 6-year-old child. But his swordsmanship? He had brought it to its peak. Yet, despite only training Yami for 2 weeks, all the techniques he had honed over years of practice had been absorbed and surpassed by this boy. A true genius existed on a completely different level than ordinary shinobi like him. Young Master Yami, Nishimura K continued, lowering his head further. I have nothing left to teach you. I will report to Lord Danzō and request a more suitable instructor for you. Thank you, Yami replied with a small nod, watching as Nishimura K departed. Then, he turned to Izumi with a smile and beckoned her over. Let's go, I'll walk you home. Izumi eagerly hopped down from her perch, rushed to Yami's side, and took his hand. Hee, Yami, you're amazing. Nishimura-sensei is a Chunin, and you still won. It's just a Chunin. You should set your sights higher, Izumi, Yami said as they walked. There was no arrogance in his tone, just calm understanding. He had learned an important lesson: never judge a ninja's strength based purely on the ranking system seen in the original story. What did it mean to be a genin? Anyone who mastered the 3 basic judos and could use them proficiently could graduate from the academy and become a genin. Most genin weren't even qualified to step onto the battlefield, they were mere cannon fodder. Chunin, on the other hand, were squad leaders who possessed stronger combat abilities and could lead teams on missions. According to the system's evaluation, the average Chunin had 10 times the chakra of a standard genin and could proficiently use B-rank ninjutsu. Defeating an ordinary Chunin in a sword fight? Nothing to brag about. And honestly, even if Nishimura K had gone all out, he still wouldn't have stood a chance. Status panel. Name, Shimura Yami. Gender, male. Age, 6 years old. Date of birth, April 1st, year 46, Konoha calendar. Chakra attributes, fire, genius, wind, genius, yang, excellent, earth, good, water, good, in, genius. Total chakra, 1.6 standard Jonin chakra. Chakra control talent, genius. Mastered ninjutsu, 3 basic techniques, proficient, wind release, great breakthrough, proficient, wind release, gale palm, proficient, fire release, great fireball, proficient, fire release, blazing fire, proficient, fire release, dragon fire technique, normal. Nature transformation, wind release, mastery, fire release, beginner. Strength evaluation, with those small arms and legs, you can still defeat a Chunin head-on. Recently, Yami hadn't received any major system rewards. Most of his bond rewards had been additional chakra and basic attributes. However, thanks to Izumi's support, his personal training results had been impressive. He had considered asking Izumi to move out of the Uchiha compound, but in the end, he abandoned the idea. At present, the village and Uchiha were not yet at their breaking point. As a child, his words held little influence. Even if he spoke up, Izumi's mother likely wouldn't take him seriously, and his actions might attract unwanted attention from those with ulterior motives. For now, it was best to wait. The Uchiha clan could still hold on for a few more years. At Root headquarters. After leaving Yami's house, Nishimura K reported to the Root base and soon stood before Shimura Danzō, kneeling on one knee. Lord Danzō, young Master Yami's swordsmanship has already surpassed mine. I am no longer qualified to be his instructor. So soon. Danzō raised an eyebrow in surprise. I see. You may go. Nishimura K bowed and vanished. It seems Yami's talent has exceeded my expectations. Danzō was pleased, but at the same time, slightly troubled. On the one hand, he was delighted by Yami's overwhelming potential. On the other hand, finding a suitable sword instructor for him would be difficult. Currently, there were very few elite swordsmen in Konoha. Mariboshi Kosuka was a possibility, but his close ties to the third Hokage made him a problematic choice. Their relationship was strained, and Danzō wasn't confident he could convince Kosuka to teach Yami. The Yamashiro clan. Danzō briefly considered it but quickly dismissed the thought. The Yamashiro family had a renowned swordmaster among their ranks, but to Danzō, he wasn't significantly stronger than Nishimura K. If a shinobi was skilled enough to be recruited into Root, they weren't an ordinary chunin to begin with. That meant the Yamashiro swordsman likely wouldn't be much of an improvement. The same reasoning applied to the Hozuki clan, another wasted option. Then, suddenly, a certain figure flashed through Danzō's mind. A young man. Despite his age, he had left a deep impression. His swordsmanship was excellent. And he came from the right background. The only issue was, his identity was sensitive. After a long pause, Danzō made his decision. For Yami, it was worth the risk. The next day, weekend morning. There were no academy classes today, and Yami was just about to leave the house when Danzō unexpectedly returned. Yami, I found you a new instructor, Danzō said with a rare smile. He's not only skilled in swordsmanship but can also teach you ninjutsu and taijutsu. Who is it? Yami asked curiously. Swish. A breeze blew through the room. A young man suddenly appeared beside Danzō, his presence swift and silent. Yami turned to face him, and his eyes widened in surprise. It was him. Junk Dog's note, deal for bonus CHPS. For every 10 reviews equals 1 bonus CHPS. Every 200 PS equals 1 bonus CHP. And if by the end of the week we are T50 on the ranking, I'll be dropping 10 bonus CHPS. Go Wild XD. Chapter 10, Will of Fire. Hello, my name is Uchiha Shursue. A black-haired boy with a gentle smile appeared in an instant. He looked about 11 or 12 years old, standing just over 1.5 meters tall. But Yami didn't dare to underestimate him. Uchiha Shursue was currently the Uchiha clan's strongest genius. Aside from infinite Tsukuyomi, he possessed the most powerful Genjutsu, Koto Amatsukami. He was also half of Itachi's mentor, the catalyst for Itachi awakening his Mangekyo Sharingan. Now, Yami could only assume that Danzō's brain had been flooded with water release from Hiruzen, considering he had actually allowed Uchiha Shursue to become his teacher. Sure, Shursue had the skill to teach him, but did Danzō seriously think this through? Shimura Danzō, the second greatest anti-Uchiha figure in the ninja world, right after Senju Tobirama, who had long since passed, was entrusting his grandson's training to Uchiha Shursue. Noticing Yami's puzzled expression, Danzō assumed he was doubting Shursue's abilities. His tone turned serious. Yami, don't underestimate Uchiha Shursue just because he's only a few years older than you. He's a genius of the Uchiha clan. He has completed 8 S-rank missions and more than 20 A-rank missions. He specializes in the body flicker technique and Kenjutsu. Shinobi from enemy nations call him Shursue of the body flicker. You must learn from him. Hearing Danzō's praise, Yami remained silent. But Shursue scratched his head in embarrassment, looking like an ordinary, good-natured teenager. Danzō-sama, you flatter me. I still have a lot to learn. Danzō glanced at him but said nothing. Still learning? What's the point? You trying to become Hokage or something? Yami sighed internally, accepting the situation. He nodded and said, Shursue-senpai, I'll be in your care from now on. Yami, can I call you that? After receiving a nod, Shursue's smile widened. I'll do my best to teach you everything I know and help you become an outstanding shinobi. And don't call me Shursue-senpai. I'm not that much older than you, just call me by my name. His sincerity was evident. When Danzō had contacted him last night, asking if he was willing to be Yami's instructor, Shursue had agreed without hesitation. Just like Uchiha Itachi, or rather, as Itachi had learned from him, Shursue had long stopped focusing solely on the Uchiha clan. He looked at things from the perspective of the entire village, even beyond, from the view of a Kage. Shursue was well aware of the tension between his clan and Konoha, especially now during such a delicate time. Unlike Itachi, however, he still believed that the conflict could be resolved. To him, Danzō's request was a positive signal, a sign that, at the very least, the village was willing to trust him as an Uchiha. Yami's identity was important. He was also close to an Uchiha, Izumi. If he could influence Yami, he might indirectly influence Danzō, using a small starting point to shift the larger situation. Even if it didn't work, at the very least, he could make Danzō understand his stance. Ding. Host and Uchiha Shisui have established a master-disciple bond. Reward, dynamic vision. Fuse it. As expected, the system notification appeared. Yami was momentarily surprised but quickly accepted the reward. Suddenly, the world in his eyes slowed down, it felt as though he could even track the flow of the wind itself. This sensation only lasted for a brief moment before returning to normal, unnoticed by the other two. You two start training, I have official matters to attend to, Danzō said. After making the introduction, he left the Shimura compound. However, the undercover guards he had brought with him remained behind, closely monitoring Shisui's every move. Danzō had his reasons. By selecting Shisui, a Uchiha aligned with Konoha's interests, he could temporarily lull the Uchiha clan into a false sense of security, making it seem as though the village had no intention of taking action against them. At the same time, ensuring Yami's safety was a priority. The two Jonin-level guards stationed nearby served as insurance, preventing any possibility of Shisui brainwashing Yami, or worse, outright attacking him. These high-level political players always had ulterior motives. A seemingly simple decision could carry 800 different calculations. In the courtyard. Yami, where do you want to start? Shisui asked gently. Danzō-sama mentioned that you have fire and wind release. Uchiha specializes in fire release, and we also have sword techniques that incorporate it. Shisui-senpai, I have something else to take care of this morning. Let's start training in the afternoon. If you want, you can come with me, Yami said. Where to? Shisui asked curiously. Half an hour later, Konoha Orphanage. Shisui stood at the entrance of a modest building. Konoha Orphanage. Come in, Yami said, waving him forward. Behind them, several shinobi carrying large supply packages followed them inside. The orphanage was located at the edge of the village. It wasn't particularly large, just a 3-story building with a courtyard about half the size of a football field. A bespectacled woman in her early 30s stood in the yard, playing with a group of 4- and 5-year-old children. She had a gentle smile, but her expression changed slightly when she saw Yami and the others approaching. Still, she quickly walked over to greet them. Little boy, what brings you here? She instinctively sensed that this 6-year-old was the leader of the group, so she addressed him directly. Are you Director Nono? Yami asked with a bright smile. My name is Shimura Yami. I'm Hiroki's classmate. I heard the orphanage has been struggling, sometimes even running out of food, so I brought some supplies. Shimura-kun. A boy Yami's age ran over. His face was full of gratitude, but no second-stage bond notification appeared. Nono's pupils contracted slightly, though her expression remained well-controlled. She smiled at the right moment. Thank you so much, Shimura-kun. It's nothing. My family has plenty of money, Yami said casually. Nono's lips twitched slightly. Meanwhile, Shisui, who had remained silent until now, looked at the small boy standing in front of him. His expression shifted slightly. Such a kind-hearted child, thinking of others at such a young age. Was this the will of fire? To be continued. Junk Dog's note, deal for bonus CHPS. For every 10 reviews equals 1 bonus CHPS. Every 200 PS equals 1 bonus CHP. And if by the end of the week we are T50 on the ranking, I'll be dropping 10 bonus CHPS. Go Wild XD. Chapter 11, serve them red pepper. The children at the orphanage enjoyed a rare feast. Naturally, Yami's gifts were not ordinary. Most of the food he brought consisted of various meats, a luxury for the orphans of Konoha's orphanage. Typically, they only had the chance to eat meat 2 or 3 times a month, and even then, the portions were small. So today's meal was truly a special treat. However, Yami himself wasn't in the best mood. His expression remained dark, and he spoke less and less. Is the food not to your liking? Nono cautiously observed his demeanor. I'm very sorry. The orphanage's chef isn't very skilled. If she were just an ordinary orphanage director, she wouldn't need to be so careful, even if Yami had donated valuable supplies. But unfortunately, being the orphanage director was only Nono's official identity. She also had another role. Yakushi Nono, an elite root operative. A spy who had completed countless dangerous missions, earning the title Wandering Miko. Most of the orphans in the orphanage possessed the potential to become shinobi, making them a valuable reserve force for Root. Nono was well aware of Danzō's ruthlessness. Yami was his last remaining relative, meaning she had to tread carefully. If she made a misstep and earned his resentment, her plans for retirement would be utterly ruined. That was why she paid such close attention to his mood swings. It's nothing. Yami shook his head slightly, quickly finishing the food in his bowl. He then placed his chopsticks down and said, "Director Nono, I have training this afternoon, so I won't stay much longer." As he stood up, Shirasue also stopped his conversation with the children. Yami walked over and looked at the white-haired boy who had been chatting with Shirasue earlier. "What's your name?" "Kabuto," the white-haired boy answered softly, gratitude evident in his eyes. "All right, Kabuto, I'll come to see you next time." Yami smiled, then left with Shirasue and the shinobi who had accompanied him. After spending half a day at the orphanage, Yami had interacted with nearly 200 orphans. However, aside from Nono, only 20 children had formed a bond with him and granted rewards. No wonder he wasn't pleased. Most of those 20 had basic chakra, and only a few had unique chakra attributes. If the rewards from Nono and Kabuto weren't decent, he would have been even more frustrated. Host has established a vigilance bond with Yakushi Nono, obtaining chakra control talent, excellent. Host has established a gratitude bond with Yakushi Kabuto, obtaining chakra control talent, genius. Chakra control talent might seem minor, but in reality, it was incredibly important. Tree climbing and water walking were just the most basic training exercises. The real challenge lay in accurately regulating chakra output during battle. In game terms, chakra was equivalent to mana. Having a large mana pool allowed for the use of more jutsu, but it didn't determine the strength of those techniques. A jutsu's power depended on multiple factors. The amount of chakra infused into the technique. The user's mastery of nature transformation. The inherent strength of the jutsu itself. Chakra control not only affected the maximum output of a single jutsu but also determined one's ability to learn high-level techniques. Take Uzumaki Naruto's wind release, Rasen Shuriken, for example. It required exceptional chakra control and advanced nature transformation mastery to even attempt. After integrating these rewards, Yami's chakra control talent hadn't reached the ultimate level, but it had improved significantly. Aside from Tsunade, his chakra control talent was now likely the best in the entire shinobi world. Yami returned to the Shimura clan estate to train with Shirasue. Since it was the first day, there was no structured training yet. Shirasue simply had Yami go all out against him, using every technique at his disposal, so he could assess his level. Without revealing his hidden nature transformations, Yami displayed his full strength. This impressed Shirasue repeatedly. At Yami's age, Shirasue himself had been much weaker. His rapid growth only began after awakening the Sharingan. Especially in Kenjutsu, no wonder Danzō had specifically asked him to mentor Yami. As the sun set, the afternoon of training quickly came to an end. Standing at the entrance, Shirasue smiled at Yami. "Yami, I'll bring the Uchiha clan's Kenjutsu scroll tomorrow. As for the body flicker technique, I'll teach it to you once your swordsmanship reaches a bottleneck. What do you think?" Yami nodded. "I'll follow your guidance, Shirasue-senpai." It was clear that Shirasue was genuinely investing in him. Not only was he willing to pass down Uchiha Kenjutsu, but he also intended to teach him the signature body flicker technique that had earned him fame. After watching Shirasue leave, Izumi, who had been starving, thought she could finally eat. However, she was soon pulled along by Yami, who bought a massive quantity of green peppers from the market. He then had Aburame Seiji and Yamanaka Ryo carry them to the orphanage. Under Nono's puzzled gaze, Yami, acting like a spoiled young master, ordered the orphanage's chef to stop preparing dinner and instead serve an all-green pepper banquet. In Konoha, green peppers were one of the most hated foods, both by children and many adults. Not only did they have a strong, distinct smell, but many found their taste unbearable, similar to how some people despised cilantro. To make matters worse, most of Konoha's cooking methods involved boiling or steaming them plainly. Even if someone could tolerate the smell, the taste was atrocious. The green peppers Yami had bought were essentially the entire market stock. Dish after dish of green peppers was served. As Nono lectured the children about the nutritional benefits of green peppers, they forced themselves to swallow the bitter meal, their expressions filled with agony. Seeing this, Yami grinned and announced loudly, "Don't worry. I'll bring even more green peppers next week. Eat them without hesitation." Wah! Finally, a young child couldn't hold back and burst into tears. It was like a chain reaction. Soon, wails and cries echoed throughout the orphanage. Nono and the caregivers scrambled to comfort the distraught children, while Yamanaka Ryo and Aburame Seiji's faces twitched uncontrollably. Their young master was truly wicked. As expected of Danzō's grandson. Yami chuckled in satisfaction. "Congratulations, host. To be continued." Junk Dog's note, deal for bonus CHPS. For every 10 reviews equals 1 bonus CHPS. Every 200 PS equals 1 bonus CHP. And if by the end of the week we are T50 on the ranking, I'll be dropping 10 bonus CHPS. Go wild XD. Chapter 12, Hatred is the Way Forward. After the green pepper feast, the orphanage was in an uproar, and Yami achieved exactly what he wanted. More than 100 bonds reached the first stage instantly. The system notifications came so rapidly that he could barely keep up, and some even provided 2 rewards at once. A realization dawned upon him. People rarely remember kindness, but hatred. Hatred leaves a deep impression. If he wanted to establish bonds with everyone, the fastest way wasn't by befriending them, that was impossible. But making them feel disgusted, fearful, or even hateful. Only emotions like hatred could unite even the 5 great nations in mutual understanding. Yami suddenly felt a twinge of regret. If he had Danzō's reputation and the fear he commanded, not to mention his ability to shift blame, then the rewards he could obtain from these bonds might have already made him invincible in the ninja world. Kabuto silently observed Yami. One moment, he was smiling, the next, his face returned to its usual indifference. Kabuto felt a strange sense of unease. This kid was terrifyingly unpredictable. Host has reached the second stage of the bond with Yakushi Kabuto. Reward, special talent, scientific research ability. Yami snapped out of his thoughts and glanced at Kabuto. What was this kid thinking about? How did he suddenly reach the second stage? At the Ninja Academy, Kazama Shuichi stood before the class with a serious expression. Tomorrow, we will hold this year's final exam. This test will assess everything you've learned over the past year and consists of 2 parts, a written test in the morning and a practical test in the afternoon. The 3rd Hokage will also be present to observe your performance. As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom erupted into chatter. The Hokage is coming? I've only seen him at the entrance ceremony. This is awesome. If I do well and get praised by the Hokage, my parents won't dare to scold me anymore. Although the ideological indoctrination wasn't as intense yet, the 3rd Hokage had ruled for over 20 years, and his prestige in the village was unmatched. The mere mention of his presence had the students excited. Even Itachi straightened his posture subconsciously. Kazama Shuichi remained patient, waiting for the excitement to die down before continuing. I hope all of you will perform your best. If anyone fails, their homework for next semester will be doubled. The noisy classroom instantly fell silent. The mischievous kids immediately sat up straight, and Shuichi dismissed the class. As usual, Yami walked home with Izumi. He wasn't particularly concerned about the 3rd Hokage's visit. Besides maintaining his presence and reinforcing his reputation, he knew that Hiruzen was most likely coming for Itachi. Every Uchiha genius caused unease within the village. Itachi wasn't just a genius, he was also the clan leader's son. Of course, Hiruzen would take an interest in him. Izumi, I plan to graduate after this exam. Huh. The little girl, who was enjoying a box of Chibi Maruko snacks, froze in surprise before growing anxious. Graduate early? Then I want to graduate early too. Having trained with Yami every day, Izumi knew his strength well. Forget just graduating, he was already strong enough to be a chunin. Even she had reached the level of a graduate. For some reason, whenever she trained with Yami, her mind felt sharper, and her progress skyrocketed compared to practicing at home. She had already mastered the 3 basic techniques and learned 2 fire release jutsu. Her only weakness was chakra capacity. Of course, that was only in comparison to adult shinobi. As an Uchiha, even without awakening her Sharingan, Izumi's chakra reserves far exceeded that of ordinary people. She was at least at the level of a genin. Izumi, you can't graduate yet. Yami stopped and looked at her seriously. The war isn't over. Even if you don't go to the battlefield, the missions you'd be assigned will still be dangerous. If you graduate in 2 years, things will be much better. Then stay in school with me. Izumi pouted, tension in her expression at the mention of war. We can graduate together after it's over. Izumi, I can't learn anything by staying in school, it would just be a waste of time. And don't worry about my safety. The village won't assign me anything too dangerous. After much persuasion, Yami finally convinced Izumi to give up on graduating early. Right now, he could barely protect himself, he had no extra energy to look after Izumi as well. If he stayed in school, he wouldn't be able to interact with more shinobi or form new bonds. He wouldn't be able to reach the second stage of his mother's legacy and elevate his talent. So, he had to graduate. Otherwise, he'd be stuck in the academy, repeating grades until he eventually graduated with Hanabi. Meanwhile, in the Uchiha district. In a small forest, several large trees were lined with targets. Uchiha Itachi, who had been practicing his shuriken techniques, suddenly stopped, as if processing some new information. After a moment, he opened his eyes again. Final exam. The 3rd Hokage. After absorbing the knowledge from his Shadow Clones report, Itachi showed no particular reaction and simply returned to training. Only when the scent of dinner filled the air did he finally gather his ninja tools and head home. Brother. Brother. A small figure wobbled out of the house. A gentle smile appeared on Uchiha Itachi's face as he took 2 quick steps forward and picked him up. Sasuke. Brother, hug me. Alright, come here. Holding little Sasuke, Itachi felt this was the happiest part of his day. A gentle voice called from the kitchen. Itachi, you're back. Go wash your hands and get ready for dinner. And help Sasuke wash up too. Got it, Mom. Carrying Sasuke, Itachi headed to the bathroom. That evening, during dinner, Uchiha Fugaku brought up the final exam. I heard the 3rd Hokage will be visiting the school. Make sure you perform well and don't disgrace the Uchiha name. Yes. Itachi gave a calm nod as he carefully removed the bones from his fish and placed small pieces into Sasuke's mouth. That was the end of their conversation. No one in the household considered a simple exam to be worth much attention. To be continued. We are already at 8 reviews, 2 more for bonus XD. Chapter 13, Shimura vs. Uchiha. The next day, the students arrived at the academy, and the exams began shortly after. In reality, students at the Ninja Academy worked quite hard. There was a lot to learn every day, even for first years. Basic chakra refinement, shuriken practice twice a week, 2 taijutsu classes daily, and on top of that, at least 4 hours of academic lessons. Compared to elementary schools in his previous life, this was already an intense workload. The subjects covered in the academic courses were incredibly diverse, covering physics, chemistry, poisons, as well as the history and geography of various nations, creating an odd mishmash of disciplines. Looking at the numbers and symbols on the test paper, Yami sighed before starting to answer the questions. Question: there is a ninja 30 meters away in the southeast direction. The wind is blowing from north to south at a speed of 10 meters per second. Please calculate the trajectory and describe the approximate throwing force needed. Answer: tie an explosive tag to the shuriken and throw it however you want. If it doesn't explode, I lose. Question: the assassination target is being guarded by 3 ninjas, positions shown in the diagram. Please design a route to complete the assassination and escape successfully. Answer: use the Flying Thunder God technique to kill the 3 guards first, eliminate the target, and exit the same way. Question: list 3 contributions the 3rd Hokage has made to Konoha. Answer: 1. Banned casinos in the village. 2. No more contributions. 3. Still no more contributions. Question: write an essay about your feelings for the village. Answer: my grandpa is the Hokage's advisor. In less than an hour, Yami completed the entire test. He didn't hand it in early but waited until the time was up to submit it along with his classmates. Just as he was about to leave with Izumi for lunch, Kazama Shuichi stopped him. Yami, Kazama Shuichi called out with a friendly expression. There will be a shuriken throwing test this afternoon. The 3rd Hokage wants to see your real abilities, not just your wealth. So, don't use explosive tags this time. Ever since Yami had shocked the class by attaching explosive tags to his shuriken, he had made a habit of blowing up multiple targets during practice. Shuichi had no way to stop him. But today was different. With the 3rd Hokage present, if Yami used explosive tags again, Shuichi would have no face left as a teacher. I won't use explosive tags, but in return, Kazama-sensei has to agree to one of my requests, Yami replied with a bright smile. In the afternoon, the first-year students gathered at the testing grounds. They didn't have to wait long before Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived, wearing his Hokage robe and hat, accompanied by his guards. The students became excited and rushed forward eagerly. Hiruzen waved off his guards and greeted the children with a kind smile. If not for his Hokage robe and hat, he would have seemed just like a friendly old man from the neighborhood. Yami didn't join the crowd. Instead, he stood at a distance, quietly observing the so-called Professor of Fire. Even though Hiruzen had a deep bond with his grandfather, this was actually Yami's first time seeing him in person. There were still 10 years before the events of the main story. Hiruzen's face wasn't as wrinkled yet, he was still under 60. Suddenly, as if sensing his gaze, Hiruzen, who had been chatting with a chubby boy, looked up. Their eyes met. After a brief pause, Hiruzen quickly recalled who he was and walked toward him with a group of people following. You must be Yami, Hiruzen said with a smile. That's right, Yami nodded. Hello, old monkey. The surrounding students and teachers were stunned. Kazama Shuichi's mouth hung open, with only one thought in his mind. It's over. My teaching career is over. Old monkey. Surprisingly, Hiruzen wasn't as angry as everyone expected. He simply frowned, then smacked Yami lightly on the head. That old fool Danzō must have taught you that. Don't pick up bad habits from him. Yami. This is bad. The biggest obstacle to farming bond rewards turns out to be my own grandfather. The sheer power of the blame Kage was terrifying. Hiruzen instantly assumed Yami's disrespect was Danzo's fault. Yami had dared to speak like that because, first, his identity protected him, and second, because of Hiruzen's carefully maintained image, he was bound to let a child's words slide. Unfortunately, not only did Hiruzen not take offense, but he also dismissed it entirely, meaning Yami didn't receive any bond rewards. Seeing Yami's gloomy expression, Hiruzen ruffled his hair. I'll be paying attention to your performance today. If I'm not satisfied, I'll be sure to complain to your grandfather. With that, he chuckled and walked away. The test began. One by one, students stepped forward for their shuriken throwing assessment. When it was Itachi's turn, Hiruzen, who had remained casual before, visibly straightened up. Watching Itachi launch 5 shurikens simultaneously, all hitting the bullseye, Hiruzen stroked his beard and nodded in approval. As expected of the Uchiha clan, their control over ninja tools is exceptional, even without the Sharingan. To his surprise, Yami used the exact same throwing technique. This is Uchiha Shuriken Jutsu. Even Itachi was caught off guard. As the son of the Uchiha clan leader, Itachi had access to classified information, and he had never heard of Yami receiving training in Uchiha techniques. Unknown to him, Danzō had forbidden Shursue from mentioning that he was mentoring Yami. Hiruzen whispered something to a nearby guard, his expression unreadable as he returned to his usual demeanor. Soon, the shuriken test ended, and the next stage, taijutsu sparring, began. The students whose names I call will come forward, make the seal of confrontation, and only start fighting when I give the signal. After the match, you must perform the seal of reconciliation, just as I taught you in class, Kazama Shuichi instructed. After announcing the rules, he called out the first pair. First match, Arakawa Kenta vs Horikawa Koichi. The two boys stepped into the ring. The first-year taijutsu fights weren't impressive. Their only advantage over regular children was their enhanced speed and strength due to chakra, but their techniques were crude. After just a few moves, Horikawa Koichi gave up due to the pain. Rubbing his stomach, he left the field with teary eyes. Kazama Shuichi shook his head helplessly and glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose face remained unreadable. Then he looked down at the match schedule, his gaze stopping at the final pairing. Second match, Shimura Yami vs Uchiha Itachi. The crowd erupted in excitement. To be continued. Chapter 14, let's show off together. Bonus. Itachi and Yami were both recognized as geniuses, whether in their class or the entire academy. Itachi had the advantage of his prestigious surname and always scored perfectly on tests. Yami, on the other hand, earned his reputation through sheer strength. Even senior students had been beaten by him, making him somewhat of a school bully. The two had never officially faced off, and their relative strength had been a topic of debate. Most students believed Itachi was stronger, after all, the Uchiha name carried significant weight. But today, they would finally see them fight. The entire class buzzed with excitement. Go, Yami. You have to win. Take down that arrogant Uchiha. They're both so cute. I can't decide. Whatever, Yami is cuter, go, Yami. The atmosphere was electric, and most students cheered for Yami, except for those who had been on the receiving end of his fists. Although he looked down on most of these brats, Yami wasn't the type to act aloof when approached, which made him surprisingly popular. Itachi, on the other hand, always seemed deep in thought, distant, unsociable. He fit the stereotype of the Uchiha perfectly. Even Hiruzen straightened in his seat, curiosity flickering in his eyes. In the clearing, Yami and Itachi stood a few meters apart, facing each other. At noon, Yami had specifically requested Kazama Shuichi to arrange this match. Graduating with the title of genius would leave a lasting impression, making it easier to establish bonds in the future. Of course, it also gave him an opportunity to beat up Itachi. Kazama Shuichi stepped forward. Both of you, make the seal of confrontation. At his command, Yami and Itachi raised their hands and formed the seal. Taking a few steps back, Shuichi then signaled the start. Itachi immediately took a stance, but what puzzled him was that Yami didn't move. Instead, Yami turned his head to Kazama Shuichi. Sensei, I don't think we'll be making the seal of reconciliation today. Before Shuichi could ask why, Yami suddenly charged forward. So fast. Gasps echoed through the crowd. The first-year students could only see a blur as Yami closed nearly 10 meters in an instant, appearing right in front of Itachi. Even Hiruzen's eyes widened slightly. This body flicker technique. It's just like Uchiha Shursue's. Itachi's instinct screamed danger. Seeing the incoming punch, he quickly raised his arms to block. But Yami was too fast. Before Itachi could fully react. Bang. A puff of smoke erupted. Itachi was gone. A shadow clone. Hiruzen shot to his feet. Even his guards were stunned. Compared to Yami's speed and strength, what shocked them more was the fact that he had learned the B-rank shadow clone jutsu in his first year and had even sent a clone to take his classes. "Sensei, I told you we wouldn't need the seal of reconciliation today," Yami said casually. "But it's fine. If Itachi comes to school tomorrow, we can fight again then." With that, Yami formed a hand seal and vanished into a puff of smoke. Another shadow clone. Hiruzen was completely speechless. Outside the academy, beneath the shade of a large tree, the real Yami lounged with his eyes closed, enjoying a nap. If he had simply used a shadow clone to defeat Itachi with a single punch, it wouldn't have been shocking enough. In the end, Itachi would still be the one standing in the spotlight, while Yami would become a mere stepping stone. So, before the match even started, he had quietly switched himself with a shadow clone. Now, he simply waited for the rewards to roll in. Host has established a bond with Yamanaka June reward, Earth Release Nature Transformation, excellent. Host has established a bond with Narashikaku. Reward, In Attribute Chakra, ordinary. Host has established a bond with Hirashi Eiji. Reward, plus 0.5 Standard Jonin Chakra. Host has established a bond with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Reward, Fire, Water, Wind, Earth, and Lightning attributes, genius. Yami's eyes lit up. Finally, Hiruzen had dropped a major reward. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was known as the Professor of Ninjutsu. Despite lacking a special bloodline limit, his mastery of all 5 elemental releases allowed him to combine them into powerful jutsu, making him a formidable Kage-level shinobi. His strength during the fight with Orochimaru couldn't be taken at face value. After all, he was an old man in his 70s, already stabbed before the battle even began. Expecting him to fight at full power was unrealistic. In truth, the third and fourth Hokage represented the peak of ordinary shinobi. The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, was also comparable, but his dust release belonged to the rare Kekkei Tota category, making it too unique to be a fair comparison. For Yami to gain 5 genius-level elemental affinities in just the first stage of his bond with Hiruzen. What about the second stage? Or the third? TSK. Old man, look at Hiruzen, then look at yourself. No wonder you never became Hokage. Yami chuckled, activated his body flicker technique, and disappeared from the tree in a blur. Meanwhile, back at the academy, the entire school was in an uproar. Kazama Shuichi was on the verge of fainting. Both students used shadow clones for the exam, and I had no idea. Continue the test. I'll question Yami and Itachi later, Hiruzen ordered, regaining his composure. Yes, Lord Hokage. By the time all students finished their tests, Hiruzen gave a few words of encouragement before leaving in a hurry. Summon Danzō and Uchiha Fugaku to my office. Understood. An umbu hidden in the shadows flickered away. Soon after, the two men arrived at the Hokage building, exchanging glances as they met. Uchiha Fugaku gave a slight bow. Danzō, expressionless as ever, merely paused for 2 seconds before striding into the building. That night. After leaving the Hokage building, Danzō returned home immediately. Yami, are you awake? I'm up. Yami opened his bedroom door and walked downstairs, holding a book. Danzō nodded approvingly. You did well today. Watching the Uchiha suffer a setback always pleased him. But seeing his own grandson deal the blow. Even better. It was just a shadow clone, no big deal, Yami replied casually. Yes, a single shadow clone isn't enough, Danzō agreed. Which is why you'll fight again tomorrow. Hiruzen, I, and the 2 other elders will be there. Uchiha Fugaku will also come to observe. Yami, do you have the confidence to defeat Uchiha Itachi? To be continued. Bonus for 10 reviews, next bonus at 20 reviews XD. Chapter 15, Keep Calm and Blame Danzō. At the same time, within the Uchiha clan, Fugaku and Itachi sat across from each other. I'm sorry, father. I disappointed you, Itachi said softly, lowering his head. Fugaku had been strict with Itachi since he was a child. At the age of 4, he had taken him to the battlefield to teach him the harsh realities of the shinobi world. Itachi understood his father's expectations and had trained diligently. Yet today, he had been defeated in a single blow. Yami's speed was overwhelming. Itachi's eyes could follow it, but his body couldn't keep up. And, there was something else that troubled him. Don't apologize. Learning the shadow clone jutsu at your age and using it to attend class the whole day is already impressive, Fugaku said in a low but satisfied tone, showing no disappointment. Itachi's talent had exceeded his expectations. As per the Hokage's request, you will fight Shimura again tomorrow. If you perform well, you may be allowed to graduate early, Fugaku continued. Don't worry, father. I will do my best to defeat him, Itachi said seriously. Tell me everything that happened today. I'll help you analyze it. Yes. In truth, there wasn't much to say, he had been taken down in a single move. But he still voiced his doubts. Fugaku frowned. Uchiha Shuriken Jutsu, and Shursue's body flicker technique. Shursue is likely training Shimura. Itachi couldn't help but ask, then why didn't Shursue tell me? Foolish. Fugaku scolded. This is Shursue's mission. Shimura is Danzō's grandson, do you think information about him can be leaked so easily? If Shursue had told you, it would have caused major trouble. I understand, father, Itachi said, bowing his head further. A shinobi must be careful with their words and actions. Always think before you speak, Fugaku admonished, then waved his hand dismissively. As for tomorrow's battle, your chances of winning are slim. But don't be discouraged, Uchiha's true strength doesn't lie in basic ninjutsu or taijutsu, but in the Sharingan. Speed alone isn't everything. Once you awaken your eyes, you will surpass Shimura Yami soon enough. After listening to Itachi's description and making his own deductions, Fugaku knew the gap between them was too wide to be closed in a short time. Go rest. Even if you lose tomorrow, you must display your talent and strength to the village. That way, you can graduate early. Yes. Returning to his room, Itachi lay in bed, replaying the memory sent back by his shadow clone. Sleep did not come easily. Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, these are the test papers of Uchiha Itachi and Shimura Yami, Kazama Shuichi said, placing the documents on the desk with a conflicted expression. Hiruzen, busy reviewing other reports, didn't notice his troubled look. He simply nodded and gestured for Shuichi to leave. Half an hour later, after finishing his paperwork, Hiruzen picked up the test papers, eager to assess the academic performance of the two students. As expected, Uchiha Itachi's paper was flawless. His level far exceeded that of an average first-year student. But when Hiruzen looked at Yami's test, he froze. What the hell is this? Yami had answered all the multiple-choice and fill-in-the-blank questions correctly, earning full marks. But the essay section, especially the last question. Bang. Hiruzen slammed his hand on the desk. I've been Hokage for 20 years, and my only accomplishment is banning casinos. Danzō, this is your fault. How did such a good child end up like this? You bastard. Meanwhile, in another location, Danzō, in the middle of arranging a new round of secret missions, suddenly sneezed twice. His expression darkened. Damn Sarutobi Hiruzen. He must be jealous that I have such an outstanding grandson. The night passed quickly. With the exams over, the academy was about to enter a month-long break, and the once lively campus had become quiet. Except for one place, the training grounds where the first-year students had tested the previous day. A row of tables had been set up along the edge of the clearing. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzō, and the two other elders sat behind them. A dozen shinobi stood around, including Uchiha Fugaku. Word had spread, and many others had come to watch. Konoha had never lacked geniuses, but this situation was different. One was a member of the Uchiha clan. The other was the grandson of Shimura Danzō. With such a background, their match had instantly become the talk of the village. Had it not been for many jonin being away on missions, the audience would have been twice as large. At precisely 9 o'clock, Yami and Itachi stood 10 meters apart, just as they had yesterday. But this time, both were here in person. The referee had been changed from the rookie Chunin Kazama Shuichi to an umbu in a cat mask disguise. The battle rules are as follows, the umbu announced in a cold voice. If one participant loses combat ability or the referee determines they can no longer continue, they will be declared the loser. Now, before we begin. No need. Yami interrupted him without hesitation. The umbu frowned, his gaze turning cold, but before he could speak, he suddenly felt multiple killing intents lock onto him. His expression stiffened, and he quickly composed himself. This is the rule, Shimura. I already made the seal of confrontation with him yesterday. This is just a continuation of that fight, there's no need to be so formal. Fine. The umbu reluctantly stepped back. Hiruzen smiled at Danzō. Danzō, your grandson is quite unique. Danzō, however, didn't even look at Hiruzen. No, your Asuma is still better. Hiruzen's smile vanished. Recently, his youngest son had been in a rebellious phase, arguing with him at home almost daily. It had become a major source of frustration. And now, Danzō had deliberately poked at his sore spot. Yudatane Koharu and Mito Kato Hamura, seated nearby, struggled to hold back their laughter. These two old men had been bickering since childhood. Some things never changed. To be continued. Bonus for 200 horsepower. Next bonus at 400 horsepower. Hope you're enjoying the FF so far XD. Chapter 16, Awakening the Sharingan. Yami looked at Itachi with a solemn expression. He not only needed to win this battle but had to do so without revealing too much of his true strength. According to the experience of countless reincarnators, if he displayed too much talent, he would attract Danzō's attention. Then, the so-called orthodox faction would regret their oversight, and Danzō would secretly scheme against him. No, wait, he was Danzō's grandson. That was fine. Yami's expression relaxed. The culprit turned out to be himself. What was there to fear? Itachi observed Yami's shifting expression with some confusion. However, before he could think further, the cat-masked Umbu announced the match. The battle begins. The Umbu's whistle sounded, and both moved simultaneously. One advanced. The other retreated. Yami gave chase, while Itachi evaded. Even as he moved to maintain distance, Itachi's hands remained active. His fingers trembled slightly, and in an instant, dozens of shuriken shot out. Each one was connected by nearly invisible silk threads. With a precise tug, the trajectories of the shuriken changed. Some continued to block Yami from the front, while others curved around from both sides, forming a massive net designed to trap him completely. The essence of the body flicker technique was not true teleportation. Rather, it used chakra to enhance one's physical speed dramatically. Since Itachi had trained with Uchiha Shurasui, he naturally knew how to counter it. Many observing shinobi couldn't help but nod in approval. It had appeared. The Uchiha clan's shuriken jutsu. With the precision granted by the Sharingan and the chakra control that came with advanced mental acuity, the Uchiha clan had elevated shuriken techniques to an art form. They could manipulate them mid-flight using silk threads, creating unpredictable and near impossible to defend attacks. But, this Itachi was still blind. Chief Fugaku has indeed raised an outstanding son, a Jonin sighed. Yes, another Uchiha Shurasui in the making. Who knows what name he'll carve for himself in the future. As expected of Konoha's strongest clan, endless geniuses. Hearing the Jonin's praises, Fugaku almost smiled. He even used chakra to suppress the corners of his mouth from curling up. However, he failed to notice the four elders led by Hiruzen. None of them smiled. They simply watched with expressionless faces. On the battlefield, Yami and Itachi continued to maintain a certain distance. It seemed as if Itachi's strategy had worked, but something was off. Itachi's expression changed slightly. Yami suddenly sprinted forward again. Itachi instinctively pulled his threads to intercept, only to realize his kunai and shuriken had all been tangled together into a messy ball. Recalling Yami's seemingly erratic movements from before, realization struck. What had appeared to be random, aimless spinning was actually a deliberate strategy to entangle his threads. You think I let you jump around for so long because I was afraid? Yami smirked. I was just giving Shurasui some face. But now, this farce ends. Swish. Yami activated the body flicker technique and instantly closed the distance. He launched a straight punch. Itachi instinctively raised his arms to block, but pain. A sharp, piercing sensation shot through his arms as his entire body was sent flying. The impact made Itachi feel as if he were facing a fully matured ninja, not a peer. Their physical strength wasn't even on the same level. Using the force of the blow, he flipped backward to regain distance. Ignoring the pain, he quickly formed hand seals. By the time he landed, only 2 seals remained. Tiger Ram. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted from his mouth, rapidly expanding to 5 meters in diameter as it surged forward with intense heat waves. However, Yami had already predicted his move. The moment Itachi began forming seals, Yami and his shadow clone started forming their own. Boom. A cloud of smoke erupted as the clone appeared. However, its hand seals were different from Yami's. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. The 2 jutsu merged. Explosion wind dance. In an instant, a powerful combination technique was formed. The wind fueled the flames, and the flames empowered the wind, amplifying each other exponentially. A raging fire dragon spun violently, roaring toward Itachi's incoming fireball. Boom. The fireball exploded upon impact, yet the fire dragon continued to surge forward. Itachi's pupils contracted sharply. He hadn't expected his great fireball technique to be overwhelmed so effortlessly. Under the boost from wind release, the fire dragon's speed increased rather than decreased. Its size also expanded rapidly. The roaring flames reflected in Itachi's eyes. There was no time to dodge. At the last moment. Earth release, earth-style wall. A sturdy wall of earth abruptly rose from the ground, blocking the flames. When the fire dissipated, the earthen wall had crumbled into pieces, revealing the figure behind it. Uchiha Fugaku. The Uchiha clan leader stood with a solemn expression, gazing at Yami through the remnants of the wall. Itachi lost this battle, Shimura Yami. No, father. I haven't. Shut up. Fugaku suddenly turned, but as he looked at his son, his eyes widened in shock. Itachi's eyes were blood red. A single tomo hung in each pupil. Itachi, have you awakened the Sharingan? Fugaku's anger instantly vanished, replaced by astonishment. Before he could say another word, Itachi collapsed to the ground. Ding! The host's rival bond with Uchiha Itachi has reached the second stage. Reward, Uchiha bloodline, rich. Fugaku swiftly picked up his son and turned toward the Hokage's table. Hokage-sama, I need to take Itachi for medical treatment. I'll take my leave. Go, Fugaku, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, still shrouded beneath his bamboo hat. His expression remained unreadable. When he wakes, congratulate him on becoming a genin for me. Danzō remained silent, his lowered head casting a shadow over his face. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Fugaku bowed slightly before vanishing with a body flicker technique, rushing toward Konoha Hospital. Watching them leave, Yami exhaled softly. It seems I won't have a chance to complete the reconciliation seal after all. To be continued. Chapter 17, Hiruzen's defense is broken. As Fugaku left, the battle was officially declared over. Hiruzen turned to leave, and the observing shinobi gradually dispersed. Meanwhile, Danzō approached Yami, patted his shoulder, and, unable to contain his joy, let a smile slip. Though, on his face, it looked a bit unsettling. Yami, you did well, but don't get complacent. The cursed Uchiha awakened his Sharingan at this moment. Uchiha Itachi's strength will soon surge. You must continue working hard, or he'll catch up to you. Yami waved his hand dismissively. So what if he has the Sharingan? He thinks he can surpass me after losing to me. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He'll only be chasing my back for the rest of his life. Danzō's eye twitched. Where did this arrogant personality of his grandson come from? Shouldn't he be more like himself, reserved, cautious, a scheming old man? Danzō wanted to warn him about the terror of the Mangekyo Sharingan, but this wasn't the time or place to discuss such things. Instead, he simply instructed Yami to wait for him at home that evening before hurriedly setting off after Sarutobi Hiruzen. At the Hokage's office, Danzō didn't bother knocking. He pushed the door open and strode inside. Hiruzen stood by the window, gazing over the village. Drop the act. There's no one else here, Danzō sneered as he took a seat across from the Hokage's desk. I don't know what you're talking about, Hiruzen replied without even turning around. A child of 7. You and I both know what he'll become in the future. With Uchiha Shisui and now Uchiha Itachi, tell me, Hiruzen, is this still our Konoha, or will it become Uchiha's Konoha? Hiruzen's eyes darkened, and silence filled the office. A long, heavy sigh eventually broke the stillness. Danzō, the war isn't over yet. We need the Uchiha strength. Danzō sneered again. Hiruzen, you never change. Decades have passed, yet you still cling to the same old tactics. You want both honor and results. But that's fine. Your indecisiveness allows root to grow. And one day, my roots will break through the ground and take over the entire tree. Enough about Uchiha, Danzō said. Let's talk about Yami. Hiruzen returned to his seat, his expression softening into that of the benevolent Hokage he portrayed before the public. Even with Uchiha Itachi's talent, your Yami defeated him effortlessly. His mastery of fire and wind release, impressive. Hiruzen's keen eyes had caught many details from Yami's battle. In general, a ninjutsu clash was determined by chakra output and nature transformation proficiency. Judging by the scale of the jutsu used, Yami hadn't expended much chakra. His fire release, dragon fire technique and wind release, great breakthrough together barely exceeded the chakra cost of a great fireball technique. Yet, he had overpowered Itachi's great fireball technique and nearly shattered Fugaku's earth-style wall. This was purely due to nature transformation, the technique's quality was exceptionally high. What pleased Hiruzen even more was Yami's fighting style. Combination ninjutsu, wasn't that his specialty? Hiruzen possessed no Kekkei Genkai, nor did he wield yin-yang release techniques. Instead, he had mastered all 5 elemental releases, refining his nature transformation to the absolute limit and developing an array of combination jutsu. If the timing had been more appropriate, Hiruzen might have slammed the table, stood up, and declared. This kid is just like me. Once his desire for talent took root, it became unstoppable. Hiruzen finally revealed his true intentions. Danzō, Yami is an exceptional talent. You can't train him properly. Let me train him. I guarantee he'll become the backbone of Konoha. In your dreams. Danzō's expression twisted in anger as he slammed the table. The loud impact echoed outside the office. Yami is my grandson. I will handle his future myself. You don't need to meddle with your false benevolence. They had known each other for decades. Danzō understood Hiruzen's ways. This was brainwashing. If Yami fell for it, he'd turn into one of those wall of fire fanatics, constantly chanting about Konoha's bright future. That was unacceptable. Hiruzen frowned. Danzō, your nature is too dark. A talent like Yami mustn't be ruined by your twisted ideology. He is still a child. He needs proper guidance. If he stays with me, I will teach him how to become an excellent shinobi. Danzō was so infuriated that he cursed outright. Excellent shinobi. None of your 3 disciples have turned out right. One indulges in women, one is a gambler, and the last is addicted to drugs. 2 of them have even abandoned Konoha. And you expect me to entrust Yami to you? Hiruzen's face turned red. Lies could be ignored. But the truth? The truth cut deep. His 3 disciples were his greatest failure. And Danzō had struck precisely at his weakest point. And worse. Danzō had insulted his intelligence. For years, Hiruzen had always prided himself on outmaneuvering Danzō with wit. But today, the roles were reversed. You really won't hand over Yami to me? Hiruzen asked. Hiruzen, I am his grandfather. Danzō, you'll regret this. Bang. Hiruzen stormed out of the office, slamming the door shut. He didn't realize what had happened until he was halfway down the hallway. Wait. This is my office. Danzō should be the one leaving. Realizing this, he quickly turned around, pushed the door open, and glared at Danzō. Danzō. This is my office. You should be the one leaving. Inside, Danzō was trying not to laugh. For years, he was always the one storming out. But today, Hiruzen was the one who lost his temper. Of course, on the surface, Danzō remained composed, the ever-calculating leader of Root. Had he laughed now, Hiruzen might have truly snapped. You don't need to worry about Yami's future, Danzō said calmly as he finally stood to leave. Hiruzen sighed heavily. He envied Danzō. At least Danzō had a grandson. Meanwhile, his own son, Sarutobi Shinosuke, had been married for years but still had no children. Always off on missions with his wife. And as for his youngest son, still single. No. This couldn't go on. Shinosuke. Hiruzen called. Moments later, an umbu in a dog-masked uniform entered the office. Hiruzen locked eyes with him and issued a command in an undeniable tone. Starting today, you're on leave. Go home and work on giving me a grandson. Until you do, don't bother returning to umbu. Sarutobi Shinosuke. To be continued. Chapter 18, not his match. Inside a private room at Konoha Hospital. Itachi had regained consciousness. He hadn't suffered any serious injuries, only his fist had been fractured from striking Yami. The reason he fainted was that his body couldn't withstand the sudden surge in mental power caused by awakening the Sharingan. It was a natural self-protection mechanism. After resting for a while, he had woken up. At that moment, Shisui arrived. The day before, Shisui had heard about the duel between Itachi and Yami, but an urgent mission had suddenly come up. He had hurriedly completed it and rushed back. Yet, he was still too late. He had chased all the way to Konoha Hospital, only to find Itachi lying in bed. When Itachi opened his eyes, the first thing he saw were 2 familiar faces, both filled with concern. Father, brother Shisui. Itachi, you're awake. Shisui smiled. I did my best to rush back, but I was still a step too late. I heard it was an exciting match. Don't be discouraged, it's normal to lose to Yami-kun. If you keep working hard, you'll definitely catch up to him one day. That's right, Uchiha Fugaku nodded approvingly. Winning or losing at this stage doesn't matter. More importantly, you've awakened the Sharingan. That alone is a remarkable achievement. Awakening the Sharingan at 7 years old was extremely rare in the post-Sengoku era. The last person to do so had been Shisui himself. And, Itachi was even half a year younger than Shisui had been at the time. As expected of his son. Yet, despite their words of encouragement, Itachi remained silent, his expression somewhat blank. Fugaku considered this for a moment before excusing himself from the room. Although his son was usually calm and mature, Fugaku knew that, deep down, Itachi was still an Uchiha, proud and ambitious. Losing to a shinobi from outside the clan was undoubtedly a heavy blow. There was nothing more he could say. Perhaps Shisui, who was closer in age, could get through to him. With Fugaku gone, the atmosphere in the ward lightened slightly. At least, Itachi finally spoke. Brother Shisui, did you teach Shimura Yami the Uchiha Shuriken technique and body flicker technique? Shisui blinked in surprise. He hadn't expected that to be Itachi's first question. Still, he nodded. Yes. Itachi's expression changed slightly. He sat up in bed. Since you're his teacher, how big is the gap between us? Shisui smiled wryly. He didn't answer. He simply shook his head. Itachi clenched his fists. Now that I've awakened the Sharingan, do I still not have a chance to win? With the Sharingan, his mental strength had increased drastically. And since chakra was a combination of physical and mental energy, his overall chakra reserves had also improved. Itachi even wanted to challenge Yami again. Yet, Shisui still believed he would lose. Itachi. Shisui sighed. The Sharingan is not omnipotent. Seeing the stubborn determination in Itachi's gaze, Shisui softened his voice. You've only just awakened your Sharingan. You haven't mastered it yet. Besides, a one-tomo Sharingan isn't all that powerful, it simply enhances perception. Even without the Sharingan, Yami's dynamic vision is already terrifying. You still have no chance of winning. Itachi's eyes darkened. Is Shimura Yami really that strong? At the age of 4, he had followed his father to the battlefield and killed enemy shinobi with his own hands. And Shimura Yami? A spoiled clan heir, notorious for lazing around the village, eating and drinking at restaurants without paying. Yes, without paying. Yet, Shisui still thought Itachi couldn't win. Itachi. Shisui looked directly at him and spoke in a serious tone. Yami-kun is far more terrifying than you think. And to be honest, I have nothing left to teach him. Itachi's eyes widened in disbelief. That's impossible. To Itachi, Shisui was the strongest shinobi he knew, stronger even than his father. Shisui had mastered numerous ninjutsu, was a prodigy in taijutsu, and possessed the strongest three-tomo Sharingan. And yet, even he claimed he was no longer qualified to teach Yami. If even Shisui wasn't qualified, then who in the village was? The Hokage. It's not that Yami-kun's strength has surpassed mine, Shisui clarified. It's his talent and his learning speed. Some things I probably shouldn't tell you. But, as an exception, I'll share them with you. You mustn't tell anyone, not even clan leader Fugaku. Shisui's face grew serious. Itachi straightened. I understand, Shisui. I won't tell anyone. Shisui exhaled. He learns too fast. In just 1 week, he mastered the Uchiha Shuriken technique. In a single month, he learned all my fire release ninjutsu. 1 month after that, he completely mastered the body flicker technique. After 6 months. In a pure kenjutsu duel, we fought to a draw. From that day on, I never taught him again. Yami doesn't need skills or jutsu. He only needs time to grow. Silence. Shimura Yami knows swordsmanship. Itachi's voice was hollow. He knew how strong Shisui's kenjutsu was. With body flicker and genjutsu, Shisui could eliminate an enemy with a single strike. Yet, Yami held his own. No. Shisui corrected him. Swordsmanship isn't just something he knows. It's his strongest weapon. Complete silence. Itachi sat motionless. Did this mean he wasn't even worthy of Yami taking him seriously? Shisui looked at his expression and sighed. Itachi was extraordinarily talented. Among his peers, no one could match him. But fate had put him in the same generation as Shimura Yami. Fortunately, with the Sharingan, Itachi still had hope of catching up. After a long silence, seeing that Itachi had finally processed everything, Shisui spoke again. Itachi, even though you've awakened the Sharingan, there's something very important you need to remember. His voice was more serious than before. Itachi frowned. What is it? Shisui met his gaze. Until your body is fully developed. Use the Sharingan as little as possible. Otherwise, it will cause irreversible damage to your body. Elsewhere, in the village. On a quiet, grassy field, 2 figures lay side by side, gazing at the sky. The young man murmured softly. Honestly, awakening the Sharingan too early isn't necessarily a good thing. To be continued. Chapter 19, Otsutsuki Tuchi. Why? Izumi asked curiously. She had also been present at the duel that morning. However, upon seeing so many Jonin and even the Hokage in attendance, she had hesitated to approach and instead hid under a large tree, quietly watching from afar. The two of them had been discussing Itachi awakening his Sharingan, and Izumi had spoken with clear envy. For any Uchiha, awakening the Sharingan was always an important milestone. But looking at Shimura Yami, it seemed like she didn't think it was such a good thing. Because it's too early, Yami replied, reaching out to ruffle Izumi's soft black hair. Izumi had been growing her hair since childhood, it was long, smooth, and had a wonderful texture. Izumi pouted and swatted Yami's hand away. She had spent so much time caring for her hair that morning, and in an instant, it was ruined. Yami chuckled and continued explaining, there are many benefits to awakening the Sharingan, but we're still kids. Our bodies haven't fully developed yet, and we're in a period of rapid growth. If the Sharingan is awakened too early, it disrupts the balance between mind and body, essentially forcing our bodies to endure unnecessary strain. Overuse can lead to serious consequences, even illness. Yami strongly suspected that Uchiha Itachi's frail health in the future was directly related to awakening the Sharingan and later the Mangekyo too early. The human cells in this world were 3 times more active than in his previous life, leading to faster development, but even so, awakening the Sharingan at 6 or 7 years old was simply too extreme. It was an undeniable overload. Throughout his time at the Ninja Academy, Yami had observed that Itachi was quite strong and didn't seem sickly at all. It must have been that, as a child, he didn't understand the importance of preserving his pupil power, so he used it recklessly and paid the price as he got older. Hearing his serious words, Izumi shrank back slightly, curling up into a small ball. Her envy of Uchiha Itachi disappeared instantly. Then, her curiosity returned. Yami, how do you know so much? The elders in the clan never mentioned anything like this. In fact, they always tell us to awaken our Sharingan as soon as possible. Shimura Yami answered calmly, because my old man said so. He's the Hokage's advisor, he knows things. I see, Izumi said, nodding as if everything made perfect sense. After a while, lunchtime arrived. Yami took Izumi to the famous Ichiraku ramen in Konoha. Otsutsuki Ichiraku. That was just a joke. Tucci was simply an ordinary old man who made ramen. Well, calling him an old man might not be accurate, there were still more than 10 years before the main story began. At most, he was in his 30s. But his cooking skills were truly top-notch. The Shimura and Uchiha clans were both frequent customers at Ichiraku ramen. Every time, Yami would order a large bowl of chashu ramen with 2 extra croquettes. Izumi, having a much smaller appetite, would be satisfied with a regular bowl. But this time, Yami noticed something interesting. A girl about their age was in the kitchen, kneading dough by hand. When adding water, she carefully poured it in little by little, afraid of overdoing it. Tucci, turning around unintentionally, noticed Yami watching his daughter. Smiling, he introduced her, this is my daughter, Ayam. She doesn't have the talent to become a ninja like you two, so she didn't attend the academy. Instead, she's learning the family trade here in the shop. Ayam shyly hid behind Tucci, nodding slightly at Yami and Izumi. In her mind, she was thinking, this boy is really handsome. Truth be told, Yami's parents had excellent genes. His mother had a classic oval-shaped face. As for his father, don't let Danzō's current appearance fool you, his face looking like a battlefield was the result of countless injuries. Back in his youth, he had been one of the most handsome boys in the nearby villages. He could even make Tsunade and Shizen blush. So naturally, Yami's father had been quite good-looking. With the best features from both parents, optimized and refined, Yami was destined to be a walking disaster once he grew up. After finishing their meal, Yami escorted Izumi back to the Uchiha compound before heading home to reflect on the day's gains. Defeating Itachi in such a decisive manner had brought him considerable benefits, especially since most of the spectators had been elite jonin or high-ranking shinobi. Their strong impressions of him had resulted in highly valuable rewards. Host has established a bond with Gecko High 8. Reward: 3 standard Chunin chakras. Host has established a bond with Sarutobi Shinasuke. Reward: Fire Chakra Nature Transformation, excellent. Host has established a bond with Reido Namishi. Reward: Space Ninjutsu Talent, 1/3. More than 10 people had been present as bystanders, each providing first-stage rewards. But the most precious one was undoubtedly the Space Ninjutsu Talent. This was the second space talent fragment he had obtained. The first fragment, also 1/3, had come as a second-stage reward from his bond with Uchiha Izumi. Reido Namishi. Shimura Yami recalled that he was a special jonin in the village, known for serving as one of the 4th Hokage's personal guards alongside Shiranui Genma and Iwashi Tatame. The 3 of them were capable of jointly activating the Flying Thunder God formation, so it made sense that he possessed spatial talent. Still, Yami was surprised to receive a space-related reward at the first stage of their bond. It seemed today was truly his lucky day. With just one more fragment, he would finally be able to attempt the Flying Thunder God technique. Without the power of the 6 paths, almost no one could threaten a shinobi who had mastered Flying Thunder God, except through highly specific countermeasures. Status panel. Name: Shimura Yami. Gender: male. Age: 7 years old. Date of birth: April 1st, year 46, Konoha calendar. Chakra attributes: Fire, Ultimate, Wind, Ultimate, Earth, Genius, Water, Genius, Thunder, Genius, Yin, Genius, Yang, Genius. Total chakra, 5 cards, 1 card is almost equal to 5 standard Jonin chakras. Chakra control talent, genius. Mastered ninjutsu, 3 basic techniques, proficient, 5 basic nature releases, various levels. Nature transformation, wind release, mastery, fire release, proficient, earth release, proficient, water release, proficient. Special talents, father's expectations, mother's love, senju bloodline, thin, underdevelopment, swordsmanship genius, stealth mastery, ninja world darkness, mother-in-law's expectation, space ninjutsu talent, 2/3, Uchiha bloodline, rich. Evaluation, Jonin level with weaknesses, focus on leveraging your strengths in battle. Yami was admiring the impressive status panel he had built up over the past year when there was a sudden noise at the gate. Danzō stepped into the courtyard, holding a ninja forehead protector in his hand. To be continued. Bonus CHPS if we get to 20 reviews. Chapter 20, Rewards. Yami, congratulations. Danzō handed the forehead protector to Yami's small hands, his smile unwavering since stepping into the room. From today onward, you're officially a ninja. Danzō encouraged him, although you're not the youngest Chunin, times are different now. You have the potential to become the youngest Jonin in the village. Keep working hard. The youngest Jonin in Konoha's history was Hatake Kakashi, who achieved the rank at just 12 years old. However, Yami had both the talent and background to surpass him. Yami held the Konoha forehead protector, contemplating where to wear it. His forehead wasn't particularly wide, so he didn't want to wear it on his head and ruin his appearance. Just then, the system prompt chimed in at the perfect moment. Host has established a bond with Konoha Village, acquired organization status, Genin, and obtained the special state, leaning against a big tree. Effect, within the land of fire, training speed increases by 20%, and chakra recovery speed increases by 20%. The effect strengthens as rank advances. Congratulations, host, for becoming a Konoha Genin and reaching the first stage of Mother's Love. Do you wish to claim your reward? Note, rewards expire after 24 hours. Not yet. Silently responding in his mind, Yami looked up at Danzō and grinned. Old man, what's the point of being the youngest Jonin? If I'm aiming for something, it should be to become the youngest Hokage. Originally, he hadn't cared much about formal affiliation. As the true prince of Konoha, even Jonin wouldn't dare act arrogantly around him, lest they be targeted by Danzō. But upon receiving the system's notification, Yami immediately changed his stance. No one in this world could be completely trusted, only his own strength was truly reliable. Good. Danzō's lone eye gleamed with excitement. You have ambition, as expected of my grandson. The position of Hokage should have belonged to our Shimura clan. Don't worry, I'll become Hokage as soon as possible to pave the way for you. Danzō calculated that he could still work for another 20 years. By then, Yami would be under 30, at the peak of his career, just the right age to assume the role of Hokage. Then Yami would have children and grandchildren. With proper grooming, perhaps Hokage could become a hereditary position, much like the daimyo. The thought ignited a fire in Danzō's heart, making him want to overthrow Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately. But that was merely a fantasy. For now, the most pressing matter was arranging Yami's next steps. Danzō calmed his excitement and spoke in a serious tone. Now that you're a Genin, Konoha's tradition dictates that a Jonin instructor and 2 teammates must be assigned to you. But your situation, and Uchiha Itachi's, is unique. Only the 2 of you graduated early, and all the teams for this year's graduates have already been formed. I'm not teaming up with Uchiha Itachi. Yami immediately shook his head like a rattle. That would be a disaster. In the original timeline, Uchiha Itachi had awakened his Sharingan a year later than this, and the catalyst had been the death of his teammate. Then you won't team up with him. Danzō nodded slightly. Let Hiruzen deal with Uchiha Itachi. You'll train at Root for a while, and I'll arrange your Jonin instructor and teammates later. Fine by me. Yami agreed without hesitation. It was the perfect opportunity to farm rewards from the members of Root. After finalizing the plan, Yami and Danzō had dinner together. Later, using an excuse, Yami retreated to his room to claim his rewards. It was a shame the system only gave a 24-hour window. Otherwise, he would have saved up all his attributes and maxed them out before claiming them, potentially reaching the limit break threshold in one go. And what was limit break? At the very least, it meant standing at the level of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Unfortunately, the system was too well designed and wouldn't allow such an exploit. In fact, Yami had considered staying in the academy until he maxed out all his attributes before leaving, but after careful thought, he dismissed the idea. He couldn't limit himself just because of a single talent effect. The academy had too few people to interact with, only by stepping into the real world as a shinobi could he truly build connections and advance his strength. That was why he chose to graduate now. What did talent matter? With enough effort, he could still reach the limit break level. System, claim rewards. Yami muttered in his heart. The system didn't respond, it wasn't particularly intelligent, only capable of answering basic rules-related questions. Instead, the rewards were quietly distributed. A wave of warmth spread through Yami's body. His cell activity and chakra vitality surged by an entire level. And his total chakra began increasing rapidly. Checking his system panel, he watched as the numbers climbed. 5.2 cards. 5.7 cards. 6.2 cards. 6.5 cards. 7 cards. After about 10 minutes, the numbers finally settled at 9 cards. Meanwhile, in his special talents, his Senju bloodline, thin, under development, had changed to Senju bloodline, normal. But as for wood release, there wasn't a trace of it. Many people mistakenly believed that wood release and the Senju bloodline were inherently linked. But in reality, that wasn't true. The Senju were the Senju, and wood release was wood release. Across thousands of years of history, the only shinobi to naturally awaken wood release had been Senju Hashirama. Even whether the Sage of Six Paths could use wood release was debatable. It wasn't the Senju who were special, it was Hashirama himself. No one knew exactly how that monster had created such an absurd Kekkei, one that even connected to the god tree itself. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Yami's eyes, making him instinctively cover them with his hands. A warm liquid trickled down his face. When he pulled his hands away, he saw streaks of blood tears staining his arms. And when he opened his eyes again, Yami's pupils had turned a deep, blood-red color. Within each eye, a single tomo had appeared. To be continued. Chapter 21, The First Lesson of Becoming a Ninja, Killing, Bonus. Standing in front of the mirror, gazing at the single tomo in his eyes, Yami couldn't help but curse inwardly. He had just told Izumi that awakening the Sharingan too early was bad for the body, yet here he was, having awakened it overnight. On the system panel, his Uchiha bloodline had advanced from rich to ultimate. Feeling the steady surge of pupil power within his eyes, Yami suspected that he could naturally develop up to 3 tomo without any external stimulation. As for the Mangekyo Sharingan, he couldn't be certain, but unlocking it would undoubtedly be far easier for him than for most. "Mom, you really left me a wonderful gift," Yami whispered to himself. There were hard-working geniuses in the ninja world, but sheer effort alone would never be enough to reach the peak. Take Might Guy, for example. That final kick of his had been terrifying, but in the end, it merely forced Uchiha Madara to heal himself. He had to gamble with his life, and if Naruto hadn't received the Six Paths Yang power, Guy would have died for nothing. The ninja world was vast, yet also suffocatingly narrow. To stand at the top, only Uchiha and Senju bloodlines served as the true entry ticket. And now, Shimura Yami possessed both. For the first time, he felt a deep sense of confidence in his future. Closing his Sharingan, Yami returned to bed. A single tomo Sharingan provided little enhancement, but it would invite unnecessary trouble. Until he had fully solidified his power and eliminated all potential threats in Konoha, it was best to keep his Sharingan hidden. The Root. The Umbu, full name, Special Assassination and Tactical Squad, was founded by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Or rather, most of Konoha's military and political structures had been established by Senju Tobirama. The so-called first Hokage, Hashirama, had simply been his personal war machine. One led, the other executed. Beyond his talent in forbidden jutsu, Tobirama had been a political genius, and the creation of Umbu was one of his proudest achievements. The primary function of the Umbu was to protect the Hokage and carry out special assassination missions. Unlike regular shinobi who progressed through the Genin Chunin Jonin system, Umbu operated independently, with all members donning masks and concealing their identities. However, despite the danger of their missions, the true role of Umbu was to centralize power. This was an elite force that reported directly to the Hokage, ignoring the chain of command from Jonin instructors or any other high-ranking shinobi. Essentially, Umbu, agents who were authorized to kill first and report later, acting under absolute authority. Unfortunately, a great system meant nothing if the person in charge was incompetent. Under Sarutobi Hiruzen, everything had begun to rot. Technically, Shimura Danzō's root was just a subdivision of Umbu, a single unit within its structure. But in reality, due to Hiruzen's blind trust in Danzō, and Danzō's unrestrained ambition, Root had evolved into an entirely separate entity, practically a second Umbu. Officially, Umbu consisted of 1 captain, 1 vice-captain, 4 battalions, each led by a battalion commander, 16 Umbu per battalion, further divided into 4 squads per battalion, each squad consisting of 1 captain plus 3 members. Thus, the total official number of Umbu was around 100 members. On paper, Root was just 1 brigade of Umbu, meaning it should have had only 20 members. But in reality, According to Yami's knowledge, Root had over 50 operatives, a force nearly equal to the entire Umbu division. The extent of Danzō's unchecked power under Hiruzen's reign was terrifying. And unlike the regular Umbu, Root was significantly harsher, both in its missions and recruitment process. Its members were subjected to brutal conditioning, ensuring that their overall combat proficiency surpassed that of standard Umbu operatives. Root Base. Wearing his forehead protector on his waist, Yami arrived at the entrance of the Root Base, an underground cavern hidden deep beneath Konoha. He sighed. This Root leader has a better setup than the Hokage himself. What's the old man even fighting for? Stepping forward, Yami's figure sank into the darkness. Navigating the winding tunnels, he eventually emerged into a vast, silent hall. It was eerily quiet, so quiet that the absence of sound felt oppressive. A shinobi wearing a red mask stood at the center, 3 subordinates lined up behind him. Seeing Yami enter, the red-masked ninja spoke coldly. Lord Yami, I'm the captain of Root's 2nd Squad. Codename, Owl. The commander has ordered me to oversee your first lesson in Root. And the lesson is simple, killing. For Root ninjas, killing was the most basic of all their training. Yami wasn't bothered by their lack of emotion. Root shinobi were practically walking corpses, so their coldness was expected. He simply nodded. You arrange it. I'll do it. Although Yami had his system, he had never killed before, not even a chicken, let alone a person. No matter how strong he was, his mentality remained a weakness. The battlefield wasn't a game where raw stats determined the winner. Even a genin could kill a jonin, or even a kage, with a single well-placed kunai. Yami understood that this was a hurdle he had to cross. And truthfully, the old man's arrangement wasn't wrong. Still, he set one condition. I'll say this in advance, I will only kill those who deserve to die. If I believe they don't deserve death, I won't kill them. The red-masked owl remained cold. For Root, ninjas are just tools, and all mission targets are valid kills. But you are different, Lord Yami. You have autonomy. The squad left Konoha, heading northwest. At their speed, they soon arrived at a small village, roughly 100 kilometers away. The Land of Fire, as the world's strongest nation, rarely suffered external invasions, and was generally stable. But beneath the surface, corruption ran rampant. Bandits, crime lords, rogue ninjas, finding scum in any given village was easy. On the way, Owl had already provided Yami with the mission briefing. Their target was a wealthy landlord who had amassed his fortune through predatory lending, driving dozens of families into ruin and seizing their land. He was protected by 2 rogue ninja, but they were nothing special, just ordinary Chunin-level bodyguards. This fat pig was essentially Root's personal ATM, a walking cash grab, now conveniently repurposed as Yami's first kill. Based on Yami's performance against Uchiha Itachi, eliminating these nobodies would be trivial. Perched atop a large tree, overlooking the mansion's courtyard, Owl's cold voice rang out. Lord Yami, you may begin. To be continued. Chapter 22, IOU of the Legendary Sucker. Bang. The wooden door exploded, sending debris flying in all directions. Inside the room, a group of thugs who had been drinking and playing cards froze in shock, their eyes snapping toward the entrance. As the dust settled, a small figure stepped inside, carrying a sword nearly as tall as himself. Hello, Yami greeted them with a childlike smile, his tone almost playful. I'm here to send you off. But before you die, can you at least tell me your name? Consider it a free hospice service from me. The room fell silent for a brief moment. Then, laughter erupted. A burly man stepped forward, slapping his knee as he laughed so hard he nearly fell over. Ha! Where did this ninja brat crawl out from? He sneered. He actually thinks he can kill someone. I'm standing right here, kid, go ahead, try stabbing me. Another thug chuckled, waving a hand dismissively. Little punk, have you even seen blood before? Go home. Had an adult ninja barged in, they wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant. But a 6 or 7-year-old. Even if he was a ninja, what could he possibly do? Yami simply repeated his question. What's your name? The burly man smirked, puffing out his chest. Ha! The name's Yusuji Taro, you little. Slice. A single downward slash. A thin red line appeared on the man's forehead, running down the bridge of his nose. Then, his entire body split cleanly in half. He collapsed to the ground with a wet thud, his organs spilling out onto the floor. Tisk. Yami instinctively frowned. The mental impact of his first kill wasn't as bad as he had imagined. But the physical reaction, the stench of blood and intestines, made his stomach churn. For a while, he probably wouldn't be able to stomach eating meat. At that moment, the system notification chimed. Host has established a life and death bond with Yusuji Taro. Stage 3 reward issued, plus 0.1 standard genin chakra, minor physical enhancement. Perfect. His guess had been correct. The bond system required intense emotional triggers to activate. And what stronger emotion existed than the moment of death? Life and death bond, fitting. I live, he dies. It's a fair trade. For a brief moment, the room was stunned into silence. Then, the remaining thugs finally snapped out of their shock, grabbing their weapons and charging at him with enraged shouts. Though civilians were generally afraid of ninjas, these men were trained fighters. They weren't as weak as ordinary villagers, and 2 of them were even Chunin-level rogue ninja. They assumed Yusuji Taro had died because of a sneak attack, not because this child was actually strong. They had no idea what they were up against. Yami didn't even bother dodging. He met them head-on. Clang. A sword swung at him. It shattered upon impact. In the next instant, Yami's blade sliced through the attacker's legs, sending him collapsing to the floor, screaming. Outside, perched on a rooftop, all silently listened to the dying screams coming from inside the house. His expression remained unchanged. The only thing that mildly intrigued him was Yami's peculiar habit. It seemed that, before killing someone, Yami insisted on knowing their name. And if they refused, he would torture them instead of granting a quick death. A rather unique quirk. 3 minutes later, Shimura Yami stepped out of the house. The screams had completely stopped. Lord Yami, are you all right? Al asked. It wasn't as bad as I thought, Yami replied, shaking his head slightly. But I'll need more practice to fully adapt. Owl gave a small nod. Understood. Danzo-sama has prepared ample resources for your training. If you don't need rest, we can proceed to the next target immediately. Let's go. Yami exhaled deeply, sheathing his sword. The sooner he finished this training, the sooner he could return home, and see his cute, soft loli again. Although he wasn't sleeping outdoors, nothing compared to the comfort of his own bed. Please wait a moment, Al said. We still need to recover assets. The Root subordinates sprang into action. The Root wasn't just good at killing, they were experts at looting as well. Within 10 minutes, they had gathered every valuable item in the mansion: cash, gold, silver, jewelry, and property deeds. Shimura Yami flipped through a pile of documents and banknotes, nodding in appreciation. Not bad, this guy was loaded. The village crime lord had 20 million ryo in cash, and that wasn't even counting his land holdings. Then, a particular note caught his attention. Yami stopped flipping and picked it up. IOU, Princess Tsunade, borrowed 8 million ryo due to a shortage of gambling funds. I promise to repay it before January 1st, year 54 of the Konoha calendar. If repayment is overdue, monthly interest will increase by 1%. A strange smile crept across his face. Tsunade's IOU. Folding the IOU neatly, Yami tucked it away. Then, sealing 3 million ryo into a storage scroll, he turned to Aul. The rest is yours. Do what you want with it. Aul remained silent. Although he was technically the team leader, Yami's authority en route was second only to Danzō. He had no right to oppose Yami's decisions, only to report them honestly. 1 month later. For the next several weeks, Yami was either killing or on his way to kill. His targets ranged from common thugs and ruffians, large bandit gangs, even corrupt noblemen in the land of fire. As his Kusanagi blade was soaked in blood, his growth accelerated. Not just in power but in mentality. He no longer hesitated to kill. Regardless of the enemy's age or status, he had learned to strike without mercy. Finally, after eliminating a corrupt real estate tycoon who had swindled Danzo's resources, Aul called off the mission. Lord Yami, your training is complete. From here, you will proceed to poison and trap training, under the captain of the first squad. Is it over? Yami's smile was bright and innocent, almost unbelievable, given how many lives he had taken in just 1 month. Speaking of which, Aul. Yami slowly wiped his palm with a handkerchief. We've known each other for a while now, but I still don't know your real name. Aul's cold voice responded. Root operatives have no need for names, only code names. Yami smirked. I'm ordering you as your superior, tell me. A long silence. Then, reluctantly, Aul spoke. Yuzuki Shinji. To be continued. Chapter 23, Orochimaru Defects, The Hero Returns, Bonus. Konoha. During the more than 1 month that Yami was away, a major event occurred. Orochimaru, the disciple of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the only remaining Sannin in Konoha, was confirmed to have conducted human experiments using villagers to test a forbidden technique. When the third Hokage personally led the Umbu to pursue him, Orochimaru escaped from the village, becoming the most high-profile missing nin since Konoha's founding. The news sent shockwaves through the village, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation took a serious hit. Hokage building, Hokage's office. The atmosphere was tense as Hiruzen stared at a composed Danzō. Although Danzō had not shown himself throughout the entire incident, as if it had nothing to do with him, Hiruzen could sense his involvement. That familiar stench of manipulation was unmistakable. Danzō, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to destroy Konoha by forcing Orochimaru out? Hiruzen adjusted his Hokage hat and questioned him in a sharp tone. Konoha was at its weakest in history. White Fang had committed suicide, the fourth Hokage was dead, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was still just a baby, 2 of the 3 Sannin had left, and only Orochimaru remained. At such a vulnerable time, Danzō had forced Orochimaru away, an action that directly challenged Hiruzen's authority. Did I do something wrong? Danzō countered without hesitation, not even bothering to deny the accusation. Should I have done nothing and simply let Orochimaru use the villagers as experimental subjects for his forbidden techniques? Hiruzen's face turned red, but he had no words to refute. Did he not know what his apprentice had been doing? Of course, he knew. Ever since Orochimaru lost the Hokage succession to Namikaze Minato, he had withdrawn more and more from village affairs. Each time they met, Sarutobi Hiruzen could feel the changes in him. He was no longer human. Yet Hiruzen had turned a blind eye, hoping that once Orochimaru completed his research, he would come to his senses and return. But now, he could not openly admit this. If he so much as hinted at agreeing with or condoning Orochimaru's actions, his position as Hokage would be in jeopardy. I don't need you making decisions for me, Danzō. Hiruzen stated firmly. I am the Hokage. You'll regret this, Hiruzen. Bang. Danzō left, but unlike before, he was in an exceptionally good mood. Forcing Orochimaru out was a direct attack on the Hokage's authority. He had shaken Hiruzen's reputation, exposed his weakness, and set the stage for a decisive strike. Yami was growing stronger, and as his grandfather, Danzō could not sit idly by. If Yami reached his full potential before Danzō became Hokage, how could he ensure his own ascension? Thus, without hesitation, he had sacrificed Orochimaru, his longtime ally. Of course, Danzō was not without consideration for the future. As compensation, he had promised Orochimaru something, 100 ninja test subjects. With this assurance, Orochimaru abandoned any thoughts of revenge, and their partnership remained intact. However, acquiring 100 test subjects was no simple task. Given Konoha's recent turmoil, they could not be taken from within the village. Yamanaka. A kneeling ninja appeared behind him in an instant. Take the 3rd and 4th squadrons to the land of water. Capture as many as possible, alive. Understood. With that, the root ninja vanished. When Yami returned to the village, the people were still abuzz about Orochimaru's defection and his inhumane experiments. At the root base, Danzō proudly revealed the details of his scheme. Old man, aren't you afraid that other nations will catch wind of this and start making moves? Besides, weren't you on good terms with Orochimaru? He even gave me a sword. Betraying your own ally like this, don't you think that's a bit much? Yami looked at his grandfather in exasperation. Danzō truly lived up to his reputation. He was the type who could not sit still without stirring up trouble. Wouldn't it be easier to just wait until Yami was strong enough to dominate the entire ninja world? Danzō gave him a sidelong glance with his single eye and snorted. You think I didn't consider that? The 5 great nations are in no position to start another war. They need at least several years to recover. Orochimaru's defection won't change the balance of power. Hiruzen is simply deceiving himself. He never had the heart to deal with Orochimaru properly. Then, Danzō's tone became more solemn. Yami, remember this, there are no friends in this world. Only eternal interests. As long as it benefits me and protects Konoha, I wouldn't hesitate to betray even Hiruzen himself. What about me? Yami met his gaze without flinching. If the benefits were great enough, would you betray me too? Danzō was momentarily taken aback but quickly shook his head. No. You and the village are my greatest interests. Yami chuckled. You old schemer. Let's drop the subject. I brought back a lot of supplies this time. Danzō's plan ultimately fell short. Hiruzen's reputation had indeed taken a hit, but he had underestimated the power of bonds. Not long after Orochimaru's defection, a hero returned to Konoha. Konoha, a certain rooftop. On the roof of a women's bathhouse, Jiraiya frowned. Old man, what's this about Orochimaru? If not for the telescope in his hands and their current location, the scene might have felt more serious. He lost his way, Hiruzen said wearily. In just a few days, he looked much older. Do you still remember his dream? Jiraiya's expression softened as he recalled their younger days. Of course. That stubborn snake wanted to learn every jutsu in the world. As if that were possible. Yes. But he lost himself in the pursuit of jutsu. Hiruzen sighed. You're all grown now. I can't control you anymore. Jiraiya, help this old man. Konoha needs you. Jiraiya was silent for a moment. Looking at Hiruzen's pleading eyes, he finally relented. 1 year. I'll stay in the village for 1 year. After that, I'll bring him back to you. For the first time in days, Hiruzen smiled. All right. To be continued. Bonus for 200 horsepower, next bonus at 400 horsepower, Chapter 24, Chapter 24, if you have the ability, give birth to another grandson. Jiraiya made a high-profile return to Konoha and quickly helped Hiruzen stabilize the situation. His status was too special, he wasn't just the third Hokage's disciple but also the fourth Hokage's teacher, a hero revered by many. With the Umbu's guidance, the unrest in Konoha quickly settled, and the village resumed its recovery. This, however, infuriated Danzō, who vented his anger by throwing everything he could get his hands on in his office. But to Yami, none of this mattered. After returning, the first thing he did was give himself a half-month vacation. From Izumi, he learned that Itachi had joined a genin team and was performing simple missions around the village like any other genin. For now, Yami lost interest in Uchiha Itachi. The third stage rewards required intense emotions, and he couldn't kill Itachi just yet. It was better to let him develop for a while. When the time came to use Sasuke against him, he'd be able to crush him effortlessly. After his break, Yami resumed his studies. This time, his instructor was Abirame Seiya, the captain of the 1st Root Battalion and the father of Abirame Seiji. The Abirame clan wasn't just skilled in controlling insects, they were also experts in poisons. After all, many insects were inherently venomous, and cultivating them naturally involved research into toxins. Yami didn't need to learn how to create poisons, just understanding the various types and methods of poisoning was enough. As for detoxification, he had a different teacher for that. Well, if it isn't Director Nono. Long time no see. Yami smiled as he looked at Yakushi Nono standing before him. In the beginning, he frequently visited the orphanage to bring warmth to the children. After a few visits, most people's bonds had advanced to the 2nd stage, so he stopped going as often. Still, he made sure to send food and daily necessities to the orphanage every week. Lord Yami, this is Root. You may call me by my codename, Miko. Nono's expression was bitter, nothing was worse than having her identity as a Root operative exposed in front of someone familiar. Oh. So you're the famous Wandering Miko. Yami said, pretending to have just realized. Host and Yakushi Nono have reached the 2nd stage of the bond. Reward, medical ninjutsu talent. Yami was momentarily stunned. All he did was mention a name, and that was enough to trigger an emotional reaction strong enough to advance the bond. Lord Yami, that's just a rumor. Please don't bring up that title, Nono forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. Let's begin the lesson. Yami nodded and quickly shifted into study mode. In the ninja world, and particularly in Konoha, the greatest medical ninja was undoubtedly the renowned Princess Tsunade. Thanks to her contributions, Konoha's overall medical proficiency ranked highest among the 5 great nations. Among Konoha's medical specialists, Nono was one of the best, belonging to the 1st tier just below Tsunade. Yami naturally wouldn't waste such a valuable teacher. Beyond detoxification, he also learned medical ninjutsu from Nono. For most, mastering medical ninjutsu was difficult, first, because of poor chakra control, and second, because of the need for yang-based chakra, which required specialized training to develop. Neither of these were obstacles for Yami. With his chakra control and even a thin trace of Senju blood, his vitality was abundant. His progress was so rapid that Nono was left speechless. In just half a month, he had absorbed all her medical knowledge and even mastered some of her unique medical techniques. Lord Yami, at this rate, the only person qualified to be your teacher is Tsunade-sama, Nono sighed. Forget it. Yami set down the fish he had just revived and killed again, shaking his head. Given my old man's relationship with Tsunade, there's no way she'd take me as a student. Nono fell silent. Danzō's reputation was truly terrible. Ordinary ninjas respected and feared him, but when it came to Tsunade, the two were outright hostile. Back when she lived in the village, she frequently slammed tables during arguments with Danzō. But Nono wasn't in a position to comment on such matters. Lord Yami, I have nothing left to teach you. Nono bowed slightly. If you continue studying on your own, you'll undoubtedly become a medical ninja on par with Tsunade-sama, even without becoming her disciple. If there's nothing else, I will now carry out other assignments for Lord Danzō. Yami moved through the root base and arrived at the deepest part of the underground facility. He pushed open the door to Danzō's office and immediately asked. Old man, I've completed all the training you assigned. Have you figured out my teammates yet? It had been nearly 3 months since he became a genin, and he still didn't have a team. How was he supposed to rise through the ranks, get promoted, and become the youngest Jonin and Hokage at this rate. The door burst open, and Danzō initially frowned, but upon seeing Yami, his expression eased. Patiently, he explained. There are some leads. Your teammates and Jonin leader will be confirmed within a week at most. A whole week. Yami was speechless. Can't you just pick a few people from Root? Absolutely not. Danzō shook his head. Root shinobi operate in the shadows. You, however, must stand in the light and follow the official promotion process. Only then will you build the reputation you need. Rest for now. You've worked hard lately, Danzō said with rare approval. Yami's talent and determination far exceeded his expectations. Any man would be proud to have such a descendant. Fine. I'll go hang out with Izumi. Yami accepted his fate. Danzō, who had just been feeling relieved, immediately scowled. Can't you stay away from that Uchiha girl? This was the only thing he disapproved of regarding Yami. The accursed Uchiha. As Yami walked away, he casually called back. I'll hang out with whoever I want. If you don't like it, just give birth to another grandson. You ungrateful brat. Danzō's furious roar echoed through the office, but there was nothing he could do about Yami. What could he do? Have another grandson. To be continued. Chapter 25, The Miserable Teacher and Familiar Teammates. Danzō kept his word. A week passed in the blink of an eye, and at the last moment, he sent someone to inform Yami that his teammates and Jonin leader had been assigned. They were to gather at Training Ground 47 at 8 a.m. the next morning. Curious, Yami arrived at Training Ground 47 on time the next day. He wasn't late, yet 3 people were already waiting, 1 man and 2 women. The man had no visible pupils, his pure white eyes resembling those of a severe cataract patient. The 2 girls stood in stark contrast, one had black hair, the other purple, but they shared one similarity, both were strikingly beautiful. Yami's expression became strange. These 3 were all acquaintances. The moment the men saw Yami, he immediately understood that this was their final team member. He smiled, but on his serious and old-fashioned face, paired with those blank white eyes, the expression was more eerie than welcoming. You must be Shimura Yami, correct? I'm Hyuga Hisashi, your Jonin leader. These 2 are your future teammates. Hello, Hisashi-sensei. Host has established a master-disciple bond with Hyuga Hisashi. Reward, enhanced physical fitness. Yami ignored the system prompt and instead recalled what he knew about Hyuga Hisashi. Hyuga Hisashi, brother of the Hyuga clan head, Hyuga Hayashi. Because he was born 15 minutes later, he was relegated to the branch family and branded with the caged bird seal. Given his close relationship with Hayashi, Hisashi had little resentment toward his status, until his son, Hyuga Niji, was born. It was then that his mindset changed. Because of him, his son was doomed to be controlled. His descendants would never escape their fate. Konoha had many tragic figures, Hisashi and Niji were among them. Especially Niji. The only one among the 12 who died in the 4th Great Ninja War, and arguably the strongest of them outside the main protagonists. TSK. Now that everyone's here, let's introduce ourselves. This is a tradition, getting to know each other helps us become better comrades and trust our teammates with our backs. Hisashi had no idea that Yami was already sympathizing with his and Niji's fates. Instead, he followed standard protocol. I'll go first, Hisashi said casually, not putting on any airs despite being a Jonin. My name is Hyuga Hisashi. I'm 34 years old, a Jonin, and a member of the Hyuga branch family. As he mentioned his branch status, his white eyes dimmed slightly before returning to normal. I specialize in reconnaissance using the Byakugan and close combat with gentle fist. I lack long-range techniques, so I prefer engaging enemies up close. My favorite food is sukiyaki, and I hate fried cutlass fish. As for my dream, Hisashi gave a self-deprecating chuckle. I'm too old for dreams. I just want to live until I die. All right, your turn, he said, looking at the black-haired girl. You start, Kurenai. The girl nodded slightly and introduced herself in a clear voice. My name is Yuhi Kurenai. I'm 15 years old, a chunin of Konoha. I specialize in genjutsu. My taijutsu and ninjutsu are average, but I've reached the chunin level in both. My favorite food is shoshu and wasabi octopus. I dislike cake. My dream is to become Konoha's foremost genjutsu master. Very good. Hisashi nodded approvingly. Your turn, Yugao. The purple-haired girl spoke in a cold, detached tone. My name is Yuzuki Yugao. I'm 14 years old, a chunin of Konoha. I specialize in Konoha-style kenjutsu and taijutsu, favoring close-quarters combat. My favorite food is sakura machi, and I don't have any particular dislikes, I can eat anything. As for my dream. For the first time, her usually expressionless face showed a glimmer of ambition. I want to become the strongest swordsman in Konoha. Then work hard, Hisashi said with a small smile. I've heard of your father's prowess. His swordsmanship was truly remarkable. It's a pity. Hisashi shook his head regretfully. Yuzuki Yugao's father and a jonin from the Moonlight clan had died on the battlefield near the Land of Earth. When their bodies were returned, only half remained. The ambition on Yugao's face faded, and the atmosphere grew heavy. All right, Yami, you're last, Hisashi said, quickly changing the subject. Kurenai and Yugao also turned their attention to him. They were no strangers to the name Shimura Yami. As Danzō's grandson and a prodigy who graduated at 7, his reputation was well known in Konoha. Still, they had their doubts, perhaps even resentment. Even if he was a genius, they were all chunin. Why was such a young child assigned to their team? But seeing Yami in person did make a difference. Faced with such an adorable-looking boy, neither girl showed open hostility or dissatisfaction. Still, they silently questioned the higher-ups' decision. Under their expectant gazes, Yami began his introduction. My name is Shimura Yami, grandson of Hokage advisor Shimura Danzō. He deliberately emphasized Hokage advisor. All three of them scowled. Are you afraid people won't know you're a second-generation elite? Yami ignored them and continued. I'm 7 years old and a genin of Konoha. I excel in both close combat and long-range attacks. I specialize in ninjutsu and taijutsu. Oh, and I'm also a medical ninja. He then turned to Yugao. My strongest skill is swordsmanship, so there's no way you'll become the strongest swordsman in Konoha. You might want to reconsider your goal. Yugao's expression twitched. I like a lot of foods. I dislike mustard, cabbage, bitter melon, sweet potatoes. Yami went on, listing foods he disliked. Hisashi and the others gradually became numb. How long is this list? Finally, Yami clenched his fist and declared. My goal is to establish deep bonds with everyone in the ninja world. There was a half-minute silence. It wasn't that they had nothing to say, it was that there were too many things to criticize, and they didn't know where to start. Eventually, Yugao broke the silence. You claim to be the best at swordsmanship. You also say you excel in, wait, no, you're saying you're good at everything. Even the Hokage wouldn't boast like that. That just means I'm better than the old men, Yami replied matter-of-factly. I'm simply stating facts. If you can't accept them, that's your problem. You're slandering the Hokage. Seeing the argument about to escalate, Hisashi quickly intervened, stepping between them. All right, that's enough. Yami is a very talented shinobi, but what he just said was quite bold. How about this, we conduct an evaluation to properly gauge his abilities. To be continued. Chapter 26, Sword Showdown. Training Ground 47. Hisashi and Kurenai moved to the edge of the field, leaving space for Yami and Yugao. Typically, the first test after graduation was an exercise like the bell test. However, since Yami's two teammates were already chunin, such a test would be pointless. As for Yami, even if he did fail the test, would they really dare send him back to the academy? Wouldn't they be afraid of him showing up at night to talk things over? Thus, the test became a round-robin sparring match between the three of them. Everyone had to fight the other two team members once. The first match was between Yuzuki Yugao and Shimura Yami. Stop. No exploding tags or poison attacks. Hisashi called out from the sidelines. Yami glanced at him. He had a sneaking suspicion that Hisashi had done some research on him, which was why he was so specific. Let's settle this with pure swordsmanship, then. How about it? Yami suggested. Fine by me. Yugao immediately shifted into a defensive stance, silently indicating that Yami should make the first move. Yami didn't hesitate. He unsheathed his sword. In that instant, Yugao felt the boy in front of her change. Before drawing his sword, he had been nothing more than an ordinary, cute child. But the moment his hand gripped the hilt, his entire being became an extension of the blade, exuding a sharp and lethal aura. And then, there was the sword itself. Kusanagi sword? Yugao asked in shock. Yeah, Yami replied casually. My grandfather gave it to me for my 6th birthday, got it from Orochimaru. Yugao felt a pang of jealousy. Kusanagi sword. A 6th birthday present. How infuriating. For sword-wielding shinobi, the Kusanagi sword was practically a legendary weapon. Owning one was the dream of every swordsman. Yet Yami spoke about it so nonchalantly. How could she not be jealous? I hope your swordsmanship is worthy of its name, Yugao said, trying to keep her composure. Despite her words, her stance subtly shifted. Moments ago, she had been waiting passively. But the instant Yami unsheathed his sword, she understood. The boy in front of her wasn't a child. He was an opponent. One she needed to take seriously. Here I come, Yami warned before lunging forward. His speed was fast, but not to the extent of using the body flicker technique. Since this was a swordsmanship duel, he wouldn't rely on unfair advantages. Blades clashed as their figures flickered across the training ground, colliding again and again. Ding! 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 Bright sparks flashed at the points of impact. Yugao's heart pounded. She dug her toes into the ground and pushed off, retreating rapidly. But Yami didn't let up. His blade followed relentlessly, striking at angles that put her in the most uncomfortable positions. Each time she attempted to counterattack, he seemed to anticipate her movements, striking at her weakest points and forcing her to change her approach. Is this guy really not an Uchiha? She felt like she was fighting an Uchiha with an active Sharingan. On the sidelines, Kurenai watched in astonishment. So this is a genius. He's keeping up with Yugao right after graduating. He's just like Kakashi. Shimura Yami's performance reminded her of her old classmate. Kakashi had also been a prodigy known for his swordsmanship. Tying. Hisashi muttered, his expression unreadable. This isn't a tie. With his superior vision, he could clearly see Yugao's situation. And it was worse than merely losing. Clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out. Suddenly, Yami's strength surged. A gust of wind exploded outward, sending Yugao skidding back more than 10 meters before she finally stabilized. While there was a physical strength gap, after all, he was only 7, his exceptional chakra control allowed him to generate explosive bursts of power. Similar to Tsunade's superhuman strength technique, but not quite as terrifying. Yami shook his head slightly. Konoha Ryukin Jutsu is decent, but it's too basic. The upper limit is too low. Despite its name, Konoha-style swordsmanship was nothing more than the foundation that anyone could learn. Even the taijutsu taught in the academy was derived from it. Yuzuki Yugao's fundamentals were solid, but her movements were too rigid, her intentions were too easy to read. I haven't lost yet. Yugao clenched her teeth. Yami's casual evaluation annoyed her, but words were meaningless. The only way to prove herself was through action. She charged forward. Her shoulders twitched ever so slightly, and 2 shadow clones split from her form. The 3 Yugao moved simultaneously, attacking from 3 different angles, above, left, and right. Konoha Ryu, Sangetsu no Mai. Dance of the 3 Moon. Yami scoffed. His gaze locked onto the clone on the left. A silver flash cut through the air. The 2 other figures vanished in puffs of smoke. When Yugao came to her senses, the Kusanagi sword was already pressed against her throat. One step further, and she would have been down. Fortunately, Yami withdrew his blade. You seriously tried to use a technique you haven't fully mastered? How did you figure out which one was real? Yugao blurted out. Your shadow clone jutsu is sloppy. Your clones move slightly slower than your real body. The real one rushed ahead by half a step. Plus, the sound of your breathing was louder than the others. Yami gave her a pointed look. If I couldn't see through that, I wouldn't be worthy of being a ninja. Yugao felt her face burn with embarrassment. She had thought she had mastered the technique, but now she realized how full of flaws it was. All right, that's enough, Hisashi interjected, stepping forward to diffuse the tension. If Yami kept talking, he was afraid one of his team members would completely lose their confidence. Yugao stepped aside dejectedly. Defeated in a sword fight by a 7-year-old. She was not in a good mood. Kurenai, you're up next. You and Yami will spar. Ah. Oh, okay. Kurenai walked to the center, her body tense with nerves. Her heart pounded in her chest. What do I do? I'm scared. Am I going to get cut down instantly? To avoid looking too pitiful, she decided to take the initiative. To be continued. Chapter 27, Rebound Illusion. Half a minute later, Kurenai lay sprawled on the ground, a bit of drool hanging from the corner of her mouth as she laughed foolishly. So many mustard octopuses. Hee hee, so much sake. Puffed. Seeing Kurenai like this, Yugao, who had been sulking just moments ago, suddenly felt much better and couldn't help but laugh. Kurenai's genjutsu had been rebounded. Though she had lost in the field she excelled in, she had still lasted a full 2 minutes. Compared to that, Yugao now felt like her own performance hadn't been that bad. Hisashi glanced at Kurenai and sighed helplessly. Yami, break the illusion. You've already won. Oh. Yami responded casually, placing 2 fingers on Kurenai's forehead. Soon, her chakra flow returned to normal, and the illusion dissipated. Kurenai quickly realized what had just happened. Her face flushed red as she glared at Yami with an annoyed expression. Little kid, you really had to break my illusion like that. Having her genjutsu rebounded was the worst possible way to lose. It meant the opponent was either vastly superior in illusion mastery or had such overwhelming mental strength that the genjutsu didn't even affect them. Either way, it was humiliating. It was the shinobi equivalent of losing 7-0 in a soccer match. Kurenai wished she could dig a hole in the ground and crawl inside. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have even tried using genjutsu. She should have just pulled out a kunai and fought him directly. Little kid. Yami blinked. That was the first time anyone had called him that. He glanced down at himself and nodded thoughtfully. Well, she wasn't wrong. All right, I'll keep that in mind next time, Yami said casually. But who told you to have such weak mental defenses? You walked straight into my illusion with no resistance at all. You. Kurenai fumed. She reached out to pinch Yami's cheek, but he effortlessly dodged. Sensei, look at him. Seeing that she couldn't even vent her frustration, Kurenai decided to complain to Hisashi directly. Hisashi, however, had no intention of getting involved. All right, Yami is right, he said in a serious tone. Kurenai, you let your guard down too much. Never underestimate an opponent, understand? Inwardly, though, Hisashi was screaming. You think I dare help you bully Yami? What if I get invited to Root's base for a friendly chat tonight? Faced with Hisashi's reprimand, Kurenai didn't dare argue. She simply glared at Yami with her large eyes. Yami wasn't fazed at all. He glared right back. What year is this? Who still plays the role of a simp? If anyone should be admired, it should be me. You dare glare at me? Kurenai let out a small laugh instead of getting angrier. This little guy, he was much more interesting than that stuffy Asuma. Host has established a teammate bond with Yuzuki Yugao. Reward, 1 standard Chunin Chakra unit. Host has established a teammate bond with Yuhi Kurenai. Reward, 1 standard Chunin Chakra unit. As Yami and Hisashi walked to the sidelines, the system's notifications appeared. Looking at the rewards, Yami wasn't the least bit surprised. As beautiful as Kurenai and Yugao were, their strength was still lacking. Neither of them had unique bloodline limits or exceptional abilities. This system didn't care about identity or looks, it only cared about talent. Oh well. Might as well enjoy the show. Watching girls fight is always fun. Hisashi, overhearing Yami's quiet mumbling, nearly tripped. Thinking back to the information he had heard about Danzō, he found it hard to believe. How could someone as rigid and calculating as Shimura Danzō have a grandson like this? The personality gap was far too big. Back on the field, the battle between Yugao and Kurenai had begun. There was no hair-pulling. Both kunoichi were fighting seriously, determined to prove that it wasn't them who were weak, it was Yami who was simply too strong. Kurenai tried to close in on Yugao, waiting for the right moment to land a genjutsu. However, illusions were most effective when used as an ambush. Now that Yugao was aware of Kurenai's specialty, she remained on high alert, making it much harder for genjutsu to take effect. Unless she had a Sharingan, which allowed illusions to be cast with just a glance, it was difficult to land a decisive hit. Unfortunately, Kurenai didn't have such an ability. So, she lost. Yugao let out a sigh of relief. At least she wasn't last on the team. Kurenai wasn't too disappointed. She was well aware of genjutsu's limitations in direct combat. The two kunoichi rejoined Hisashi and Yami. Everyone did well, Hisashi said with a smile. Taijutsu, genjutsu, ninjutsu, our team is well balanced. No obvious weaknesses. A team with 3 Chunin and 1 Jonin was already considered an elite unit. Even on the battlefield, they would be a force to be reckoned with. As a celebration for our team's formation, dinner's on me tonight, Hisashi announced. Let's go out and have a good meal. Really? Awesome. Thank you, sensei. Kurenai and Yugao beamed with excitement. Hisashi smiled as well. All right, then let's go to the barbecue restaurant. Yami suddenly interrupted with the innocence of a child. Teacher Hisashi is a Jonin, after all. A regular meal wouldn't suit his status. Hisashi felt cold sweat forming. Wait a minute. Before he could finish, Kurenai and Yugao's eyes lit up. Really? Sensei, I haven't had barbecue in so long. Me too. The last time I had it was, the last time. 3 pairs of expectant eyes locked onto him. Hisashi's refusal caught in his throat. For the sake of his dignity as a team leader, he had no choice but to force a smile. Yes, that was my plan all along. Yami just beat me to it. Long live Hisashi-sensei. Sensei, you're the best. The laughter and cheers from Training Ground 47 echoed into the distance. The faint sigh that followed, however, was subconsciously ignored by everyone. Hisashi trailed at the back of the group, watching Yami bicker playfully with Kurenai. He couldn't help but shake his head, both amused and exasperated. This kid is ruthless. To be continued. Chapter 28, No Milk for Niji, bonus. The most famous barbecue restaurant in Konoha is Yakiniku-Q. Rumor has it that the Akimichi clan holds shares in the restaurant, but no one knows for sure. However, Yami knows that this rumor is true. The secret techniques of the Akimichi clan consume an enormous amount of physical energy, requiring them to supplement their diet with high-nutrient food. One Akimichi is equivalent to 5 shinobi from other clans in terms of food consumption. If they relied solely on their ninja salaries, half of them would probably starve. Naturally, they had to engage in business to support their clan. The prices at Yakiniku-Q are steep, even for shinobi. Even the Akimichi themselves have to pay for their meals, it's not as if they can eat for free. No wonder Akimichi Choji always looks so happy when he comes here, while Asuma seems so depressed. If even the Hokage's son struggles like this, what about Hyuga Hisashi? Although he is a veteran jonin, he rarely takes on missions. The primary duty of the Hyuga branch family is to protect the main family, and a portion of their mission rewards must be handed over. As a result, Hisashi's financial situation is merely average. When he saw Yami order 20 servings of marinated beef with secret sauce, Hisashi nearly fainted. Why Yami? Hisashi's lips trembled. 20 servings is a lot. Can we really finish all of it? Maybe just take half first. Don't worry, Hisashi-sensei. Yami responded with a bright, confident smile. I have a big appetite, and I skipped breakfast. 20 plates are just for me. You can order whatever you want. Don't hold back on my account. Who's holding back because of you? Thankfully, the two girls remained composed. They each ordered only 3 plates of barbecue, along with some snacks and side dishes. Shortly after, the waiter brought their food. There wasn't enough space on the table, so they had to bring in a serving cart. Since they were already here, Hisashi accepted his fate and decided not to dwell on the cost. He even ordered a bottle of sake for himself. Kurenai, Yugao, do you want anything? I'll have shoshu. Kurenai said excitedly. Yugao, on the other hand, shook her head. I'll have milk, just like Yami. Technically, shinobi follow 3 prohibitions: alcohol, lust, and money. And strictly speaking, Kurenai and Yugao weren't adults yet. But being a shinobi was a high-risk profession. The last Great War had ended just a few years ago, and no one knew what the future held. They made money, but they lived under constant pressure. Everyone needed an outlet. Among the 3 prohibitions, alcohol was the least harmful, so long as it wasn't consumed on a mission. Besides, if children barely older than toddlers could be sent to war, then what was the big deal about having a drink? The drinks arrived. The 4 of them clinked their glasses together. Kurenai even nudged her cup toward Yami, raising an eyebrow slightly. Her expression said, "You're still just a kid, want your big sister to take care of you." Yami ignored her and stuffed 2 slices of beef into his mouth. What's wrong with being small? He'd grow eventually. Eat more now. Then order the next round, because the meat is where the money is at. He was here to make a profit, not to enjoy life. Kurenai was not amused. She made a mental note of this and turned to chat with Yugao and Hisashi, ignoring Yami in a huff. The atmosphere gradually became lively. Hisashi didn't act like a strict mentor, instead behaving like a casual uncle next door, sharing his experiences as a shinobi. As the conversation shifted to everyday topics, one name came up frequently: Niji Hyuga, who was only 2 or 3 years old. Whenever Niji was mentioned, a smile never left Hisashi's face. After some time, he turned his gaze to Yami, who had been silently focused on eating. With a hint of heartache, he sighed. I'd be satisfied if Niji had even half of Yami's talent in the future. Kurenai immediately encouraged him, "Sensei, don't worry. Niji will definitely surpass this guy one day." "I don't know about surpassing me." Yami swallowed a large bite of beef and continued, "But he'll definitely be better than you." Kurenai gritted her teeth in frustration. "Stupid brat. Just wait until you can drink, I'll get you wasted and embarrass you." Yami ignored her and kept eating. Hisashi grew anxious. "Yami, have mercy. If you keep eating like this, I'll have to stay behind to wash the dishes." Half an hour later. Hisashi stared at the 100,000 Rio bill, his eyes filled with despair. This was almost as much as a B-rank mission reward. And a B-rank mission's reward was split between 4 people on a team. The sky is falling. Niji, if you don't grow tall in the future, don't blame your father. Blame Shimura Yami. He ate all your milk powder money. I'd be a fool to treat you to barbecue again. Hisashi pointed at Yami in frustration, then sighed and got serious. We're resting tomorrow. The day after, we'll start taking on missions. Yami, even though you're a genin, you won't be doing D-rank missions. Prepare yourselves. Replenish your ninja tools and make sure you're in peak condition. Meet at the entrance of the Hokage building at 9 o'clock the day after tomorrow. Yes. The three of them responded, then said their goodbyes, each heading home. Yugao watched as Yami disappeared into the darkness, a hint of determination in her eyes. Root base. Yami did not go home. Instead, he headed straight for the root base. He figured the old man was probably holed up here, scheming as usual. And he was right. When Yami arrived, Danzō was seated in his office. Old man, I'm back. Yami sat down on the sofa. Danzō put down his pen and looked up at him. How are your new teammates and teacher? Satisfied. They're all right. Yami nodded. Strength-wise, they were passable, at least not a burden. And visually. Two prime-age beauties were always a pleasant sight. But Yami had a burning question. Old man, the Hyuga branch family doesn't normally lead teams as Jonin. So why did Hisashi suddenly become my leader? And why are Yugao and Kurenai, both Chunin on my team? What happened to my previous teammates? At this, Danzō laughed. And he looked very, very pleased with himself. To be continued. Bonus chapter. Eid Mubarak sparkles to my Muslim readers. Junk Dog's note, a deal for you this week, I'll release 2 chapters per day. All I need is your support for the first 3 days, those are the most important. You'll still get bonus chapters, and if we do well, I might keep releasing 2 chapters per day. So, support this book if you enjoy it. Chapter 29, Act first and report later. This is the result of my power struggle with Hiruzen. Danzō leaned back in his chair, closing his single eye as he spoke in a slow, measured tone. The Hyuga clan has always followed the Hokage's lead. Hyuga Hisashi is quite strong. Hiruzen invited him to take this position, which aligns with my intentions as well. At the very least, your safety is ensured. But don't let Hisashi's will of fire nonsense influence you. As for the 2 Chunin. Danzō opened his eye, a sneer flashing across his face. They're both promising talents I personally selected. They're not like those useless ones who remain stuck at Chunin level forever. I went through a lot of trouble dealing with certain obstacles to make this happen. Not only did he help Yami find capable teammates, but he also took the opportunity to annoy Hiruzen. One of Yugao's teammates died, and another, Gekko Hayate, was sent to Umbu under my orders. But he looks like a sickly wraith and probably won't last long. As for Kurenai, she was originally teammates with Sarutobi Asuma. But thanks to my maneuvering, Asuma has now left Konoha and joined the 12 Guardian Ninja. Yami, this is the power of authority. Only with power can you openly manipulate situations and achieve your goals. Even now, Danzō didn't miss an opportunity to instill his ideology in his grandson. Yami was speechless. This was supposed to be a simple team assignment. It didn't really matter who his teammates were. Yet somehow, Danzō turned it into a full-blown political scheme. So Asuma's departure from Konoha and his enlistment in the Guardian 12 had Danzō pulling the strings behind the scenes. As expected, every shady thing in this world can somehow be traced back to this old man. And yet, Danzō's actions this time were actually beneficial to him. What could he even say? Honestly, the system should be following Danzō, not him. Whatever. All right, old man. I've got a mission the day after tomorrow. Yami waved dismissively before turning to leave. To be fair, Danzō was genuinely concerned about him. The old man had carefully arranged his team, and Yami had already formed an idea of how to utilize them. He couldn't do everything alone, it was time to find a few useful tools. Tomorrow morning at 10, bring Kabuto from the orphanage to my house. Leaving those parting words to the darkness, Yami disappeared in a flash. The next morning. Yami slept in until he naturally woke up. As he headed downstairs for breakfast, a servant approached him. Young master, a white-haired boy has been waiting at the door since early morning. No matter how much we tried to persuade him, he refused to come inside. Yami raised an eyebrow. He already knew who the servant was talking about, Yakushi Kabuto. But why is he waiting outside instead of coming in? Taking a sip of his porridge, Yami gestured. Bring him in. Soon, Kabuto stood before him, looking uneasy. Why didn't you come inside? Why wait outside? Yami asked. Kabuto lowered his voice. Why you told me to come at 10, but it's not time yet. Yami chuckled, motioning for Kabuto to take the empty seat across from him. He signaled for the servant to bring another breakfast before sending them away. Soon, only 2 children remained in the spacious dining room. Eat first. We'll talk afterward. With that, Yami resumed eating, paying Kabuto no further attention. Kabuto kept his head down, eating quietly, but his unease remained. Since their first meeting, Yami had left a deep impression on him. Especially that smile. It gave him chills. Dangerous. Though Yami was only a little older than him, Kabuto felt like a mouse facing a cat whenever they met. It was a deep, instinctive fear. And even though Yami hadn't appeared in a while, that feeling hadn't diminished. If anything, it was even stronger this time. Finally, Yami finished his breakfast. The moment he put down his chopsticks, Kabuto did the same. Kabuto, do you know why I called you here? Yami asked with a smile. I don't know. Kabuto replied cautiously. Then do you know about Director Nono's other identity? Yami took a sip of milk, his voice relaxed. You're a smart kid, so don't try to play dumb with me. I hate people who think they're clever. Cold sweat formed on Kabuto's forehead. After a long hesitation, he whispered, Director Nono is a ninja. Correct. Yami nodded, still lazily sipping his milk. But to be precise, she is a spy for Root. During the Third Shinobi World War, she provided Konoha with a lot of critical intelligence. Kabuto's expression grew serious. It was the first time he had heard about Nono's past. Do you know what Root is? Yami suddenly asked. Kabuto hesitated. Even most Chunin and Genin didn't know much about Root. And as an orphan, he had never heard of it. The Ninja Academy certainly didn't teach about it. Listen carefully. Yami cleared his throat. Root eliminates those Umbu can't. Root takes on missions Umbu won't. In other words, Root does everything Umbu does, and even more. Act first, report later. With the Hokage's special permission. No, wait, what is the Hokage? Doesn't matter. The Hokage can't control Root. Root absorbs nutrients and grows wildly. Kabuto sat in stunned silence, his mouth slightly open. Did he just hear that right? The Hokage can't control Root. That sounded unbelievably arrogant. Well. Do you understand now? I think I do. But, why are you telling me this? Kabuto asked cautiously. He was just an orphan, nothing special. Why would Yami share something like this with him? You don't understand, Kabuto. Yami suddenly sighed, his tone filled with pity. Nono has wanted to leave Root for a long time. She wants nothing more than to focus on running the orphanage. But she can't. She's an elite spy of Root. She holds too many secrets. Do you think my old man would just let her walk away? Besides, there are so many orphans in the orphanage. They need food, clothes, medicine. If Nono stops taking on missions, where will the money come from? Kabuto's face turned deathly pale. The thought of Nono being forced into something she didn't want, all for the orphanage, made his chest tighten. His nose stung. Before he realized it, tears slipped from his eyes. But Yami's voice suddenly changed. I can give you a chance. If you become a stronger spy. If you prove yourself more valuable than she is. Then tell me, what's stopping me from setting her free? To be continued. Chapter 30, Kabuto's Awakening. At this moment, Kabuto was overwhelmed with emotions, his mind nearly short-circuiting from the sheer weight of it all. He finally understood why Nono would frequently disappear for periods of time, often leaving the nurses in charge of the orphanage. She was out on dangerous missions. Thinking about Nono constantly putting herself in peril for the orphanage, Kabuto felt a suffocating tightness in his chest. None of the orphans knew. None of them understood what Nono had sacrificed for them. Why me? After what felt like an eternity, Kabuto finally lifted his head, his voice hoarse. I'm just an ordinary orphan. Am I even worthy of being compared to Director Nono? He wasn't afraid of hardship. What he feared was not being good enough, that he would fail and drag Nono down with him. Of course, you're not worth comparing to her right now. Yami shook his head slightly, watching as Kabuto's face fell with disappointment. But I see potential in you. I believe you will become a great intelligence ninja in the future. Then, if I become strong enough, will Director Nono be able to leave Root? Kabuto asked with anticipation. No. Yami's answer was like an icy dagger, freezing Kabuto's hope in an instant. Once you enter Root, even in death, you belong to Root. Yami yawned. Leaving is impossible. But I can ensure that Nono no longer has to go on missions. She can focus solely on running the orphanage, acting as a reserve force for Root instead. This is already the best outcome. Don't push for more. If you want to bargain with me, you have to prove your value first. Right now, you're not qualified to negotiate. I understand. Kabuto lowered his head, the light reflecting off his glasses. Then, without hesitation, he slid off his chair and knelt on one knee before Yami. Master Yami, I am willing to join Root and serve you. Good. You've enrolled in the Ninja Academy, right? Yes. I just started last month. Attend your classes during the day. At night, report to the root base for training. Remember, tell no one. Not even Nono. Understood. Kabuto responded without hesitation. Yami's words had just taught him a crucial lesson. The importance of self-worth. Only those with value could be recognized by others and achieve their goals. Yami believed in his potential. That was his value. Now, he needed to transform that potential into real strength to prove that Yami had made the right choice. When that time came, Nono would finally be free to live the life she wanted. And the orphans would have a better future. Kabuto clenched his fists. For the first time, he had a goal to strive for. He had found his purpose. Seiji, take him to get familiar with the base and assign him a teacher. The moment Yami finished speaking, Abirame Seiji stepped out from the shadows. As they left, Kabuto and Izumi crossed paths at the entrance. Izumi glanced at Kabuto with curiosity, her large eyes filled with confusion. She didn't ask any questions and simply ran into Yami's house. Yami. I came to hang out with you. You officially become a ninja, let's celebrate. At that moment, Shimura witnessed something interesting. As Izumi and Kabuto passed each other, the sunlight cast a shadow at the doorway. One ran toward the light. The other walked into the darkness. The next day. After a full day of rest, Hisashi's team gathered outside the Hokage building. Once all three of them arrived, Hyuga Hisashi led them inside and headed straight to the mission assignment center. Konoha's missions were generally divided into two types. 1. Commissioned missions, anyone could issue these. The rewards were based on difficulty, and the village took a 20% commission as a handling fee. 2. Village-issued missions, these missions paid significantly less, only about 1/3 to 1/5 of the market rate. However, village-issued missions had an advantage, they provided contribution points. During the past Shinobi World Wars, ninja participation wasn't purely out of duty, missions were assigned based on difficulty and rewarded accordingly. Contribution points could be exchanged for various benefits. Jutsu. Ninja tools. Even private training sessions with high-ranking shinobi. Thanks to this system, originally created by Senju Tobirama, Konoha's military efficiency had skyrocketed. Even ordinary ninja now had the chance to grow stronger. This was why, over the years, Konoha's shinobi quality had remained among the highest in the 5 great nations. And Konoha's economy was also the strongest among them. Excuse me, we'd like to take a mission. Hisashi spoke politely to the clerk. The overworked clerk didn't even look up. He simply grabbed a stack of mission request forms and handed them over. Pick one and register. Hisashi took the stack and skimmed through them, his expression darkened. The listed missions were either helping farmers plant rice, finding lost cats and dogs, long distance, time-consuming errands. The rewards were decent, but none of these missions provided any real training. Sensei, let me take a look. Yami walked up from behind Kurenai. Hisashi handed over the stack. Yami took one glance, then slammed the papers onto the clerk's desk with enough force to nearly break the table. The loud bang turned every head in the room. The surrounding shinobi and mission clients all stopped what they were doing to stare. What the hell are you doing? The startled clerk looked up in shock and anger. Yami pointed at the family emblem on his clothes. I am Shimura Yami, grandson of Shimura Danzō. Think carefully before deciding how you want to talk to me. The clerk's face immediately changed. His flattering smile appeared at record speed. So you're the Shimura clan's young master. Please forgive me, I've been so busy I didn't notice. What kind of mission would you like? Yami ignored him. Instead, he grabbed the entire stack of mission scrolls. Never mind. I'll choose myself. Of course, take your time. But, some of these are quite dangerous. Yeah, I got it. I'm not looking to die. Yami waved the clerk off, then turned to his 3 stunned teammates, flashing an innocent smile. Sensei, let's take our time and pick the right one. At that moment, all 3 had the same thought. Being a rich second-generation kid is freaking awesome. To be continued. Junk Dog's note, 2 CHPS starts today, throw stones at me. Chapter 31, Grandpa Hiruzen. When you step outside, you must carry your identity with you, but sometimes, you have to remind others of it. Yami had no intention of ending up like Asuma, the oldest second-generation heir in Konoha, who still lived like a failure. In the corner of the mission hall, Yami unfolded a stack of mission request forms and spread them out on the ground. Then, he called the others over and crouched down. Come help me pick. Let's see which mission is best. Hisashi had a complicated expression. This was the first time he had ever chosen a mission this way. It was a novel experience. Even though he was a Hyuga, the younger brother of the clan head, a branch family member was still a branch family member. No one had ever tried to curry favor with him. Besides, when a shinobi was still weak, they weren't exactly in a position to be picky. Once they became strong enough to be jonin, they naturally gained status. By then, they wouldn't even care about these clerks. But Shimura Yami? This guy had no restraint whatsoever. Even the Hokage's son wasn't this arrogant. Then again, he was the grandson of Danzō. It made perfect sense. Everything seemed natural. Kurenai and Yugao were at a complete loss for words. In their previous squads, jonin leaders simply assigned missions. They never had a say. This one looks interesting. Yami's eyes lit up as he pointed to a mission. Hisashi glanced at it and immediately rejected it. No. We're not in a situation where we need to send a child to the battlefield. Konoha had signed a ceasefire with Sunagakure, but not with the other three nations. The borders were still tense, low-intensity skirmishes and conflicts were common. Ninjas from both sides would steal missions from each other or intercept supplies. The mission Yami picked. An ambush on an Iwa team. If Hisashi actually took Yami to the front lines, he'd probably be locked up in Root's underground prison before they even got there. Oddly enough, Yugao's eyes flashed with a trace of hatred when she saw the mission. This one, Hisashi said decisively. The three of them leaned in to check, a B-rank assassination mission. Apparently, a merchant in the Land of Fire had been smuggling grain to Iwa. The smuggling itself wasn't the issue. Dodging taxes. That was a problem. The Fire Daimyo himself had issued the request. Among assassination missions, killing civilians, especially wealthy businessmen, was one of the easiest tasks. And there was even extra money involved. Hisashi wasn't asking for much, just a little extra income for his personal savings. That way, he wouldn't actually starve Niji in the future. Alright, fine, Yami sighed in disappointment. He had wanted to head to the battlefield, make life-or-death bonds with other shinobi. But it seemed like that would have to wait. Kurenai and Yugao had no objections. Just as they were about to return the mission scroll, an Umbu shinobi suddenly appeared in front of them. Hyuga Hisashi, the Hokage requests your presence. Please bring your team to his office immediately. Hisashi was momentarily stunned, but quickly composed himself. Understood. We'll go now. Yami was curious. What did Sarutobi Hiruzen want? Handing the mission scroll to the Umbu, he led the way upstairs. At the Hokage's office, Hisashi knocked lightly. After receiving permission, he pushed open the door and led his team inside. The room was filled with smoke. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk, puffing on his pipe. On either side of him sat Mitokado Hamura and Udatane Koharu, the village's elder advisors. Hokage-sama. Elders. Hisashi greeted them respectfully. Kurenai and Yugao also bowed their heads slightly. After ruling Konoha for over 30 years, these old men and women still commanded significant authority. Only Yami frowned. Damn it. The room is completely sealed, and they're smoking in here. Aren't they afraid of dying from second-hand smoke? Hisashi, you're here. Hiruzen nodded with a smile. Noticing Yami's frown and how he was fanning the air in front of his nose, he immediately understood the problem. He stood up and pushed open the window behind him. A cool breeze rushed in, clearing the smoke and improving visibility. We old folks are used to the smell of smoke. We forgot you were here. Ding. Host has established a bond with Udatane Koharu. Reward, 0.5 standard Jonin chakra. Host has established a bond with Mitokado Hamura. Reward, fire release, proficiency. Yami wasn't surprised. Danzō and the Elder Council were so close that they might as well share a single pair of pants. Of course, they would have some level of goodwill toward him. After greeting the two elders, Yami turned to Hiruzen. So, old man, what do you want? Technically, Hisashi was the team leader. But this was the perfect moment for him to speak. Hiruzen simply filtered out the way Yami addressed him. He immediately blamed Danzō for it but kept the smile on his face. It took a while to successfully put your team together. Am I not allowed to check in on you? Given my relationship with your grandfather, you could even call me Grandpa Hiruzen. What's wrong with me caring for the younger generation? Yami shook his head furiously. My old man said you're a cunning old fox. The more you want to screw someone over, the bigger your smile gets, just like right now. Who knows if you're just using me to go after my old man? Silence. Hiruzen's smile froze. Hisashi and the others were completely stunned. In all their years, they had never seen anyone talk to the Hokage like this. Konoha simply did not allow such people to exist. Puffed. Koharu burst out laughing. She quickly covered her mouth when Hiruzen shot her a death glare. Danzō really taught you everything, huh? Koharu smirked. Aren't you afraid of corrupting the kid? Damn you. At this moment, Hiruzen really wanted to throw Koharu out the window. What do you mean, corrupting the kid? My friendly smile is fine, damn it. Taking a deep breath, Hiruzen decided not to engage with Yami's nonsense. Instead, his expression turned serious. Hisashi, I called you here because I have a mission for you. This mission is very important. Most of the Jonin are out of the village. Right now, you're the most suitable candidates. To be continued. Chapter 32, Kirigakuru's spy arrives. Hiruzen began explaining the mission details. This was classified as a tentative B-rank intelligence mission, but it had the potential to escalate to A rank. Konoha had received intelligence that Kirigakure had sent spies to a town, located at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rivers. Their objectives remained unknown. The mission directive was to capture the target alive and return them to Konoha for interrogation by the village's intelligence unit. The reason this mission was initially classified as B-rank was that intelligence operatives typically lacked combat prowess, some weren't even shinobi, just trained civilians. With 1 Jonin and 3 Chunin, this team was deemed more than capable of handling the mission, even allowing room for unexpected complications. After listening to the details, Hisashi agreed without hesitation. A satisfied smile returned to Hiruzen's face. The main reason he had specifically chosen Hisashi's team for this mission was because of Yami. He wanted to observe Yami's capabilities and potential during an actual mission. If Yami's performance met his expectations, Hiruzen might intensify his efforts to lure him away from Danzō. While the Uchiha clan's geniuses were valuable assets to the village, their unique status required careful control. Even though Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi had emerged as rising stars, no other clans in Konoha could currently match them. The only hope for balance was Yami. However, his background was complicated and Danzō was an even greater obstacle than the Uchiha clan. Old man. Yami frowned. We already accepted another mission. Why didn't you tell us earlier? That mission isn't important. Hisashi quickly interjected on behalf of the Hokage. It's just assassinating a merchant. There are plenty of teams in Konoha who can handle it. Capturing Kirigakuru's spy is the priority. Then what about my extra money? Yami sighed. Ever since I became a ninja, my old man doesn't even give me pocket money anymore. Meanwhile, I'm carrying thousands of explosive tags on me. I don't feel safe at all. Hiruzen lifted his pipe to his lips but paused. For a long moment, his eyes were filled with confusion. Thousands of explosive tags. What are you trying to do? Start a small war? Can we take 2 missions at the same time? Yami asked. The mission we accepted is in Tansho Street, which happens to be on the way. What mission did you take? Hiruzen asked. Hisashi quickly explained the details. The Hokage hesitated. There's no precedent for carrying out 2 missions at once. It's just a matter of approval, Yami said dismissively. Sensei writes the mission report, you sign off on it, and that's it. Hiruzen, Udatane Koharu added, it's a matter of convenience. It won't take much extra time, and it also saves manpower. I think it's a good idea. You should have more confidence in Hisashi. Even though he's from the branch family, his strength is undeniable. I agree. Mitokedo Hamura nodded seriously. Their team composition is exceptionally strong. It would be wasteful to limit them, especially when the village is short on manpower. Fine. Under the persuasion of his advisors, Hiruzen had no choice but to approve it. However, he still gave one warning. If you fail the mission, I'll have Danzō spank you when you return. Hisashi's mouth twitched. If you fail a mission, all you get is a spanking. As expected, connections rule everything. With 2 authorization letters in hand, Hisashi's team left the Hokage building and headed straight for Konoha's gates. Since they had already packed their gear, they wasted no time and prepared to leave the village. At the gates, the 2 gatekeepers, Kamizuki Izumo and Hagane Kotetsu, stood guard. Technically speaking, these 2 were Yami's classmates, having graduated just a few months ago. Normally, genin weren't qualified to be gate guards, but today, they were on duty as part of their assigned missions. After completing the departure registration, Hisashi turned to the others. Fujimoto Keisuke, the smuggler, is currently residing in Tansho Street. It's not far from Konoha. If we move at full speed, we should arrive by afternoon. The group nodded without objection. They disappeared into the forest, swiftly leaping through the treetops. When Hisashi said full speed, he didn't mean burning out their stamina. Instead, he meant maintaining a balance between speed and endurance, ensuring their condition remained above 80% in case of emergencies. Thus, their travel pace was dictated by the slowest team member. That person was Kurenai. She had the weakest endurance in the squad. Realizing this, Kurenai remained silent throughout the journey, carefully managing her stamina. She secretly resolved to train her taijutsu and endurance when she returned. At the very least, she needed to improve her travel speed. Meanwhile, Yami and Yugao seemed completely unaffected. In fact, Yugao even took the opportunity to ask Yami about kenjutsu techniques along the way. By the time they arrived at Tancho Street, Yugao still seemed unsatisfied. Danzō had provided Yami with numerous swordsmanship instructors and swordsmanship scrolls, so his theoretical foundation far exceeded Yugao's. Their conversation had been highly beneficial for her, helping her recognize many weaknesses in her technique. If it were up to her, she would have found a secluded area to train with Yami immediately. But this was a mission. Now that they had arrived, their priority was the task at hand. The team booked a hotel, checked in, and gathered in Hisashi's room for a final briefing. Fujimoto Keisuke lives in the luxury district of Tancho Street, Hisashi explained. Many wealthy merchants and nobles reside there. Our mission must be conducted discreetly, causing a scene would damage Konoha's reputation. Though Tancho Street was called a street, it was actually a bustling commercial town. Casinos, pleasure houses, and taverns lined the streets. At night, the town was alive with activity, making stealth operations more difficult. We'll rest for now, Hisashi concluded. We move after midnight. After leaving Hisashi's room, Yami suddenly called out to Yugao. Yugao. She turned to him, curious. What is it? Do you know someone named Yuzuki Shinji? Yugao's expression immediately darkened. To be continued. Chapter 33, Two Women. Bonus. Where did you hear this name? Yugao looked at him anxiously. Is he your relative? Yami didn't answer directly but continued asking. Seeing Kurenai watching her with a gossipy expression, Yugao immediately grabbed Yami and dragged him into his room. Yami. Yami, can you tell me where you heard about Yuzuki Shinji? This is really important to me. Inside the room, Yugao pleaded with him. Yami nodded. I can tell you, but you also have to tell me about your connection to him and what exactly happened. He wanted to hear the whole story. All right. Yugao agreed and began explaining her relationship with Shinji. He was her uncle, her father's younger brother and the most talented genius of the Yuzuki clan. At 13, he had already become a Tokubetsu Jonin. However, during the Third Shinobi World War, he was reported as dead in battle against Iwagakure. His body was never found, just his name listed in the casualty records. For almost 10 years, Yugao had believed her uncle was gone. No wonder she was so emotional upon hearing his name from Yami. I see. Yami thought for a moment before revealing a bit of information about Shinji. He's still alive and still en route. Yugao stood up abruptly, eyes wide with shock. Then why hasn't he come home all these years? Not even a single letter. Maybe he had some sort of agreement with my old man, Yami casually blamed Danzō. Let me make one thing clear, Umbu is Umbu, and root is root. The two are completely different. Yugao frowned in confusion. Isn't root just a division of Umbu? Yami sighed. At this point, Yugao was still a rookie and didn't understand Konoha's true power structure. He had no choice but to explain the difference between Umbu and root to her. Upon learning that even the Hokage couldn't interfere with root's actions, Yugao's expression changed. With such authority, Danzō was practically another Hokage in the village. In some ways, he had even more freedom than the actual Hokage. After all, the Hokage led openly, with every action under scrutiny. But in the shadows, there were no restrictions, root could act as they pleased, unchecked. So once someone joins root, they can't send any messages back. Yugao still couldn't wrap her head around it. People in root don't have names, only code names. Yami explained, you said he was listed as dead, right? That means his survival is tied to my old man. If I hadn't forced him, he wouldn't have even told me his real name. Then, can I meet him? Yugao asked nervously. The war had left the Yuzuki clan nearly extinct, and Shinji was her only remaining clan member. Not right now, Yami refused. I need to go back and ask the old man first. I'll let you know after that. All right. Although disappointed, Yugao understood. She looked at Yami gratefully. Thank you, Yami. If you hadn't told me, I never would have known I still had family left in this world. Bond with Yuzuki. Yugao has reached the second stage. Reward received, swordsmanship talent, good, ... That fast. Yami was a bit surprised. Reaching the second stage of a bond usually wasn't so easy. With Izumi, he had to use some special methods. But this reward, well, it's better to have it than not. At least it proved that Yugao was truly grateful, not just saying empty words. Nightfall. As the night deepened, Tancho Street became alive with the chaos of nightlife. Even past midnight, while the number of pedestrians dwindled, the sounds of bars and entertainment houses remained lively. Fortunately, the residential areas of the upper class were much quieter. A signal flashed. Hisashi had sent the signal, and soon, Yami and his two teammates jumped out of the window, following behind him. Using the darkness and rooftops as cover, they stealthily approached the residence of their target, smuggler Fujimoto Keisuke. In assassination missions, the challenge isn't the kill itself, it's making sure no one notices. But for Yami's team, that wasn't an issue. After all, their leader was Hyuga Hisashi. Byakugan. Outside the walls of a lavish mansion, veins bulged around Hisashi's eyes as he activated his Byakugan. The Sharingan was powerful, but for the village, the Byakugan was of far greater strategic value. Unlike the scarce Sharingan, the Byakugan was readily available, and its intelligence-gathering capabilities were unmatched. Ninjas with Byakugan made for the best reconnaissance operatives, capable of mapping out entire battlefields while barely expending chakra. Of course, this excluded the Mangekyo Sharingan. Not only was it rare, but no successful transplant cases existed. Other than old-timers like Inoki, most shinobi villages considered Mangekyo Sharingan nothing more than a legend. Inside the mansion, Hisashi quickly scanned the area, then took out a scroll and began sketching a rough map on the ground. There are 3 people in the master bedroom on the 2nd floor, 1 man and 2 women. 2 guards are posted at the door. 3 more bedrooms on the 1st floor, each occupied by 2 people. And 2 more in the basement. He paused, then heavily circled one of the bedrooms near the master bedroom. This room is the most important. There's a shinobi inside, judging by his chakra, he's a chunin. And he's still awake. Our target is most likely in the master bedroom, but there's always a chance he has multiple hideouts. So we need to secure everyone for identification. Hisashi then looked up at Yami and his teammates to assign roles. But after a quick glance, he froze. What the hell? Staring at Yami's chakra, which was several times larger than his own, Hisashi almost thought his Byakugan was malfunctioning. Meanwhile, Yami wasn't paying any attention. His mind was fixated on one particular detail. 1 man and 2 women. He clenched his fists in frustration. Damn it. Even with all his advantages, he hadn't enjoyed such treatment. And yet, this measly smuggler dared to. Very good. You've already found your way to the afterlife. To be continued. Bonus for 200 horsepower. Next bonus at 400 horsepower. Chapter 34. Chapter 34, Yami, you're too extreme. What's there to discuss? Yami drew his kusanagi sword, his voice cold and murderous. The best stealth is to leave no witnesses. Killing them all solves everything. Let me handle it. Yami, calm down. This method is too extreme. Hisashi had just recovered from the shock of Yami's overwhelming chakra when he heard this terrifying statement. He quickly grabbed him, his expression tense. We are shinobi, not butchers. Aside from the target, there are ordinary people in this house. They're innocent. Yami sneered. Innocent. Anyone who aids criminals is no better than the criminals themselves. In Root, there are no such rules. Anyone who interferes with a mission is disposable. That's too extreme, even for Root. Cold sweat trickled down Hisashi's forehead. Yami, we're a standard shinobi team, not an underground assassination unit. If you really do this, you might be fine, but Yugao, Kurenai, and I will all be punished. You can't drag your teammates down with you. At that moment, Hisashi finally saw Danzō's shadow within Yami. Until now, Yami had always seemed like a playful, slightly arrogant but generally good-hearted child. Sure enough, Byakugan could see through bodies, but not hearts. A kind child who casually suggests slaughtering an entire household. Impossible. Yugao and Kurenai were even more numb. Why did it feel like they were the ones being punished when it was Yami doing the killing? This darkness was too deep. Fortunately, Yami hesitated, his expression loosening slightly. All right. Then what's Hisashi-sensei's plan? Seeing that he had convinced him, Hisashi let out a quiet sigh of relief and quickly explained. The civilians are easy to handle, Kurenai's genjutsu will take care of them. Yami, you will handle the chunin. Yugao will complete the assassination. I'll stay outside in case anything unexpected happens. It was a well-thought-out plan, making full use of the team's strengths. Hisashi had chosen not to participate in the combat directly, allowing the younger shinobi to gain experience. Neither Yami nor Yugao had any objections. Only Kurenai looked troubled. Hisashi-sensei, most of the genjutsu I've mastered are single-target techniques. I know the Narakumi no Jutsu, but I'm not proficient yet. The people in the basement might not be affected. I see. Hisashi frowned, realizing he had overlooked this point. Then I'll. Before he could adjust the plan, Yami interrupted. I'll handle it. Yami, you can use large-scale genjutsu. Kurenai was surprised. Although her genjutsu had been ineffective against him before, Yami had explained that it was due to the vast difference in their mental strength. I can't. But my summoning beast can. Yami pulled out a small vial of blood from his ninja pouch, smeared it onto his palm, and formed a series of seals before slamming his hand onto the ground. Kuchios no Jutsu. A puff of white smoke exploded. A small, pink piglet appeared before them. But unlike a regular piglet, this one had an elongated nose, resembling an elephant's trunk. Taper. Taper. The little piglet immediately leaped into Yami's arms, rubbing against him affectionately, as if complaining about not being summoned sooner. All right. I've been busy with missions lately. I'll take you to eat your favorite octopus balls once I'm on break. Yami lifted the piglet slightly. You got even fatter. Taper. So cute. Kurenai's eyes sparkled as she stepped closer, looking like she wanted to snatch the piglet away. Yugao didn't move, but her gaze was locked onto the creature, unable to look away. Is this the dream-eating beast? Baku. The Hyuga clan had a long history. Alongside their powerful jutsu, they also maintained extensive records on summoning beasts. Hizashi quickly recalled the information. That's right. Baku, which he calls Taper from the sound it makes, is a dream eater. Yami patted the little creature and noticed Hizashi's lingering confusion. He continued explaining. Most dream eaters specialize in wind release, but Taper is different. Its specialty is genjutsu, specifically putting people into deep sleep instantly. Though it's still young, it's more than enough for regular people. Taper. The dream Taper lifted its head proudly, waving its small trunk. Both Kurenai and Yugao smiled at its adorable display. All right, let's give the dream Taper a try, Hizashi decided quickly. Kurenai, follow up and check for any stragglers to make sure everyone is unconscious. Yes. Although it was a bit embarrassing to be outperformed by a summoning beast, Kurenai was still eager to contribute. Otherwise, she felt she would have zero presence in this team. Taper, it's time to start. Yami placed the little Taper onto the ground before leaping over the mansion's high wall, alongside Kurenai and Yugao. Taper. A strange sound resonated from the Taper's mouth, vibrating through the air. The sound waves penetrated the mansion's walls, accurately targeting its inhabitants. Through Byakugan, Hizashi could see the results clearly. The two guards at the master bedroom's door collapsed instantly, slipping into a deep sleep. Aside from the Chunin, everyone else had also succumbed to the genjutsu. However, the dream Taper was still too young. While its sound waves worked on ordinary people, the Chunin quickly detected something was off. He stood up, instantly alert. But Hizashi wasn't worried. Because Yami had already entered his room. Silent execution. Bang. The door burst open, sending dust into the air. The Chunin immediately reacted, throwing several shuriken toward the entrance. A series of metallic clangs echoed as the shuriken were deflected. And then, Yami walked in, blade in hand. Hello. My name is Shimura Yami. What's yours? My name is Nakamura. The Chunin responded instinctively, but his expression froze the next second. Realizing his mistake, he rushed to form a hand seal. Nice to meet you, Nakamura. But I'm afraid we won't be seeing each other again. This is why reducing seal count and increasing speed is critical. Just as Nakamura formed his fourth seal, a blade pierced through his back, straight into his heart. His eyes widened. You. It's just a simple combination of shadow clone and body flicker technique. Yami's voice was indifferent. Nakamura's body collapsed to the floor, lifeless. Host has established a life and death bond with Nakamura. Reward, Standard Chunin Chakra Unit +1. To be continued. Chapter 35, Yami's Goodwill. There was still a huge gap between rogue ninjas and those trained in a shinobi village. Poor Nakamura probably never attended a ninja academy and didn't know the most basic rule: if there's smoke near the enemy, always be cautious. Instead of securing a safe position to defend and counterattack, he recklessly rushed to attack first. His battle instincts were seriously lacking. Yami turned around, searched the room, and found over 400,000 ryo. After pocketing them, he walked out and headed straight for the master bedroom. The two guards at the door were still sleeping soundly, undisturbed even when Yami kicked them aside. Without hesitation, he pushed open the door. Yugao had already completed her task. She stood by the window, calmly wiping the blood from her sword. Yami ignored her and turned his attention to the massive bed, nearly 4 or 5 meters wide. Two beautiful women lay there peacefully, completely unaware of what had happened. A faint smile lingered on their lips as if they were enjoying a wonderful dream. TCH. This bastard deserved to die. Yugao followed Yami's gaze, then turned her eyes toward the bed. The moment she saw the two half-naked women, her face flushed red. With a quick movement, she used her sword to pull the blanket over them. Then, she swiftly covered Yami's eyes. Yami, don't look at things you shouldn't. Or else, you'll get a sty in the future. Yami smirked. I was looking at them with a critical eye. What do you know? Yugao let out an exasperated sigh. Kids these days, how do they even come up with excuses like this? Clearly, their guardians weren't educating them properly. Suddenly, she recalled a certain old pervert lurking around the village recently. Could he have been the one who corrupted Yami? Far away in Konoha, Jiraiya staggered out of a kabuki hall, his steps unsteady. Out of nowhere, he suddenly sneezed, nearly falling over. After steadying himself, he rubbed his nose and chuckled. Hee hee, must be those lovely ladies talking about me. Ah, being too charming is such a burden. Lost in his own narcissism, he hummed a tune and wobbled home. His off-key singing filled the streets, earning him a barrage of curses from annoyed villagers. Back in the mansion, Yugao warned Yami again. Stay away from that white-haired uncle who hangs around the women's bathhouse. Yami, of course, knew exactly who she was talking about. He nodded in agreement. After confirming their mission's completion, Yugao opened the window and threw a kunai outside, a signal for Hisashi and Kurenai to come in. Hisashi entered first, immediately taking out a camera to snap a photo of Fujimoto Keisuke's corpse as proof of the assassination. Then, he began searching the room. With Byakugan, all hidden compartments and secret stashes were fully exposed. Even before entering, Hisashi had already memorized the best places to search. In just over 10 minutes, they gathered all valuables in the house. A total of 1.2 million ryo in cash, along with several land deeds, Hisashi announced. We can't cash in the land deeds easily, so we'll hand them over to the village. As for the cash, we'll give the village half, leaving us with 600,000 ryo. We'll split it evenly. 150,000 per person. Is everyone okay with this? It was an unspoken rule among shinobi, missions often had extra profits, and the village usually turned a blind eye, as long as they paid their cut. Hisashi followed the standard practice, offering half to keep the higher-ups happy. But Kurenai frowned. I took too much, she said. I didn't contribute at all in this mission. I won't take a share, you three can split it instead. You can't say that, Hisashi shook his head. We're a team, a unit. There's no such thing as, who contributed more, in any single mission. Exactly. Yami casually grabbed the ryo from Hisashi. If you don't take it, how can I take it? If I don't take it, how can Hisashi-sensei take it? What, are we supposed to just take the money and then report ourselves to the third Hokage? Yami. Kurenai glared at him, fuming. Her beautiful eyes burned with frustration. If you don't know how to talk properly, then just shut up. What kind of person do you take me for? Then just take the money already. Without hesitation, Yami pulled out 250,000 ryo and shoved it into her hands. Hisashi's eyes widened. Yami, I said 150,000 per person. You calculated wrong. No, you calculated wrong. Yami divided another 250,000 per person, keeping the land deeds for himself. We'll just give 200,000 to the Hokage as a gesture of goodwill. Why give him more? If he has a problem with it, he can talk to my old man. This. Hisashi hesitated, but ultimately didn't argue. Shinobi work was expensive. While he didn't necessarily need the extra 100,000, he couldn't decide for Kurenai or Yugao. Besides, if trouble came, they had a little guy to take the fall. After dividing the loot, the team swiftly left Fujimoto Keisuke's mansion and returned to their hotel for the night. The next morning, everyone except Yami woke up early. Yami slept in until 10 a.m. Hisashi didn't scold him. Children in their growth phase needed plenty of rest, after all. Since the third Hokage hadn't given them a strict deadline, there was no rush. Once they left Tansho Street, their travel pace slowed. They camped in the wilderness for 2 nights and arrived at Hinoko Town by midday on the 3rd day. Before entering, Hisashi gave instructions. Remove your forehead protectors. I'll use Henge no Jutsu to disguise myself as a civilian. We're investigating a spy, we need to keep a low profile. Since the Byakugan and Konoha forehead protectors were dead giveaways, it was safer this way. Even Yugao and Kurenai changed out of their ninja vests, opting for regular clothes. Yami's eyes lit up at the sight. Without warning, he ran toward Yugao, arms outstretched. Hug me. Wani-san. Before Yugao could react, Kurenai snatched him up first. She pinched his soft little cheeks with a smirk. What, so Kurenai Wani-san can't hold you too? Yami suddenly didn't mind. Looks like, he won this round. To be continued. Chapter 36, I didn't expect you to be like this, Hyuga Hisashi. Compared to Tansho Street, Hinoko Town was much smaller in scale, with fewer outsiders due to the ongoing war. Hisashi fabricated an identity for their group, posing as a wealthy merchant from the land of fire traveling with his family. This mission was vastly different from their previous assassination. They didn't even have a confirmed target yet. Their first objective was investigation, screening potential suspects. This meant the mission would take significantly longer. Hisashi rented a small courtyard for a month at the cost of 10,000 ryo and took Yami and the others out to purchase supplies while familiarizing themselves with the town. Over the next few days, everyone except Yami, who was too young to move freely, went out early and returned late, working separately to identify suspicious individuals. The intel had come from Konoha's spy in Kirigakure, indicating that reports were being sent from Hinoko town every week. The earliest letter dated back 3 months ago. Thus, Hisashi's primary focus was investigating people who had suddenly appeared in town during that time frame, or locals whose behavior had recently changed. Not all spies were strong ninjas with noticeable chakra levels, making this investigation especially difficult. But after a few days, Yami and the others began noticing something off. I feel like something's not right with Sensei Hisashi. Sitting around the living room table, Kurenai propped her chin on one hand, murmuring thoughtfully. Every night when he comes back, he smells like alcohol. That's normal, Yugao replied calmly. The tavern is the best place for gathering information. It's expected that he'd drink while socializing. But he always comes back smiling, even when there's no progress, Kurenai argued. And that smile is very... She paused, struggling to find the right word. Finally, Yami filled in the blank. Rippling. That's it. Kurenai clapped her hands and gave Yami a thumbs up. Not bad, Yami. Your vocabulary is pretty impressive. Now even Yugao fell silent. She also felt that Hisashi had been acting strange lately. Why overthink it? Yami rubbed his smooth chin. We'll know for sure if we follow him tomorrow. Following our sensei, isn't that a bit much? Kurenai hesitated. Besides, Yami, you're the best at stealth, so you should do it. Yami shot her a disdainful look. You're just passing the job on to me. But in the end, he agreed. The next day, after Yugao, Kurenai, and Hisashi left as usual, Yami blended into the shadows. He moved seamlessly between different figures in the town, finally merging with Hisashi's shadow. During the day, Hisashi's actions were completely normal. In the morning, he visited a local gathering spot where elderly men played shogi, smoothly integrating himself. While playing chess, he subtly extracted information from conversations. In the afternoon, he hid and observed suspected targets. But once night fell, Hisashi's demeanor changed completely. Standing at the entrance of a shop with a flashing neon sign, Hisashi's face lit up with excitement. He rubbed his hands together, grinning as he stepped inside. A middle-aged woman, caked in heavy makeup, immediately greeted him with a warm smile. She playfully scolded him as she walked alongside him. Mr. Hisashi, you're late today. Has been waiting for you. Something held me up, Hisashi replied smoothly, stuffing a few bills into her hands before eagerly entering a private room. Yami. All right. I really didn't expect you to be this kind of person, Hyuga Hisashi. The way he moved and the woman's familiarity made it painfully obvious. In just a few days, he had already become a regular customer. Meanwhile, I'm stuck practicing ninjutsu alone every night. But you're off enjoying the nightlife. You even have 2 girls with you. Playing drinking games. Inside the room, cheerful voices rang out. Ha ha ha. Miko, you lost. Your turn to drink. Hey, I am exchanging drinks is fun, but let's raise the stakes. If Yami had mastered Flying Thunder God, he would have teleported straight to Konoha, dragged Hyuga Hayashi over, and made him witness his little brother's shameful behavior firsthand. Unfortunately, his spatial ninjutsu talent was still incomplete, so he had no way to teleport back. Wait a minute. Just as Yami was contemplating how to expose Hisashi, something caught his eye. He took a closer look at Iam's face and immediately sensed that something was off. In an instant, Yami leapt from the shadows, startling Hisashi, who was midway through a drinking game with 2 women. Yami. Why are you here? Bond with Hyuga Hisashi has reached the 2nd stage. Reward received, Young Attribute Chakra, excellent. Good grief. He was so shocked that he triggered a bond reward on the spot. Hisashi-sensei, you're really something else. Yami's smile was eerily cold. Before Hisashi could react, Yami knocked out Miko with a swift blow and tied up Iam. Hisashi was completely confused. Yami, what are you doing? Isn't it obvious? Yami crossed his arms and sneered. This girl is the Kirigakure spy we've been looking for. That's impossible. Hisashi's face paled in shock. Yami scoffed. I overheard your conversation just now. She's been probing your background, asking business-related questions to confirm if you were really a merchant. A brief flicker of panic crossed Ayam's eyes. Hisashi didn't notice it, but Yami did. The alcohol-fueled haze in Hisashi's mind suddenly cleared. Is that all? But I already investigated her. Ayam has been in this town for half a year. Sure. But there's one crucial flaw in your reasoning. Yami dramatically adjusted his non-existent glasses, then pointed at Ayam, who was still pretending to cry pitifully. Look at her. A girl of this caliber would be top tier even in the best custom houses in Konoha or Tancho Street. Are you telling me she'd willingly stay in a small, backwater town like this? Not a chance. Yami had seen enough in his previous life to judge a place's quality based on its hostesses alone. Hisashi's mouth fell open as realization hit him like a brick. He slumped to the ground in defeat. To be continued. Chapter 37, Punishment, Tsunagekyu's Information. Hisashi-sensei, you wouldn't want the Hyuga clan leader to know about your glorious deeds, would you? I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please don't tell him. In the living room, Hisashi knelt in front of Yami in a full daijisa. Beside Yami sat Kurenai and Yugao, both wearing serious expressions, clearly ready to pass judgment on Hisashi. They had already heard the whole story from Yami and were furious. Although the capture of the spy had been an accident, it wasn't Hisashi's original intention at all. He'd simply fallen for a woman. If Yami hadn't been smart enough, they would have wasted a lot more time before realizing the real mission. Hisashi-sensei, this is a bit tricky, Yami said, shaking his head in apparent difficulty. A verbal apology doesn't seem very sincere. Hisashi understood the implication and quickly responded, one meal, barbecue. Eat as much as you want. Yami raised 3 fingers. You wasted time for all 3 of us. So if you're going to compensate us, it should be 3 meals. Phew. Hisashi sucked in a breath. 3 meals. With the appetite Yami showed last time, he'd need to spend not only his entire mission pay but also the extra Rio he'd earned on the side. Not to mention what he already spent at the brothel these past few days. Damn it, does he have to fund the mission himself now? Does Hisashi-sensei not agree? Yami asked casually when he saw the men still hesitating. Then there's no need to force it. I'll just have Grandpa pay a visit to the Hyuga clan leader when we get back. Please don't. Hisashi immediately bowed again. It's all my fault. 3 barbecue meals, no problem at all. Great. Very enthusiastic. A smile lit up Yami's small face as he praised him. Then I'll thank Hisashi-sensei in advance. Of course, of course. Hisashi forced a smile and found an excuse. I'll go monitor Ayam to keep her from running away. With that, he fled the room in embarrassment. Puffed. Kurenai and Yugao, who had remained silent the whole time, looked at each other and burst out laughing. Kurenai clapped her hands. Yami, you're something else. You blackmailed Hisashi-sensei for 3 barbecue meals again. This trip was a total loss for him. If we eat more, he might even go broke. Yami grinned wickedly. Then let's eat a little less for lunch one day so we can hit him hard at dinner. You're so evil. Kurenai laughed until she nearly fell over. She understood exactly what Yami meant. If someone's too hungry, they can't eat much. But if they eat lightly at noon, they'll have a bigger appetite at night. Since the spy Ayam was an ordinary civilian, strict supervision wasn't necessary. After Hisashi ensured she couldn't move, he told everyone to rest, taking on night watch duty himself. However, Yami stood up and said he'd slept enough during the day and offered to take the night watch. Hisashi didn't insist and handed over the responsibility to Yami. In the dead of night, after confirming the others were asleep, Yami, seated by the door to Ayam room, suddenly opened his eyes. Seiji, Ryo, come out. At his soft call, Abirame Seiji and Yamanaka Ryo emerged from the shadows. Since leaving Konoha, the two had been secretly following Yami, waiting for orders at any time or prepared to risk their lives to buy him time to escape if needed. With the root's concealment techniques, even Hisashi's Byakugan wouldn't detect them unless he actively searched. Master, Yamanaka Ryo whispered. Yami closed his eyes again. Get all the information and report back to my grandfather. Understood. Yamanaka Ryo gently opened the wooden door without making a sound. Konoha's Intelligence Analysis Division had always been managed by the Yamanaka clan. Their analysis involved using their clan's secret techniques to extract intel from the minds of spies or captives. The strongest among them, Yamanaka Inoichi, could even retrieve information from corpses, provided they hadn't been dead too long. Though Yamanaka Ryo wasn't on Inoichi's level, handling a civilian spy was simple. Hisashi hadn't interrogated her because it wasn't his responsibility. If he learned classified information he wasn't authorized to know, it could cause problems. So once he confirmed Ayam's identity and that there were no accomplices nearby, he simply locked her up without asking further. But Yami didn't have such concerns. It wasn't that he didn't plan to hand her over to Hiruzen, but he wanted to keep a backup for Root. Half an hour later, Yamanaka Ryo reappeared, holding a small booklet. Master, all the information is recorded here. Yami took it and began flipping through. Iam's real name was Matsumoto Giku. Yami was startled for a moment, but fortunately there was a character difference, so he didn't have to worry about getting stabbed by Shinso. Matsumoto Giku was a native of Kirigakure in the Land of Water. Although she had no talent to become a shinobi, her striking appearance led to her being recruited by the Mist's intelligence department. Her role was similar to a transfer point. She wasn't responsible for any missions herself, only for receiving messages encoded in Kirigakure's cipher and forwarding them to her superiors, so she remained relatively safe. She had been stationed in the Land of Fire for several years, moving frequently. About half a year ago, she was indeed sold by a merchant. But the entire situation had been arranged by Kirigakure to allow her to more easily receive information from Sunagakure. After Yami finished reading her background, he continued flipping through the intel. Much of it was outdated, so he skimmed those parts. Most of what remained was Sunagakure-related and seemingly irrelevant to him. Until he reached the last page, Yami's hand paused. The Sand Shinobi intend to reconcile with our village and offer concessions. Their prepared show of sincerity will appear in the Great Canyon of the Land of Water on the 15th of next month. A long-buried memory suddenly resurfaced. Although most of this world's storyline focused on Konoha, there were still descriptions of other villages' shinobi and some of them had left strong impressions on Yami. One of them was likely the very sincerity Sunagakure was referring to. Scorch release bloodline wielder, Pakura. To be continued. Chapter 38, Pakura, the Scorch-style sacrifice. Pakura, the war hero of Sunagakure. She made outstanding contributions to the village during the Third Great Ninja War. Her reputation within Sunagakure is second only to the fourth Kazekage. She is also a formidable, Kage-level kunoichi. Well, it's more accurate to say she's an elite jonin. After all, her classification as Kage-level is purely based on the devastating destructive power of her Scorch style. In other areas, Pakura is only on par with a standard elite jonin. Even so, no matter which village she's in, she would be considered an invaluable asset, someone with the weight of a Kage. There aren't many like her in the ninja world, but unfortunately, there are plenty of twisted thinkers. Not only in Konoha, other villages are no different. Sunagakure had been worn down completely by the prolonged war, and the daimyo was cutting spending by reducing the number of shinobi and missions. To reconcile with Kirigakure and focus on the threat from Iwagakure, Pakura's life was the sincerity they offered. Officially, she was sent on a confidential mission. In reality, she was sold out to Kirigakure and was killed, her back riddled with kunai and shuriken. Such a pity for that perfect back. Ahem, no, such a waste of a powerful shinobi. A thought surfaced in Yami's mind. Now that he knew the mission's time and location, could he intercept it? It would be difficult, but there was room to maneuver. Root had more than enough resources to make it happen. Seiji, Ryo, can you tamper with Matsumoto Giku's memory? Yami suddenly asked. Yamanaka Ryo was briefly stunned, but quickly lowered his head and responded, yes. She's just a civilian, so it won't be hard. What about hiding it from Yamanaka Inoichi? Yami glanced at him. This. Yamanaka Ryo looked troubled. Clan head Inoichi is the strongest mind expert in the clan. His control over the brain is far beyond mine. It would be impossible to deceive him. Forget it. Yami waved his hand. Just erase the memory about the reconciliation between Sunagakure and Kirigakure. It's fine if it gets discovered, let her be handed over to the old men. As long as the memory isn't restored, it's fine. With Danzō backing him, even if something was exposed, it wouldn't matter. It had nothing to do with him anyway. Yes. Yamanaka Ryo didn't ask any further and turned to enter the room to erase Matsumoto Kiku's memory. The next day, Hisashi's team, having completed their mission, set out to return to Konoha. Matsumoto Giku, in a dazed state, was being carried by Hisashi. She had no memory of what had happened the night before, and Hisashi and the others didn't notice anything unusual. 3 days later, the group returned to the village. Seeing the fatigue on Yugao and Kurenai's faces, Hisashi showed concern and told them to head home and rest. He would handle the mission report alone. After the three parted ways, Hisashi brought Matsumoto Giku to the Intelligence Interrogation Division, then headed to the Hokage's office to wait for the summons. However, what Hisashi didn't know was that after the three had parted, they met up again not far away at Ichiraku Ramen. After finishing 3 bowls of ramen in a row, Yami let out a satisfied sigh and said to Kurenai. Kurenai, before Hisashi-sensei gets home, go to the Hyuga clan and tell the clan head all about his glorious actions. Kurenai turned her head in surprise. Didn't you promise Hisashi-sensei not to tell the clan head about it? Yes, I did say that. Yami puffed up his chest righteously. But I didn't say I would go. I asked you to go. Cough. Yugao, who had been sipping tea, choked on it, looking at Yami in disbelief. Aren't kids these days too sly? Kurenai was the type who loved drama and chaos. She teased, that's a big risk. Unless you call me Wani-san, I won't help you with something so bad. Kurenai Wani-san. Yami immediately acted cute, making Kurenai burst into laughter. Let's go, if we wait any longer, Hizashi-sensei might be back. Kurenai left quickly after slapping the money on the table. Yugao silently mourned for Hizashi for 2 seconds, but she didn't feel even a bit guilty. She also believed Hizashi needed a little punishment. Even if he was already a hopeless middle-aged man, what if he led little Yami astray? Elsewhere. Hizashi, unaware of the trap being set for him, had been sitting outside the Hokage's office for about half an hour when a jonin from the Nara clan stepped out. Shikaya. Oh, Hizashi. Just got back from a mission. Yes, I'm here to report to the Hokage. Haha, me too. Let's grab a drink sometime. I've been leading a team recently, so I have some free time. I'll get in touch. Alright, see you around. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Nara Shikaya left. Shortly after, Hiruzen's voice came from inside the office. This time, the other 2 elders weren't present. Only Hiruzen and a tall, white-haired man with vivid red face paint were in the room. Hizashi bowed respectfully. Hokage-sama, Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya laughed heartily, walked over, and draped his arm around Hizashi's shoulders. Hizashi, we've known each other for ages, no need for such formality. Hizashi smiled as well. I'm just genuinely happy to see Jiraiya-sama again. Back during the wars in the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind, Jiraiya had served as the frontline commander. They were quite familiar with each other from that time. Let's catch up later, after we finish business. Hiruzen said calmly, pipe in his mouth, exhaling a slow ring of smoke. Tell me the details of this mission. How did the children perform? As soon as Yami's group returned to the village, the Umbu had already informed Sarutobi Hiruzen. Jiraiya had been specially summoned to listen as well. Well, it went like this. Hizashi began his report. To be continued. Chapter 39, Senju Clan Bloodline. Hizashi's mind was as clear as a mirror. He understood very well that although Hiruzen asked about the children's performance, his real focus was only on one person. So, Hizashi recounted the entire mission outside the village almost entirely from Shimura Yami's perspective. Hiruzen listened intently without interrupting any part of Hizashi's account. It wasn't until Hizashi spoke about Yami's actions during the assassination mission that Hiruzen finally spoke. What does that old man Danzō usually teach? A 7-year-old child thinking about killing everyone to silence them at any moment, how can he have such intense killing intent? Jiraiya said flatly, if it's Danzō related, even the most absurd things become normal, don't they? Hizashi lowered his head and didn't dare to speak. Their words went in one ear and out the other. The 2 big names could casually speak about Danzō, but he, as a minor branch member of the Hyuga clan, neither had the qualifications nor the courage to comment. Hizashi, go on. Yami's strategic judgment somewhat eased Hiruzen's worries. It showed the boy could still be guided, so he wasn't overly concerned. Hizashi continued his report. He had originally considered hiding some parts, but fearing it might come to light later, he chose to reveal his dark history and the full story of how Yami identified the spy. At that moment, both Hiruzen and Jiraiya were at a loss for how to react. No way, he really did that. He used that method to identify a spy. Jiraiya prided himself on his familiarity with women, having been in a sea of flowers and touched every petal, yet he had never thought to associate a location's environment with the quality of women. Those words had opened a new door for him. Truly. Wonderful. After a long silence, the awkward atmosphere was finally broken. Hiruzen frowned and spoke in a serious tone. Hizashi, you're an experienced jonin. How could you make such a rookie mistake? I won't punish you this time, but don't let there be a next. Yes, I'll be more careful, Hizashi replied, forehead damp with sweat. Ha ha ha, old man, don't be so uptight. Jiraiya laughed heartily and patted Hizashi on the shoulder comfortingly, adding with a wink, don't take it too seriously, Hizashi. You just made the kind of mistake any man could make. If beauty is your weakness, then let's face it head on tonight. We can't have such vulnerabilities during missions. Hearing this, Hizashi was actually moved. What Jiraiya said made sense. A real man should confront his weaknesses. Once he becomes fully desensitized to beauty, wouldn't he become invincible? Nonsense. Hiruzen scolded Jiraiya. If you lead Hizashi astray, don't come to me when he hunts you down for answers. After that, his expression softened a bit, and he said to Hizashi, you may leave. I'll keep an eye on Yami's psychological condition so that he doesn't go astray. Yes, Hokage-sama. Hizashi turned and left the Hokage's office with a sigh of relief, closing the door carefully behind him. As he closed it, he caught sight of Jiraiya winking at him repeatedly. With the tacit understanding shared by men, Hizashi immediately grasped the message and nodded solemnly. Red Light District. 10 o'clock tonight. Inside the office, Hiruzen was still puffing on his pipe. He didn't speak right away, only finishing the last bit of tobacco before asking, Jiraiya, what do you think? What do you mean, what do I think? Jiraiya tried to feign ignorance, but Hiruzen had brought him here specifically for his insight into people, there was no way he'd let him dodge it. Don't play dumb. If you won't give me your opinion, I'll assign Shinosuke to follow you around every day. Forget about going near the red light district. You're too cruel, old man. Jiraiya's face collapsed instantly, and he slumped onto the sofa. Hiruzen let out a long sigh and said earnestly, Jiraiya, I don't want to see anyone walk the same path as Danzō, or Orochimaru. At the mention of his old friend, Jiraiya fell silent. His usual carefree attitude vanished, replaced by seriousness. Old man, I haven't seen the kid myself yet, so I can't make a judgment. That wouldn't be fair, to him or to the village. He stroked the armrest of the sofa and spoke in a low voice, but judging from what Hizashi reported, the kid's talent is undeniable. He surpasses Kakashi, and even Minato wasn't this impressive at his age. Mentioning his former disciple caused a shadow to fall over Jiraiya's heart again. Forcing a smile, he asked, but is there something wrong with Hizashi's Byakugan? How could Yami have more chakra than him? Hiruzen shook his head slightly. Shimura Arashi is nothing special, but his wife, Shimura Saki, once had another name, Senju Saki. Senju clan. Jiraiya was surprised. Since he didn't get along well with Danzō, he knew little about the Shimura family and wasn't aware of this. You mean, he awakened the Senju bloodline? That's the only explanation. Sarutobi Hiruzen refilled his pipe and lit it again. I suspected it ever since his duel with Uchiha Itachi. His remarkable chakra control and nature transformation are characteristics of the Senju clan. After hearing Hizashi's report, I'm almost certain. Shimura Yami has awakened the Senju bloodline and it's not a thin one. Another moment of silence. Then Jiraiya slowly stood up and suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha. So that's why you've been so concerned, old man. But it's not that big a deal. The Senju bloodline isn't the same as would release. Let me go meet the kid myself and see what kind of person he is. As he said that, he had already stepped onto the windowsill of the office. If possible, I hope you'll consider taking him as your student, Hiruzen said seriously. There are very few in Konoha who can oppose Danzō's darkness. You're the best choice. I have no plans to take on a disciple for now. Jiraiya had already leapt out the window, and his voice drifted in with the breeze. To be continued. Chapter 40, do you want to be listed as a missing mean? The next day, Yami and the other two gathered under the Hokage building as usual, but instead of Hizashi, they were greeted by a messenger sent on his behalf. Apparently, Hizashi had returned home too late the previous night, tripped over a stone, and broke his leg. As a result, his team was given a 7-day break, and the members were free to act as they pleased. They could either take missions or train on their own. After delivering the message, the Hyuga clan shinobi departed, leaving the three of them staring at each other in disbelief. Tripped over a stone. Only an idiot would believe that. Looks like the Hyuga clan head was pretty ruthless last night, Yami sighed, sounding like a little adult, which made the two girls laugh. So, what do we do now? Kurenai asked. Take a mission. Yami shook his head. Low-level missions are boring, and advanced missions require the signature of the lead jonin. Let's skip missions while Hizashi-sensei is resting. Of course, if either of you are short on money, go ahead. Yami didn't take missions to slave away, he was after titles. If there was an opportunity to slack off, he'd gladly take it. Please, I'm a little rich lady, Kurenai snorted proudly, while Yugao smiled quietly, also clearly not strapped for cash. Anyone with a surname in this chaotic world of shinobi likely came from a family with some wealth. Let's get breakfast first, Kurenai said, rubbing her stomach. I was counting on Hizashi-sensei to treat us to a big meal today, but looks like that's not happening. Come on, my treat, let's get some dango. Since someone was treating, neither Yami nor Yugao had any objections. The three of them arrived at the dango shop, which happened to be owned by one of Yami's classmates' families. Since it was morning, there weren't many customers. Only one woman sat at the counter, wolfing down more than 10 skewers of dango. Seeing the familiar figure, Kurenai blinked in surprise, then called out cheerfully, Anko. Mitarashi Anko turned around instinctively when she heard her name and grinned. Kurenai. You came for dango too. And this is Yuzuki Yugao. Anko-senpai. Yugao greeted her politely. Kurenai and Anko had been 2 grades above Yugao in the academy, so they had met before. As the 3 of them sat down next to Anko, she noticed Yami following behind and joked. "What's this? Babysitting duty. Don't talk nonsense." "Yami's our teammate," Kurenai said, rolling her eyes. "Did you just come back from outside? Don't you know about the genius who surpassed the Uchiha?" Anko blinked and replied casually, "I just got out from the interrogation department. I couldn't get any intel from inside the village. It's normal that I haven't heard anything, right?" Kurenai fell silent. She knew the reason Anko was under investigation, simply because she was Orochimaru's student. After Orochimaru defected, all his former subordinates were implicated, especially Anko, his only living disciple. "Will it be okay from now on?" Kurenai asked softly. "Who knows?" Anko smiled indifferently and stuffed 3 dango into her mouth at once. Her cheeks bulged like a squirrel's as she mumbled, "Anyway, I can't take any missions for the next 6 months. I'm stuck doing clerical work." "That's not so bad," Kurenai said, trying to comfort her. "At least you weren't locked up. The 3rd Hokage wouldn't wrongly accuse you. Forget about it." Anko shook her head, then turned to Yami with interest. "You said this kid is a genius beyond the Uchiha. What's the story?" Kurenai explained everything to her, including the story of how both she and Yugao had lost to Yami in the squad evaluation. Anko listened intently, surprised, then turned to Yami with a curious look. "Brat, you're pretty good. Want to spar with me sometime?" Yami, who was munching on dango, rolled his eyes, put down the skewer, and summoned the Kusanagi sword from his storage scroll, slamming it onto the table. "If you call me a brat again, I'll have you exiled and list you as a missing nin." Anko's grin froze. "The Kusanagi sword? Why do you have the Kusanagi sword?" "Obviously, your master Orochimaru gave it to me," Yami said without even looking up. "Jealous? He didn't even take you with him when he defected. Looks like you didn't mean much to him as a disciple." "What did you just say?" Anko shot up in fury, startling the shop owner in the back. "Host has formed a hostile bond with Mitarashi Anko. Reward, fire attribute chakra, excellent." Kurenai quickly held her back. "Anko, Yami's just a child. Don't take him seriously, kids say whatever, and his face is innocent too. If Advisor Danzō finds out you bullied his grandson, you might be back in the interrogation department before nightfall." Danzō's name still carried weight. Whether among outsiders or villagers, the sentiment toward him was the same: stay the hell away. Anko took a deep breath and calmed down. There was no point in bickering with a spoiled brat. She glared fiercely at Yami and stuck her tongue out dramatically just to scare him. It was so childish she might as well have been a kid herself. "Kurenai, forget this little guy. Let's go drink tonight." The group dispersed quickly. Kurenai was dragged off by Anko to go shopping, and Yugao returned home to practice swordsmanship. Yami was on his way home when he called Abirame Seiji to his side. "Go tell the dango shop owner that from now on, all of Mitarashi Anko's dango are on the house. She can eat as much as she wants. No matter what coupon, discount, or lottery excuse she uses, as long as she leaves satisfied, I'll assign a jonin as a tutor to her chubby little son." There were only so many jonin in Konoha. Most civilian shinobi had to settle for chunin instructors after graduation. Though Abirame Seiji didn't understand Yami's intention, he knew better than to ask. He quietly disappeared into the crowd to carry out the order. Yami sneered. "Anko, huh? You dare to call me a brat? I'll fatten you up decades early." To be continued. Junk Dog's note: while we did well last week, we didn't quite hold up at the end, rank 93, so back to 1 chapter per day. Chapter 41, Goodbye, Itachi. "Yami, you're back." After school, Izumi spotted a familiar figure standing at the school gate. Her eyes lit up, and she rushed over to him like a butterfly, even using chakra to speed up. Seeing the bright smile on the straight-haired black-haired girl's face, Yami opened his arms and hugged the approaching Izumi. As usual, he rested his hands on her soft hair and gently stroked it. His mood lifted as well. "Yeah. Our squad's jonin instructor got severely punished by his brother, so he won't be leading us on missions for a while." "Huh? He's already a jonin, and he's still getting scolded by his brother. He had it coming. Who told him to go out and have fun without me? So I ratted him out." "Wow, that's a bad uncle." Izumi nodded, not fully understanding, but she quickly let it go. Holding Yami's hand, she walked home with him, chatting about the little things that had happened at school over the past few days. Without Uchiha Itachi and Yami around, Izumi's talent stood out and was quickly noticed by the teachers. If it had been any other Uchiha who stood out like this, they would have already been targeted by Danzō and Hiruzen. But since Yami had specifically instructed to protect her, Danzō couldn't make a move, and Hiruzen only kept a close eye on her without taking further action. So, there was no need to worry about Izumi's safety. After eating dinner at Izumi's house and helping her train her fire release for a bit, Yami said goodbye. However, he didn't leave the Uchiha clan compound. Instead, he walked toward the forest behind it. He had heard from Izumi that after losing to him, Itachi had become even more focused on training. Other than going on missions, he spent the rest of his time training in the forest behind the clan. Sometimes, Izumi would go there to train too, and the two would occasionally run into each other. But besides exchanging nods, there wasn't much interaction. One was the clan head's son. The other, a peripheral figure within the Uchiha. Their only real meeting during the Nine Tails night had been interrupted by Yami. Izumi and Itachi were only classmates who happened to be acquainted. Upon entering the woods, Yami realized a weakness of his own. Without strong sensory ninjutsu, finding someone was extremely troublesome. Originally, he had hoped to acquire the Byakugan bloodline from Hisashi. But the rewards from the 2 stages so far had all been body-related. It looked like he'd have to grind further to get the Byakugan he wanted. It seemed he would need to find a sensory-type ninjutsu that suited him. Yami darted through the forest while thinking about his future training plan. Suddenly, a ball of fire lit up deep in the forest. The sky was already dark, so it stood out clearly. Without hesitation, Yami rushed toward the light. He didn't bother hiding his presence. Uchiha Itachi, who was training, noticed the movement as he approached. He raised his kunai warily and looked in the direction of the sound. An old classmate pointing a kunai at me right after we meet. What, want to spar again, Itachi? Yami's voice rang out, and in the next moment, he was already standing in front of him. Yami. Itachi responded flatly, but he didn't lower his kunai. Hardly anyone comes here. I thought it was a beast, or maybe a spy from another village sneaking in, so I acted on instinct. Forget the sparring. If we meet in the Chunin exams, we can have another match then. Although he had made considerable progress under the guidance of Shisui and Fugaku lately, Itachi knew there was still a gap between him and Yami. At the very least, he would only be truly qualified to fight him once his Sharingan evolved again. I'm always available. Yami shrugged nonchalantly. If Itachi had awakened the Mangekyo already, he might have been a threat. But if it was just the regular Sharingan, whether 1 Tomo or 3, it made no difference to him. I came here specifically to see you today. To see me? Itachi looked puzzled. Yami smiled. I noticed Shisui-senpai wasn't home. It's been a while since I last asked him for advice, and I'm getting a bit itchy. So, pass the word to him, I'll be home all day tomorrow. He can come by any time. Itachi gave a slight nod. I'll let him know. Anything else, Yami? Nope. Keep training. Try to last longer next time. With a wave of his hand, Yami activated body flicker technique and vanished in front of Itachi. Itachi stared silently in the direction Yami had left, then turned back to his fire release training. But this time, a small flame seemed to ignite in his eyes, and the temperature of his fire release grew even more intense. Last longer. Underestimating the Uchiha will come at a price. Back at home, Yami began rummaging through boxes and cabinets. He gathered all the ninjutsu scrolls in the villa and spread them across the floor. Then, he began flipping through them one by one. I already learned multiple shadow clone. Water barrier, got that too. Vacuum sphere. I'll keep that around for now. Why are these all elemental ninjutsu? As he flipped through the scrolls, Yami frowned. There wasn't a single sensory-type ninjutsu at home, just various elemental jutsu and the swordsmanship scroll that Danzō had given him. Looks like I'll have to go borrow the Book of Sealing from the old man. Setting down the final scroll of Earth Release, Yami gave up. He remembered that Namikaze Minato had mastered a technique that allowed him to sense enemies by touching the ground with his fingers. It was likely recorded in the Book of Sealing. But when Yami opened his status panel and checked his current stats, he still wasn't sure if he had any sensory talent. That said, he felt it was unlikely that sensory ninjutsu required a specific talent. Otherwise, after grinding for over a year, he wouldn't still be missing even the most basic one. Forget it for now. Time to sleep. After putting all the scrolls back into the bookshelf, Yami took a bath and returned to his bedroom to rest. The next day, around 10 in the morning, Uchiha Shisui arrived at Yami's house with a sword strapped to his back. Shisui-senpai. Yami, long time no see. Shisui smiled warmly. Yami nodded. Yeah, it's been a while. I've reserved the training ground, I wanted to learn from you and see how much I've improved lately. Last night, when he returned home, Shisui had seen the note left by Itachi and wasn't surprised. The two of them left the Shimura compound and headed toward the training ground. To be continued. Chapter 42, A Small Victory, Yami's Request. Although he had another reason for seeking out Shirsuke this time, Yami genuinely wanted to exercise his body. So he took the sparring seriously. Of course, his level of seriousness remained within the limits of what Shirsuke could perceive. In this world, no one knew that he had already awakened 5 basic chakra natures along with the special attributes of yin and yang. As far as the outside world was concerned, Yami only had fire and wind attributes, along with excellent swordsmanship. That alone was enough to support his reputation as a genius. Status panel. Name, Shimura Yami. Gender, male. Age, 7.5 years old. Date of birth, April 1st, year 46, Konoha calendar. Chakra attributes, fire, wind, limit break, earth, water, thunder, yin, yang, ultimate. Total chakra, 9.3 cards, 1 card is almost equal to 5 standard Jonin chakra. Chakra control talent, ultimate. Mastered ninjutsu, basic 3 techniques, numerous C-rank elemental jutsu, and a few B-rank elemental jutsu. Nature transformation, wind release, limit break, fire release, mastery, earth release, proficient, water release, proficient. Special talents, father's expectations, mother's love, senju bloodline, ordinary, developing, stealth mastery, swordsmanship genius, ninja world darkness, mother-in-law's expectation, space ninjutsu talent, 2/3, Uchiha bloodline, rich. Evaluation, your age and physical development limit your current potential. Be patient and gradually turn talent into strength. The second stage of the mother's love bond reward had made Yami's talent panel exceedingly luxurious, but his strength had not significantly improved during this period. As the system noted, even the greatest talent takes time to mature, and requires corresponding physical development to support it. The gap between an ordinary shinobi and a kage can't be bridged overnight. Training ground no. In the open field, Yami and Shirsuke were locked in fierce combat. Under the effect of body flicker technique, it looked as if the two of them were using multiple shadow clones. But in reality, they weren't. What appeared to be clones were merely afterimages left behind by body flicker. Each afterimage had no mass or substance, but every flicker was the real body. At this point, Shirsuke had fully unleashed the power of his 3-tomo Sharingan. With his dynamic vision, even if his swordsmanship couldn't match Yami's, his reaction speed and sight were extraordinary. Meanwhile, Yami kept his head slightly lowered, avoiding direct eye contact to prevent getting caught in genjutsu. Fire style, great fireball technique. Shirsuke suddenly switched tactics, spewing a massive fireball from his mouth. Yami turned his blade, coating the Kusanagi sword with wind chakra and slashing forward. The powerful sword energy split the fireball in two, but Shirsuke had already vanished behind its cover. In the next moment, Yami abruptly swung his sword backward, colliding with Shirsuke's short sword. All while keeping his head lowered. But the next second, he cursed silently, crap. The gleaming blade of the Kusanagi had reflected Shirsuke's gaze, eyes filled with a subtle smile. In that instant, Yami felt as though countless monsters lunged at him, bearing their fangs and claws. Just when Shirsuke thought the battle was over, Yami, who should have been caught in the genjutsu, suddenly moved and kicked him away. Shirsuke tumbled through the air several times before crashing to the ground more than 10 meters away. He stood up in a bit of a mess, staring at Yami in disbelief. You weren't caught in the illusion. Yami sheathed his sword and replied modestly, almost. I was right on the edge of getting trapped. You acted that well, huh? Shirsuke gave a bitter smile and slung his short sword back over his shoulder. The fight had indeed ended, but he was not the winner. That kick Yami landed had been held back. If Yami had attacked with full strength in that moment of vulnerability, or even swung his sword instead of kicking, he might have been seriously injured, or worse. Your chakra's growing at an incredible rate, Shirsuke remarked as he took out 2 bamboo water tubes, tossing one to Yami and taking a sip from his own. The essence of genjutsu is disrupting chakra flow. Shirsuke had misjudged the total amount of Yami's chakra, so the illusion failed. But a loss was still a loss. Shirsuke didn't make excuses, only felt genuinely happy about Yami's progress. After all, he was half his disciple too. Yami took a sip of water and said calmly, everyone's good at something. I just happen to have more chakra. More. Shirsuke looked at him strangely. Yami's chakra was far more terrifying than his own, and that was even with the enhancement of his 3-tomo Sharingan. If this was, just a little, how could ordinary shinobi even survive? Still, Shirsuke didn't press the matter. Tilting his head slightly, he asked, you didn't call me out today just for sparring, did you? There is something else. Yami nodded calmly. But this isn't the right place to talk about it. Let's move somewhere more private. Hearing that, Shirsuke was even more curious. He leapt down from the stone and put away the bamboo tube. Follow me. There's a spot I often use for training. Not many people go there. 15 minutes later, the two arrived deep in the forest on Konoha's eastern side. A cliff loomed ahead, with a waterfall roaring down below. How's this? Shisui asked. It'll do. Yami picked up a stone and tossed it back and forth in his hand. Shisui-senpai, what's your opinion on route? Shisui was taken aback. He hadn't expected Yami to ask something like that. After thinking it over for a moment, he replied honestly, everyone works hard to protect Konoha, each following their own sense of justice. The methods may differ. Root may dwell in darkness and employ extreme methods, but I know there are missions only Root can complete. They do it for Konoha's safety. Exactly. Everyone acts for Konoha. You see things clearly, unlike some who hold deep prejudice against Root. Yami looked up slowly, still playing with the stone in his hand. There's a difficult mission right now. After searching the whole village, I found you to be the most suitable person for the job, Shisui-senpai. For the sake of the village, would you be willing to carry it out and promise not to inform the third Hokage? To be continued. Chapter 43, you don't want Itachi to die young, do you? At the top of the cliff, Yami and Shisui stood side by side. From here, the entire view of Konoha stretched out before them, the faces of the 4 Hokage carved into the mountain, and the domed Hokage building in the center of the village stood out prominently. After Yami stated his purpose, Shisui fell silent. Yami wasn't in a hurry. He simply admired the scenery. People moved about the crisscrossing roads below, so small and insignificant, like ants. As the wind blew fiercely and the sound of the waterfall crashing against the rocks echoed beneath their feet, Shisui slowly drifted into deep thought. Concealing this is a kind of betrayal. Was this a demand to take sides? No. That wasn't possible. Shisui immediately rejected the notion that had just crossed his mind. Despite being called a genius, he was, in the end, still a mere chunin. He had little real influence. At most, people praised his potential. In the eyes of Danzō and the Hokage, he was just a minor figure. This had to be a highly confidential route mission, so secretive that even the Hokage wasn't informed. Things like this had happened before. With Root's authority, the Hokage didn't interfere in many of its actions. Yami-kun. Shisui gathered his thoughts, turned slightly, and looked down at Yami beside him. Did Lord Danzō ask you to deliver this message? No, this is my personal request. Yami answered without hesitation, meeting Shisui's gaze openly. I see. Shisui didn't believe it, but it only made him more certain of his assumption. Smart people think independently. They don't blindly trust others, they form their own judgments. But that's also their weakness. They place too much trust in their own reasoning, and as a result, they lack trust in others. To Shisui, Yami's words and behavior felt natural, as if he had been trained to say them. Which, in turn, made them feel unnatural. So. This must all be a message from Danzō. Seeing Shisui's expression, a faint smile flickered in Yami's eyes. Everything was progressing as expected. His age, the identity of a child, the gravity that came with being a root member, and the recognition he had already earned, these made Shisui think exactly as he wanted him to. Can I ask what the mission is, specifically? No. Yami shook his head. Only if you accept it and promise not to inform the third Hokage, will I tell you. But if you do tell him. A leaf blew over from the distance. Yami caught it and slowly tore it in half. Shisui, you've taught me before, so I won't do anything to you, but Itachi is different. You don't want Itachi to die young, do you? Shisui's eyes instantly sharpened. Host and Uchiha Shisui have reached the second stage of the fear bond. Reward, talent, illusion expertise. Itachi held an irreplaceable place in Shisui's heart. He treated him like a younger brother and Itachi looked up to him the same way. Yami, no, Danzō, was using Itachi to threaten him. Shisui's once gentle aura suddenly turned cold. The howling wind faded, and the world fell silent. But Yami remained calm, still slowly tearing the leaf. In terms of actual combat strength, he was no weaker than Shisui. Yami was certain that Shisui hadn't awakened his Mangekyo yet. There were still about 4 years left before his death. Only after obtaining Koto Ematsukami would Shisui develop the belief and confidence to resolve the village Uchiha conflict. Right now, he wasn't capable of that. If he made a move now, he'd only die sooner. Seeing that Yami remained unfazed, Shisui knew there was nothing he could do. Yami-kun. Don't you think this is too despicable? Shisui said helplessly, you're using Itachi to threaten me. He's a villager too, your comrade. Yami remained unmoved. Everything is for the greater good. Even villagers can be sacrificed. Everything is for the greater good. Shisui was stunned, carefully turning Yami's words over in his mind. The more he thought about it, the more profound it sounded. Could Danzō really have come up with something so philosophical? Shisui couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. The image of Danzō in his heart instantly grew taller and his attitude softened as well. This mission must be extremely important and confidential. Otherwise, it wouldn't be hidden from the Hokage. As long as the Hokage doesn't ask, there's no problem with not reporting it, right? Convincing himself, Shisui nodded and said seriously, as long as it doesn't harm the village's interests, I'll accept the mission and keep it secret. A smile appeared on Yami's young face. A wise decision, Shisui-senpai. This mission won't harm the village. On the contrary, it will strengthen it. Shisui finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tell me the details, then. Shisui-senpai, do you know about Scorch Release user Pakura? Yami asked. Shisui nodded. Of course. She's a hero of Sunagekure who possesses the Scorch Release Kekkei Genkai. I've never fought her, but her reputation is well known. At this, he looked at Yami a bit nervously. Don't tell me, you want me to assassinate her. Facing a seasoned ninja like her, even with his body flicker technique, Shisui felt uncertain. Of course not. Yami shook his head. On the contrary, someone else wants to kill her. I want you to save her. What? Shisui stared at him in disbelief. His Sharingan almost activated from the shock. Not long ago, Root received intel that Sunagekure plans to abandon Pakura in order to reconcile with Kirigakure. They intend to use her life to appease Kirigakure's anger. Next month, no, actually, it's the 15th of this month. She'll be heading to the Land of Water on a mission. Kirigakure has already received the intel and will ambush her in a canyon, killing her with arrows. After explaining everything, Yami said seriously, being betrayed by her own village, Pakura will definitely be filled with resentment. Even if we can't persuade her to submit, Root can still make use of her. Shisui-senpai, your body flicker technique and genjutsu are the strongest in the village. Most importantly, you're loyal to Konoha. That makes you the most suitable person for this mission. To be continued. Chapter 44, this is how you threaten someone. Collusion, the third Hokage's tolerance of Danzō. Shisui had no choice but to accept the mission, but he was no longer as resistant as he had been at the beginning. What Shimura said made sense. The value of a Kage-level shinobi was immeasurable. Especially since she possessed Scorch style, whether alive or dead, Pakura was of great significance to Konoha. The only difficulty lay in rescuing her from the ambush set by the Mist Shinobi and the Sand Shinobi, without being discovered by either nation. Shisui asked for more details, and Yami didn't hide anything, telling him everything he'd gathered from Matsumoto and his own analysis. After listening, Shisui felt more confident and said decisively. I'll go to the police department to request leave now. I'll head out tomorrow. Although there were still more than 10 days left, Shisui needed time for thorough preparation. He couldn't afford to waste a single moment. Good luck on your mission, Shisui-senpai. As he watched Shisui's figure weaving through the woods, Yami waved, his voice precisely carried to Shisui's ears. I'll be waiting for you with Itachi. Shisui landed on a large tree, only to lose his balance and crash through its thick trunk. That kid's got a mean streak. After leaving the cliffside, Yami thought it over and decided to inform the old man. After all, once Pakura was brought back, she would be placed under Root's control. It wasn't something he could keep from him. On Konoha's territory, the old man had more spies than Hiruzen. When Yami arrived at Root's base, Danzō was, as usual, randomly choosing some poor souls in his office to manipulate. Yami got straight to the point, explaining his plan and arrangements. Danzō frowned but didn't interrupt until Yami finished speaking. After a moment of contemplation, he stood up, pacing slowly as he spoke. Yami, you're still too idealistic. As shinobi, we are tools. Even if the higher-ups use us in exchange for benefits, someone like Pakura may be dissatisfied, but she must learn to understand. Yami didn't refute, only nodded. Not because he agreed, but because in this twisted world, that's how most people thought. Take Shisui, for example. After Danzō gouged out his eyes, his first reaction wasn't revenge, he simply thought Danzō didn't trust him enough, and he tried to understand him. Or Itachi, after Danzō killed his dear brother, he still acted as a spy for both Hiruzen and Danzō within the Uchiha clan, feeding them information, and ultimately wiped out his own clan for the sake of the village. All this just proved that, after generations of brainwashing, many people's thoughts and behavior were no longer understandable to Yami. But Pakura was different. In her impure state, she clearly expressed hatred towards Sunagekure, though in the original plot, she was eventually persuaded to return to the Pure Land. As long as she could be brought back and subjected to over a decade of brainwashing, there'd be nothing to worry about by then. Old man, don't be so absolute, Yami said with a smile. She's a Kage-level shinobi, she's worth a try. If it doesn't work, we can just kill her. We won't lose anything. That's true. Danzō smiled. So I'm not objecting. Let Uchiha Shisui give it a try. Whether it succeeds or not doesn't concern us. But Danzō's eyes gleamed coldly. Your methods of threatening people are too soft. What's an Uchiha Itachi? Next time, if you want him to do something, use the entire Uchiha clan to pressure him. For example, Shisui. You don't want your clan assigned to high mortality missions in the future, do you? Understand? Yami. He had thought he was shameless enough, but it turned out he was still a novice in front of a master. What else could he say? Elsewhere, the interrogation division had finished gathering all the intel from Matsumoto Giku. Holding the report in hand, Yamanaka Inoichi frowned deeply, as if grappling with a serious dilemma. As the sun began to set and the warm red glow filled the room, he finally gritted his teeth, took the report, and headed for the Hokage building to meet with Hiruzen. Third Hokage, the spy captured by Hisashi's team has been interrogated. Any important intel? Hiruzen asked, still puffing on his pipe. This is the compiled report. Please take a look. Inoichi respectfully placed the information on the desk and stepped back. Hiruzen quickly skimmed through it, marking several key points in red. Seeing that Inoichi wasn't leaving, he asked in confusion. Inoichi, is there something else? Hokage-sama. Inoichi lowered his voice. I found, someone tampered with part of the spy's memories. The method is very familiar, it resembles the Yamanaka clan's secret techniques. Hiruzen paused and slowly set down his pipe. Can it be restored? I'm sorry, but I couldn't manage it, Inoichi replied helplessly. I see. Hiruzen didn't blame him, instead gently encouraged him. You've worked hard recently. Go home early today and spend time with your family. Protecting the village is important, but so is the bond with family. Inoichi was deeply moved. He bowed again before leaving the office. Once he left, the smile vanished from Hiruzen's face. Danzō. How could he not understand Inoichi's implication? The only ones capable of this, and with the nerve to do so, were people from Danzō's root. Still, Hiruzen wasn't worried about Danzō's intentions. The two had worked together and clashed for years, their political views dividing and merging again and again. Hiruzen was confident that Danzō would never betray the village. Even if at times Danzō acted more like a pig teammate than a comrade and often caused more damage than a traitor might, at the end of the day, his intentions were rooted in loyalty. So after noting the information, Hiruzen didn't give it much more attention and moved on to other matters. The next document to catch his eye was news regarding the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shisui was accidentally injured while training ninjutsu and requires half a month of rest. Leave has been reported to the police department. To be continued. Chapter 45, Yugao's request, bonus. Shimura clan compound, Yami's residence. Yami sat cross-legged on the tatami, unrolling a scroll nearly as tall as he was. It was a replica of the scroll of seals that countless shinobi dreamed of seeing with their own eyes. Danzō had tossed it to him after hearing Yami wanted to learn sensory ninjutsu. It really paid to have connections. For ordinary shinobi to even qualify to learn a forbidden jutsu from the scroll, not only did their background have to be spotless, they also had to make major contributions to Konoha. As a reward, Hiruzen would let them select one jutsu to learn. But for Yami, he could study as much as he wanted without restriction. That said, Danzō had warned him, certain techniques marked as extremely dangerous required permission to learn, while others did not. Well, the scroll of seals also contained regular ninjutsu. It was likely that Senju Tobirama had created a jutsu, and Senju Hashirama, without even looking at it, ordered it sealed. After Hashirama died, Tobirama seemed to develop a habit of sealing everything he made. Water style, severing wave, modified, water dragon bullet, three-hand seal version, water dragon bullet, hard vortex water blade, water riding strike. Looking at the long list of water release techniques, Yami was dazzled. But he didn't forget his main purpose. Ignoring the techniques that would drive any water release user crazy, he focused on locating sensory-type jutsu. Eventually, he found it at the very end of the scroll. Spirit Wave Illusion Touch Super Sensory Tracking Ultimate Detection Shadow Style, crossed out, Mind's Eye of the Kagura, Universal Version. Yami's mouth twitched. That naming style, it had to be Namikaze Minato. The simplified name afterward was probably Kushina's doing. By connecting the fingers to the ground and scattering a large number of chakra threads, it allowed the user to sense life energy within a certain range. Compared to the original Mind's Eye of the Kagura, the range and precision were significantly weakened, but it was still a powerful sensory ninjutsu. Most importantly, it didn't require the Uzumaki bloodline. As long as chakra control was accurate enough, it could be mastered, making it very suitable for Yami. After copying down the training method for Spirit Wave Illusion 2, Mind's Eye of the Kagura, Universal Version, Yami started selecting other techniques. To his surprise, Uchiha Madara's signature fire style, Majestic Destroyer Flame, was recorded in the scroll, as well as other fire style, which had already been lost within the Uchiha clan. Copy it all. Just copy everything. That way, he could learn whatever he wanted later without having to keep borrowing the scroll of seals from the old men. After transcribing about 20 jutsu and their training methods, Yami stopped, rubbing his sore wrist. He already had several jutsu from all 5 chakra natures, plus Bringer of Darkness technique, Flying Thunder God technique, and mutually multiplying explosive tags. As for Wood Release, Dead Demon Consuming Seal, and Impure World Reincarnation, he either wasn't ready to learn them yet or couldn't use them even if he did, so he didn't pay them much mind. He wasn't Orochimaru, he didn't have the urge to learn every jutsu in the world. But with all 5 chakra attributes and high talent, why not? Learning more jutsu wasn't just for combat, it was also important for experiencing chakra nature transformation during the learning process. It was a shame that Kakashi's signature technique Raikiri and Minato's Reiznan weren't recorded in the scroll. Reiznan was easy enough, it likely had the most detailed training instructions among any Hokage-developed jutsu, so he could learn it on his own. Raikiri, though, he'd have to find a way to get it. It had many derivatives, and its effectiveness was solid. Well, he couldn't just feed enemies skewers of meatballs forever, could he? As for Flying Thunder God technique, although he was still 1 talent fragment short, Reido Namiyashi and Shiranui Genma were on the front lines. He'd definitely be able to get it once they returned. If all else failed, he could forge a bond of life and death. While choosing jutsu, Yami noticed something. Konoha had very few advanced wind release techniques. Only the A-rank jutsu Wind Scythe, which had been taken from Sunagakure. A rough idea began to form in his mind. It seemed he would have to rely on himself to revive the glory of wind release. The next day, Hizashi was still recovering from his injuries. Just as Yami was preparing to go find a place to train his jutsu, someone came to find him again. Yugao. Seeing the purple-haired girl in front of him fiddling nervously with her fingers, Yami asked curiously, "Why are you here? Do you have a mission?" "No, no mission." Yugao shook her head and bit her lip lightly. Finally, she made up her mind, bowed deeply, and said sincerely, "Yami-kun, please teach me swordsmanship." Yami was taken aback. He hadn't expected Yugao to come for that. In truth, what he didn't know was that Yugao had been wrestling with this for several days. The idea had actually taken root when she lost to him. During their journey, after receiving some of his guidance, she realized just how far apart they were in swordsmanship. It wasn't just about strength, it was about vision and foundation. The reason she hadn't come earlier wasn't because of pride. For the sake of improving her swordsmanship, pride didn't matter. But swordsmanship transmission was a sensitive subject anywhere. Back then, her father had worked for years to earn the chance to study Dance of the Crescent Moon under Hiate's father before being accepted as a disciple. Even though Yami was younger than her, if he agreed, she wouldn't hesitate to become his student. Yugao knew this was impulsive, but she had her reasons. "Sit down first. We can't talk properly like this." Yami snapped out of it. After collecting his thoughts, he pulled Yugao inside and brought her into the tea room. After a server delivered 2 cups of cold tea, he spoke slowly. "Teaching swordsmanship is no big deal to me, but the old man always says, you shouldn't suffer any loss. You have to earn something for your effort. We can talk about the reward later. Can you tell me why you're so desperate to improve your swordsmanship?" To be continued. Bonus for 200 horsepower, Chapter 46, as expected of Danzō's grandson. Yugao's story was simple. When the team first assembled, Hyuga Hizashi had almost let it slip. Yugao's father and Gekko Hiate's father had both died on the battlefield in the Land of Earth. When their bodies were found, they were incomplete, brutally dismembered. After investigation, it was determined that the one who killed them was a jonin named Bunga, a highly valued shinobi in Iwagakure under the 3rd Tsuchika Jinoki. Yugao had trained tirelessly in swordsmanship for one goal, to personally avenge her father by killing his murderer. Monga. Yami rested his chin on his small hand, thinking hard. He vaguely remembered this person. He was indeed one of the stronger shinobi from the Land of Earth, with a look somewhat similar to Kuratsuchi's father, Kitsuchi. During the 4th Shinobi World War, he had become the sealing squad leader, which meant, in the end, Yugao's revenge had failed. When does revenge ever truly end? Yami sighed like a tiny adult, completely at odds with his young age. Yugao's expression changed. She thought Yami was rejecting her request. But before she could show disappointment, she heard the little guy continue sighing. "That's why, when you kill someone, you have to pull them out by the roots, big or small, kill them all. Otherwise, when their kids grow up, they'll come looking for you. The cycle never ends. Such a pain." Yugao. She had forgotten Yami was Danzō's grandson, there was no way he would say something soft-hearted. "I can teach you swordsmanship." Yami took a slow sip from his teacup. "I have not only Konoha's sword techniques, but also rare ones from other villages the old man collected for me. But, what are you offering in return?" "Money." Yugao asked tentatively. I still have savings, and I can give you my mission earnings in the future. What's your money worth? One embezzlement from the old man is worth more than that. Yami shook his head. And I don't need jutsu either. I'm already qualified to learn most jutsu in Konoha. The Uzuki family was originally a samurai clan, so you don't even have a ninjutsu foundation. With each word, Yugao lowered her head more and more until she finally buried it into her chest. Only today did she realize that the person who had always been praised by her superiors and teachers as outstanding was actually so lacking. Of course. Yami, sensing she had reached her limit, finally relented. You still have great potential. Fine, consider it my investment. So, for every month I train you, you'll help me with one thing. Don't worry, it won't be anything like betraying the village. Can you accept that condition? No problem. Yugao agreed without hesitation and bowed deeply. Thank you, Yami-kun. Ding. The bond between host and Uzuki Yugao has reached the third stage. Reward, swordsmanship, Hazy Moon Night. The information for Hazy Moon Night appeared in Yami's mind. It was an advanced sword technique fused with Dance of the Crescent Moon. While its power wasn't particularly outstanding, its attack style was highly unconventional. All right. Yami set down his teacup and stood up. I was heading out to train anyway. Come with me. Yugao nodded and followed obediently. Training ground number 47, it was still the same place Hisashi's team had gathered the first time. Although Yami already had a good grasp of Yugao's abilities, he decided to spar again, just to be safe. This time, Yami only defended and didn't attack, allowing Yugao to go all out. After about 15 minutes of combat, Yami called for a stop. By now, Yugao was panting heavily and dripping with sweat. Do you know what your problem is? Yami sat on a large stone, casually tossing the Kusanagi sword to the side. Stamina. Yugao asked between breaths. Surface level, Yami scoffed. That's the basics. After 5 minutes, your sword strength and speed drop. After 10 minutes, you can't even execute techniques properly. On top of that, your base strength is about the same as a child's. What's the point in learning flashier sword techniques? Snap. With a small slap of his hand on the stone, the Kusanagi sword leapt up. Yami caught it midair and brought it down forcefully. The entire rock split in two, revealing a smooth, clean cut. No matter what, speed and strength are the foundation of everything. Only when the base power is even can technique and tactics come into play. Don't focus on sword training for now. Improve your physical fitness and total chakra capacity first. Seeing his serious expression despite his young age, Yugao nodded firmly. I understand, Yami-kun. Good. You go refine chakra. I'll begin my own training. Yugao sat cross-legged under a large tree, focusing on chakra refinement, while Yami began practicing Mind's Eye of the Kagura, universal version. He placed his fingers on the ground and smoothly released chakra in a steady, orderly fashion, dividing it into countless thin threads that spread into the earth, forming a web-like structure. Chakra acted as the eye of will, enabling the user to sense the presence of nearby life forms. The first step was easy. Releasing chakra felt like walking on water. The difficult part was the second step, spreading the chakra threads evenly and maintaining equal strength in each one. If not, perception would be inaccurate. Even with his ultimate level chakra control talent, it still required repeated practice to master. The sun eventually began to set. Yugao had spent the entire day refining chakra, and Yami had spent the entire day poking the ground. By now, both of them were starving. Yugao took the initiative to invite Yami out for barbecue. She had found out last time that he loved it, especially beef. Meanwhile, Kurenai stood outside Yugao's house, completely bewildered. Wait, where did her two teammates go? She had searched all day and still couldn't find them. Did they go on a mission without telling her? To be continued. Chapter 47, looking up from behind the canopy, the hero Jiraiya appears. Yakiniku Q. It was dinner time, and the restaurant was packed with guests. Most were jonin and chunin, very few genin could afford to eat here. Yugao and Yami sat in a corner, their table piled high with premium beef, totaling tens of thousands of ryo. Yami only focused on eating, while Yugao handled the grilling. She even refilled his milk from time to time and wiped the corners of his mouth. In truth, Yugao only appeared cold and distant to outsiders. Once familiar, she was a gentle and traditional woman, like a Yamato Nadeshiko. As for Kurenai, she looked more mature and elegant on the outside, but mentally, she was still a little girl. She and Yami constantly bickered. The two of them had argued nearly every day recently. Hisashi was at his wits' end listening to it all, he felt like he was running a kindergarten. Ah, that hit the spot. After finishing the 20th plate of barbecue, Yami took a big gulp of milk, sighed with satisfaction, and ended the battle. The meal had been incredibly relaxing. He hadn't had to think about anything else. Every slice of meat had been grilled by Yugao to perfection, not too rare, not overcooked. He could just pop it into his mouth. Yugao, your cooking's really good. Yugao smiled softly. My father used to go on missions often. I learned to cook, clean, and take care of myself from a young age. If you ever have the chance, you should try my home cooking too. I make a lot of simple dishes. It's a deal then. Tomorrow, no, the day after tomorrow, I'll come over for dinner. Thinking of how the ninja school would be on break the next 2 days, Yami remembered he had to spend time with Izumi, so he postponed the free meal. Izumi hadn't been around that afternoon, and as a result, his mind's eye of the Kagura training had slowed down. I'm fine with that. Yugao nodded and didn't ask what kind of food he wanted. He had already mentioned that he wasn't picky about meals, and she had remembered it. Come back home with me later, Yami said. I've got a recipe for a medicinal bath. Using it long-term will increase your cell activity and strengthen your body. Yugao's expression changed slightly. Yami, I can't accept that. Elder Danzō wouldn't approve. This kind of formula was a treasured family inheritance. Even if it couldn't create a Kage-level powerhouse, it could significantly raise the clan's baseline strength. Don't worry. Yami waved it off casually. The old man already uses it on root shinobi. It's not something passed down by the Shimura clan. I don't even know where he got it from. Most of the good stuff in Danzō's hands was stolen from everywhere. Some from extinct ninja clans, others from foreign nations. You could say he was well stocked. Thank you, Yami. I'll do my best to complete any task you assign me, Yugao said gratefully. We'll talk about that later. Your top priority right now is getting stronger. Yami patted his belly and hopped down from the sofa. The two of them left the barbecue restaurant and walked toward the Shimura compound. Neither spoke along the way. Yugao was silently thinking about how to repay Yami, while Yami was considering what gift to prepare for little Izumi tomorrow. He, so big, so white, gulp. At that moment, an extremely perverted voice floated into their ears. Though quiet, Yami instantly pinpointed the source with his sharp intuition. On the roof of a nearby bathhouse, a white-haired man was lying flat on the tiles. His long white hair was like a hedgehog, twitching slightly, and he let out lecherous giggles from time to time. It was already dark, and that part of the street didn't have any lights. Without sharp eyes, you wouldn't have noticed anything. Yami snorted and quickly formed hand seals. Wind release, gale cutter. Several thin wind blades shot from Yami's mouth and streaked toward the white-haired man. The man had sensed the technique early on, but didn't bother to form any hand seals. The white hair on his back instantly stiffened and expanded, wrapping around his body for defense. What he didn't expect was, the wind blades weren't aimed at him at all, but at the tiles beside him. Swish. The tiles shattered instantly, large pieces crashing down into the bathhouse below. A chorus of panicked screams erupted. The white-haired man jumped up in a frenzy, darted down in a few steps, and landed in front of Yami and Yugao. He yelled angrily, "Brat! Do you know you just ruined a historic moment? Countless readers will send you razor blades." I just stopped a pervert, Yami said flatly. If your wife was bathing in there and someone peeped at her, how would you feel? Oh, wait. Yami suddenly slapped his forehead. How could a sleazy old man like you possibly have a wife? Yugao saw his face and the forehead protector engraved with the word oil, and her expression changed immediately. She stepped back in shock, instinctively shielding Yami behind her. She still looked scared. And who could blame her? If it were an enemy, she'd be ready to die to protect Yami, but this. Any woman would be terrified. Since you're Jiraiya-sama. Yugao stammered nervously. Yami frowned. Why do you call everyone master? Does he deserve it? What? Jiraiya leaned back dramatically, then leaned forward and glared at Yami with wide eyes. You don't even know who I am. How could I not? You're just an old pervert, right? You brat. Listen up. Bang. A giant toad appeared in a puff of smoke. Standing on its back, Jiraiya struck an exaggerated, flamboyant pose. North and south and east and west. I'm the white-maned toad charmer and one of the legendary Sannin whom even celestial beings can't defeat. I am no other than Master Jiraiya. Well. You get it now. Jiraiya folded his arms proudly, waiting for Yami to show his awe and admiration. Yami glanced around slowly, as if thinking. Just as Jiraiya was getting impatient, Yami finally asked, Are you the Jiraiya who wrote the tale of the utterly gutsy ninja? You know that book. Jiraiya's chest puffed out even more. He tried to act modest but couldn't hide the smugness in his tone. That humble little work of mine. I didn't think a kid your age would understand such a profound story. I'm very optimistic about you. You've got real fan potential. Who's your fan? Yami said, annoyed. I only read it when I have insomnia. I fall asleep in under a minute. I don't even remember what it's about. Puffed. Jiraiya spewed blood and collapsed on the toad, unable to get up. To be continued. Chapter 48, Affinity with Sage Arts. For Jiraiya, writing a book is even more sacred than being a ninja. After being attacked by Yami, he now felt like dying. Let's go, don't worry about this old pervert. Yeah. Ignoring Jiraiya's antics, Yami let Yugao hold his hand and prepared to leave. Wait a minute. Jiraiya, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, suddenly grabbed Yami's ankle and said incredulously, "You little brat, are you really so heartless? I'm a legendary Sannin, aren't you afraid I'll teach you a lesson?" So what? Yami replied indifferently. Wasn't there a Sannin in the village before? Didn't my grandfather drive him out? If you peek at the women's bathhouse again, I'll report you to the police department and let those red-eyed guys come catch you. Jiraiya fell silent. Whether it was the arrogance of driving out Orochimaru or the childish threat of calling the police department, he didn't even know how to respond. Kid, Orochimaru is my friend. You said in front of me that Danzō drove him away. Aren't you afraid I'll get angry? Jiraiya slowly stood up, shedding his usual lazy and carefree attitude. A powerful pressure belonging to the legendary Sannin radiated from his body. Yugao, who was standing beside Yami, couldn't withstand it. With a muffled groan, she staggered back a few steps before finally regaining control of her body. Did my grandfather do something wrong? Yami asked calmly, completely unaffected, as he looked straight at Jiraiya. Your friend hurt people in the village, so he was driven out. Instead of blaming him, you come after my grandfather. Is that how adults act? Jiraiya was stunned. The anger that had just surged within him was dispersed by this line of questioning. That's right. Even if Danzō betrayed Orochimaru for his own goals, at least in this matter, he hadn't done anything wrong. The one at fault was Orochimaru. Ha ha ha. Jiraiya suddenly burst out laughing and returned to his usual cheeky demeanor. Your grandfather is Danzō. Then you must be Shimura Yami, right? The old man mentioned you to me. The genius who crushed the Uchiha clan, and even dares to call the third Hokage old monkey to his face. Not bad, I like you. Yes, that's me. Yami nodded slightly, but deep down he was starting to feel uneasy. He had a hunch that Jiraiya had come here specifically because of him. Jiraiya released the summoning technique, sending the toad back to Mount Mayaboku. Then, he placed a large hand on Yami's head and gave it a hard rub. Yami tried to dodge, but he wasn't fast enough and could only take the loss silently. Kid, you're right. Danzō didn't do anything wrong. Orochimaru and I were the ones at fault. Jiraiya's gaze turned serious. I'll definitely catch him and make him realize his mistakes. Then are you still going to peek at the women's bathhouse? Of course not. Jiraiya waved his hand, but then his expression instantly shifted to a shameless grin. Hee, everyone in the village is like family. What's wrong with sneaking a little peek? As he spoke, he stomped the ground hard. The sound of his wooden clogs clashing with the floor echoed, and a puff of smoke erupted beneath his feet. When the smoke cleared, Jiraiya was gone. At the same time, Yami heard a prompt from the system in his mind. Host and Jiraiya have formed an appreciation bond. Reward, Special Talent, Sage Arts Affinity, Primary. Good stuff. Sage Arts is a super tier power. In a way, it's the energy of the 6 paths level. But Jiraiya's talent in Sage mode wasn't that great. Even after decades of training, he still needed the assistance of the 2 great Sage Toads to fully tap into its power. Unlike Hashirama or the future Naruto, who could activate Sage mode with a simple hand clap. Yami's mood immediately improved. Phew, he's finally gone. Yugao let out a breath of relief and looked at Yami with lingering fear. You were really brave just now. You actually dared to talk back to Lord Jiraiya like that. So what? The two resumed walking toward the Shimura residence. My grandfather is Danzō. Who in Konoha dares to bully me? Lord Jiraiya isn't afraid of Elder Danzō. But he's afraid of the third Hokage. And the third Hokage doesn't allow him to bully me. Otherwise, my grandfather would slam his door in his face. Hokage building. After a long day of exhausting duties, Hiruzen dragged his tired body out of the office and slowly made his way home. Hearing the ghost-like howling from inside, he immediately knew what was going on. He pushed open the door with a frown, and sure enough, there was Jiraiya sitting in the living room, drinking crap. That was his treasured liquor. You bastard. Hiruzen moved with Kage-level speed, snatched the bottle from Jiraiya's hand, and looked at the empty bottles on the floor, heart aching with pain. This was a fine vintage I've been collecting for over 10 years. Don't be so stingy, old man. Jiraiya grinned drunkenly, throwing an arm over Hiruzen's shoulder. I helped you finish a mission today. Isn't it fine to drink a little as a reward? Mission. Hiruzen was taken aback, but quickly caught on. Did you contact Yami? Yeah, just came back. Taking advantage of Hiruzen's distraction, Jiraiya took back the bottle and took another swig. That kid's not bad. Really not bad. What's so good about him? Hiruzen asked, intrigued. It was rare for Jiraiya to praise someone like that. Just the fact that he sees everyone in the village as his own people, isn't that enough? Hiruzen frowned. What happened? Tell me everything from the start. Jiraiya had no choice but to recount the events roughly, conveniently skipping the part where Yami used his book as a hypnotic sleep aid. The more Hiruzen listened, the wider his smile grew, the wrinkles on his face folding together. Good kid. That's right. He's Danzō's grandson. Even if their methods differ, he still has Konoha in his heart. A weight lifted from his heart, and Hiruzen felt more at ease. He snatched the bottle back from Jiraiya and poured himself a glass. What? You planning to take him as a disciple now? Jiraiya hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. Forget it. He's an interesting little guy, but he doesn't suit my style. Besides, Danzō wouldn't agree. I don't want to deal with that old man. Well, it's up to you. Hiruzen didn't push the matter but started thinking about when he might try to rope Yami in himself. After all, Hyuga Hisashi isn't exactly one of us, and his strength isn't quite enough. To be continued. Chapter 49, Side Character Kurenai, Bonus. Hiruzen felt more at ease regarding Yami, but what he believed to be his own people was not necessarily the same as what Yami considered his own people. In Yami's view, his own people were those who stood firmly by his side no matter what happened. There was no conflict of interest with the villagers now, but if there ever was in the future. If they didn't choose his side, then they would naturally become enemies. After returning home, Yami copied the medicinal bath formula and handed it to Yugao. Go to the pharmacy and buy the herbs yourself tomorrow. Soak once a day. The effect will fade after about 30 days. With training, your chakra volume should double. The reason it could double was because Yugao's chakra was too low. Based on Yami's estimate, she only had about 3 standard chunins worth. Yugao carefully memorized the herbs, their quantities, and the preparation method written on the note. After reciting it a few times, she tore the note to shreds right in front of Yami. Yami-kun, please rest assured. I won't let a third person know the recipe for this medicinal bath. Yami smiled but said nothing. He felt quite pleased inside. The third stage of the bond was enough to prove Yugao's sincerity, but her attitude was what really stood out. The night passed without incident. On the weekend, Yami spent nearly the entire day with Izumi playing in the morning and training in the afternoon. In just 2 days, with Izumi's accelerator effect, he had initially mastered using the mind's eye of the Kagura and also learned 2 water release techniques. Meanwhile, Yugao followed Yami's instructions and prepared the medicinal bath. She soaked every morning for an hour, then went to the training ground to deplete her chakra using ninjutsu, followed by chakra refinement, and repeated the cycle. In just 2 days, she already felt her chakra had significantly increased, and her physical strength had improved as well. These changes made Yugao genuinely happy. By the 3rd day, it was Monday. After her morning medicinal bath, Yugao didn't go to the training ground. Instead, she changed into a chiffon dress and went to the market to buy ingredients. Today was the day she had invited Yami over for lunch at her home. Yugao felt that with her current ability, there wasn't much she could do to help Yami. So, she focused on the little things, like preparing meals for him. She took this meal very seriously and made sure to buy beef and chicken wings, Yami's favorites. After returning home, she got to work. By the time the food was nearly ready, Yami arrived. The Yuzuki residence was a 2-story house with a small courtyard. Though not large, it was more than enough for Yugao, who now lived alone. In fact, many shinobi still lived in apartment buildings. Land in Konoha wasn't cheap, and all the prime spots had long been snapped up by those with original clan shares. Just 10 more minutes, the chicken wings will be ready. Yugao looked at Yami, who was glancing around the living room, and said in a gentle tone, sit in the living room for a bit. There are snacks on the coffee table. Yami muttered an acknowledgement, then turned away and pouted. That tone, like she was coaxing a child. He was a child now, so it was fine. Just as Yami opened a bag of potato chips to munch on, there was another knock at the door. Yami, can you help check who it is? Yugao was busy with cold dishes and had to call out from the kitchen. Yami opened the door and both he and the person on the other side were surprised. Kurenai. Yami. 10 minutes later, the dining table was filled with a sumptuous spread. The three of them sat at the table, and the atmosphere was slightly awkward. In the end, it was Kurenai who broke the silence first. She looked at Yugao with a bit of grievance. Yugao, where have you been these past few days? I came to visit you 3 times, but you weren't home any of those times. Yami snorted, clearly displeased. You only came looking for Yugao, not me. Kurenai shook her head like a rattle. The guards at your Shimura residence have horrible attitudes. I went there once and never went back. Yami frowned slightly. You came by. Those guards didn't even tell me. Useless. Can't even watch a gate properly. They deserve punishment. That's not important. Kurenai changed the subject, her gaze locking on Yugao, who now looked slightly uncomfortable. Suspiciously, she asked. Why is Yami having lunch at your place? Why did you invite him and not me? There was a hint of grievance at the end. Why was it like this? They were clearly good sisters, best friends, but Yugao only invited Yami for a meal. Yugao hesitated, unsure of what to say, but Yami spoke up first. Yugao has been training in swordsmanship with me these past few days, unlike you, who only knows how to play around. As for today, people had different levels of bonds. Kurenai's bond was only at the first stage, so she naturally couldn't know about the medicinal bath. Yami simply used training as an excuse. What? Kurenai looked at Yami in shock, her rosy lips parting into a surprised "oh." You two have been training together? And you didn't take me with you. Yugao even treated me to a full-course meal at Yakiniku-Q, Yami added another blow. If Kurenai were from the Uchiha clan, she'd probably awaken her Sharingan out of pure emotional damage. At this point, what else could Yugao say? She could only sigh and say, let's eat first. With that, she skillfully picked up a chicken wing and 2 slices of beef and placed them in Yami's bowl. She even pushed the napkin in front of him so he could use it at any time. Watching the scene blankly, a strange line of thought suddenly crossed Kurenai's mind. It's clearly a movie about 3 people, but somehow I feel like a side character. To be continued. Chapter 50, Hisashi's Resentment, Training Time. After the meal, Kurenai strongly insisted on joining their 2-person training team. You don't train in swordsmanship, so what's the point of tagging along? It's a waste of time, Yami said in confusion. Kurenai argued, I can train in genjutsu. Yami, your mental strength is so strong, you can be my sparring partner. Yami looked at her with disdain. You just want to take advantage of me for free, don't you? Puffed. Yugao, who was drinking water, spat it out. Luckily, no one was sitting across from her, otherwise, it would have been a disaster. Yami, that kind of dirty talk, where did you even learn it? She immediately thought of 2 suspects, Hisashi and Jiraiya. Those 2 pervy old men must have corrupted cute little Yami. Then what do you want? At worst, I'll treat you to barbecue once a week, Kurenai blushed, gritting her teeth as she made the promise. No matter how tasty something is, you'll get sick of it if you eat it every day. Yami shook his head slightly. With Yugao already here, plus Hisashi still being a fat sheep, if Kurenai joined, he could basically live in a barbecue shop. What do you want then? Can you cook as well as Yugao? Yami asked. Kurenai's face turned pale. She turned away, both embarrassed and angry. No, but it's edible. I've been eating it for years and haven't ended up in the hospital. She had seen Kurenai's cooking earlier. It wasn't any worse than the restaurants in the village, and it had a homely warmth to it. If she wasn't embarrassed, she would have wanted to pay Yugao to cook long-term. Yami and Yugao both frowned. What do you mean by, haven't ended up in the hospital? Are you proud of that? Yami started counting on his fingers, complaining, your cooking isn't as good as Yugao's, you're not needed to clean, and you're not as gentle as her, so why should I help you? Ah. Kurenai screamed and lunged at him. You little brat. I'll fight you. Host and Kurenai have reached stage 2 of the rivalry bond. Reward, Genjutsu, tree binding death. After the chaos, Yami still agreed to let Kurenai join him and Yugao's training team. The reason? During the fight, he discovered that Kurenai's strength was just right for massages. Also, he had recently obtained Shirsue's Genjutsu talent, so Kurenai could serve as a sparring partner. The 2 struck a deal, 2 massages per week. However, Yami didn't share the medicinal bath formula. Their relationship hadn't reached that level yet. Over the next few days, Yami lived a 9-to-5 lifestyle, heading out to train at 9 in the morning, and picking up Izumi from school at 5 in the afternoon. Nothing changed until the 7-day period ended and Hisashi returned to his post. Outside the Hokage building, Hisashi saw Yami approaching with 2 girls and rolled his eyes dramatically, not caring who saw. You really are heartless. Were you hoping I wouldn't survive? You actually went and tattled to my brother about the Red District incident. Hisashi spoke with deep resentment. His legs were still wrapped in bandages and plaster. Of course, most of that was for show, meant for his brother Hayashi. In reality, the minor injuries could have been treated at Konoha Hospital. Just giving Hisashi-sensei a little lesson, Yami replied with a bright smile. My old man always said, people can't teach people, but things can teach people. That's the future. Hisashi savored the words, then nodded in awe. As expected of Elder Danzō. He really does speak in proverbs. Yami muttered to himself. How many times have I had to praise that old man by now? He was really breaking his back trying to make Danzō's reputation look good. After some banter, Hisashi led the three of them inside to pick a mission. Yugao quietly said, Hisashi-sensei, we'd like to take missions near the village, so we still have time to train. We also don't want to take them too frequently. Is that okay? This was a plan the three had agreed on. The purpose of taking missions was just to accumulate experience and practical combat opportunities. They were currently in a period of rapid growth, so it would be a waste to spend too much time on missions. As long as they fulfilled the village's minimum requirements, that was enough. Hisashi nodded without hesitation. All right. After each mission, we'll take 3 days off. Let's also avoid time-consuming escort or guard missions. Thank you, Hisashi-sensei. Yugao and Kurenai smiled gratefully. Another week passed in the blink of an eye. During that time, Hisashi's team only took on 2 missions, eliminating a rogue ninja and taking down a bounty hunter from Kenkinso. Both were completed smoothly. The rest of the time was spent training in the village. Thanks to the substantial increase in physical strength and chakra, Yugao's dance of the crescent moon had improved significantly. After using shadow clones, even Yami couldn't tell which was the real body or which was the main attacker, and he could only rely on brute force to counter them. Although this sword technique was named after the Konoha style, it wasn't the typical Konoha swordsmanship seen everywhere. It was actually an A-rank technique created by Senju Tobirama. It definitely had its unique traits, but the flaws were obvious too. The technique relied on trickery, and its true lethality depended on the user's own level. What Yugao needed now was a sword technique with stronger killing power. After learning she had both fire and lightning attributes, Yami suggested she start with chakra nature transformation and try infusing chakra into her blade to enhance its power. Yugao discovered a new direction and began practicing enthusiastically. But Kurenai was suffering. She had watched Yami evolve from a genjutsu novice to someone almost on par with her, in just a few days. She had always thought she was a rare genjutsu prodigy in the village. But compared to Yami, she was nothing. Thankfully, she wasn't someone who collapsed easily from setbacks. After a short slump, she reignited her fighting spirit. Even if she would eventually be surpassed, she hoped that time would come later. Otherwise, it'd be way too embarrassing. In the blink of an eye, it was already the 14th of the month. That night, Yami stood on the windowsill, looking toward the land of water. Shursui-senpai, don't let me down. Otherwise, I really will kill Uchiha Itachi. To be continued. Chapter 51, substituting one thing for another. Land of Water. Uchiha Shursui had been working hard during this time. After accepting the mission, he quietly left the village to make preparations. Rescuing Pakura without alerting either Sunagakure or Kirigakure was extremely difficult. He couldn't rescue her immediately, he had to wait until she was seriously injured and unable to resist. Otherwise, he risked being attacked by a Kage-level powerhouse and exposing himself. After racking his brain for a full night, Shursui finally came up with a meticulous plan. After leaving Konoha, Shursui didn't head straight to the Land of Water. Instead, he first traveled to Sunagakure in the opposite direction. To rescue Pakura, he needed someone to die in her place. Randomly selecting a female ninja with a physique similar to Pakura's, Shursui used secret techniques, makeup, and genjutsu to shape her into a convincing Pakura. Then he took her to Kirigakure and hid in the shadows to observe the ambush site. Finally, the agreed-upon day arrived. In the silent early morning, mist blanketed the canyon, and the crisp sound of footsteps echoed in the distance. Pakura cautiously scanned her surroundings. Even the slightest disturbance would put her on high alert. Not encountering any danger along the way made her relax slightly. She didn't understand why the village arranged the handoff of important intelligence in a place so close to Kirigakure, but as a shinobi, she still accepted the difficult mission. Step, step, step. Pakura frowned and looked forward sharply. A figure stepped out of the mist. It was a man wearing a Kirigakure forehead protector. The man raised both hands, signaling he meant no harm. Don't misunderstand, I'm the one you're supposed to meet, the man quickly said, following with the designated passphrase. Pakura's expression eased, and she pulled a scroll from the ninja pouch at her waist and tossed it over. Here's what you need. Be careful when hiding. For her allies, Pakura was always gentle, unlike the ferocity of her scorch-release ninjutsu. As expected of Lady Pakura. You're truly thoughtful toward your subordinates. The men caught the scroll with a smile, gave no further pleasantries, and turned to leave. Pakura didn't dare linger either and also turned to evacuate. At that moment. TSK. Pakura's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked back. A kunai had been driven into her back by the men, who then kicked it hard, sending her flying. The man's expression froze for a second before bursting into wild laughter. Scorch, release Pakura, did you really think I was from Sunagakure? I'm a jonin from the land of water. This canyon was the grave prearranged by Kirigakure and Sunagakure, just for you. Fire. At his order, a large number of Kirigakure shinobi emerged from the cliffs, hurling kunai and shuriken toward Pakura, riddling her body like a pincushion. Seeing the plan succeed, the man let out a long breath, his face filled with arrogance. He casually tossed the critical intel Pakura had risked everything to deliver in front of her. Take a good look for yourself. This was the unanimous decision of Sunagakure's higher-ups. They sold you out in exchange for a peace agreement. You, a scorch-release ninja who killed so many of my comrades, ended up like this. Isn't that pathetic? Unfortunately, facing his mockery, Pakura no longer had the strength to respond. She could only weakly twitch her fingers before closing her eyes completely. A Kirigakure ninja in an umbu uniform leapt down from the cliff, checked her condition, then nodded and said, Scorch-release ninja Pakura is confirmed dead. Bury her somewhere random. If it were any other village, they definitely wouldn't waste the corpse of a Kekkei Genkai ninja. But Kirigakure had already begun implementing the blood mist policy, treating all Kekkei Genkai users with hostility and showing them no value. Gradually, the mist dispersed, and the canyon welcomed its first ray of morning sunlight. All nearby Kirigakure shinobi had already withdrawn, leaving behind only scattered kunai and bloodstains. Crack! Crack! The cliff face cracked open as Shursue emerged, carrying a massive scroll. He exhaled in relief. This was a sealing scroll specially prepared by Yami. It not only suppressed all signs of life from the person sealed inside but also ensured they remained unconscious. After confirming there were no Kirigakure stragglers nearby, Shursue swiftly departed with the scroll, returning to the land of fire. Konoha. Atop a small waterfall outside the village. Yugao and Kurenai were training their chakra control. Both had already mastered basic water walking. Hot springs and still waters were no longer challenging, so they had moved on to turbulent waters. They needed to adjust the chakra output under their feet in real time according to the shifting flow rate. Since they had only just begun this training, Yugao and Kurenai weren't very proficient and often fell into the water. Yami sat on a large rock nearby with a pile of leaves at his side, studying wind-release nature transformation. By the waterfall stood a female ninja from the Hyuga clan, activating her Byakugan to observe Yugao and Kurenai's chakra output. She was a special instructor invited by Hizashi. With the Byakugan, she could precisely detect issues in the girl's chakra flow, much more accurate and efficient than their own self-awareness. Although Hizashi himself had a Byakugan, because Yugao and Kurenai were both female, he had to ask a fellow branch member to assist. Even the third Hokage had put in effort to coordinate this, otherwise, a regular person wouldn't qualify to instruct in this capacity. When Yugao and Kurenai found out, they were both very grateful to Sarutobi Hiruzen. But Yami suspected it was all for his sake. Otherwise, why would Hiruzen go so far for Kurenai and Yugao? Their talent and strength weren't enough to warrant his attention. Still, Yami didn't refuse. He accepted all the sugar-coated benefits and sent the hidden barbs right back. Suddenly, a sharp whistle sounded from the woods nearby. Yami looked up to see 3 root shinobi leap toward him. They landed swiftly and knelt on one knee. Kurenai and Yugao, still training, noticed the movement, exchanged a glance, and jumped back to shore. Yami-sama, the mission has been completed, the leading root ninja said quietly. You brought her back. Yami's eyes lit up. She's at the root base, currently receiving treatment. Got it. Yami jumped off the rock and shouted toward the other side of the waterfall, you two better not slack off. I've got something to handle and I'm heading back first. With that, he left the training grounds with the 3 root shinobi. What happened? Kurenai murmured with a confused look. Why do I feel? Yami seems really happy. Yugao shook her head. If it's something we need to know, Yami-kun will tell us. Let's focus on our training. With that, she stepped back into the waterfall. To be continued. Chapter 52, Yami who wants to be filial, Nono's questioning, bonus. In order to avoid drawing the attention of Hiruzen, even though Yami was a bit anxious, he pretended to act normally after entering the village and made his way to the root base. Unfortunately, he didn't see Pakura right away, she was still receiving treatment from the medical nin in the infirmary. After some thought, Yami took a detour and headed for the interrogation room. Shursue was there. Shursue-senpai. The person he wanted had been retrieved, so Yami was in a good mood and greeted politely. "It's Yami-kun." A tired smile appeared on Shirsue's face. After spending half a month on the run and rushing at full speed for a day after rescuing Pakura, even an elite jonin couldn't hold up. "You two step out. I'll take over the questioning." Yami waved off the two shinobi originally in charge of the interrogation, leaving only him and Shirsue in the room. "Shirsue-senpai, tell me about the mission this time." Shirsue nodded, gathered his thoughts, and began recounting the events slowly. He had intervened when the Mistneen launched their surprise attack on Pakura. Using genjutsu, he manipulated one of them to kick Pakura into his hiding spot. Then, within moments, he swapped her out and inflicted identical injuries on a scapegoat's back to match hers. He quickly sealed the heavily injured Pakura into a scroll, then retreated with her through a hidden passage he had prepared in advance. He didn't dare move again until all the Mistneen had left the area. Once he reached the border of the Land of Fire, he used the coded signal to contact the root handler, and from there, everything proceeded smoothly. As expected of Shirsue-senpai. You accounted for both the environment and human behavior. Yami didn't hold back his praise. If you ask me, you should be the head of the Uchiha clan. You're way better than that bitter, vengeful uncle. Yami, don't joke around. Shirsue gave a wry smile. Clan head Fugaku is a very competent leader. I respect him greatly. And I believe Itachi will make an even better clan head in the future. Really? Yami didn't comment further. Since he was trying to be filial today, he chose not to continue the topic with Shirsue. Thanks for your hard work on this mission, Shirsue-senpai. Root will handle the rest. I believe you know what to do once you return. Shirsue stood up and nodded. Understood. I've just been recovering these past few days, I haven't gone anywhere. He had done his part bringing Pakura back and didn't want to ask what Root planned to do next. Still, he sincerely hoped Yami would succeed and add a powerful asset to the village. After seeing Shirsue off, Yami ran into another old acquaintance. The door of the infirmary swung open, and the medical nin who walked out turned out to be Yakushi Nono, who had been absent for some time. Director Nono, long time no see. Yami-sama. Unlike Yami, Nono didn't look happy at all, her expression was grim, even slightly hostile. Yami instantly understood. Looks like you've seen Kabuto. Yami-sama, Nono said angrily, why? Kabuto is just a child, he's even a year younger than you. Why bring him into Root? When Nono returned to Konoha after completing her mission, she saw Kabuto among the Root members, training hard like the other shinobi. It felt like her world had collapsed. She had always cherished the sensible Kabuto. Even when she wasn't around to care for him, Kabuto would lead the other children and even manage the older ones with precision. She felt sorry that such a young boy had to grow up so quickly. To support the orphanage and Kabuto, Nono had forced herself to complete the missions assigned by Danzō, hoping that by embracing darkness, she could trade it for a brighter future for others. But after witnessing that scene, she realized all her efforts had been meaningless. The only reason she managed to restrain her fury and not explode on the spot was the long-standing fear and pressure of Danzō and Root, which kept her rational. I never forced him to do anything. Yami shook his head with an innocent expression. His big eyes calmly met Nono's angry gaze. He knew everything you did for the orphanage, and he made his own decision. Nono protested angrily, but without your approval, Kabuto never would have joined Root. Why wouldn't I approve? Yami looked at her in confusion. In my eyes, Kabuto's value far surpasses that of your so-called elite spies. If someone like him is willing to join Root, why would I push him away? No, I suggest you stop worrying about Kabuto. Yami waved her off. I'm easy to deal with, but my old man isn't so kind. Focus more on your missions. Don't wait until Kabuto grows strong enough to protect the orphanage on his own, only for the grass on your grave to be 3 feet tall by then. Live well. Live long enough to see Kabuto and the orphanage thrive. That's the best recognition of his efforts. With that, Yami lost interest in continuing the conversation. He walked around the stunned Nono and entered the ward. Inside the white room. Black lines extended outward from Pakura's body, forming a network across the entire room. Yami instantly recognized the technique. Sealing technique, lion closing roar. For anyone trapped at the center of this formation, all chakra points in the body would be sealed, rendering them unable to use chakra. The curse mark would wrap around the target's body like chains. Pakura was still unconscious. The kunai that had pierced her back had been laced with poison, interfering with her chakra flow, enough to completely disable a Kage-level shinobi. Yami wasn't too concerned about anything else, only whether that flawless back of hers would be left with a scar. After entering the room, he quickly flipped Pakura over and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Nono's medical skills weren't bad. Right now, the wound was just a bit red and swollen. No visible scarring remained. The guards hidden in the shadows watched this scene with odd expressions. They couldn't help but feel that their young master had some kind of serious illness. After finishing his inspection, Yami sat on the chair by the head of the bed and waited quietly. About half an hour later, a weak groan came from the bed. Pakura slowly opened her eyes. The intense light above her forced her to squint. As she tried to recall what had happened, a childish voice rang in her ears. "You're awake." To be continued. Chapter 53, Pakura, you no longer have a home. As a shinobi, Pakura instinctively reached for her kunai pouch, attempting to draw a blade. But just as she sat up halfway, a powerful force pinned her back to the bed. The lines on the floor twisted like snakes, reinforcing the seal on her body. In the end, Pakura could only turn her head, her chakra as still as stagnant water, unable to gather it all. "Looks like I need to give you some time to clear your head." Yami helped tuck the blanket over her again. "Don't worry, I've got plenty of time today, you can take your time." After that, Yami pulled out a comic book from his pouch and started reading. The entertainment industry in the shinobi world was actually quite developed, with both comics and movies. Konoha even had special stunt shinobi to take on filming jobs. The ninjutsu they used looked spectacular, but had no real lethality. Pakura turned her head to glance at Yami's tender young face, then looked away and closed her eyes, lost in thought. After an unknown period of silence, a hoarse voice came from her lips. "Is this Konoha?" Pakura recalled the last thing she remembered before losing consciousness, the flash of a Konoha forehead protector and the scarlet Sharingan. Yami put down his book and nodded gently. "Remember now. You're indeed in Konoha. This is the root base. Don't even think about escaping. Not even at your peak could you manage that." Root. Pakura's expression shifted slightly. She'd encountered root operatives during missions before. Those root shinobi weren't as strong as her, but they were terrifying in how they carried out missions, willing to sacrifice their lives without hesitation. They didn't seem like shinobi anymore, more like emotionless machines. Pakura couldn't help but scrutinize Yami. "You don't look like a root shinobi at all, you're completely different from them. For a kid this young to be in a place like this, you must be some high-ranking officer's child." "Strictly speaking, I'm not a root shinobi." Yami picked up an apple from the windowsill and started eating. "My name is Yami. Danzō is my grandfather. You're alive today because of me. At the end of last month, I took a mission and captured a spy from the land of water. From her, I learned that you were betrayed." The glint of surprise in Pakura's eyes at hearing his identity quickly dimmed. She tried to force herself to forget what had happened before she lost consciousness, to face Yami as a Sunagekure shinobi. But that was impossible. "Wani-san." Yami took a bite of the apple and sighed like a little adult. "You're really pitiful. You're a Kage-level shinobi, and there's not a single person in Sunagekure who wants to protect you. They all wanted you dead." Pakura clenched her teeth. Host has established a hostile bond with Pakura. Reward, Wind Attribute Chakra, Ultimate. Kekkei Genkai refers to special chakra formed through the fusion of different chakra natures. They aren't constrained by the 5-element theory, and their power is generally far greater than that of standard ninjutsu. Most Kekkei Genkai users are genetic anomalies who naturally possess the ability to combine chakra natures. However, there are rare cases where intense effort, talent, and training can achieve the same result. Scorch Release is a fusion of wind and fire attributes. Yami wasn't concerned about Pakura's hostility. This was only the beginning. He didn't have Naruto's gift of persuasion. If he wanted to win Pakura over, he needed to use some explosive information to completely shatter her worldview. "You went to great lengths to have that Uchiha risk his life to save me. What, you want me to serve Konoha?" Pakura asked, her tone more composed. "Not Konoha, me," Yami patiently explained. "The guards my old men assigned to me are average at best. They're just cannon fodder to take a kunai from me. I think you're perfect. Don't be delusional." Pakura snorted coldly. "Do you really think saving my life means anything to me? Worst case, I die. Don't think you can control me." "I already said, don't worry." Yami finished his apple, stood up, and stretched. "I just came to make friends today. There are still plenty of days ahead. I've got time." As he spoke, Yami reached out to pinch Pakura's lips. Despite her struggling, he began forming seals with one hand. The Shimura clan's ancestral technique, Cursed Tongue Eradication Seal. It could not only prevent subordinates from speaking carelessly, but also seal chakra. After he finished, Yami waved to Pakura. "You can give up on escaping. Even if you succeed, where would you go? There's no home for you in this world." As soon as he finished speaking, the door shut again. Inside the room, Pakura stared up at the ceiling, her heart full of conflicting emotions. Yes, even if she escaped, where could she go? Outside the door, Yami was startled to find someone waiting. Danzō stood in the shadows, leaning on his cane with both hands. "Old man, how long have you been there?" "Since you went in." After Danzō finished speaking, he began walking ahead. Yami followed helplessly behind. "Yami, you didn't learn any good habits from Hisashi, but you did pick up his hesitation." Danzō snorted coldly, clearly dissatisfied with Yami's attitude toward Pakura earlier. "Too soft. What you need are tools, subordinates who obey your every order, not liabilities with emotions and thoughts. Countless shinobi have failed missions because of their feelings. Hatake Tsukumo is the best example." The moment Hatake Tsukumo's name was mentioned, Yami, who usually listened to Danzō half-heartedly, became animated. "Old man, since you brought it up, tell me everything." Yami's face was full of nosy curiosity. "When I was going through Root's files, I saw a lot of villagers saying you were the one who killed Hatake Tsukumo. Is that true?" Danzō paused, his expression momentarily unnatural. "Nonsense. He committed suicide. Everyone knows he was denounced for abandoning the mission. What does that have to do with me? Why do you care about someone who's been dead for over a decade?" "You brought him up first, so I asked," Yami replied, pouting. Danzō didn't respond. He simply walked toward a deep cave. A long time later, his voice echoed from within. "A tree doesn't just have trunks and leaves, it has roots. Though they never meet, they are still part of the same whole." Yami understood the implication. Hiruzen and Danzō, one light, one dark. Danzō had supported many of Hiruzen's so-called achievements, but Hiruzen pretended to stay innocent while letting Danzō do all the dirty work behind the scenes. Suddenly, Yami had a thought. There may never have been a real Danzō, he was merely a scapegoat for all the hidden sins, a shadow created so the village could remain pure on the surface. Interesting. Yami didn't follow Danzō into the cave. He stood there, chuckling. "The old man has borne so much for Konoha, it's time for me to enjoy some sunlight. If Sarutobi Hiruzen can be Hokage, why can't I, a Shimura?" The next day. Hisashi's team still didn't take on any missions, they continued training. Yugao and Kurenai naturally asked about what happened yesterday. Yami had no intention of exposing Pakura's existence, so he casually brushed them off with an excuse. After lunch, Yami returned to the root base. Pakura had regained the ability to move, but her chakra was sealed, so her strength was only at the level of a normal chunin. The root operatives had locked her in a room, not a prison cell, but an ordinary single room. Someone would bring her food regularly. Seeing Yami again, Pakura didn't act coldly. Instead, she asked calmly, "Don't you have missions or training? Why are you so free, coming to see me, a powerless prisoner?" Yami pulled over a chair, sat across from her, and placed the lunchbox he brought on the table. "There are so many shinobi in Konoha. I can afford to slack off." "That's true." Pakura nodded, her tone tinged with jealousy. The land of fire has a unique geographical advantage. Unlike the land of wind, where even surviving is a challenge. That's why Konoha had to open multiple war fronts every time. The best land in the shinobi world was all under Land of Fire's control. Who wouldn't be envious? Especially the Land of Wind, which was almost entirely desert, where people even struggled to feed themselves. That's why, even as the weakest among the 5 great hidden villages, they were often the first to start wars. If they didn't vent their internal problems externally, they'd be crushed by the harsh natural environment. "Still thinking about Sunagakure?" Yami asked curiously. Pakura was silent for a moment, then shook her head. "Just a subconscious comparison, I guess. After all, I lived there for almost 20 years. You're not even 20 yet." Yami looked surprised, clearly suspicious. "These legs, that back, that intensity. No way you're not even 20. Pakura was immediately annoyed by his stare. "Do I look old to you?" Yami instinctively glanced at her perfect figure. "Not really." Pakura's mood lightened a little. She raised her head proudly. "That's just my natural talent." "True." Yami nodded sincerely. To have that kind of figure before 20, that was definitely talent. "So what exactly is your grudge with Raza that made him hate you enough to betray you with the entire upper echelon?" "How should I know? He used to be my teammate." Yami didn't stay long. After watching Pakura finish her meal, he left. In the days that followed, he continued to visit occasionally. He also instructed the root shinobi that as long as Pakura didn't leave the base or approach any important areas, she could move freely within the restricted zones. Danzō was extremely dissatisfied with Yami's insistence but didn't stop him. In his eyes, this was destined to be a futile effort. Even if successful, it wouldn't last. Pakura had betrayed Sunagakure, she could betray Yami one day, too. The reason he didn't intervene was that he wanted Yami to learn a lesson through this. Once Yami suffered a setback because of Pakura, he would mature, and gradually grow into the kind of person Danzō expected. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. The intensity of the war had decreased further. More shinobi returned to the village from the front lines. It was clear that the coming years would be relatively stable, entering a period of peaceful development. However, the major villages didn't dare let their guard down. The shinobi wars had broken out too frequently. The Third Shinobi World War had started just a few years after the Second. No one wanted a repeat. The arms race never stopped. That day, Hisashi's team gathered as usual. Yami, congratulations on completing your 300th mission. Once everyone arrived, Hisashi smiled and said, the village's forces are now sufficient. The Chunin exams haven't been held in over a year. Yesterday, the third Hokage gathered the Jonin and discussed resuming the exams soon. You'll be promoted to Chunin in no time. The Chunin exams are finally back. Yami, who had grown significantly taller and now stood nearly 1.5 meters, complained lightly. With excellent living conditions and his Senju bloodline developing well, his growth far outpaced normal children. He was only 8 but looked more like 10. For comparison, Uzumaki Naruto was about the same height when he graduated. Yami was very happy about his upcoming promotion. Promotion meant accelerated training speed. Lately, he had been focused on his swordsmanship, which was starting to take shape. He hadn't paid much attention to what was going on in the village. Kurenai and Yugao were both happy for him. They knew just how strong Yami was. Not only was Chunin well within reach, even Jonin wasn't out of the question. He was stronger than Kakashi had been at the same stage. There simply hadn't been an opportunity for him to be promoted until now. However, there was one thing that made them uneasy. Yugao asked softly, Hisashi-sensei, Kurenai and I are both Chunin. Normally, the Chunin exams require a full team. What will Yami do? Should he join another team? Hisashi was momentarily stunned. He hadn't thought of that. He just assumed this sort of thing wouldn't be a problem for the Shimura heir. But since Yugao had brought it up, he began to panic a little. I originally planned to take you all on another mission first and let Yami take the exam after we returned. Let's go ask the Hokage about this together. Kurenai, didn't Kakashi take the exam alone back then? Yami asked curiously. Kurenai thought for a moment and shook her head. No. Kakashi had 2 teammates, but they both failed during the first 2 rounds. Only he made it through and got promoted. Yami didn't fully understand, so he just shrugged and followed along to ask Hiruzen how to resolve it. The group arrived at the Hokage's office. With Yami as a living signboard, they were quickly granted entry and met with Hiruzen. Hokage-sama. Hisashi respectfully voiced his concern. After listening, Hiruzen looked at Yami with a smile. I've already arranged teammates for you. As it happens, someone from Uchiha Itachi's team died. Since you're classmates with Itachi, you'll form a temporary team with him. Hearing this, Yami's brows slowly furrowed. To be continued. If you're enjoying this so far, leave a review or drop more PS or something XD. Chapter 54, then I'll take some root ninjas to participate in the Chunin exam and ambush. Old man, can't I just take the exam alone? Yami didn't want to be teamed up with Itachi. Hiruzen shook his head. There's no precedent for that. Everyone participating in the exam must register as a team. That's the rule. Unless you'd rather be promoted through accumulated mission merits, Hiruzen added as he flipped through the mountain of documents on his desk and pulled out Yami's file to review. At the rate your team is completing missions, it'll take at least another 6 months for you to qualify for Chunin based on merit alone. In the past half year, Yami had become more and more lazy, only completing 10 C-rank and 2 B-rank missions. Seriously, can't you bend the rules a little? Yami asked again. No. Hiruzen's tone was firm. He didn't want Yami relying on connections for everything. Otherwise, not only would his own dignity as Hokage be damaged, but Yami would also develop a disregard for rules, expecting privilege to solve everything. So he was absolutely unwilling to compromise on the team requirement for the Chunin exam. Fine then. Yami shrugged casually. I'll go to Root and pull 2 shinobi from there. They don't have ninja registration files, so technically they count as genin, right? With that, he turned to leave. Wait. Hiruzen instantly dropped his firm stance and rushed to stop him. This won't do. It's way too unfair to the other participants. Root had its own training system, and it was extremely harsh. Those who survived and became official members were elite among elites. At the genin and chunin level, their quality far exceeded that of regular shinobi. Yami alone was already beyond standard. According to the reports from Hisashi, Yami's strength was already close to that of a jonin. If he teamed up with 2 Root members, would any of the other participants even survive? Isn't this within the rules? Yami spread his hands. I'm just following your conditions. This isn't allowed, that's not allowed, being a shinobi is really troublesome. Yami picked up the forehead protector hanging from his waist. I don't want to stay in Konoha anymore. I'm becoming a rogue ninja. Wait. Hiruzen could no longer stay seated. He rushed forward and snatched Yami's forehead protector from him. What a troublemaker. Saying he'd become a rogue ninja just because something didn't go his way. If Danzō found out, he'd flip the village upside down. It's my fault, don't get so worked up. Hiruzen smiled bitterly. Forget about the team requirement. I'll allow you to participate as a special entry, and you'll be judged based on individual performance only. Happy now? Yami immediately lit up with a bright smile. Thanks, Grandpa Third. Hiruzen, this kid, was he faking all that just now? Before he could think further, Yami had already pulled Yugao and Kurenai away. They arrived at the mission assignment center, where Hisashi accepted a mission he had selected earlier. Transport strategic supplies to the front lines near the land of Earth. Hisashi wanted Yami to experience the battlefield atmosphere without taking on missions that were too dangerous, so transporting supplies was the best option. Aside from their team, there were 3 other genin teams led by Chunin joining the mission. It was a joint operation. The work was divided between the teams. Hisashi's team was responsible for security, while the other 3 teams handled transport. The 4 arrived at the rendezvous point. When they saw Hisashi, a Chunin in a green vest with a scar on his face walked up. Hisashi-sama. Yes. Hisashi nodded. Are all the preparations complete? Ready to move out? We're ready. We can leave anytime. Then let's head out. The front line is waiting on these supplies, we can't afford delays. Yes. Soon after, the convoy left Konoha village. Hisashi walked at the front of the team, activating his Byakugan every few steps to monitor the surroundings. Yami followed behind to cover his blind spot. Due to the caged bird seal, Hisashi's Byakugan had a single blind spot, directly behind him. Yugao and Kurenai stayed on either side of the convoy, ready to provide backup at any time. The other 3 teams were organized as well. The genin handled the carts, and the Chunin oversaw the supplies. The 3 wagons carried kunai, shuriken, and explosive tags, especially the latter. If even one was accidentally ignited, it could cause a chain reaction and blow up everything. So the convoy moved slowly, carefully avoiding sparks or friction. At night, the teams took turns keeping watch. To ensure Yami got proper rest, Kurenai and Yugao covered his night shifts. 5 days later, the convoy had covered about 2/3 of the journey. As they moved along, Hisashi activated his Byakugan as usual. His expression changed, and he immediately signaled everyone to enter alert mode. 30 chakra signatures appeared at the edge of his detection range, about 4 kilometers away. There happened to be a forest in that direction, it was also the fastest route to the border. The moment the others saw the signal, their nerves tensed. Yami quietly approached Hisashi and asked with lip movements. Are there enemies? 21. Hisashi replied the same way. 2 Jonin-level chakras, 3 Tokubetsu Jonin, and 16 Chunin. Yami tapped the trees beside the road and activated the mind's eye of the Kagura, universal version, sensing the same life signatures as Hisashi had reported. Seeing Hisashi's hesitant expression, Yami nudged him with his elbow. What are you hesitating for? Pretend we don't know, they're waiting for an ambush, so we'll ambush them first. No, it's too dangerous. There are 2 Jonin. You stall them, and Yugao and I will handle the small fry. Then we'll each take 1 Jonin. Hisashi thought about the recent growth of Yugao and Kurenai and realized Yami's plan was solid. Even if they couldn't take down both Jonin, they could at least drive them off. With that, Hisashi stopped hesitating. He nodded slightly and approved the plan. The team continued moving at the same pace as before, but Hisashi silently signaled behind him to organize their ambush strategy. And so, the convoy slowly entered the forest. To be continued. Chapter 55, Yami's Ninja Scroll. Deep within the lush forest, Iwagakure shinobi were lying in ambush atop the thick trees lining both sides of a winding path. One of the shinobi was forming hand seals, his eyes dull and unfocused. He was the sensory type in the squad, using a technique to share vision with nearby beasts and scout through their eyes. After Hisashi's group entered the forest and advanced about 1 kilometer, the sensory ninja's eyes regained their clarity. Lord Ishigaki, Konoha's shinobi are approaching. How many? 16. The sensory ninja reported, judging by their attire, most are genin, and there's even a child who looks no older than 10. Ishigaki quickly compared both sides' combat strength in his mind. It's likely a standard Konoha team, probably led by a Jonin, but our mission is to destroy their supplies. As long as we keep them occupied, burning the supplies and eliminating the genin won't be an issue. Everyone, get ready. We attack as soon as the target enters the ambush zone. At his command, the Iwa Nin immediately began preparing for combat. Half an hour later, Hisashi's team had entered the Iwa Nin's field of view. A few hundred meters more, and they would step into the ambush circle. The enemy was ready. Prepare. Ishigaki's cold voice echoed softly. But before he could give the signal to strike, a sudden chill crept up his spine, an intense sense of danger making the hairs on his neck stand. He spun around quickly, trying to identify the source of this unease, and then, at his 5 o'clock, a 10-year-old boy appeared on a tree branch, hands completing a seal. Fire release, dragon flame song technique. Yami leaned back, then abruptly lunged forward, spewing out 4 ferocious fire dragons, roaring toward the rock Nin. Crap. We've been discovered. Defensive positions, now. Earth release, earth-style wall. Shocked by the enemy flanking them, Ishigaki had no time to question how they'd been exposed. The fire dragons were already surging toward them, forcing him to immediately organize a defense. With loud booms, multiple earth walls rose up, blocking the raging flames. The fire release was overwhelming. Despite several earth walls being destroyed, the fire dragons gradually dissipated. Bang. At the same time, the ordinary Chunin from Hisashi's side cancelled their transformation techniques, revealing their true identities. Only now did the Iwa Nin realize how they had been exposed. Against the strongest Byakugan perception user, their ambush was basically a delivery. 8 trigrams, empty palm. Hisashi swung his palms forward in rapid succession, sending out waves of invisible force, the compressed air striking toward the enemy lines. Earth release, gathering rock technique. It's useless. Hyuga are good at perception, but weak in actual combat. Just keep him at a distance, kill him. Ishigaki used an earth mound to block the vacuum palms and barked orders to his squad. All the Iwa Nin charged, hurling ninjutsu, explosive tags, and kunai straight at the supply convoy. Yugao drew her blade and danced across the battlefield, deflecting projectiles and preparing for close combat. Yugao. Hold up. Buzz. Amid the rumbling of explosions, a sharp buzzing sound stood out. Jonin-level Iwa Nin Shigetsu glanced toward it. The 10-year-old boy extended his arms, each hand holding a massive wind demon shuriken. Both shuriken spun violently, wind whirling around them, reinforced with sharp wind release chakra that extended their cutting edges. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. Both shuriken were launched. Whoosh. With wind release reinforcement, the massive spinning blades sliced through the enemy's earth walls like paper, tearing through defenses and unleashing screams from within the Iwa ranks. Damn it. Stop those things. Ishigaki roared, his blade shattering as soon as it touched the wind blades. He ducked instinctively to avoid being sliced apart. A Chunin behind him wasn't so lucky, cut clean in half. What kind of nature transformation was this? Ishigaki stared in horror, pupils dilated, fixated on Yami with disbelief. In that brief opening, Hisashi had already closed in, pushing through multiple earth walls to engage Shigetsu in close combat. At the same time, 8 trigrams, 64 palms surrounded Ishigaki, temporarily locking down both enemy Jonin. After cutting down 7 Chunin and 1 Tokubetsu Jonin, Yami's twin shuriken spun far into the forest, severing dozens of trees before crashing into the ground. Only then did Yugao, Kurenai, and the other 3 Konoha Chunin dare to enter the battlefield. It was terrifying. They weren't afraid of dying to the enemy, they were more afraid of dying to Yami's friendly fire. 1 each. Yugao took on 1 Tokubetsu Jonin. Kurenai handled another. Yami made no move to help, the 2 were strong enough to use this fight for training. Yami unsheathed his Kusanagi sword and began harvesting the remaining Chunin. Using the body flicker technique and his sharp swordsmanship, none of them could survive beyond 3 exchanges. Some tried desperate counterattacks, but their blades only struck after images. Within 30 seconds, all 9 remaining Iwa Nin Chunin were slain. The 3 Konoha Chunin stood frozen. He's too strong. What were they even doing here? Watching might be more valuable. After clearing out the small fry, Yami didn't waste a moment. He leapt over the corpses and joined the battle between Hisashi and Shigetsu. Sensei, I'll take Ishigaki. Knowing how his system worked, Yami had done his homework. He regularly browsed routes intelligence on other villages and was familiar with enemy personnel. He had seen both Jonin in the Iwagakure intel files. Ishigaki, remember this, Shimura Yami is the one who will kill you. Hisashi gave way, fully focusing on Shigetsu. The pressure on him dropped instantly. The Hyuga clan's gentle fist specialized in close-range combat. Fighting 2 Jonin at once had genuinely been overwhelming. Brat, you die today. Ishigaki, kill him. The 2 Iwa Nin Jonin erupted with murderous intent, their hatred for Konoha peaking. Why did Konoha have so many prodigies? How could a child have such terrifying strength? If he were allowed to grow, he might become another fourth Hokage. Even if they died here, they had to eliminate Shimura Yami. Host and Ishigaki have established a deadly enemy bond. Reward, Earth Attribute Chakra, excellent, 0.5 Standard Unit Jonin Chakra. Host and Shigetsu have established a deadly enemy bond. Reward, Earth Attribute Chakra, excellent, Earth Release, Earthquake Core. 2 bond rewards were triggered, confirming how intense their hatred for Yami was. Clang. The Kusanagi sword clashed with the kunai. Ishigaki tried to use his superior physical strength to quickly kill Yami, but he soon realized that, while he had the edge in raw power, Yami's speed and body flicker technique were too fast. He already had multiple wounds, and had it not been for instinct and battle experience avoiding vital points, he would have been critically injured. He quickly switched tactics, stalling. Earth Release, Earth Flow River. The solid ground turned to sticky mud, forcing Yami to leap onto a tree. The swamp also limited his body flicker movement. As expected from a seasoned Jonin, one jutsu had already neutralized his speed advantage. Ishigaki continued weaving hand seals. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Mud bombs launched from the swamp. Yami responded instantly, forming hand seals and pressing his palms forward. Wind Pressure Scroll. A strong gust gathered into a solid wind barrier, blocking the projectiles. Then, several wind blades followed, tearing across the forest. In the elemental chart, water overcomes fire, fire overcomes wind, wind overcomes lightning, lightning overcomes earth, earth overcomes water. There was no direct counter between earth and wind. It came down to who had the superior chakra transformation and ninjutsu mastery. Yami was like a ninjutsu machine gun, firing wind release after wind release, forcing Ishigaki to hide behind earthen walls, cursing in frustration. Where is this kid getting all this chakra from? He's like a many-tailed beast. Luckily, Earth Release users were known for their defense. Wind Release, Thousand Faces Gale. Wind Release, Vacuum Wave. Wind Release, Whirlwind Slash. Ah. Kurenai blinked in confusion. She had just prepared an illusion to finish her opponent, then a stray wind blade flew over and cut him in half. Yami. Stop kill stealing. Kurenai yelled in frustration. But Yami was already immersed in the fight. His hands formed seals so fast they blurred. There was no such ideal target to practice on in the village. Suddenly, he dropped to the ground and pressed his hands against the muddy swamp. Lightning Release, False Darkness. A dazzling arc of lightning surged up, forming a spear that shot straight at Ishigaki. He knows Lightning Release too. Ishigaki was stunned. He hadn't expected Yami to know Lightning Release, the natural counter to Earth. Still, his Jonin level experience kicked in. He slapped his hands to the ground. Earth Release, Earthquake Core. The earth beneath him surged upward, shielding him from the lightning strike while also lifting him out of his defenses. You turtle, you finally showed yourself. Not good. Ishigaki looked up just in time to see Yami airborne, speeding toward him, Kusanagi sword wrapped in a fierce wind. Flickering moment, flash slash. A slash of wind blades rained down like a storm. Ishigaki was cleaved in two, and the sword energy carved a long trench through the forest. Host has killed Ishigaki. Reward, Earth Release, Digging Earth Technique. Ishigaki. Shigetsu, who had been fighting Hisashi, screamed in horror. Distracted, he took 2 direct gentle fist strikes to the chest. Don't scream. You're next. Be companions on the road to the underworld. Swoosh. Yami vanished again. A streak of blue light shot forward, cutting everything in its path. In an instant, he appeared in front of Shigetsu. With a surge of sword force, the kunai in Shigetsu's hand was cleaved in half like paper. Yami's blade slit his throat, blood gushing. Ugh. Shigetsu groaned weakly, eyes full of hatred. Then, he collapsed with eyes wide open. At this point, the only remaining opponent was the Tokubetsu Jonin fighting Yugao. Knowing he had no chance of survival, the enemy tried a suicidal strike, but Kurenai, still bitter from earlier, landed an illusion and finished him painlessly. Bang. Yami kicked a body aside, sheathed his sword, and calmed his surging chakra. For this level to qualify as Jonin, Iwagakure is really starving. Hisashi awkwardly defended the enemy. Ahem, Yami, don't underestimate your opponent. Have you considered that maybe you're just too strong? What else could he say, that Ishigaki and Shigetsu were weak? Then what did it say about him, who had trouble fighting them? Hisashi now looked at Yami like he was a monster. He had thought he understood Yami's strength. But now, it felt like he'd been blind. Lightning Release. Chakra reserves rivaling a Jonin. This was way beyond anything he expected. He had no doubt, if he fought Yami one-on-one, he'd end up like the others, never getting up again. Sensei. Yami said flatly. Your expression is making me uncomfortable. Thinking something weird? No, no. Hisashi panicked and quickly came up with an excuse. I was just thinking, anyone taking the Chunin exams with you is really unlucky. He meant it. Having someone who could kill Jonin take the Chunin exam, it was like bullying children. Kurenai and Yugao joined them, and the other 3 Chunin began cleaning the battlefield. Kurenai commented, Yami, since you're close to the 3rd Hokage, why not just ask him to promote you to Jonin? You're going to crush those kids' dreams. Yami rolled his eyes. Compared to them, I'm still a child. Kurenai, fair. She smiled and ruffled his hair. You're not just a child, you're a baby. Yami slapped her hand away in annoyance. If I don't grow taller in the future, I'll throw you off Hokage Rock. If I break my legs, I'll live off your rice for the rest of my life. No. Okay, enough. Seeing the two about to bicker again, Hisashi stepped in. We still have things to handle. Looking at the battlefield, he said gravely, the mission briefing didn't mention enemy ambushes. This clearly targeted our supply convoy. We must report this to the Hokage immediately. Let's move out. We don't have a communication summoning beast, so we'll have to rely on the front line. Hearing that, Yami and Kurenai stopped. Hisashi sealed Shigetsu's body into a scroll, hoping to extract intel, then led the team out of the forest. The genin who had been guarding the carriages had disappeared, they were actually Yami's shadow clones in disguise. The real supplies had been placed outside the forest, guarded by the genin. On the battlefield, the genin couldn't help, they'd only be a liability. Yami had swapped the targets based on the enemy's limited scouting range, a trick inspired by Uchiha Shursui. Soon, the convoy resumed its journey. Hisashi was even more cautious now, keeping his Byakugan activated almost constantly. Their rest was cut down to just 4 hours a day. The team endured, but even the horses were foaming at the mouth. Finally, 2 days later, the convoy reached the front lines safely. After handing over the supplies, Hisashi went to find the commander in charge, Konoha Elite Jonin. To be continued. Chapter 56, First Meeting with Konoha's Blue Beast. Hayama Shirakumo, one of Konoha's elite Jonin, is nearly 30 this year and considered a core figure of the middle generation in the village. The reason he's not widely known is because a peer of his generation outshined everyone so dazzlingly that it eclipsed the rest of them. That peer was Namikaze Minato. Anyone who encountered Namikaze Minato back then could immediately abandon their mission and retreat to the village without punishment. Looking at the entire shinobi world, he was the only one at that time who received such treatment. In the future, Uchiha Shursui would also achieve this feat, but only the Land of Water would issue such an order. With such a genius present, even someone as talented as Hayama Shirakumo seemed mediocre by comparison. However, being chosen by the Sandaime and appointed as a frontline commander was already enough to prove his capability. Not only was his individual strength excellent, but his use of leaf flash and swordsmanship was extraordinary. More importantly, Hayama Shirakumo had a strategic mind that many shinobi lacked. He was steady and served as one of Konoha's cornerstones. He had been stationed at the front line for the past 2 years, calmly responding to several covert attacks from Iwagakure. Although Hisashi wasn't personally close to Hayama, they had worked together on multiple occasions. After a brief greeting, Hisashi got straight to the point and detailed the entire ambush process. The faint smile on Hayama's face quickly vanished, replaced with a solemn expression. The scar on the side of his face twisted slightly. After Hisashi finished speaking, Hayama turned to the large map behind him, pacing as he analyzed the situation. According to our intel, the 2 Iwa Jonin have retreated from the front lines with their teams and returned to Iwagakure. This looks like a smokescreen, meant to distract us and launch a surprise attack from the rear. Hisashi spoke in a deep tone, now they're dead, but we can't be certain that they were the only Iwa shinobi who infiltrated the Land of Fire. We still need to report the information back to Konoha as soon as possible and raise the alert level. Hayama nodded. He understood. He immediately summoned the intel team, relayed the information back to Konoha through summoning beast communication, and arranged several patrol squads. Their tasks were completed quickly. They finally had time to talk casually. Those 2 Jonin were killed by Shimura Yami? Hayama asked curiously. He'd spent little time in the village over the years and had never heard of such a group before. Strictly speaking, except for one special Jonin, all the other Iwa shinobi died at his hands. Hisashi sighed and shook his head. With a grandson like that, Elder Danzō truly has a worthy successor. Hearing that, Hayama grew even more interested in Yami. Tell me about the fight. An 8-year-old child, and that strong. Did he awaken a Kekkei Genkai? No. Hisashi shook his head slightly. Yami's talent lies mainly in his ninjutsu and swordsmanship. As Hisashi described Yami's battle, Hayama's eyes lit up. He specialized in wind release, swordsmanship, and the body flicker technique, exactly like himself. The only difference was that Yami was also proficient in other elemental releases, while Hayama focused solely on wind release combined with swordsmanship. Meanwhile, while Hizashi went to report, Yami and the others found themselves idle at the camp. Soon enough, something caught their attention. This is passion. This is youth. I actually completed yesterday's goal. No, I'll train 3 more rounds. A strange being in a green jumpsuit with his forehead protector worn as a belt was bouncing around the camp on his hands, landing each time with a single finger touching the ground. Sweat poured down his face, leaving a long trail behind him. The other shinobi in the camp had long grown used to this sight. Only Yami and the 2 girls, being newcomers, were caught off guard. Yugao winced, holding her forehead, muttering, I don't know him, I don't know him. But fate has a way of doing the exact opposite of what you want. The oddball noticed the trio. Hey! Kurenai. You've come to the front lines to protect Konoha. I'm so moved and excited. After that, Might Guy seemed to be hit with a burst of energy and sped up his training even further. It took him a full 15 minutes to circle the camp 3 times. He ended with a series of backflips and landed in front of them, giving a thumbs up. Yami and Yugao felt dizzy. This guy's teeth were glowing. Kurenai. It's been a while. Are these 2 your new teammates? Hello, I'm the blue beast of Konoha, Might Guy. Ah. Hello, senior guy, I'm Yuzuki Yugao, Yugao replied, slightly dazed. I'm Shimura Yami. He blinked. Even though he'd seen Guy in the anime, seeing him in real life was even more overwhelming. Especially that tight green jumpsuit. Only a Konoha acorn could pull that off. Host has formed a companion bond with Might Guy. Reward, medium physical fitness enhancement. Yami was stunned. This was the easiest bond he'd ever formed. They had only just met and exchanged names, yet Guy already considered him a companion. Kurenai gave an awkward smile. Guy, we're not here to reinforce the front lines. We're just completing a regular escort mission. Oh, I see. Guy looked disappointed but quickly regained his spirit. No problem. We'll definitely get a chance to fight together in the future. Kurenai, how's Kakashi doing? Kurenai shrugged. He's joined Umbu and is rarely seen. I haven't run into him in a while. Umbu really is something to aspire to, Guy sighed, tears welling up. It's a shame Elder Danzō didn't let me join Root, or I wouldn't have lost back then. Kurenai and Yugao glanced at Yami. Ah. Yami was speechless. Not everyone wants to join Root. Huh. Guy looked at him in confusion. Yami is Elder Danzō's grandson, Kurenai whispered. He knows a lot about Root. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Might Guy was kneeling in front of Yami, trying to hug his leg, but Yami deftly dodged. Guy didn't mind. He knelt on one knee, tears streaming down his face. What are the conditions for joining Root? I'm sure I meet them. There are a lot of requirements. Yami thought back to Danzō's usual standards. How did you do in stealth training back at the academy? Never passed. What about assassination class? A real man should beat his enemies head on. Can you take off your, training suit? No. It's the symbol of my youth. Clap. Yami clapped his hands and shrugged. See. You don't meet the core requirements for Root. We can't accept you. I see. Guy began crying again. As expected, Kakashi is truly my eternal rival. He's achieved everything I couldn't. I'll train even harder tomorrow. Yami. At first, he thought Guy would be an easy bond to grind, but now, forget it. This guy is too much. He might actually get infected with youth. Kurenai gave a wry smile and whispered, Guy's always like this. You'll get used to it. But he's a good person. Yugao subtly took a step back and nodded softly. Yami. Just then, Hizashi's voice rang out from behind. Everyone turned to see Hizashi walking over with a scarred, high-ponytailed middle-aged man. Let me introduce you. This is Hayama Shirakumo, the commander of the front lines. These are my team members, Shimura Yami, Yuzuki Yugao, and Yuhi Kurenai. Kurenai and Yugao quickly bowed. Yami simply nodded in acknowledgement. Host has formed a talent-cherishing bond with Hayama Shirakumo. Reward, Wind Release Nature Transformation, Mastery. Talent Cherishing. Yami looked at Hayama in confusion. Feeling his gaze, Hayama smiled warmly. Hello. I heard from Hizashi that you performed admirably in the battle. This mission has been upgraded to A rank. The village will compensate you accordingly. It's getting late. You can rest here for the night and set off again tomorrow. And Hayama paused, glancing at Might Guy. Guy, you'll return tomorrow with Hisashi, carrying my letter. Yes. Guy responded loudly. I'll rush back as fast as I can. No need to rush. Hayama waved his hand. The battle has cooled down. We no longer need as many shinobi on the front line. After you return, Hokage-sama will assign you a new mission. Got it. Guy seemed a bit down but cheered up thinking he'd see Kakashi again soon and could compete with him once more. Late that night, Yami lay in his tent, staring at the dark ceiling. He was reviewing the earlier battle against Ishigaki. Shigetsu and Ishigaki only had to die, but he had a lot to reflect on. Every Jonin was no ordinary opponent. The reason he killed Shigetsu in one strike was that Hisashi had already blocked several of his tenketsu, disrupting his chakra flow. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been that easy. As for Ishigaki, the man was like a walking turtle shell. If he hadn't forced him out with lightning release, the fight would have dragged on. In short, Yami found several weaknesses in himself during that battle. His nature transformation skills were strong but hadn't yet reached the level of overwhelming everything. He couldn't achieve instant kills. This was largely due to the level of his ninjutsu. Though ninjutsu ranks mainly indicate learning difficulty rather than power, higher difficulty often equates to stronger effects, otherwise, why bother learning them? His strongest technique was the S-rank water release, hard vortex water blade developed by Senju Tobirama. The rest were all A-rank. But even S-rank jutsu had limitations depending on elemental affinities. In the fight against Ishigaki, the water blade wouldn't have been very effective and would have only exposed one of his trump cards. For most shinobi, improving combat potential was hard. Either they needed time or they had to go all in on secret techniques to enhance specific strengths, like Minato's Flying Thunder God. The fastest path was evolving one's dojutsu, Mangekyo, or acquiring a cheat-level ability like Sage Mode. Yami couldn't see either of those happening in the short term. So the only option left was to attempt elemental fusion and awaken a Kekki Genkai. I'll ask Bakura how to train Scorch Release when we get back. Scorch Release was a combination of fire and wind, Yami's two strongest attributes. Over the past 6 months, his relationship with Bakura had improved significantly. They had reached the second stage of their bond. It shouldn't be difficult for her to teach him. Besides that, he couldn't neglect swordsmanship training. Against single targets, a blade was still more efficient than ninjutsu. Just as Yami was laying out his training plans, he heard a rustle outside the tent. He quickly placed 2 fingers on the ground and sensed a familiar chakra signature. He was puzzled for a moment. Then came a soft whisper. Yami, are you asleep? No. Come in, Yugao. It was Yugao. She entered through a small gap in the tent and sat beside his mattress, whispering. I knew you wouldn't be asleep so early, so I came to check. What's up? Yami sat up, curious. Nothing. Yugao shook her head. I was just wondering about the sword techniques you used in the last battle. I've never seen them before. Did you develop them yourself? She had wanted to ask for a while, but they had been too tense during the journey to chat about side topics. You mean flash and disruption? Yami understood. He patted the mattress beside him. Come, I'll explain. Yugao didn't hesitate. She got under the blanket and moved beside him. Yami lay down again, turning slightly. Those 2 techniques are indeed my own creations. Flash is a sword draw slash. It's part of a series I've been developing, though it's not yet complete. Not even complete, and already that strong. Yugao was surprised. She still remembered the brilliant blue slash, it was utterly overwhelming. Even if I'm a genius, I can't fully develop a set of S-rank swordsmanship in just 3 months, Yami rolled his eyes, though she couldn't see it in the dark. A whole set, all S-rank. Yugao was even more shocked. Among Konoha-style sword techniques, only Dance of the Crescent Moon was A-rank. She'd only heard rumors of another A-rank move in the Konoha style but had never seen it. And Yami had created an entire series. More accurately, it's a series, Yami explained. Each move in the Flash series corresponds to a specific type of sword draw slash. There are different kinds. Of course. Flash emphasizes ultimate speed, using wind release to create unparalleled cutting power. Disruption affects the enemy's perception by altering the attack rhythm, making them misjudge. There's also power slash, which focuses on raw force. As he inhaled the faint scent of her purple hair, Yami's eyelids began to feel heavy. Mid-sentence, his words faded, replaced by steady breathing. Yugao had been listening intently, but suddenly felt his weight lean against her. He had fallen asleep and was now resting against her shoulder. She couldn't help but smile softly. She'd originally planned to return to her tent, but now she didn't dare move for fear of waking him. Shinobi usually slept lightly when out on missions, always on alert. So she lay there quietly. Perhaps the blanket was too cozy, or perhaps it was the warmth beside her, but before long, Yugao also drifted off. Morning came. Yami woke and felt something soft beside him. He opened his eyes and found Yugao sleeping soundly next to him. He couldn't help but sigh. A beautiful girl pillow was definitely more comfortable than the ones at home. To be continued. Chapter 57, Danzō's Hunting Plan, Bonus. Inside Konoha Village. On the top floor of the Hokage building, the Sandaime Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, silently held the battle report from the front lines in the Land of Earth. Bang. Just as his pipe burned out and he took the final puff, the door was violently pushed open. Danzō strode in with aggressive momentum, completely shedding his usual disguise of slow and measured movement. At this moment, Danzō was like an enraged old lion. The cane that was usually by his side was nowhere to be seen as he walked directly up to Hiruzen. Hiruzen was unsurprised by his arrival. After receiving the report, he had mentally prepared himself. In fact, he thought Danzō came later than expected. Hiruzen, I need an explanation. Danzō stared coldly with his single eye. You better not be behind this, or else. What nonsense are you spouting? Hiruzen interrupted, visibly annoyed. Are you accusing me of plotting against Yami, that I leaked information to IWA Shinobi? Danzō chuckled. You wouldn't do that, but do you think I don't know you? Standing by and doing nothing is also a form of enabling. He knew Hiruzen too well. Like during the fall of the former Land of Whirlpools or the death of White Fang, Hiruzen had never interfered. Sitting atop the Hokage throne, withholding his stance or opinion, and simply waiting for events to unfold had always been his strategy, and it had served him well. I knew nothing. Hiruzen's expression darkened. Why would I harm Yami? He's your grandson and a future hope of the village. Danzō, am I that despicable in your eyes? That mission was chosen by Hisashi on a whim. Intelligence on the Land of Earth is Root's jurisdiction. Danzō, I haven't even held you accountable yet. Hiruzen's voice grew stronger and sharper. 2 Jonin, 3 special Jonin, and a team of Chunin were nearly ambushed, and your Root didn't detect a thing. I gave you full authority to operate Root independently, and this is how you repay me. If anything had happened to Yami and the village lost a genius, the fault would lie with you. Blame me. Danzō's one eye widened, filled with disbelief. You think I'd harm my own grandson? Hiruzen shouted, it was your incompetence that put him in danger. Fine, fine. Danzō laughed angrily. I'm incompetent. I put Yami at risk. Then let me handle the investigation into the information leak to make up for it. No. Hiruzen rejected flatly. I've already sent Umbu to investigate. This isn't within your authority. He's my grandson. Danzō, I am. Bang. Before Hiruzen could finish, Danzō had slammed the door and left. After what had happened to Yami, he had no intention of continuing the argument. If Hiruzen wouldn't let him investigate, then fine, he'd do it his way. No matter who was involved, no matter their clan or status, they would pay the price. After Danzō left, Hiruzen remained half angry, feeling caught in a situation where he couldn't move forward or retreat. It took a long time for him to calm down and begin pondering the ambush again. More specifically, he was thinking about Yami. The strength Yami had displayed far exceeded expectations. He could now be considered the most promising talent in Konoha since Namikaze Minato. Hiruzen wasn't afraid of Yami. After all, the boy came from a good background and had been evaluated by Jiraiya, who confirmed his character was solid. But what Hiruzen wanted was a Shimura who would grow under his guidance, not another Root leader twisted by Danzō's extremism. He couldn't push too hard, though, or he'd worsen his relationship with Danzō. So far, Hiruzen had opted for a more subtle approach, nurturing connections through Uchiha Izumi at the academy, and through Yuzuki Yugao and Yuhi Kurenai in Yami's team. These 3 were Yami's emotional bonds in the village. Originally, Hiruzen believed there was still time before Yami matured, allowing for gradual influence. But Yami's rate of growth was too fast. There was no time left to delay. He needed a legitimate reason to bring Yami under his command and slowly steer him away from Danzō's influence. Border of the Land of Fire. After a night's rest, Hisashi's team prepared to leave the camp. As the commander, Hayama Shirakumo came to see them off personally. Ordinarily, teams would part ways at this point, since the escort mission was complete. However, to ensure the safety of the 3 Chunin teams and to guard against any remaining IWA shinobi in the Land of Fire, Hisashi decided they should travel together, which slowed their pace. Yami-kun. Just before departure, Hayama stopped Yami. Yami turned, a little puzzled. Is something wrong, Hayama Jonin? This is for you. Hayama smiled and handed him a scroll from his ninja pouch. Hisashi told me about your outstanding performance. Although the village will raise the mission reward, you also helped the front lines tremendously. This is my personal gift to you. It contains my insights on combining swordsmanship with wind release, and techniques for the body flicker technique. I believe it will be useful to you. Thank you, Hayama Jonin. Then I'll accept it politely. Yami smiled and took the scroll without hesitation. Though Hayama only appeared once in the anime, he had left a strong impression on Yami. The body flicker technique and swordsmanship he displayed were definitely top tier among Jonin. In an era when power levels hadn't inflated, Hayama's strength was on par with Kakashi's at the time. But that wasn't the most important part. The key was, Hayama was handsome. Being strong is temporary. Being handsome is forever. There were no incidents on the way back. The group returned to Konoha 3 days later. Kurenai, Yami-kun, I'm going to find Kakashi first. After handing in his report, Might Guy flashed his dazzling smile and teeth, gave them a thumbs up, and disappeared in a few leaps. As for calling Yami's name wrong, Yami didn't even want to complain. Arguing with Guy would only exhaust him. Watching Guy leave with a blank expression, Yami narrowed his eyes at the two girls snickering beside him. Is it funny? Not funny at all, Yami-kun, Kurenai said, suppressing her laughter and teasing him again. Yugao, don't let Kurenai eat for free next week. Yugao, you're not actually going to listen to him, are you? Sorry, Kurenai. No. Yugao. I thought we were sisters. Sorry, we're not anymore. While the three were messing around, an Umbu appeared and led them to the Hokage's office. Hiruzen looked at Yami and the others with a kind smile. Hisashi, you and your subordinates did an excellent job. If your team hadn't taken this mission, the frontline supplies would have been jeopardized, and there might have been casualties. Hiruzen started by praising them, as if Yami and the others were the pillars holding Konoha together. Without them, the whole village would fall apart. Hisashi and the others blushed. Only Yami remained unfazed. He yawned out of boredom, interrupting Hiruzen. Old third, you owe us an explanation. His voice was casual. No one said anything about elite IWA shinobi attacking during this mission, but more than 20 ambushed us. If I weren't so outrageously talented, we would have died. Hiruzen's smile froze, and his heart sank. Why is this brat so sly? He thought a few flattering words would do the trick, but it didn't work on him at all. Helpless, Hiruzen sighed and said seriously, don't worry, Yami. I've already assigned Umbu to investigate. Don't act rashly. I promise you'll get an answer. All right. Yami replied half-heartedly. Do what you want. But if you can't find the culprit, I'll just eliminate everyone in the intelligence department. No point paying people to be useless. Cough. Hiruzen nearly spat out his tea. You've been influenced by Danzō too much. Don't mess around. Ninjas are still people. Mistakes happen. Leave it to me. You go prepare instead. In 1 month, shinobi from the land of earth, the land of wind, and several smaller countries will be here for the Chunin exams. Konoha's reputation is in your hands. If anything happens, see how I punish you. With that, Hiruzen kicked them out. He was afraid that if the conversation continued, Yami would say something even more outrageous. After everyone left, Hiruzen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. No, this child is already walking down a dark path. He must be pulled out of Danzō's influence immediately. After leaving the Hokage building and parting with Kurenai and Yugao, Yami headed for the root base. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Usually, Danzō was the one ambushing people and scheming from the shadows. Why was he the one being ambushed this time? Wasn't this an insult to the king of scapegoating? Since birth, Yami had never been so wronged. He needed answers. What he said in the Hokage's office wasn't a joke. If the true culprit wasn't found, then the intelligence department would have to be the scapegoat. Root had taken the fall too many times. It was someone else's turn now. He was certain Danzō thought the same. Sure enough, when he arrived, there were noticeably fewer shinobi stationed at Root. The massive underground space felt deserted. Yami met Danzō in the familiar office. Seeing him return, Danzō nodded slightly. Good to see you back. Don't worry. Someone will definitely pay for this. Any leads? Yami asked. Danzō's voice was icy. 3 of our covert agents were sacrificed, but we uncovered some clues. It's linked to a grain merchant in the Land of Fire. On the surface, he sells grain. But he also sells intel. I haven't touched him yet. I want to see who feeds him the information. Yami nodded. Let me handle it when the time comes. Danzō smiled faintly, admiring Yami's decisiveness. A bit of ruthlessness is necessary in this world. But the next second, that smile vanished. Yami waved his hand and turned to leave. I'm going to see Pakura. Let me know if there's anything. Wait. I still have something to tell you. Danzō quickly stopped him. Yami returned reluctantly and slumped onto the sofa. Old man, what now? Danzō asked seriously. Yami glanced at his status panel and muttered, I'm invincible below Kage level. Above Kage level, old man, don't tell me. He suddenly stood up. You want me to assassinate third Hokage? Not now. Wait a few more years. Danzō was speechless. What nonsense. How could I let you kill Hiruzen? With that stain, how would you become Hokage? All right then. Yami sighed in relief. As long as it's not a Kage-level opponent, I'm confident. You're really that strong now? This time, Danzō was the one skeptical. Since Shisui had stopped tutoring Yami, Danzō hadn't had a clear grasp of his growth. It wasn't until Yami killed 2 IWA Jonin that he realized the boy had reached this level. Yami scratched his head. Isn't there an elite Jonin en route? Just have him spar with me. Danzō shook his head. There are 2, but their techniques are only suited for assassination, not sparring. Anyway, when I sparred with Shisui half a year ago, he couldn't beat me. Now, I'd win even easier. You don't believe me? Yami smirked. In that case. Danzō considered. This mission is perfect for you. Yami, during the Chunin exams, I want you to kill as many shinobi from other villages as possible and crush their arrogance. Danzō's eyes turned cold as he pressed his hand on the armrest. Hiruzen is always too soft on outsiders. But he doesn't realize that only power earns respect. That's the key to peace. But if you accept this mission, your life will become more dangerous. The high-ranking officials from other villages will see you as a major threat. That's why I had to confirm whether your strength was enough. At the very least, you need to be elite Jonin level. Of course, if you don't want to accept it, I won't force you. Danzō fell silent, giving Yami time to consider. Yami didn't take it seriously at all. He waved lazily. That's it. Just kill some enemies. Don't worry. If I run into them, none will leave alive. You're not concerned about your own safety? Danzō couldn't help asking. Yami smiled. Don't worry. My body flicker technique is on par with Shisui's. If I don't want to fight, I can always escape. Unless the 4th Raikage personally hunts me down, no one can catch me. Yami's greatest advantage was his Ninja World Darkness talent. As long as he moved in the shadows, even the 4th Raikage wouldn't be able to catch him. Well said. You're worthy of being my grandson. Danzō slammed the table. Then show them what you've got. Let the 5 great nations remember your name. I'd like to see who Hiruzen can pick to replace you as Hokage. Becoming Hokage had become Danzō's obsession. But he knew better than anyone that Hiruzen was a master manipulator. Removing him wouldn't be easy. Last time, he got rid of Orochimaru, but Hiruzen simply sacrificed Jiraiya and resolved the crisis. Yami had become Danzō's last hope. If Yami could surpass Hiruzen, then maybe the 2nd Hokage had chosen the wrong successor. That moment from back then kept replaying in his mind. Danzō had asked himself countless times, if he hadn't hesitated that day, would everything have turned out differently? Unfortunately, there were no ifs in this world. There was no medicine for regret. As the old man sat lost in thought, Yami quietly slipped away and headed to Pakura's room. Although she was free to move around, Pakura still kept herself locked in her room most of the time. Today was no different. Yami didn't even bother knocking. He just pushed the door open and shouted. Pakura, I was bullied. You have to take revenge for me. To be continued. Bonus for 400 horsepower, Chapter 58, Pakura's submission. Half a year may not seem like much, but it can change a lot. At the very least, Pakura's home had changed significantly. Previously, the room only had basic furnishings, a bed, a cabinet, a table, and a bench. Now, the room was filled with various daily necessities, making it feel much warmer. It resembled a cozy nest for a single woman. Seeing Yami burst in, Pakura didn't even lift her head. She continued knitting the sweater in her hands and said calmly, Is there anyone in Konoha who could possibly bully you? You should be grateful you haven't bullied others instead. Even icebergs eventually melt. Not to mention, Pakura had always been someone with a passionate nature. After half a year of living together, at least when it came to Yami, her attitude had changed completely. She had also learned quite a bit about Yami's background and personality. He was a little devil, more arrogant than any of the heirs of the Kazekage she'd seen in the Land of Wind. Of course she wouldn't believe his excuses. It wasn't anyone from Konoha, it was an IWA Nin. Yami picked up his cup and drained it in one gulp. Then he sighed. Didn't I go on a mission a few days ago? It was supposed to be a simple supply escort, but we got ambushed by Iwanin along the way. Pakura's hands finally stopped. She looked up at Yami with concern and carefully examined him. Were you injured? No. Yami shook his head. The team was ambushed by 2 jonin. I killed them both, but it wasn't easy. Pakura snorted coldly. Always pretending to be upright while playing dirty behind the scenes. That's Inoki's style. Yami's mouth twitched. If she hadn't added the second part, he would have thought she was criticizing Hiruzen. Still, there was nothing wrong with her description of Inoki. He provoked the war with Konoha, led nearly 10,000 Iwanin to ambush the third Raikage, then turned on Sunagakure when the tide turned. Now both sides were enemies. Even during the relative peace of the future, he didn't behave. After Orochimaru's assault on Konoha, Iwagakure was the first to invade, only to be repelled by Hayama Shirakumo. Later, he frequently hired members of the Akatsuki to carry out shady missions. Inoki had always been the troublemaker of the shinobi world. A perfect example of an old man who wouldn't die and just kept scheming. Pakura, I want to learn Scorch Release from you, Yami said, getting straight to the point. I realized on this mission that ordinary elemental jutsu still have too many flaws. Only a Kekkei Genkai can overcome those limitations. Scorch Release. Pakura's expression turned thoughtful. She remained silent for a while, then finally nodded. With your mastery of fire and wind release, there's a strong chance you can learn it. I'll teach you. Hee, you're so good to me. Yami cheered and threw himself into Pakura's arms, quickly finding a comfortable position. Pakura couldn't help but smile. This brat finally acted like a kid. Pakura. Yami suddenly spoke. You've been en route for a long time now. Don't you want to leave? Pakura's expression turned complicated. She understood what Yami meant by leave, a complete break from the past. But after being betrayed, she no longer wanted to live as a shinobi. As if sensing her inner conflict, Yami raised his head, though he couldn't see her face, it was blocked. Pakura, don't overthink it. I've already said, I'm not recruiting you for Konoha. I'm recruiting you for myself. I need your strength. I need your help in the future. But only for me, not for the village. But what if you become Hokage? Pakura asked calmly. Just like Raza. We used to be comrades, but he didn't hesitate to betray me. You're comparing me to that kind of trash. Yami frowned, clearly displeased. He sat up immediately. Nothing will change even if I become Hokage. And once I do, I'll be invincible in the shinobi world. Why would I need to sacrifice you to gain anything? Who knows if the 5 great nations will even still exist by then? Pakura was surprised. You want to destroy the other nations? Yami nodded calmly. The existence of so many countries is a mistake. If I have the power, I won't be as indecisive as Senju Hashirama. Pakura thought Yami's idea was crazy, but she also felt he was right. If there weren't so many large and small nations, there wouldn't be so many shinobi wars. The shinobi village system had only existed for 50 years, yet 3 world wars had already erupted. War had lasted longer than peace. If Yami's vision came true, even if conflict remained, its scale would be far smaller. It wouldn't be like the shinobi wars, where lives were treated like dirt. She glanced around the small house. Every inch and every corner was familiar to her now. In the end. Pakura nodded. Remember what you said. I'll only fight for you. Host and Pakura's bond has reached the 3rd stage. Kekkei Genkai, Scorch Release unlocked. Yami grinned. Of course. Yami took Pakura out of the root base. Danzō quickly received the news. He understood that Yami's recruitment of Pakura had succeeded, at least for now. After a brief hesitation, he chose not to interfere. After the upcoming Chunin exams, Yami would be exposed to the eyes of every major power. Having more powerful allies around him was a good thing. Even if Pakura was unreliable, she wouldn't pose a problem in the short term. It was essentially added insurance for Yami's safety. Danzō summoned Yamanaka Fu and forged a root ninja profile for Pakura, codename Chi. It included fake mission records and fabricated family ties. From then on, Pakura officially had Konoha citizenship and was no longer an illegal resident. On the bustling commercial street, the crowds were lively. Every shop was doing great business. There were shinobi and civilians alike. Many smiled as they walked, relaxed and carefree. Pakura stared at the scene, dazed. Compared to Sunagakure and even the other nations, Konoha had a unique air of peace and prosperity. Living here, one couldn't even feel the presence of war. Unlike other shinobi villages, the atmosphere wasn't heavy or oppressive. In Sunagakure, it was rare to see such harmony between shinobi and civilians, and the social hierarchy was strict. Even a genin would be addressed as Sir by regular people. It's amazing, Pakura murmured subconsciously. Yami nodded. It really is. Konoha was the friendliest and safest place for ordinary people. Though he disliked Hiruzen, it was due to political conflict. Yami didn't deny the man's achievements. Under Hiruzen's decades of leadership, Konoha had never lacked young talent. And even if battles raged outside, he never allowed enemy forces to enter the land of fire. He had turned Konoha into a genuine paradise. Though Yami felt others could have done the same. Well, not his old man. He was a war hawk, not suited to lead a village. Far too extreme. The two entered a clothing shop, picked out some new clothes for Pakura, and bought other daily items before heading back. Once home, Yami handed the bags to a staff member and led Pakura upstairs to choose a room. This one is the biggest. That one's closest to my room. Don't pick the one at the end, it's the old man's. He doesn't come back often, but it's still his. This one's fine, Pakura said, pointing to the room closest to Yami. All right. I'll have someone clean it up later. Yami stroked his chin. But I won't be living here for long. After I pass the Chunin exams, I'll move out. This place isn't good. Pakura asked curiously. The Shimura house was modest in style, but its decor was elegant and expensive. Just the furniture was worth more than a summa. Well, this is still the old man's house. Yami shook his head. I want a place of my own. Plus, I plan to live with Izumi. Staying here forever isn't an option. Pakura immediately gave him a look of disdain. She knew who Izumi was. Yami had even shown her a photo, a very cute little girl. They were still just kids, and they were already thinking about living together. No wonder Konoha had so many shinobi. It was because of early romance. Yami noticed the judgment in her eyes and felt his integrity had been attacked. What are you thinking? I just want to live closer to Izumi. Her situation within the Uchiha clan isn't good. If she moves out early, she won't have to suffer. He wasn't about to say he didn't want to live in Uchiha territory and get caught up in Itachi's drama. All right, I was wrong. Pakura realized she'd misunderstood and tried to pat Yami's head to comfort him, but he smacked her hand away. Come on, let's get inside. I'll remove the seal on your tongue. Pakura was surprised. You're going to remove the seal? Yami looked at her blankly. Isn't that obvious? Your chakra's still sealed. Am I working for you, or are you working for me? You're not afraid I'll betray you? Pakura was touched but still asked, I'm Kaga level. Are you really okay leaving no backup plan? Yami glanced at her indifferently. If I didn't trust you, I wouldn't have brought you out in the first place. Stop overthinking. Get in already. Besides, words could lie, but the system's bond rewards couldn't. If even someone at the third stage bond couldn't be trusted, then no one in the world could be loyal. Okay. Pakura smiled brightly. She finally knew her choice was right. Following Yami, even if she died, she wouldn't regret it. At that moment, the village of Sunagakure, which had always occupied a corner of her heart, vanished completely. All that remained was the image of one person. At 5 p.m., Yami picked up little Izumi as usual. Her black hair had grown much longer, nearly to her waist. She had also grown taller. Seeing Yami had come to get her, she was overjoyed and quickly followed. Yami, are you going to take part in this Chunin exam? Izumi asked curiously along the way. The village had been preparing for it recently, and Izumi had heard a bit. I heard Itachi will participate. The elders say he'll definitely make Chunin. He'll be there. Yami held her hand and said slowly, I know. The third Hokage wanted me to team up with him, but I turned it down. Izumi, I'll be moving out after the exam. Do you want to leave the Uchiha clan too? Huh. Izumi blushed and replied shyly, Yami, we're still young. Isn't that inappropriate? Yami's face darkened. Girls were supposed to mature earlier, right? He hadn't even been thinking that far ahead. It's not cohabitation. Just living nearby, Yami explained. That way we can train together. It's also close to the academy and the commercial district. It'll be more convenient for you and your aunt. I see. Izumi looked a little disappointed but soon focused on the idea. She wanted to be closer to Yami. She didn't have many friends in the Uchiha clan. The other clansmen looked down on her and her mother because of her father's status. But there were still two problems. First, she had to convince her mother to agree. Second, could they afford to live near Yami? Yami had already anticipated these issues. I've already found 2 side-by-side houses. Mine is bigger. The other one is smaller, but perfect for you and your aunt. You can rent it first, then buy it later once you've saved up from being a ninja. You can ask your aunt when you get home. I believe she'll agree if it's good for you. Izumi nodded nervously. I'll ask her tonight. All right. Yami smiled. As long as Izumi left the clan, no matter what happened to the Uchiha, she wouldn't be caught in it. If Konoha could protect one Uchiha Sasuke, it could handle one more. Soon, the two arrived home. Seeing the mature woman in the house, Izumi was confused. Yami, who is she? Hello, Miss Izumi. Pakura smiled. I'm a member of Root. Codename, Chi. I'm responsible for guarding Master Yami and handling some of his daily affairs. It was the first time someone had called her Mississippi. Izumi blushed. Just call me Izumi. I'm starving, so I'll leave Yami's safety to you. Pakura's smile didn't fade. I'll protect Master Yami with my life. All right, enough chatter. Let's eat. I'm starving. Yami interrupted and rubbed his belly as he walked inside. After dinner, Pakura and Izumi got along well. No one could dislike such a gentle, lovable girl. And as Yami's childhood friend, Pakura made an effort to bond. Their relationship quickly warmed, and they dropped the formality. After the meal, Yami checked Izumi's training progress. A year ago, she already had the strength to graduate. Another year had passed, and her growth had been steady. Once she awakened her Sharingan, her chakra would grow rapidly, and she could soon become a Chunin. Yami planned for her to stay in the academy for one more year. Once she graduated, maybe he could even be her Jonin. Hearing that there was a chance to be on the same team as Yami, Izumi eagerly agreed. As night fell, Yami walked Izumi home to the Uchiha district. After returning, he took Pakura to the underground training chamber. Let's begin. I want to master Scorch Release before the Chunin exam. Getting the third stage bond reward had been a nice surprise. But he still needed Pakura's experience with Scorch Release to master it fully. With her guidance, his progress would definitely accelerate. Pakura didn't say much. She quickly entered teaching mode and began explaining her experience in training Scorch Release. To be continued. Chapter 59, Updating the Bond System. Scorch Release, or rather, the training process for all Kekkei Genkai formed by combining different chakra natures, follows a similar path. As long as you master one, with your talent and full chakra nature compatibility, it's highly likely you can awaken several other Kekkei Genkai. Pakura spread her hands, and 2 golden fireballs floated in her palms, dancing gently. The temperature in the underground chamber rose sharply, and the air quickly dried out. Scorch Release generated much higher heat than regular fire release and possessed other terrifying qualities. Its most broken ability was its capacity to evaporate water in an instant. If it came in contact with a person, it could turn them into a dried husk. Pakura's signature technique, Extremely Steaming Murder, was based on this principle. Additionally, due to the integration of wind nature, the speed of Scorch Release fireballs far exceeded that of fire release, making them even harder to defend against. Yami took a few steps back, not out of fear of the heat, but because the dryness was overwhelming. He didn't want to end up coughing from it. Seeing this, Pakura dispersed the fireballs in her hands. Actually, everyone in the ninja world knows that fusing 2 chakra natures can awaken a Kekkei Genkai. But why have so few succeeded? First, it's because very few people possess both natures and have strong talent in both. Many Jonin manage to learn a second nature, but only to expand their jutsu arsenal, not to delve deeper into fusion. Second, there's a major misconception. Most people think you extract each nature separately, then fuse them. But in reality, fusion occurs during the extraction process itself. You refine Scorch Release chakra directly. As she spoke, Pakura demonstrated slowly, purposefully condensing chakra so Yami could see clearly. Scorch Release is mainly fire-based. So, when fusing, the ratio is about 70% fire and 30% wind. Although the system had already rewarded him with Scorch Release, Yami still paid close attention. The system merely gave him the affinity for it, not instant mastery. He still had to train. After watching Pakura's demonstration, he followed her instructions and tried it himself. Forming the ram seal, Yami began extracting chakra accordingly. Boom. To Pakura's astonishment, a sphere of orange-red flame erupted from Yami, wrapping around his entire body. A few seconds later, the flame grew unstable. It flickered for a bit longer before flaring up and then vanishing. Yami shook his head, dissatisfied. Still rough. Chakra output wasn't stable enough. Are you trying to piss me off? Pakura snapped. You're complaining after succeeding on your first try. Do you know how many years it took me to master Scorch Release? Yami, you've been hiding it all along, haven't you? Just to provoke me. No way, Yami said, quickly raising his head and giving her his most innocent gaze. I really just learned it. And you saw it yourself, the chakra isn't stable yet. Pakura nodded suspiciously. Indeed, the performance did resemble a first-time success that collapsed due to poor control. Now that you've taken the first step, you need to make refining Scorch Release Chakra instinctive. Once you do that, casting Scorch Release Jutsu will feel no different than using any other element. Pakura pushed Yami to keep practicing. She was genuinely excited. She had taken on an apprentice back in Sunagakure, but the girl didn't have fire affinity and couldn't inherit Scorch Release. She never expected that her true successor would be Yami, of all people, here in Konoha. If Yami made his name using Scorch Release, it would surely send a message to those old fools in Sunagakure. A Scorch Release shinobi killed by betrayal, only for another village to produce a new Scorch Release user. Ironic didn't even begin to describe it. Thinking about the expressions on Raza and the elders' faces when they heard the news, Pakura's motivation only grew. She immediately transformed into a strict instructor, giving Yami no chance to slack off. But Yami's learning speed and comprehension were frightening. He only needed to be shown once, and he'd instantly grasp the correction. By dawn, he could extract Scorch Release Chakra continuously and steadily. The next step was to expand the volume of extraction in a single use. 15 days later. Scorch Release, extremely steaming murder. Two voices rang out at the same time, one male and one female. Pakura and Yami cast their most powerful Scorch Release technique simultaneously, launching fireballs larger than a person at each other. The resulting explosion formed a small mushroom cloud. Thankfully, they were far from Konoha. If they had been closer, the noise would have drawn in the village's shinobi. When the dust settled, a massive crater dozens of meters in diameter remained, the air still heavy with the scent of burning. Pakura stared blankly at the crater for several seconds before letting out a deep sigh. Congratulations, Yami. Your Scorch Release is now on par with mine. You've reached the level of mastery. At this moment, Pakura felt both relieved and complex emotions. Most of all, she was stunned by how fast Yami learned. 15 days to catch up to what took her 15 years. Was the gap between people really this wide? What she didn't know was that little Izumi, who had been acting like a house pet these days, was the biggest contributor. With her 100% training acceleration and an additional 20% bonus for being a genin, paired with Yami's own solid foundation, reaching Pakura's level in half a month wasn't so strange. Yami stretched and finally allowed himself a brief rest before the Chunin exams. Let's head back. After returning to Konoha and having a simple dinner with Pakura, Yami used the excuse of being tired to retreat to his room. Once inside, he opened the system interface. The old attribute panel and bond list were gone, replaced by an upgrade progress bar. The bar had already reached 98%. Just a little more to go. Last night, after mastering Scorch Release, he had received a system message. Congratulations to the host for reaching Kage level. The bond system is being upgraded and will complete in 24 hours. Please stay tuned. Yami had no idea the system could even be upgraded, let alone require Kage level to trigger it. Fortunately, Scorch Release gave him a shortcut to reach Kage level attack power. Otherwise, it would have taken another year through the 5 nature transforms alone. Yami rolled around on the bed, his eyes glued to the panel. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, the bar completed and a brilliant system interface appeared, followed by a pop-up. The strongest bond system has been upgraded to version 2.0. Host, please continue working hard and reach the 6 paths level to unlock version 3.0. Click to view update announcement. Yami ignored the encouraging words. 6 paths. Even if he could reach it someday, it definitely wasn't happening anytime soon. He clicked the update announcement, revealing a concise list of new features. 1. Optimized bond establishment method. Heroes are not judged by their origins, nor are bonds. As long as the target feels strong emotions toward the host, it is no longer necessary for either side to know the other's identity. Current range limit, within 5,000 units. 2. Bond points added. Establishing a bond now grants bond points. Stage 1, 1 point. Stage 2, 10 points. Stage 3, 100 points. Note, life and death bonds earn half as many points due to their unique nature. Bond with a country now also grants rewards based on national power. Bond point functionality. Bond points can be consumed to improve skill proficiency and talent cap. Point cost depends on rarity and difficulty of the upgrade. Initial gift. System grants 1,000 bond points as compensation. Use them wisely. The announcement was short and easy to understand. Yami skimmed it all and quickly understood the changes. Both were huge improvements. The first meant he no longer needed to exchange names before killing someone, which previously made him look like a lunatic. He was a decent kid, he had been forced into that behavior by the system. In the past 6 months, he'd spent more time memorizing intel than training. This change saved a ton of hassle. The second was even better. Not only did the system not increase the difficulty, but it offered extra rewards. Some bonds were ridiculously hard to raise and didn't offer great rewards. Like Jiraiya's sage art talent. Almost no one in the world had it. Originally, Yami planned to wait until Naruto grew up to get it. Now, maybe that wouldn't be necessary. After closing the announcement, his updated personal panel appeared. Name, Shimura Yami. Gender, male. Age, 8 years old. Date of birth, April 1st, year 46, Konoha calendar. Chakra attributes, fire, wind, limit break, earth, water, lightning, yin, yang, ultimate. Total chakra, 20.3 cards, 1 card equals 5 standard jonin. Chakra control talent, ultimate. Mastered ninjutsu, large number of elemental jutsu, several forbidden techniques, scorch release. Nature transformations, wind, fire, limit break, earth, lightning, water, mastery. Special talents, Senju bloodline, normal, developing, Sharingan, 2 Tomo, swordsmanship genius, ninja world darkness, mother-in-law's expectation, space talent, 2/3, Uchiha bloodline, ultimate, sage art affinity, basic. Evaluation, you've left the beginner village and officially joined the ranks of the ninja world's strongest, barely. You're at the bottom tier of Kage level. Keep working hard, become a social butterfly, and bond with everyone. Previously, all attributes had silver text. Now, some had turned gold, indicating buttons. Yami tapped one, and a pop-up appeared. Earth release, mastery, 0/500. Upgrade available with 500 bond points. He explored other options to gauge system pricing. Upgrading mastery to ultimate, 500 points. Ultimate to limit break, 1,500 points. Talents followed a similar pattern. Special traits were expensive. For example, Senju bloodline from normal to good equals 2,000 points. To ultimate. Likely 4,000 plus. Sage art affinity from basic to intermediate equals 3,000 points. Turns out that 1,000 points wasn't even enough to get started. It was clear the system encouraged mass bonding. Stage 1 gave 1 point, Stage 3 gave 100. But few had reached Stage 3 with him so far. Even Izumi hadn't. Not because her feelings weren't deep enough, but because she was too young. It wasn't mature love yet. Just raise her for a few more years. So the only real option was quantity, and that meant killing. Life and death friendships brought rich rewards and extra bond points. Lying on the bed, Yami's bloodthirst was already stirring. He couldn't wait for the Chunin exam. The more foreign ninjas that showed up, the more he could happily slaughter. With Scorch release mastered and Kage level achieved, Yami's training schedule relaxed. He wasn't rushing out at dawn or returning late at night anymore. He introduced Pakura to Kurenai and Yugao, but she wore a root mask to conceal her identity. The mask was specially made, impervious even to the Byakugan. Just as Yami thought he could now wait for the Chunin exam, Danzō sent someone with a message. He had found the traitor. The moment Yami heard, he grabbed his Kusanagi sword, took Pakura, and rushed to Root. Old man, where's the target? Yami looked around as he entered. They're not here. Danzō stood up slowly, pulled his cloak over his head, and stepped in front of Yami. This one's identity is quite special. I want to gauge Hiruzen's reaction first. But rest assured, the culprit will die. I'm just testing for accomplices. Knowing Yami's temperament, Danzō explained clearly. Then he looked at Pakura. We're going to meet the third Hokage. It's best if you stay at Root. Pakura said nothing, only looked to Yami. When he nodded, she quietly left the room. Danzō raised an eyebrow, opening his rarely seen eyes slightly. Seems you've got her well under control. Yami stretched. You don't understand. This is the power of bonds. Root's cruelty creates elites, but not true strength. Chakra is physical and spiritual. Suppress emotions too much and you hit a ceiling. But bonds. Bonds push you forward. Like Might Dewey and Might Guy. One kicked the 7 ninja swordsmen into retirement, the other almost kicked the final boss. That's the power of bonds. Danzō snorted and walked out. We'll see if you still believe that in the future. The two arrived at the Hokage building. Ignoring the line of shinobi at the door, Danzō barged in, kicked Narashikaku out, and entered. Too arrogant. Hiruzen sighed at his old friend's usual behavior. He already knew why they were here, Umbu had reported everything. Danzō, what are you thinking? Danzō tapped his cane twice and lowered his voice. It was too much. Hiruzen nodded slowly, watching Danzō's expression. But it seems to be a personal issue. Don't involve innocents. Especially now, with the envoys from the Land of Wind and Land of Earth arriving soon. Don't stir things up too much. Well done. Danzō nodded, satisfied with Hiruzen's stance. I'll only punish the main culprit. No innocence. Old man, who is it? Yami was already losing patience. These old men and their cryptic talk made him want to throw a punch. Danzō closed his eyes, then slowly said one name coldly. Hyuga. Hirita. To be continued. Chapter 60, surrounding the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hirita. A member of the Hyuga clan. Hearing this name, Yami paused for a moment, combing through his memories. He was certain he had never heard of such a person before. Danzō chuckled coldly. This old man isn't much younger than me or Hiruzen. He's been retired for many years, so of course you wouldn't know him. But there's one thing you should know. The head of the Hyuga clan who was once captured by Kirigakure. It was him. Yami suddenly realized and blurted out. Yes. That's Hyuga Hirita, the disgrace of the Hyuga clan. Danzō's tone was full of mockery and contempt as he spoke about the coward who had been captured and ransomed. This time, there's a high chance he was targeting Hyuga Hisashi. You just happened to gain an unexpected bonus. Let's go. Yami turned around at once, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. He wanted to see where this old man had gotten the nerve. Targeting Hisashi. Fine, that was an internal clan matter and none of his business. But knowing that Yami was on Hisashi's team and still pulling tricks, this was blatant disrespect. Danzō followed Yami out of the Hokage building. More than a dozen root shinobi emerged from the shadows. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly shouted to the air. Shinosuke, take 2 squads of Umbu and follow Danzō. Make sure things don't escalate. Yes. Hyuga clan compound. The Hyuga clan, blessed with the Byakugan, was one of the most heavily guarded places in all of Konoha. When Root and Umbu shinobi surrounded the compound together, they were quickly noticed by the patrolling Hyuga members. The branch members could hardly believe their eyes. What was going on? So many Umbu, they couldn't even distinguish between Umbu and Root, surrounding the clan. Had the Hyuga committed some kind of crime? Shocked and confused, one of the branch members rushed to inform the clan head. At that moment, Hyuga Hayashi was drinking tea with several clan elders. When he saw someone rush into the tea room in a panic, his brows furrowed and he was about to scold them, but then he heard the urgent report. Clan head. Something's wrong. Dozens of Umbu have surrounded the Hyuga compound. Hayashi became angrier. Nonsense. If Umbu were going to surround someone, it would be the Uchiha clan. What would they want with us? It's true, clan head. The branch member was on the verge of tears. See for yourself. Seeing his sincerity, Hayashi's heart wavered. He activated his Byakugan, and after scanning outside, he stood up in alarm. Umbu. Root. And Shimura Danzō. Better to provoke the third Hokage than Danzō. That was the unspoken rule agreed upon by all 783 clan heads in Konoha. Everyone knew Hiruzen wasn't just some kindly old man spouting about the will of fire all day. As Hokage, his actions were restrained by laws and systems. As long as you were careful and didn't mess up, you'd be fine. But Danzō was different. Root operated like a wild horse without reins. They held real power and had little oversight. Their actions were ruthless and unbound. This type of person, one who didn't follow the rules, was the most dangerous of all. But looking at the situation now, both Root and Umbu had shown up, and Danzō himself had come. Did the Hyuga clan really violate something? Wasn't this the direction of the Uchiha compound? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Seeing Danzō and Yami approaching the gates, Hayashi suppressed his growing panic and immediately ordered, "Quick, come with me to greet them." Several elders activated their Byakugan and nodded in agreement, following Hayashi. Together, they intercepted Danzō and Yami at the entrance. At the same time, more and more Hyuga members noticed the commotion and quickly gathered. In a short time, dozens of people had assembled. It made Yami feel like they were under siege. Elder Danzō, why didn't you inform us beforehand? Hayashi tried his best to remain humble as he greeted them. This isn't a social visit. Clan head Hayashi, you're being too polite. Danzō coughed lightly, feigning the voice of a frail old man, though his words were chilling. From this moment forward, no member of the Hyuga clan is allowed to leave the compound. Uproar. The Hyuga clan members erupted in shock. Is the village turning against the Hyuga? What's happening? Why are there so many Umbu? They're restricting our freedom. Damn it, are they really going to make a move? If you want to die, don't drag us with you. If you resist, it won't just be Umbu. The whole village will come down on us. Danzō's command caused unrest among the Hyuga. But under the fierce gazes of Root and Umbu, no one dared to act recklessly. Hayashi's expression darkened completely. Even if he feared Danzō, this was too much. He suppressed his anger and spoke in a deep voice. Elder Danzō, I don't recall offending you. To place our entire clan under house arrest without explanation, do you truly think the Hyuga are so easily bullied? This isn't personal. It's official. The joint decision is to lock down the Hyuga compound. Danzō didn't even lift his eyelids. His voice was flat, but the implication was heavy. Hayashi, are you sure you want me to explain the reason here? He made no effort to lower his voice. Not only did all the Hyuga hear it clearly, but so did many shinobi who had gathered after noticing the disturbance. This was the tacit understanding between Danzō and Hiruzen. When Danzō saw the Umbu tailing him, he understood Hiruzen's intent. Use this opportunity to make an example of someone. Hayashi's face changed slightly. Behind him, one of the elders, an old man with one eye, trembled and instinctively stepped back. Finally, Hayashi took a deep breath and moved aside. Indeed. This is not a place to talk. Elder Danzō, please come inside. Hold on. Yami raised a hand and pointed behind Hayashi. Take down the one-eyed man back there. Danzo's body trembled slightly, and his expression darkened. He really wanted to throw this loudmouth grandson of his out. Couldn't he explain it more clearly? The one-eyed man, wasn't that also indirectly calling him that? With a wave of Danzo's hand, 4 root shinobi dashed forward. Hyuga Hirita, realizing he had been exposed, immediately turned and fled without hesitation. Seeing Root charging in, the Hyuga members instinctively prepared to block them, but were halted by Hayashi's loud shout. Don't move. Damn it, Hayashi. Hyuga Hirita cursed in his heart, drawing on all his chakra to escape. But ever since he had been captured and lost an eye, his spirit had been broken. After years of living comfortably, his strength had only declined. How could he outrun 4 elite Root shinobi? In just a few seconds, he was caught. Despite his resistance, he was easily restrained. Hayashi looked at Hirita, who continued to struggle, then turned away and said nothing. 15 minutes later, in the Hyuga clan's main conference hall. All of the clan's elders were present. Hizashi had also been called. Yami, Danzō, and Hayashi sat at the head table. The rest sat along the sides. In the center, Hyuga Hirita knelt on the floor, head bowed in silence. At that moment, Danzō distributed the evidence Root had uncovered, documents proving Hirita's collusion with information dealers and the sale of intel regarding Hizashi's team. The evidence was conclusive. Hayashi's limbs turned cold, and he could barely breathe. His Byakugan burned red. He glared at Hirita, his expression filled with fury, as if he could kill him on the spot. Elder Hirita, why did you do this? The expressions of the other elders were equally grim. Hirita's actions had pushed the entire Hyuga clan to the brink of disaster. If this wasn't handled well, at best they would suffer major losses. At worst, they didn't even want to imagine it. Konoha had always been suppressive toward powerful clans. The Hyuga usually kept a low profile, so tensions weren't obvious. But the Uchiha situation was plain to see. They were nominally in charge of the police force, but in reality, their influence was minimal. They had few jonin, no one in upper management, and were always kept away from power. The Hyuga had avoided this by being loyal and compliant. Rumors had even started saying they were now Konoha's second-largest clan. Even if those were exaggerations, they were at least treated with respect. But Hirita had tried to harm Danzo's grandson. That wasn't just suicidal, it was dragging the entire clan down with him. Under the furious stares, Hirita finally looked up. His face was ashen and hollow. I lost my mind. I just wanted to make some money from the intel. Elder Danzō, I'll take full responsibility and atone with my life. Do you take me for a fool? Yami propped his chin on one hand and looked at Hirita mockingly. With the Hyuga clan's background, you're short on money. And even if you were, a one-time intel sale wouldn't help. Why not just tell the truth? Is someone else hiding behind you? Yami's eyes calmly shifted to Hayashi. Though just a child, his gaze made Hayashi deeply uneasy. He quickly defended himself. Young Master Yami, I had no idea what Hirita was doing. I would never betray the village's interests. Words alone aren't enough, Danzō said coolly. You're the clan head. You didn't know what one of your elders was doing. Hayashi opened his mouth but didn't respond. He wanted to explain how powerless he was. Being clan head meant nothing. Internally, he was little more than a figurehead. These old main family elders didn't respect him and acted on their own. But he still didn't say it. The truth was too shameful. It would mean admitting he wasn't a leader, just a mascot. Hyuga Hirita. Hizashi, burning with anger, lashed out. Are you trying to destroy the clan? Other elders joined in. Hirita, take responsibility for your actions. Don't drag others into this. Yeah. Why sell intel on Yami? Don't feed us excuses no one believes. Money. Just one of your antique teapots is worth hundreds of thousands of Rio. The clan never treated you poorly. Surrounded by accusations, Hirita's face twisted with inner conflict. At that moment, Danzō struck again. If you won't talk, we'll just kill you. But in that case, your entire branch will suffer with you. No. Hirita screamed. They know nothing. This is my doing. If you don't speak, how can we be sure they weren't involved? Danzō's smile was cruel. Root doesn't need evidence, only targets. I'll talk, I'll talk. Hirita broke down completely, collapsing on the floor. Then, he turned to Hisashi with hatred. Elder Danzō, I never meant to hurt Yami. My target was Hisashi. Everyone turned to look at Hisashi in the corner. Most rolled their eyes. Hisashi, who had been confused the entire time, was now even more lost. Elder Hirita, why? Shut up. Hirita shouted like a crazed beast. Why was I the one captured? If it weren't for you, that useless coward who failed to save me, I wouldn't have lived in disgrace. Now you're even favored by the third Hokage and made a Jonin-sensei. Why? Why? Hirita's decades of resentment exploded, shocking everyone. Elder Danzō, I only leaked the time of the supply transport to Iwagakure. I never said Hisashi would lead it. So. Hisashi's team may have been discovered early and failed their mission, but no one would have died. I only wanted revenge on Hisashi. I never meant to harm Yami. My life isn't worth saving. Please, let the others go. Hirita kowtowed in desperation. He knew he wouldn't live, but he had to protect his branch. Elder Hirita. Hisashi finally understood the source of the hatred, his emotions complicated. Back then, Hirita had been on the same team. He'd used his Byakugan to sneak deep behind enemy lines for more credit, and got caught. But he'd blamed everything on Hisashi. People always look to blame others for their failures, never themselves. But you still targeted my grandson, Danzō said flatly. He had no interest in Hyuga clan politics. Yami, I'll leave it to you. Got it. Yami's figure blurred, and a gust of wind swept through the room. In an instant, a bloody slash appeared across Hirita's neck. So fast. Hayashi was stunned. He had barely caught a trace of movement. Thud. Hirita's body fell limp. Danzō smiled, satisfied with Yami's decisiveness. The other elders said nothing. None objected. In fact, they felt relieved. At least things hadn't escalated. They weren't implicated. Also, prepare 100 million Rio in compensation, Yami added his final condition. Though it pained him, Hayashi still agreed. That's all. I believe the Hyuga are loyal to Konoha. But I hope the clan head will keep his people in line. With a warning, Danzō left with Yami. Hayashi personally escorted them to the gate. As they passed an old courtyard, Yami suddenly felt someone watching him. He instinctively looked over and spotted a small figure peeking from behind the door, staring at him curiously. When their eyes met, the figure jumped and quickly shut the door. To be continued. Chapter 61, Hinata's Gift, the Chunin Exam. There is no such thing as an impenetrable wall, especially for a group of shinobi who make their living through intelligence. Soon, many shinobi learned of the commotion within the Hyuga clan. It had been a rare joint operation between Root and the Umbu. But that was the extent of the information they managed to uncover. Anything further would be digging too deep. However, to everyone's surprise, the Hyuga clan ended up blowing the matter wide open themselves. At the regular Jonin meeting the following day, Hyuga Hayashi sincerely apologized to the third Hokage and took the initiative to explain what had happened. Only then did the Jonin understand why Danzō had made such a fuss. It was almost as if he had severed ties with the Shimura family. Many people suddenly looked at Hayashi with sympathy. To be deceived and pushed to such lengths by the elders of his own clan, as clan head, it was truly frustrating. Facing those gazes, Hayashi remained unfazed. The reason he brought it up in front of so many people was to show the Hyuga clan's obedience, and at the same time, take the initiative to damage their own reputation. Sure enough, the third Hokage was very pleased with Hayashi's understanding of the situation. Not only did he not hold him accountable, he even reprimanded Danzō on his behalf, saying he had acted too aggressively and should have resolved the matter in private instead of tarnishing the reputation of a prestigious clan. Hayashi wanted to laugh at that. If the reputation of a prestigious clan shouldn't be tarnished, then why did you send the Umbu to spectate? But on the surface, Hayashi could only express gratitude, stating that the Hyuga clan held no resentment. The matter concluded on a pleasant note. The third Hokage's reputation was once again elevated, and Hayashi understood that the Hyuga clan would no longer be targeted in the future. The crisis was completely resolved. No one's interests were harmed, except perhaps Danzō's reputation, which took yet another hit. Do you want me to kill the descendants of Hyuga Hirita? After understanding the root cause of the conflict with the Shimura clan, Pakura asked softly, her tone filled with cold murderous intent. No need. Yami was sipping milk through a straw, his cheeks puffed out. The old man knows better than either of us how to cut the grass and remove the roots. There's no need to worry. That's true. Pakura nodded slowly. Danzō's notoriety was well known to the upper echelons of the 5 great nations. If he couldn't even handle something this small. You've been dragged into this mess for no reason. Pakura gave the boy beside her a smug look. I thought someone was using you to target Danzō. I didn't expect the real target was your team leader. Who says it wasn't? Yami sighed. Hisashi-sensei really caused me a lot of trouble. I won't get over this unless I'm treated to at least 10 rounds of barbecue. After finishing the last sip of milk, he jumped off the chair. You've reminded me. I'll go ask him now for compensation for emotional distress. Pakura looked at Yami's back as he ran off and called after him, the Chunin exam is coming soon. Aren't you going to study at home? You haven't read any of the written material at all. Without even turning around, Yami waved her off casually. Don't worry, I graduated from the academy in 1 year. Pakura thought about it and realized that with Yami's talent, maybe it really didn't matter whether he studied or not. After leaving the house, Yami first went to visit Yugao and Kurenai, who were both eating together at Yugao's place. Given their current status, they weren't qualified to know the details of what happened in the Hyuga household. After hearing the full story from Yami, they were all stunned, their worldviews shaken. We're from the same village, but they're so ruthless. You were clearly the one captured. How could they pin the blame on Hisashi-sensei? What a vile personality. He betrayed the interests of the village over personal grudges. He deserved to die. Yugao narrowed her eyes, a cold glint flashing in them, her hand instinctively resting on her sword. Yes, he deserved to die, so I killed him. Yami patted the dream taper that had wandered out due to boredom. But don't treat the Hyuga main and branch houses as one family. The branch house is nothing more than a slave to the main house. Kurenai frowned and looked at Yami with a puzzled expression. Is it really that bad? The Uchiha clan doesn't seem to have such rigid class divisions. Yami explained, because of the existence of the caged bird seal, the main family can take the lives of the branch house members at any time. Maybe it was originally created to prevent the Byakugan from leaking, but over time, the main family stopped treating the branch house as human beings. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Yami raised his hand, and the pig-like dream taper collapsed with a thud. I came to find you so we can go see Hisashi-sensei together. He owes me emotional compensation. Kurenai's jaw dropped. Didn't you just extort 100 million ryo from the Hyuga clan? Why are you going after Hisashi-sensei now? That money's untouchable. Yami looked completely serious. It's my savings to get married. Kurenai couldn't help but joke, Yami, why don't you give that money to me? When you grow up, I'll marry you. When I grow up, you'll be an old lady. Not worth that much. But I can reserve 5 million for you. You're the old lady. Kurenai shouted angrily. Remember what you said, those 5 million are mine. What about me, Yami-kun? Yugao also teased. You can cook, and you're younger than Kurenai. I'll count 10 million for you. Then I'll thank you for your generosity. You're welcome. You brat, so biased. Kurenai angrily snatched the dream taper away, while Yugao and Yami smiled at each other. After leaving Yugao's house, the 3 of them headed to find Hisashi. Considering Yami had just caused a huge uproar in the Hyuga clan yesterday, his sudden return today gave Hayashi quite a scare. He thought Yami was here to cause more trouble. They even sent someone to the Hokage's office to call the 3rd Hokage, only to find out that Yami was just looking for Hisashi. It turned out to be a false alarm. Meanwhile, Yami had already arrived at Hisashi's courtyard. There, he met Hyuga Niji, who was 4 years old this year. Children in this world were truly adorable. The Niji who would grow up to be brooding and vengeful hadn't changed yet. With his round cheeks, he still looked a bit naive and cute, the kind that made people want to pinch. So Yami did just that. Niji's lips pouted, and he looked like he was about to cry. Yami handed him a piece of candy from his pocket, and Niji immediately broke into a smile. It's so sweet. Sweet, right. The bitter part comes later. Niji didn't understand and looked at the older boy in confusion. Candy is always sweet. How can there be a bitter one? Yami smiled and didn't explain. Your father is my sensei, so I'm your big brother. So from now on, you'll call me big brother, and I'll call you brother-in-law. How's that? Hisashi, who was just walking out of the kitchen with a plate of fruit, heard this and nearly laughed out loud. I don't have a daughter for you to marry, only the son. Cousin works too. I don't mind, Yami muttered. Big brother. Niji didn't understand any of that and called out cheerfully. Good boy. You've got a bright future. Yami patted his head. Let's go. Big brother will take you to eat barbecue. Your dad's paying. Thanks, big brother. Hisashi was confused. Why was he paying again? Kurenai chimed in, Sensei, it's because of you that we ran into that Iwagakure ninja. Shouldn't you make it up to us? Hisashi's face froze. He sighed helplessly and agreed. The group went to Yakiniku-Q and had a feast. Along the way, they encountered many shinobi from other villages. As the exam date approached, a number of genin from other villages had already arrived in Konoha. When they parted at night, Hisashi, carrying a sleeping Niji, stopped Yami and apologized sincerely. Yami, I'm sorry I dragged you into a mess because of me. The Shimura clan is never afraid of trouble. Because we are the trouble for others. Yami smiled and shook his head. Besides, didn't the Hyuga clan already compensate me? Honestly, I'm pretty satisfied. Hisashi disagreed. That was the clan's compensation to you. If you ever need anything, you can come to me anytime. All right, I'll remember that. Yami waved as he left. I'm heading home. He hadn't been humble at all. He really was satisfied with yesterday's gains. It was like the Hyuga clan had some sort of buff. Yesterday, he triggered over 50 first-level bonds, and over 90% of them gave minor boosts to his physical stats. After a single round, his physical strength had increased by about 50%, and even his chakra had gone up by nearly one full card. It made Yami suspect he hadn't gone to the Byakugan clan yesterday but had stumbled into some hidden muscle gym. Otherwise, why were all the rewards related to physical fitness? But that wasn't even the biggest gain. His biggest prize had come right before he left the courtyard. Host has established a bond with Hyuga Hinata. Reward, special talent, Otsutsuki bloodline, weak. Yami had been stunned when he saw the system notification, thinking he was hallucinating. But once he got home and opened the status panel, he saw the upgrade cost for the talent, 5,000 bond points. That proved his eyes hadn't been lying. It was really the Otsutsuki bloodline. He was ecstatic for half the night, until he realized the reward was basically useless. At least, for now. After obtaining the Otsutsuki bloodline, Yami found that absolutely nothing had changed. No horns sprouted from his head. No balls appeared behind his back. Not even his chakra had increased enough to reach 0.1 card, the minimum display unit on the system. Maybe when he reached a higher level, its effects would gradually appear. But for now, it was no different from having nothing at all. Spending 5,000 bond points to upgrade an ability with unknown effects. Yami wasn't that rich yet. So after realizing he had gotten excited for nothing, Yami went to bed a little depressed. He had to drink 3 boxes of milk today just to recover. Over the next few days, Yami was constantly surrounded by girls. Izumi played the mascot, being cute every day to lift his mood. Yugao and Kurenai stopped taking missions, teaching him about exam topics and the small traps hidden within them. Yugao also prepared 3 meals a day to ensure he had balanced nutrition. If nothing else, Yami was sure he had gained several pounds over the past few days. Even with daily training, he couldn't burn off all the calories from eating so well. The day of the exam finally arrived. Since the academy was being used as the exam site, students got the day off. Early in the morning, the group gathered at a dessert shop. It was Kurenai's idea. She said eating desserts in the morning would bring good luck, and that it was best to eat dango. They were the shop's only customers that early. Pakura wore a mask and held a document in her hand. There are a total of 7 countries participating in this Chunin exam, she said. Konoha has 52 participants. Suna has 30, IWA has 30, AIM has 15, Taki has 9, Kusa has 9, and Kawa has 9. That's 154 people total. So few. Yami, chewing on a sweet Anko dango, frowned, clearly dissatisfied with the turnout. Excluding Konoha's numbers, the rest of the villages barely had over 100 people. Even if he killed them all and formed deep bonds with each of them, the rewards wouldn't be that great. It's pretty low, Kurenai agreed. When only Konoha participated in our internal exams, the numbers were about the same. According to intel gathered by Root. Pakura's voice turned odd. Many genin decided to delay participating because of Uchiha Itachi's and your reputation as geniuses. Anyway, Konoha will host 2 exams a year from now on. It's just a 6-month delay. Yami was even more annoyed. Just say it's because of me. Why drag Itachi into this? He's not even on my level. All right, you're the strongest, Pakura said with a laugh, coaxing him like a child. Izumi nodded seriously. Yes. Yami-kun is the best. Kurenai held her forehead. You guys pamper him too much. One day he'll be completely spoiled. Yugao smiled too, though her eyes held a hint of doubt as she looked at Pakura. This woman didn't seem like a typical root shinobi. The root members she'd seen didn't show this level of emotion. At most, they treated Yami with respect, not this kind of indulgent affection. But she kept those doubts to herself. As long as she was sure that Pakura wouldn't harm Yami, it was fine. After breakfast, Yami headed toward the exam site, surrounded by several girls. Along the way, many people stared at the group. When they saw that only Yami was entering the exam hall, some of them began muttering to themselves. Which clan's young master is this? Has the promotion spot already been decided? Maybe he had arrived late, but Yami didn't run into the usual misdirection tactics meant to trick candidates into the wrong classroom. He arrived at classroom 3-2 without issue. Bang. The door slammed shut behind him. The room that had been full of noise instantly fell silent. From rowdy to pin-drop quiet. This was a tiered lecture hall. Under the gaze of hundreds of eyes, Yami walked in. Seeing that this arrogant kid was just a child, some people couldn't hold back. Are all Konoha kids this arrogant? He came alone. Where are his teammates? Haha. The more arrogant now, the faster he'll die. I've already got my eyes on him. TCH. He's kind of good-looking. Probably a heartbreaker when he grows up. Shame he won't live to enjoy it. Yami glanced at a sneering IWA shinobi and vanished in a blur. Everyone blinked. Yami had disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the IWA genin. One punch shattered his arm. Then he grabbed him by the neck and threw him out the window. Crash. The classroom window shattered. The IWA shinobi screamed as he crashed to the ground. It wasn't high enough to kill a genin, but he definitely wouldn't be taking the exam. You brat. You dare fight here. His teammates were furious, and the other IWA genin all glared at Yami. Just then, a Konoha shinobi in a green vest and sunglasses walked in. What's all the noise? If you don't want to take the exam, get out now. Anyone who causes trouble will be immediately disqualified. The genin fell silent. One of the IWA genin muttered, Examiner, that kid attacked my teammate. The Konoha shinobi's mouth twitched, and he took a deep breath. That happened before I came in. Since your teammate was thrown out, your team is disqualified too. Now, get out. To be continued. Chapter 62, I can't do it, so don't do it. Although Konoha was the host of this exam, for the sake of superficial fairness, the proctors wouldn't be blatantly biased. No, this wasn't favoritism. This was practically aiding and abetting. But Yamashiro Aoba felt miserable. Last night, just as he was enjoying a comfortable bath before bed, several root members barged into his home. They didn't even let him change clothes and directly dragged him to see Danzō. And Danzō had only one instruction, make sure Shimura Yami advanced to the second stage of the exam. Yamashiro Aoba had heard a bit about Yami, a genius on par with the famed Uchiha prodigy. In his opinion, since Yami was a genius, clearing a simple Chunin exam should be easy. So, he agreed without hesitation. Danzō was even kind enough to have a root shinobi escort him back the same way, and toss him back into the bathtub. He thought it would be an easy job, but the moment he arrived at the exam room today, Yamashiro Aoba sensed something was wrong. Things weren't what he had imagined. He had assumed Danzō was just being an overprotective grandfather, wanting a little insurance for his grandson. But now. Sure enough, only someone like Danzō, who knew Yami best, could predict he would cause trouble and still give him such a task. Fortunately, with his sunglasses on, no one could see the regret and helplessness in Yamashiro Aoba's eyes. So what if I threw him out? Yamashiro Aoba's voice was cold, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. To enhance the intimidation, he even activated his signature genjutsu, scaring the group of genin. Yamashiro Aoba was very satisfied with the result and continued calmly, the exam started the moment you stepped into this classroom. Why do you think we let you arrive early? It's to give you the opportunity to gather intel, assess your opponents, and even eliminate them. If you're not as skilled as others, then getting thrown out of the exam room is your own fault. But that's not a bad thing either. Yamashiro Aoba suddenly sneered. Being tossed out that easily just proves he wasn't qualified to pass this exam. He's lucky to have survived. His tone turned grim. Because, the upcoming exams won't be as gentle as this one. People will die. You two, his teammates, are now disqualified. Leave the room immediately. What are you still doing here? All the candidates turned to look at the two remaining IWA genin. Their faces were pale, and in the end, they left the room in disgrace without saying another word. Finally, it's quiet again. Yamashiro Aoba let out a sigh of relief. Everything he just said was completely improvised. However, eliminating some candidates was within his authority, and he wouldn't be held accountable afterward. This phase was finally over. You there, candidate. Find a seat quickly, the exam is about to begin. Yami shrugged, scanned the room, and suddenly spotted an empty seat. He walked over, a faint grin forming on his lips. In just a short time, he had gained more than 80 bond rewards. Although they were all genin-level abilities and chakra, which didn't benefit him much, the bond points themselves were a considerable haul. Very good. A nice batch of fresh crops. Yami sat down and glanced at the exam companion, separated by an empty seat, smiling. Itachi, long time no see. I heard one of your teammates died, and the third Hokage completed the team for you. I wonder who the unlucky guy is. Mind introducing him to me? Itachi's expression turned cold. Losing a trusted teammate was a deep wound, especially since that teammate had died to protect him. To hear Yami mention it so casually, and even suggest that he was a jinx, infuriated the usually calm Itachi. Yami, my teammate was a Konoha shinobi. He gave his life for the village. Your words show no respect for the fallen. I'm just stating the facts. Yami smiled faintly, ignoring Itachi's unfriendly tone and sharp gaze, and continued, I looked through some records recently. It seems that shinobi who team up with the Uchiha clan never have good luck. You know Uchiha Obito, right? Itachi paused, then nodded slowly. Of course. He's a hero of the leaf. Sure, call him a hero if you want. But at what cost? Yami slowly spread his palm and began counting on his fingers. Because he was on that team, they were targeted by IWA Jonin. The genius Kakashi almost died and lost an eye. After receiving the Sharingan, I heard he couldn't make much progress due to bloodline incompatibility. Their teammate Nohara Rin died in the war. And their sensei, Namikaze Minato, also died in the Nine Tails Rebellion. So tell me, doesn't it seem like teaming up with the Uchiha brings misfortune? Itachi remained silent. What Yami said had shaken him slightly. It was all true. And he had a vague sense that the enemy who had appeared back then had come specifically for the Sharingan. If his teammate hadn't sacrificed himself, he might have died as well. But Itachi was someone who aspired to great things. His heart quickly steadied again. Yami, all of that happened because of a lack of strength. I'll work hard to become stronger, protect my teammates and the village, and dispel those rumors. I hope so. Yami shrugged, offering no further comment. Their short exchange ended there, as the test papers had all been distributed. Listen carefully. The rules for this written test are different from anything you've experienced before, Yamashiro Aoba announced. First, each correct answer earns 1 point. Each wrong answer deducts 1 point. Scores are calculated based on a 3-person team, except for special circumstances. Second, if you're caught cheating, you lose 2 points. If anyone's score is 0 or lower, the entire team is disqualified. Third, the team's total score must not be less than 18 points. You have 90 minutes. Begin. As soon as Yamashiro Aoba finished, many genin immediately focused and began writing. Yami slowly flipped through the entire test paper. After reading it, he was silent. Great. There were only 10 questions. No multiple choice or true/false, just long-form essay questions. Aside from 2 poison-related ones, knowledge he had learned while training with Root, the rest. What the hell is this? Damn system. Why can't it give him a talent that boosts memory and academic knowledge? Otherwise, how was he supposed to brute force his way through? Looking across at Itachi, who was already scribbling furiously and had finished 2 questions, Yami's mood worsened. Forget it. Yami sighed, his face falling. In that case, he'd just pull everyone down to the same level. He yawned, rested his right cheek on his hand, and casually scribbled on the table with his left. 3 seconds later. Bringer of darkness technique, Yami muttered silently. It was as if some strange force sucked all the light out of the classroom. In just 2 seconds, everything dimmed until they were submerged in pitch-black darkness. This was true darkness. Even the Sharingan couldn't see through it. Senju Tobirama really had it in for the Uchiha. Even though he was Hokage, because the Uchiha specialized in fire release, Tobirama's strongest element became water release. Most of the forbidden techniques he developed were designed to counter the Uchiha. Flying Thunder God technique disrupted dynamic vision. Bringer of darkness technique blinded Sharingan. Even shadow clones were indistinguishable from real bodies. But if Tobirama knew the jutsu he created was being used to cheat, just to pass the first round of the Chunin exam, he'd probably rise from his grave in fury and strip Yami of the right to use it. What the hell is going on? It's pitch black. I can't even see my hand in front of me. Who used ninjutsu? Hurry up and cancel it. Damn. I was only halfway through copying. In the darkness, after a brief moment of stunned silence, the examinees erupted into complaints and shouting. The classroom was as noisy as a market. Silence. Stay in your seats. Don't move. The candidate in the third row, third seat from the left. -2 points. If you get up again, you'll be disqualified. Yamashiro Aoba's voice boomed. With his ability to pinpoint sound sources, he could still locate candidates and detect subtle movements even without sight. After calling out several students in a row, he managed to restore order. But there was still a constant whispering buzz throughout the room. Itachi had remained calm throughout the incident. He didn't shout or question. He simply turned toward Yami's direction, a serious look in his eyes. Although he didn't see Yami cast the jutsu, he was likely the only one in the room capable of doing it. Even the Sharingan was rendered blind. This technique was far too restrictive to the Uchiha. Just what kind of ninjutsu was this? Itachi, are you trying to peek at my answers? Yami suddenly spoke. You can see me. I can sense your gaze. It's very pervy. Itachi. On the podium, Yamashiro Aoba was already sweating buckets. He had tried every method he knew to dispel the technique, but nothing worked. The room remained dark, and the patience of the examinees was wearing thin. Yamashiro Aoba could only hope that the Hokage and the Jonin monitoring the exam would come up with a solution soon. Otherwise, this test really would become a farce. Hokage office, Hokage building. Several monitors in the room were connected to the exam rooms and could stream the scenes in real time. But right now, all the screens were black. A group of Konoha higher-ups and Jonin gathered to observe were dumbfounded, the room falling into complete silence. This is Lord Tobirama's technique, isn't it? Koharu was the first to speak, her tone tinged with nostalgia. I remember how many targets Tobirama assassinated with this technique. Thinking about it now, it still feels vivid. Now is not the time to reminisce, Koharu. Hiruzen took a deep puff from his pipe and slowly exhaled. The first exam has been interrupted. We must resolve this immediately, or how will other villages view Konoha? Danzō, this mess was caused by Yami. You tell me how to deal with it. They had already reviewed the footage from multiple angles. Even without it, they all knew Yami was the only person in the room capable of using the technique. Mess. I don't see a mess. Danzō, unfazed by Hiruzen's attempt to shift the blame, calmly countered, this exam is meant to test a shinobi's ability to gather intelligence and observe. Yami simply prevented others from collecting information. His technique is so advanced even the proctor didn't notice. That's completely within the rules. Danzō even sounded proud. They're just incompetent. I see no problem with what Yami did. If it were up to me, I'd just eliminate everyone else and promote Yami to Chunin directly. No. The third Hokage refused without hesitation. There are 3 stages in total. Eliminating everyone in the first round goes against the rules. Besides, the daimyo and many foreign dignitaries will attend the third round. If we eliminate everyone now, what will we show them? Still. Danzō had a point. Forcing Yami to cancel the jutsu would only alienate him. Children his age were naturally rebellious. Leaving a bad impression now was risky. Here's what we'll do. After some thought, Hiruzen said, as compensation, let Yami automatically advance to the next round. The rest will continue the exam as normal. How's that? I agree. The 2 elders nodded. Hiruzen's proposal suited them just fine. The other Jonin also found it fair. But I don't agree. Danzō suddenly grew agitated. What's the point of letting Yami advance alone? Those who know his strength will understand. But those who don't will think I pulled strings. Why should Yami's reputation be tarnished because of this garbage? I still say this. Either promote Yami to Chunin now, or wait until 10 minutes pass and eliminate according to the original rules. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. Something was off. Definitely off. He knew Danzō too well. Danzō seemed to be acting tough as usual, but his intentions were far too obvious. He kept pushing for everyone else to be eliminated. It looked like he was trying to protect Yami, but that wasn't it. With Yami's strength, these other candidates weren't a threat. As long as he was careful, he'd definitely advance with top marks. So, it was the opposite. Danzō wanted everyone to pass. Hiruzen quickly figured out Danzō's true motive. In that case, Danzō, I'm the Hokage. Hiruzen's voice turned stern. Yami disrupted the exam room, and now you're creating more chaos here. In that case, everyone will advance. Let the second round decide the truth. You'll regret this, Hiruzen. Danzō stormed out, slamming the door. But as the door shut, no one noticed the faint, satisfied smile on Danzō's face. Nor did they see that Hiruzen was wearing the same smile. Hiruzen had only pretended to fall into Danzō's trap. Whatever Danzō's true goal was, he'd let him believe he'd succeeded. Once everything settled, Hiruzen would both stabilize the situation and boost his reputation, all while suppressing Danzō's influence. Most importantly, this involved Yami. He'd been looking for an excuse to bring him over. He hadn't expected Danzō to hand it to him on a silver platter. Truly a win-win. Kakashi. Hiruzen looked up at the ceiling. A masked, silver-haired shinobi dropped down and knelt before him. Relay my orders to the candidates. Tell Shimura Yami to cancel his technique. The first exam is over. All remaining candidates will advance. No further elimination. Understood. Kakashi bowed his head slightly, then vanished instantly. To be continued. Chapter 63, Naughty Child in the Forest of Death. The distance between the Hokage building and the Ninja Academy wasn't far, and Kakashi arrived outside the exam room in just 2 minutes. As he opened the door, the light before his eyes disappeared instantly. He couldn't see anything clearly. What a strange technique, worthy of being the masterpiece of the second Hokage. Actually, this was originally Senju Hashirama's technique in the manga, but the anime changed it to Senju Tobirama. Personally, I also think Tobirama fits better. Kakashi thought to himself, but didn't forget his task and called out in a deep voice. Shimura Yami, the Hokage has ordered you to cancel the technique. You've passed the first exam. Kakashi's voice fell, but after a few seconds, the room was still engulfed in darkness. The jutsu wasn't cancelled, but the genin inside erupted. Who's Shimura? He's the one who caused all this. He disrupted the exam and didn't get disqualified, but instead got promoted. This is a setup. Definitely a setup. Konoha's playing dirty. Facing the complaints, Yami only slightly closed his eyes, showing no concern at all. Kakashi had no choice but to repeat the third Hokage's decision again. The first round of the exam was a test of your information gathering abilities. There were 3 Chunin proctors placed in the room to provide correct answers. However, since none of you were able to crack Shimura's jutsu, the third Hokage has decided to make an exception and allow all of you to advance. If you still can't appreciate that, then leave Konoha and take the exam in your own village. Maybe they'll baby you there. The genin were relieved now. Not having to write through that exam paper full of cryptic questions, and still advancing, what a great deal. In an instant, most of their resentment toward Yami disappeared. At that moment, the darkness faded like a receding tide, and light filled the classroom once again. After being immersed in complete darkness, many blinked repeatedly, unaccustomed to the sudden brightness. Yamashiro Aoba whispered, Kakashi, are you sure the third Hokage wants everyone to pass? Yeah. Kakashi nodded with a hint of weariness. I had a big argument with Elder Danzō over this. Your work here is done. As he spoke, he glanced at Uchiha Itachi, then at Yami. That's great, ahem, I mean, it's finally resolved. Yamashiro Aoba held back his laughter with great effort and clapped the table to grab everyone's attention. Since you've all passed the exam, stop loitering around. Next, head to Konoha's 44th training ground. The second round begins in 1 hour. The genin in the classroom left in high spirits, one after another. Yami slowly wrote his name on the untouched test paper, then got up and left his seat. As he passed the podium, he stopped in front of Kakashi and looked at him curiously. You're Hatake Kakashi? That's me. Kakashi was also observing Yami. As someone who'd been around the third Hokage for a long time, he knew exactly how much Hiruzen valued Yami. He also knew that Yami had just killed 2 IWA Jonin. At this age, he wouldn't be Yami's match. When Kakashi became a Jonin at 12, he was blinded in his left eye by an IWA Jonin named Oishi during his first battle. He only survived thanks to a teammate who had awakened the 2-Tomo Sharingan. Yami seemed to notice something and shifted his gaze to Kakashi's forehead protector-covered eye. That Sharingan, your teammates. Kakashi was stunned for a moment but nodded silently. Take it off, Yami suddenly said. Kakashi's eye widened in surprise. You're not of Uchiha blood. That eye is just a burden to you. You haven't felt your chakra flow freely in a long time, have you? If you keep going like this, you'll become hollow. Kakashi found it surreal that an 8-year-old was talking to him about becoming hollow in the future, but he still shook his head and replied. That eye is the last keepsake of my best friend. I see the world through it, so you don't need to worry. All right then. Yami sighed like a little adult. Don't blame me if I kill you in the future. You want to kill me? Why? Kakashi wasn't angry, just curious. Because you stopped my old men from assassinating the Hokage. Yami spoke like it was perfectly natural. If you hadn't interfered, my old man would have succeeded already, and I'd be the Hokage's grandson right now. Shouldn't that spot be mine? Host and Kakashi form a heartbreaking bond. Reward, lightning attribute chakra, ultimate. Kakashi felt this kid was just spoiled. Assassinating the Hokage was a capital crime. The fact that the third Hokage didn't pursue it was mercy enough. And yet Yami resented him for not cooperating. Kakashi instantly lost interest in the conversation and disappeared from the classroom in a flash. Years later, every time Kakashi remembered this first meeting with Yami, he would want to slap his past self. If only he'd known the kid was such a little devil, maybe he should have coaxed him a bit. Otherwise, why suffer so much? Training Ground 44, also known as the Forest of Death. It was the largest of Konoha's 50 training grounds, spanning 50 kilometers in radius. Just as its nickname implied, it was filled with deadly dangers. Ferocious beasts, treacherous terrain, poisonous insects, and toxic miasma. These made it the perfect site for outdoor survival assessments. Most of the second rounds and Chunin exams were conducted here. Because the first round had ended so quickly, the candidates arrived before 10 o'clock. The gate was still closed, and the proctors hadn't shown up yet. While waiting, many eyes turned toward Yami. The more observant candidates had used their time on the way here to gather information about Yami. At the very least, they learned who he was, the youngest candidate in this year's exam, and the only one taking it solo. That kid's jutsu is what got us through. Honestly, I should thank him. With a jutsu like that, we can't underestimate him. We'd better deal with him inside. Otherwise, we'll end up with another Hatake Kakashi. Someone among the genin muttered sinisterly, and soon, many turned toward Yami with murderous intent. At this stage, the tension between villages was still high. One of the main reasons for agreeing to a joint Chunin exam was to showcase strength. The second was, to eliminate geniuses from other villages. Yami ignored their looks, found a large tree, sat beneath it, and tapped the ground with 2 fingers. He really is a kid, a range shinobi sneered under his breath. Still playing in the dirt. Yami glanced up, poked the ground again, and silently memorized the man's chakra signature. Haha, don't underestimate him, his teammate warned, nodding toward a team nearby. Those Konoha brats are never simple. There's an Uchiha over there too. We need to watch them. I know. Thanks to the Uchiha name, Itachi drew more attention, and Yami was comparatively ignored. At that moment, the proctor for the second round arrived on scene. It was the same person who had contributed a space talent fragment to Yami. Behind him were several Konoha shinobi in green vests. Without saying a word, they began distributing forms to each participant. Yami looked up at the woman with the twin bun hairstyle grinning at him and frowned. No Kurenai or Yugao to help you today, little guy. You scared? She slapped Yami's shoulder carelessly, laughing before he could respond. They're the ones who should be scared, Yami replied flatly, snatching the form from Mitarashi Anko and signing it without even looking. Then he looked at Anko again, frown deepening. He suspected the meatball shop owner hadn't completed the mission he assigned. After half a year, why hadn't Anko gotten fat at all? Something wasn't right. She had gained weight, in the right places. She used to be behind Kurenai, but now she had surpassed both Kurenai and Yugao in health. Damn, did she benefit from misfortune? Anko noticed his frown and thought he was just trying to act tough. She smirked. Scared? Just call me Wani-san, and if you scream loud enough, I might rush over to save you while on patrol. Very responsible of you. Yami deadpanned. Looks like you're well suited to be a proctor. Even 1,000 years from now, you'll still be one. Thanks. Anko replied instinctively, completely missing the sarcasm that she'd never be promoted. As expected of the female Naruto, completely clueless. Keep working hard. When I become a Chunin, you better treat me to some meatballs. Still holding a stack of forms, Anko waved goodbye to Yami with a grin before moving on to the next group. This is a life and death agreement. After everyone received one, the proctor Redo Namishi finally spoke. Once signed, if you kill an opponent during the exam, you won't be held responsible. But if you get killed, you won't be able to press charges either. So, think carefully before signing. You have 10 minutes. With that, Redo Namishi began counting. He sincerely hoped some of the genin would chicken out and back off, which would save him a lot of trouble. He had never overseen a second-round exam with this many participants. In the past, there may have been more total candidates, but at least half would have been eliminated in round 1. This time, a bunch of them had made it through early. What a pain. 10 minutes passed, and Redo Namishi sighed. No one returned their forms. Which meant, everyone planned to participate. In that case, I wish you all the best. Now, I'll explain the rules. They're simple. Each team will receive 2 different scrolls before entering, the Scroll of Heaven and the Scroll of Earth. Within 72 hours, each team must enter from a gate, obtain both scrolls, then reach the tower in the Forest of Death and hand over the scrolls to the proctor to pass. But, all 3 team members must arrive together. If you fail to reach the tower in time or lose any members, your team will be disqualified. Also, no one is allowed to open the scrolls before reaching the tower. If you do, you'll be disqualified and held accountable. After that, the tone of his voice suddenly dropped, and the scar on his face made many people tense. Alright, that's all for the rules. At least half of you will be eliminated. I'll be waiting at the tower for the final survivors. After speaking, all the proctors, including Anko, walked over to the iron gates and opened them. Now, the second round officially begins. A group of genin teams rushed into the entrance, maintaining formation while also observing the movements of other teams. This was a trial that tested all-around ability. Tracking, counter-tracking, traps, combat, and even diplomacy were involved. It all depended on which team had better coordination and adaptability. Of course, Yami, the lone participant, became the target of many. Yes, his earlier jutsu had startled many genin. But that was only one trick. He was alone. No matter how strong he was, how strong could he be? He looked no more than 10 years old. 3 against 1. The advantage was clear. Seeing the hostility directed his way, some Konoha ninjas proposed forming an alliance with Yami, but he only smiled and shook his head, walking toward the forest alone. To them, this was typical genius arrogance. After a beating, he'd learned to be humble. Hey! Shimura Yami. Soon, all the teams had entered the Forest of Death, leaving only Yami outside. Anko shouted at him, "What are you waiting for? Get in there already. Are you scared or something?" Anko was puzzled. She didn't know Yami's true strength, but based on what she'd heard from Kurenai, he was stronger than her. He shouldn't be afraid of these genin. Do the rules say we have to enter immediately after the exam starts? Yami asked. Reito Namishi was stunned, thought for a moment, and shook his head. Not exactly, but the sooner you go in, the easier it is to gain the upper hand, set traps, ambush enemies. I don't need the upper hand. Yami shook his head, then walked in the opposite direction under everyone's stunned gazes. I haven't eaten lunch yet. Gotta stay in there for 3 days. I need to buy some food and stock up in my storage scroll. With that, he disappeared after a few quick jumps. Puffed. Anko couldn't help but laugh. What an interesting kid. Meanwhile, inside the Forest of Death, several teams lying in ambush near the entrance were dumbfounded. They were planning to jump Yami as soon as he entered and grab a scroll, but he went to eat. Some other teams also wanted to go back and restock supplies, but the Chunin gatekeeper immediately stopped them with a stern warning. What do you think you're doing? Once you've entered the exam grounds, no one can leave unless you pass or are eliminated. Are you forfeiting? The frustrated genin had no choice but to grit their teeth and dive deeper into the forest. Before long, they ran into other teams and fierce battles erupted. To be continued. Chapter 64, Kakashi's Dark History, Bonus. Reito Namishi had seen many geniuses, and he himself had once been one. Otherwise, the 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato, wouldn't have chosen him as a bodyguard and taught him the Flying Thunder God technique. But Yami was the first he'd seen with such a personality. Even Kakashi back then wasn't this arrogant. For a moment, Reito even questioned whether he was right to allow Yami to leave for supplies. So he called over a Chunin and instructed him to report to the Hokage's office. Hokage building. The same old people sat in silence. After receiving the report, Mitokado Hamura and Hiruzen fell quiet again. Is he really Danzo's grandson? Hamura rubbed his throbbing temples. How could an old dog like Danzo, who's always so inflexible, have such a wild grandson? Hiruzen suddenly thought of Yami's mother, Shimura Saki. The Senju clan seemed to carry some unreliable traits. The first Hokage, for example. Hiruzen still remembered his childhood days with him vividly. Outside of battle, his personality was completely unpredictable. Then there was his teacher, Senju Tobirama, sarcastic and sharp-tongued. And Tobirama's grandniece Tsunade, well, that explained everything. Hiruzen sighed. Since it's not written in the rules, it's allowed. Yami hasn't violated anything. But there mustn't be such loopholes in the next Chunin exam. Yes, we'll revise the rules immediately. The Chunin who came to report bowed his head. You're dismissed. Hiruzen waved him off. Tell Reito Namishi to increase the number of personnel patrolling the Forest of Death. Report any unusual activity to me immediately. Danzo's painstaking plan to push all genin through the first round would soon be revealed in the Forest of Death. If they waited until the one-on-one elimination round at the tower, it might be too late. He had to monitor the situation in real time. Elsewhere, Yami went straight to Ichiraku Ramen. Uncle Tucci, I'll take 10 bowls of barbecued pork ramen, 10 bowls of seafood ramen, and 10 bowls of deluxe double-ingredient ramen, all with bowls included. How much is that? Oh, Yami-kun. Why are you ordering so much ramen at once and with bowls? Tucci was stunned by the order. Nearby, a silver-haired man's eyelid twitched as he slowly turned his head, the signature deadfish eyes landing on Yami. Aren't you supposed to be taking the exam? Kakashi asked. Gotta eat first. I'll starve in 3 days otherwise. Yami sat down next to Kakashi and explained to Tucci, don't worry, boss. I'll be eating these for the next 3 days. Nothing wrong with that. So Yami is already taking the Chunin exam at that age, huh? Tucci smiled. Kakashi wasn't as smart as you back then. After his exam, he sat right here and ate 5 bowls in a row. He was so full he had to be helped home by a classmate, a very gentle girl. All right then, I'll prep your order as quickly as I can. Thanks, boss. Yami turned to Kakashi with a smirk. He didn't expect to learn such an embarrassing story. But with the mask, he couldn't tell if Kakashi was blushing. Rin. Kakashi was reminded of the past by Tucci's words. After a moment of silence, he put down some money and stood up to leave. Kid, good luck with the exam. Half an hour later, Tucci had finished the order, each bowl packed with extra meat, almost more meat than noodles. This one's on the house. Tucci chuckled. You need to eat well if you want to pass the exam. Yami nodded, paid the bill, and pulled out 3 storage scrolls to seal the ramen. Thanks, uncle. No wonder people say that if Naruto didn't turn evil, it was thanks to Irika and Tucci. This man was truly kind-hearted. He treated everyone warmly and never asked for anything in return. Even a corpse would feel warm. Back at the entrance to the Forest of Death, the gates had already closed. Only one iron gate remained, guarded by Rado Namishi. You're finally back. If you hadn't returned, I'd have thought you forfeited. Half an hour isn't that bad, Yami replied, waving as he passed. Without stopping, he rushed into the Forest of Death. The trees in this world were already massive, usually over 30 meters tall with trunks 5 meters wide. But in the Forest of Death, the trees were monstrous. Few were under 50 meters. Trees over 100 meters tall were everywhere, and some trunks were over 10 meters wide. Even high-level ninjutsu had trouble destroying them. Brat. We've been waiting for you, now die. Yami had barely stepped inside when he was ambushed. A team of IWA genin had camouflaged themselves against the ground. As soon as Yami triggered a trap, they hurled shuriken from above. At the same time, all 3 lunged down from different angles, attacking midair with kunai. They chose the one moment when Yami couldn't maneuver, while airborne. Yami didn't even blink. The Kusanagi sword was already out and swept in a quick arc vacuum sword. Blades of sword wind shot out in all directions. The shuriken were deflected midair. The sword wind blasted the IWA genin out of the air, slamming them into the ground and forming a deep crater. Their eyes widened, their skin split, and they fell silent, dead. Host formed a life and death bond with. Reward, Standard Genin Chakra +2, Earth Attribute Chakra, Normal, Bond Points +150. Yami smiled without even slowing his pace. As expected, a man needs opportunity to gain wealth, just like a horse needs night grass to grow fat. Sending everyone to the second round had been worth it. Now, it was harvest time. Landing, Yami touched the ground with 2 fingers, closed his eyes, and focused on the surrounding chakra reactions. What a coincidence. He'd already run into the Rain Shinobi team that had mocked him earlier and a familiar chakra signature was approaching. That was. Yami narrowed his eyes and vanished from the spot. 2 kilometers away. Itachi's team had encountered the Rain Shinobi. Though Rain was just behind the 5 great nations in strength, their shinobi weren't weak, especially those under Hanzo's leadership. The team they encountered was definitely qualified for Chunin. They had likely waited until this exam to try again. But against the genius Itachi, they were still not enough. Even with 2 burdens on his team. After a short battle, Itachi had them bound tightly in chakra threads. Damn it. Curse the Uchiha clan. Those eyes are cheating. The Rain Shinobi ground their teeth in fury. No matter what they tried, Itachi's Sharingan saw through it all. Itachi, unfazed by their anger, began forming hand seals. Having witnessed the cruelty of the shinobi world, he no longer held mercy for foreign ninjas. Then, die with the fate of those without Sharingan. Fire style, dragon fire technique. Flames traveled down the thread toward the 3 Rain genin. Just as they were about to be engulfed, another voice echoed from above. Wind style, web net. Wind disrupted the flames, dissipating the fire midair. Yami appeared before the rain shinobi. Itachi's expression immediately tensed. He stepped back cautiously, putting distance between them. Shimura, what are you doing? He didn't understand. Yami had always held strong hostility toward him, ever since the academy. Yami grinned. Can't you tell? I'm stealing your kill. Itachi's teammates voiced their complaints. Wait, aren't you stealing your own team's scroll? These were opponents Itachi subdued. That's too unreasonable. You misunderstood, Yami replied, shaking his head. I said I'm stealing the kill, not the scroll. As he spoke, the Kusanagi sword flashed across all three throats. Blood sprayed as heads dropped to the ground. All done. Yami smiled brightly. I get the kills. You keep the scroll. See you around. The current Itachi didn't interest him, so Yami didn't bother fighting and vanished in a flash. Itachi's teammates stared at the disappearing figure in shock. Wait, he blocked Itachi's jutsu just to kill them. He didn't even want the scroll. Kill. Itachi's pupils contracted. A flash of lightning seemed to pass through his mind. He finally understood why Yami had caused such a ruckus in the first round. It was to get everyone into the second round and then kill them. Was this Yami's own idea, or part of some hidden Konoha directive? Itachi suddenly felt like he'd glimpsed a truth not meant for outsiders. He quickly stepped forward, took the scroll from the headless bodies, and saw it was marked Earth. He exhaled in relief. Their team already had the Heaven Scroll. He turned to his teammates. We have both scrolls. Let's head to the tower. The other two had no objections. They were just tools for Itachi to pass the exam. With Itachi moving faster than before, the other two had to grit their teeth to keep up. He remained distracted along the way. It wasn't that he feared Yami would target them. He was thinking. If Yami killed too many foreign shinobi, would the fragile peace collapse into war again? Yami didn't know Itachi had entered another round of internal conflict. He was too busy tracking down foreign shinobi. In this forest spanning thousands of square kilometers, finding dozens of teams wasn't as easy as it sounded. But that also meant fewer chances of someone stealing his kills. Even teams who lost their scrolls wouldn't withdraw. They'd simply hunt others and try to recover by stealing both scrolls. And so, 2.5 hours passed. Yami had already killed 9 IWA shinobi, 6 Suna shinobi, and 3 more rain shinobi. Some teams had started realizing there was a terrifying presence in this exam. A monster that only killed, without taking scrolls. Even the proctors patrolling the Forest of Death had witnessed Yami's brutality. Remembering the third Hokage's orders, they quickly relayed the news via messenger hawk. When Reito Namishi received the report, his expression changed. He immediately rushed to the Hokage building. To be continued. Bonus for 200 horsepower. Chapter 65, some people are forming a team to die. Hiruzen quietly smoked his pipe, the room thick with smoke as he reviewed the incoming reports. Treating the shinobi from other villages as prey. I see. With his understanding of Danzō, he instantly grasped the intent behind it. This was nothing more than a move to establish authority. To announce to the other villages that Konoha had a new genius, and he was none other than the grandson of Shimura Danzō. Not only would this make Yami famous, it would also help establish a reputation that would follow him for years. To be honest, Hiruzen wasn't actually against establishing authority. He wasn't as concerned about war as Uchiha Itachi. Genin were just cannon fodder. Even if all of them died, it wouldn't be enough to start another great ninja war. Replacing them with Jonin would be a different matter entirely. What truly displeased him was that Danzō had too many schemes. He kept everything hidden and had exposed Yami to danger. This was a promising seedling, but after all, he was only 8 years old. Once he became a target of other villages, there was a real risk of premature death. Is this really your grandson? How cruel. Sigh, you really should be under my command. That way, you'll be safer. Danzō's gone too far. After a long silence, Hiruzen spoke and gave the matter a clear verdict. Agreed. Hamura continued, such a major move wasn't even discussed with us in advance. It's left us in a passive position. Yami is being too high profile. There will definitely be a lot of assassins targeting him in the future. It's far too dangerous. He's still a child. Koharu frowned. He was doing fine, but now he's being manipulated by Danzō. Hiruzen, you should take Yami under your wing and raise him safely. Among Konoha's F4, Hamura and Koharu had always leaned closer to Danzō, balancing against Hiruzen to keep any one faction from gaining total control. But this time was different. Danzō had gone too far, even using his own grandson. Neither Hamura nor Koharu had any exceptional descendants of their own. They had long hoped Yami might help elevate their family names one day. Naturally, they wouldn't let Danzō control him without limits. If Hiruzen took Yami in, at least the connection wouldn't be severed. But if he stayed under Danzō, who knew what might happen? Hiruzen smiled knowingly. Their reactions had been exactly as he expected. In that case, after the exam, let's have a talk with Danzō. Meanwhile, the proctors nodded in unison, as if completely detached from the high-level political maneuvering. Hiruzen looked at them and said with a chuckle, "Don't interfere with Shimura Yami's behavior for now. He won't target his own comrades. When there aren't many foreign genin left, bring him to the tower and announce he's passed." This time, he was the biggest winner. Using Danzō's hand, he'd established authority, and when the time came, he could take Yami under his own command with perfect justification. Hiruzen couldn't help but laugh. Forest of Death. Yami was tallying up his spoils. In just 2.5 hours, his bond point income had already surpassed 1,000, bringing a wide smile to his face. As for the other stats, not worth mentioning. These cannon fodder were all low talent, no special traits, and pitiful amounts of chakra. Looking at his panel, his bond point balance had reached 2,200. After a short pause, Yami decided to spend it. Saving points doesn't spawn rewards. Right now, increasing combat power would help him harvest even more. He opened the Senju Bloodline section and clicked Upgrade. 2,000 bond points disappeared instantly, replaced by a pleasant, full-body sensation as if every cell was being massaged. Warmth flooded his limbs, and Yami closed his eyes in comfort, waiting for the transformation to complete. Chakra was the foundation of everything, especially for someone who liked firing ninjutsu like a machine gun. 20 chakra cards weren't bad, but not enough. Body flicker technique, wide area fire release, scorch release, these were all chakra intensive. 20 cards wouldn't let him use them freely. After about 10 minutes, Yami opened his eyes and checked his system panel. The Senju bloodline had advanced to excellent, and his total chakra had jumped to 35 cards, nearly doubled. 1 card equals 1 Kakashi. He also felt significantly stronger and had awakened sensory abilities. That was the right move. Yami nodded in satisfaction. No other upgrade could have offered such a noticeable benefit. The next upgrade to Ultimate would require 5,000 bond points, not something achievable within the Forest of Death. He stretched lazily. His bones cracked like fireworks, and a sharp gleam appeared in his eyes. Now that the power-up was done, it was time to continue harvesting. This time, Yami moved faster than before, and his sensory range had greatly expanded. No wonder the system said he needed time for his body to develop to fully utilize his talents. The difference was obvious. 5 minutes later, Yami located another enemy team. A gentle breeze blew across the face of 3 Kusagakure genin. As the leaves stirred, Yami flashed in and struck them down before they had time to react. They had just escaped pursuit by another team, only to die to the Kusanagi blade in seconds. The straight-line distance from the entrance to the tower wasn't far for a shinobi, but with all the terrain obstacles and ambush threats, it gave him enough time to scan the area. Still, Konoha had too many participants, so no matter how efficient he was, some targets slipped through. Of course, not all Konoha ninjas survived either. Yami ran into a team of 3 Suna shinobi whose strength was comparable to Chunin. By the time he found them, they had already killed 2 Konoha teams. Killing them served as revenge for those losses. As night fell, Yami's killing spree continued. With his chakra pool expanded, his recovery rate had also increased. He could sustain body flicker technique for longer periods, allowing high-speed movement and more efficient searching. The proctors watching from the shadows were stunned. It had only been half a day, and more than 30 foreign genin were dead. If this kept up, only a few would survive the exam. Still, they didn't feel sympathy. On the contrary, they were impressed. They had lived through the war years. Everyone held deep grudges against other villages. If not for the rules, and if this weren't Konoha territory, they would have killed these foreign shinobi on sight. Early morning. Feeling a bit drowsy, Yami reached the central forest area. He could now vaguely see the tower in the distance, about 10 kilometers away. Just as he was preparing to block the tower entrance to prevent any last-minute escapes, his mind's eye of the Kagura picked up something unexpected. 1, 2, 3, a total of 18 chakra signatures, all tangled together in a chaotic battle. They were about 3 kilometers northwest. A big score. Yami's eyes lit up and he rushed over without hesitation. Beside a stream. 6 IWA shinobi, 6 AIM shinobi, and 6 Suna shinobi were locked in a 3-way brawl, apparently fighting over water. Explosions from explosive tags rang out non-stop. 1 AIM shinobi had a strange weapon, almost like a gun, and was firing kunai. The battlefield was utter chaos. Suddenly, a Suna ninja twitched his nose and flung a kunai with a tag attached. It exploded in the water, sending a pillar 2 meters high. Fire style, great fireball technique. A huge fireball burst from the bushes, engulfing 2 IWA and 1 rain ninja. But when the flames faded, there were no bodies, only broken logs. Substitution technique. At that moment, all 18 genin leapt from their hiding spots and surrounded Yami. Huh. Yami blinked at the genin surrounding him and frowned. Surprised. Asuna genin sneered. We finally lured you here, Shimura Yami. Thanks for making our acting worth it. You were looking for me? Yami tilted his head. Why? You're hunting ninjas from other villages, aren't you? A rain ninja in a gas mask spoke. So why can't we hunt you? I think you've got the wrong guy, Yami said, blinking innocently. I just came to watch the show. Asuna ninja sniffed loudly, a pleased expression on his face. Don't bother. You reek of blood, Suna blood, and some I can't even place. You really are Konoha's genius. You killed so many teams you forced 3 villages to form an alliance. Yami looked disgusted. Are you a stray Inuzuka that ran off to Suna? Why's your nose so sharp? Enough talking. Go. The Suna ninja waved and triggered a preset trap. A wave of shuriken and kunai flew at Yami from above, while the others unleashed ninjutsu. Wind style, gale palm. Earth style, earth spear. Water style, thousand rains. Attacks came from every direction. The genin wore triumphant smirks. If they killed a genius like Yami, even if they failed the exam, they'd still be promoted for merit. But when the sky full of kunai hit Yami, their smiles froze. The terrified Yami they had seen turned into a puddle of mud. No. It's a substitution. Where's the real one? Nosu. Use your nose. Quiet. I'm trying. East. West. Wait, why does it smell like blood everywhere? Because you're under a genjutsu. Yami's voice echoed from every direction. 4 of him appeared at the 4 corners of the battlefield and slapped the ground. Earth style, earth burial formation. The ground trembled and surged upward, forming a massive mound and trapping all 18 inside. Yami's muffled voice rang out. A bunch of idiots. I watched you pretend to fight for 10 minutes. No one even got scratched. What, waiting for Uzumaki Naruto to get fooled 8 years from now? None of them knew who Naruto was, but judging from Yami's tone, it wasn't a compliment. Their faces flushed with embarrassment. Most embarrassed of all was Nosu. He was the one who'd united the teams and devised the plan. He had felt so clever. Now, he looked like a clown. I'm done. I want to go back to the land of wind. Stop standing around. Nosu shouted. Break the wall and run for your lives. He tied every explosive tag he had onto a kunai and hurled it at the earth dome. Boom. The explosion left a crater, but the wall quickly regenerated. Give up. Yami's voice returned as his shadow clone opened a gap in the dome. Yami reached in. Scorch release, extremely steaming murder. What? Asuna ninja's eyes bulged. That's impossible. That was the technique of Suna's hero, Pakura of the Scorch release. She had been killed by Kirigakure. Why could Yami use it? Boom. A roaring fireball answered him. 4 swirling fireballs merged into one massive sun-like sphere in the confined space. Too close to the sun, and mortals burn. The 18 genin had no way to dodge. Their blood and moisture evaporated in seconds. One by one, they turned into dried husks. The heat wave expanded. Yami retreated instantly. After running 50 meters, a deafening explosion erupted behind him. The entire earthen dome blasted into the sky. The shockwave echoed for kilometers. Nearby genin teams heard it and turned toward the explosion. Seeing startled birds scatter into the air, Yami smirked. What a thoughtful bunch. Even in death, they lit up fireworks to help me attract more targets. I'm touched. His body dissolved into leaves and vanished. Time to see who was lucky enough to rush over and die next. At the same time, Reito Namishi noticed the blast and hurried toward the scene with 2 special jonin in identical uniforms. To be continued. Chapter 66, Space Talent Obtained. Genma. Iwashi. Hurry up. Reito Namishi's voice was filled with urgency, and each leap he made was longer than the last. Behind him, Shiranui Genma, holding a senbon in his mouth, asked with confusion. Reito, it was just a normal explosion. Why are you so nervous? I have a hunch that the explosion is related to Shimura Yami. Reito Namishi said in a low voice, whether he's in danger or he's caused danger to others, we need to go check the situation. The 3rd Hokage gave very flexible mission standards. There was no restriction on the number of foreign shinobi they could take down, and their movements were left to his discretion. But Yami's speed was too fast. Even the information sent by the examiners inside the testing zone was delayed. By the time they received intel, Yami had probably already taken out 2 more teams. 2 hours ago, the latest report indicated that Yami had already eliminated 42 foreign shinobi, nearly half of all participants. It was time to make him stop. If he kept going and displeased the third Hokage, it wouldn't be the brat who suffered the consequences, it would be him. As for the explosion earlier, Reito was more worried that Yami had been ambushed, which left him conflicted and repeatedly urging his teammates to keep up. Fortunately, all 3 of them were special jonin, and after running at full speed for 15 minutes, they arrived at the scene. Reito's expression changed. The air reeked of blood, scorched earth from fire-release jutsu was scattered across the ground, and several charred ninja corpses were strewn about. They weren't even whole. At the edge of the battlefield, Yami was sitting on a large rock, casually enjoying a bowl of deluxe Ichiraku ramen. Gulp. Iwashi swallowed hard. Clink. Genma Senbon, which he usually kept firmly in his mouth, fell to the ground. The scene was far too surreal. Just the dried-up corpses lying around made them lose their appetite. But Yami was not only eating contentedly, he was also the one responsible for all this. Should they call him cold-blooded or kind-hearted? Host forms a shocking bond with Reito Namishi. Reward, swordsmanship, black blade slash. Host forms a shocking bond with Shiranui Genma. Reward, space talent fragment, 1/3. Host forms a bond with Iwashi Tatame. Reward, space talent fragment, 1/3. Yami paused mid-noodle, as if only now noticing their arrival, then looked up with a surprised expression. Oh. Aren't you the examiners? Are you guys hungry too? I still have plenty of ramen left. Want to join me? Yami was in a good mood. After all, they'd just given him the last fragments he needed for his space talent. They deserved to eat his noodles. Thanks, but I've already had dinner. Genma silently picked up the senbon, wiped it, and put it back in his mouth. Iwashi shook his head, muttering, I don't really eat midnight snacks. Reito was piecing together in his head how many complete bodies could be assembled from the pile of limbs and remains on the ground. Shimura Yami, was the explosion just now caused by you killing these 12 people? Nope. Yami yawned. I killed some others, which caused the noise. These guys just came to check what was going on. Oh, and I let 2 Konoha teams go. Actually, let go wasn't quite right. More accurately, they were scared off. 3 Chunin and 1 Tokubetsu Jonin ran off on the spot. One could only imagine the trauma those newbies would carry moving forward. How many shinobi from other villages did you kill here? Reito asked. As he spoke, he looked around but didn't see any other corpses. 30 in total. Don't bother looking. I blew them all to bits. Nothing left, not even scraps. 30. Reito was stunned. Even 30 genin weren't a force to scoff at. On the battlefield, they could even take out a jonin. And they were all wiped out in such a short time. No. Reito quickly regained his senses. Now wasn't the time to be shocked. From the overall numbers, there weren't many foreign shinobi left. He made a quick decision. Shimura Yami, the Hokage ordered that your actions be kept within reason. We still need shinobi from other villages for the next round of the exam. You can head to the central tower now. Congratulations on passing the second round. Leave. Yami tilted his head, set down his ramen, and rummaged through his ninja pouch before pulling out an earth scroll. But I only have an earth scroll. That's not enough to pass. How about letting me stay for a while? There are still 2 days left. Reito's eyelid twitched. Give you 2 more days. You'd probably wipe out the rest and even kill your own village's genin. This is the heaven scroll you dropped. Next time, remember to collect your loot properly. Hand over the earth scroll. Reito pulled a heaven scroll from his pocket. This wasn't favoritism. The scroll did come from one of the shinobi Yami had killed. Still, Yami looked reluctant. I don't want to go to the tower. It's boring. What, you want me to sleep in there for 2 days? Then I'm not going. Reito quickly said, with your strength, you don't need to participate in the 3rd round selection. You've already advanced to the next round. You can rest at home. Way more comfortable than staying in the woods. Reito swore this was the gentlest he'd ever spoken in over 20 years of being single. Sure enough, Yami looked moved. What he said made sense. He'd already gotten most of what he wanted. The remaining targets were harder to find, and they probably already made it to the tower. The next 2 days would just be inefficient. Might as well rest comfortably at home. Fine, I'll give you the scroll. Yami said, handing it over. Reito accepted it with a sigh of relief. Mission complete. Just head back the way you came. Someone will inform you when the next round begins. He added, almost pleading, if you run into foreign shinobi on the way, spare them for my sake, all right? Yami looked at him curiously. You got a nickname, Red Hair Shanks or something? Rado. Why are you back? Shimura residence. Pakura, who had already gone to sleep, was awakened by the sound of the door and quietly came downstairs, only to see Yami had returned. Shouldn't he still be in the second round of the Chunin exams? According to the intel she read from Root, the second round usually lasted 3 days. Why was he back in just one? Yami yawned as he walked upstairs. I pretty much killed everyone already. What's the point of sticking around? Oldman Third probably got scared I'd overdo it, so he sent the examiners to invite me out. I'll just wait for the finals. Pakura nodded. So that's how it is. She followed him upstairs. I'll run a bath. Soak a bit before bed. Hand me your clothes, they're covered in blood. Just toss them. Yami nodded, not rejecting her kindness. Pakura was becoming more and more like a housekeeper, managing everything in perfect order for him. After soaking in a warm bath, he enjoyed a proper scrub from Pakura and then slept soundly until 10 the next morning. After breakfast, he decided not to look for Yugao or Kurenai. Instead, he said a few words to Pakura and went into the underground training room. After so long, his space talent was finally complete. He could finally begin practicing the Flying Thunder God technique that he'd been longing for. Some jutsu could change a shinobi's fate. Like Raise-Non, which made Naruto recklessly charge any enemy. Or Living Corpse Reincarnation, which led to all of Orochimaru's future exploits. Flying Thunder God was one of those techniques. Without it, Namikaze Minato would still be a genius, but no one would abandon their mission just from hearing his name. He wouldn't have carried Konoha to near victory in the Third Great Ninja War, practically ending it on par with Hashirama ending the Warring States period. With Flying Thunder God, Minato became an absolute legend. For Yami, while not as exaggerated, it would still elevate him to another level. With Scorch Release alone, his attack power was already at Kaga level. Once he mastered Flying Thunder God, he would be a true Kaga level powerhouse. Even some Super Kage couldn't do anything to him. If he wanted to run, no one could catch him. No wonder he was so obsessed with it, even copying the full scroll of Flying Thunder God long ago. And to be safe, he used the bond points he just earned to upgrade his space talent by 1 level. Originally, upgrading the space talent required 3,000 bond points. But due to a random bonus, the cost was reduced by 1 level. The system was surprisingly generous in this regard. Once the bond point system activated, every ability earned would reduce the upgrade cost. Proficiency gained through training worked similarly, it acted as a progress bar. Inside the secret room, Yami unrolled the 2-meter-long scroll and began studying from the start. There were hundreds of jutsu in the Scroll of Seals, and Flying Thunder God alone took up 1/10 of the entire scroll. This was because it wasn't enough to just learn the hand seals. One had to fully understand spatial theory. It included the second Hokage's spatial insights and Minato's later additions. Yami respected Minato for refining the technique, but he admired Tobirama more, for creating it from scratch. Just to deal with the Uchiha, Tobirama could come up with anything. The man was absurd. Yami suspected that if becoming a woman could seduce Uchiha Madara, Tobirama would study how to become the most beautiful woman in the world without hesitation. By 4 p.m., Yami was rubbing his sore Sharingan, now in its 2-tomo state. That's right, he'd activated the Sharingan to avoid making mistakes. It helped a lot. At least now he understood the overall process of learning Flying Thunder God. Step 1 was the hardest: memorize all the theoretical knowledge, learn how to use chakra to sense spaces, folds and ripples, and distinguish spatial coordinates. Step 2, alter chakra properties, transforming it into a type that could integrate with space. Step 3, create his own Flying Thunder God mark and link it with himself. Step 4, begin transfer experiments and train until proficient. Later stages included Minato's advanced technique, teleporting to moving Flying Thunder God marks. As for transferring other items via Flying Thunder God, even Minato didn't fully master it before his death, so it wasn't recorded in the Scroll of Seals. Still, what was available would keep Yami busy for a while. He spent the next few days almost entirely in the secret room. Pakura knew he was training, so she didn't tell anyone about Yami returning early. 2 days later. Inside the central tower of the Forest of Death. All participants who passed the second round gathered on the second-floor platform. There were 15 Konoha shinobi, 3 from Takigakure, 3 from the Land of Rivers, and 3 from Suna. Aim, Kusagakure, and Hozuki Village were completely wiped out. Rado Namishi announced the rules. We now enter the individual battle stage. 27 participants will compete for 11 spots in the third round. Why is it an odd number? No one objected to eliminating over half, but the number confused them. A genin from the land of rivers asked. Redo glanced at him and explained, Shimura Yami has already advanced. He's the 12th. At the mention of that name, almost everyone's expression changed. Some were fearful, a few were angry. Why? The genin from the land of rivers protested, isn't this blatant favoritism? Our team arrived first, and we never even saw him. Their team had been lucky. They quickly found other teams, snatched the scrolls, and rushed to the tower, never experiencing the real horrors of the forest of death. Because in this round, Shimura Yami killed over 60 foreign shinobi like you. To let you survive, I allowed him to advance early. Is that reason good enough for you? Impossible. That's impossible. The genin stepped back in disbelief. But seeing the fear on all the Konoha shinobi's faces, he had no choice but to believe it. Redo ignored him and continued, you can still choose to quit now, but this is your last chance. To be continued. Chapter 67, famous in the ninja world, special title, Genin Killer. This time, in response to Redo Namishi's question, everyone fell silent. Very soon, the genin from the land of rivers who had just spoken announced his withdrawal, and his teammates followed suit. Uchiha Itachi's 2 teammates and 2 other Konoha teams also gave up. They were all the lucky ones who had witnessed Yami killing people and were filled with fear. Even if they stayed, they knew they wouldn't perform well enough to be promoted to Chunin. Rather than risk their lives, it was better to quit. Takigakure held a brief discussion and ultimately left only one participant. Suna chose to remain in full. After a draw in several battles, out of the 11 who advanced, 8 were from Konoha, 2 from Suna, and 1 from Takigakure. They would be given half a month to rest and prepare. After the announcement, Redo Namishi left. Uchiha Itachi glanced at the remaining foreign shinobi in the venue, and his fear of Yami only grew deeper. Hokage's office. Standing before the 3rd Hokage were the jonin from the other 6 nations. After the exam, the news of what happened in the Forest of Death quickly spread. These jonin had come to demand an explanation. Even during the most tense pre-war periods, such a high death toll had never occurred. The representatives of IWA, Kusa, and AIM were especially furious. Dead. All dead. Lord Hokage, if you don't give us a reasonable explanation, the next time we talk, it will be with the Iwagakure shinobi army. The jonin from IWA was the most agitated, having suffered the heaviest losses. The jonin from Suna quickly followed. That's right. I strongly suspect this was a premeditated hunt by Konoha, deliberately targeting the future pillars of our villages. Hiruzen took a slow drag from his pipe and glanced at the 2 with mild disdain. Iwa's leader, Anoki, was as cunning as he was. IWA had the most shinobi, and their quality varied greatly. Losing 30 genin wasn't a big deal. This jonin was just putting on a show. Suna. The weakest among the 5 great nations. Their daimyo had just slashed their funding and reduced their shinobi force. Killing 27 of them was practically a favor, helping reduce their burden. As for the smaller nations. What a joke. Besides the old man Hanzo, no one there was worth being cautious of. Those villages had no voice and only served as battlefields. This is the explanation you want. Hiruzen waved his hand, and an umbu activated a projector screen. What played were scenes recorded by several Chunin proctors, all footage of Yami killing foreign shinobi. Hiruzen shook his head with a regretful expression. I never imagined that our village's genius would be so ruthless. Perhaps it's because his father died in the war, leaving him with a deep hostility toward foreign shinobi. But rules are rules. This is how the Chunin exams work. I couldn't interfere. Instead, I had him advance early to preserve a few promising talents. The jonin present watched the screen in silence. Until. Scorch release, a Suna shinobi exclaimed. That's right. Scorch release. Hiruzen smiled faintly. He is a genius, after all. Naturally, he's a bit different. In fact, even he had been surprised when he first received the report. It had taken him a while to calm down. When the last clip froze on screen, Hiruzen looked at them and asked, any further questions? Konoha has no intention of targeting anyone. If there's blame to assign, then it lies with the elders who failed to guide this child properly. I'll be sure to train him well moving forward. Konoha truly lives up to its name. The IWA jonin took a deep breath. This time, IWA was defeated. I'm too ashamed to stay. Lord Hokage, please forgive my rudeness, I'll take my leave. Hiruzen nodded. You're welcome to visit Konoha anytime. After that, the IWA delegation left, and the other jonin followed suit. Only Takigakure and Suna remained, as they still had participants in the exam. But even their jonin began preparing to return home to deliver intel about Yami. The Suna jonin who stayed behind secretly sent out the information through various means. Summon the two advisors and Danzō. After everyone else left, Hiruzen instructed the Umbu. Soon, the Konoha F4 gathered once more. Hiruzen took the lead. Danzō. Do you know how much trouble you've caused me? Why didn't you discuss this with me first? Now Iwa and Suna are furious. If things go wrong, another war could break out. Who gave you the right to instruct Yami to do this? Danzō sat calmly on the sofa, eyes half closed. Did he break any rules? Hiruzen, don't put all the blame on me. I merely asked Yami to complete the exam fairly, without cheating. You're talking about rules. Hiruzen laughed in frustration. Shall I list all the shameful missions Root has carried out behind my back? This incident has had a terrible impact. Geniuses should be nurtured, not used as your personal tools. After the Chunin exams, Shimura Yami will be under my supervision. I won't let you push him into danger again. Danzō's expression darkened. So that's what this is about, Sarutobi. What do you mean? Hiruzen responded sternly. I'm thinking about Konoha's future. About your grandson's safety. Yes, Danzō. You were too reckless, the advisors chimed in. What the village needs now is recovery. Even if we want to make a statement, there should be limits. We agree with your intentions, but for Yami's safety, it's better if the Hokage manages him directly. Hearing this, Danzō's expression turned even gloomier. He could see that the three of them had made their decision already. Summoning him today was just a formality, they wanted to take Yami away. Old monkey, that's my grandson. Even if you take him, that fact won't change. Hiruzen smiled. I just don't want Yami to be influenced by the darkness in your heart. He deserves a brighter future. Brighter? Does that mean they get to play the upright part, while I do the dirty work? Danzō sneered silently. He never once believed he had influenced Yami. Yami often argued with him over the Uchiha girl. Danzō knew Yami had his own judgment and was incredibly stubborn. If anyone wanted to change him, they could only guide and influence him slowly to gain his agreement. Even as a grandfather, he couldn't force it, so how could Hiruzen? This old monkey's plan was bound to fail. In that case, do as you wish. Danzō closed his remaining eye. Let's consider this matter closed. Don't bother me unless it's important. With that, he slowly stood, leaning on his cane, and walked out of the office. Hiruzen finally allowed a proud smile to surface. He'd won this round again. With the second round of the exam over, some of the events in the Forest of Death were revealed. Within days, the major ninja villages had received the news. Konoha had produced another genius. At the age of 8, he had ruthlessly wiped out nearly all the shinobi from foreign villages. Among them, Suna reacted most strongly. Scorch release touched a nerve in the heart of 4th Kazekage Raza. Upon receiving the report, he tore the document to shreds and immediately summoned all the elders. Konoha has a Scorch release user, already this cruel at age 8. He must be eliminated quickly, or he'll become the next White Fang or Namikaze Minato. He would not allow another Scorch release user to live. The elders' expressions were grim. Those who had once fought alongside Pakura knew how terrifying Scorch release could be. Yami awakening it felt like a slap to their faces. They all supported Raza's plan and began arranging for an assassination. Land of Earth. Anoki flew into a rage when he received word of the total annihilation, and then calmed down. That damn Sarutobi Hiruzen. This was definitely planned. Should we retaliate? The burly Kitsuchi scratched his head. Retaliate. Anoki floated up and smacked his son. Think strategically. They were just 30 genin. If they die, they die. You want to lose more elites over cannon fodder? Kitsuchi was baffled. Then what should we do? Wait. Wait for the others to move. Anoki said calmly, we're not the only ones who don't want a genius rising in Konoha. Watch. Suna will make a move. Kiri despises Scorch release since it counters their water release. They'll probably stir soon too. This is Danzō's grandson. Even if we're not afraid of him, it's not wise to provoke someone like that. Shimura Yami. Kitsuchi repeated the name, then recalled something. Father, I remember the stealth unit led by Ishigaki was taken out by a team that included Shimura Yami. The Jonin leader was Hyuga Hizashi from the Hyuga branch family. It's working hours. Call me Tsuchikage-sama. After the scolding, Anoki began to ponder. In that case, let's fan the flames. Say Shimura killed 2 Jonin solo. That'll make the other villages more afraid, and they'll send stronger shinobi. It'll raise the odds of success. The sly Anoki immediately set Kuratsuchi to work spreading the exaggerated intel. Kumo. Though they hadn't sent any participants, their spies in Konoha still forwarded the intel, and not much later than other villages. Thanks to Danzō's deliberate leaks, many people now knew the name of Shimura's genius. Even spies disguised as civilians had accurate intel. Many in the ninja world viewed Reikage as a brainless brute, but that was a misconception. Whether it was the third or fourth Reikage, their recklessness was only a front. Every outburst was calculated to bring benefit to the village. If they were truly impulsive, they wouldn't have retreated when the AB combo met Namikaze Minato. They backed off because there was nothing to gain from fighting. Now, reading the report, 4th Reikage frowned. Dodai, when are the envoys heading to Konoha for negotiations? In 2 months, after the Chunin exams are over, replied a middle-aged shinobi. Then have them kill this kid too. After saying that, Reikage stopped paying attention. To him, this was a minor matter. Konoha. In an alley not far from the Hokage residence. A mysterious masked man in a black cloak slowly emerged from the ground. A strange black and white creature with pitcher plant-like growths on its head surfaced from a wall nearby. The white half chuckled. As expected of Konoha. Another genius. This one's even more terrifying than Kakashi was back then. Being stronger than trash isn't much of an accomplishment. The masked man sneered at the mention of Kakashi. Shimura Danzō's grandson had the best starting point and lucked into mastering Scorch Release. That's all. Against my Mangekyo Sharingan, he's nothing. The only one worth noting is Uchiha Itachi. His eyes flashed crimson as he spoke. Don't underestimate any shinobi, especially one from Konoha, said the black half of the creature. This kid doesn't seem to get along with Itachi either. That's your chosen piece, right? Should we remove him first? No need. The masked man shook his head. On the contrary, let them fight. Uchiha Itachi is no match for him yet, which is perfect. Let him experience defeat. Only resentment and hatred can awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. A genin killer doesn't deserve my attention. Host has been recognized in the ninja world as the genin killer. A bond has been established with the genin role. Special title unlocked, Genin Killer. Effect, when fighting genin, the host's ninjutsu power increases by 2%. Yami. What a lame title. What a lame effect. Wait. Yami suddenly thought of something. Weren't those 2 future parasites always stuck as genin? Then this title might still be useful. Even when they grow up, he could still suppress them without this title. Soon, Yami tossed the thought aside and resumed studying Tobarama's spatial theory. Spatial theory was a cerebral subject. The buffs from Izumi and the genin title had no effect on it. Thankfully, after upgrading his space talent, it still helped. After reading for so many days, he finally started to grasp the basics. To be continued. Chapter 68, Itachi, your brother loves you so much. 3 days before the final round of the Chunin exams. Yami finally emerged from the underground training room, giving Pakura quite a scare. What kind of ninjutsu are you training that you're working this hard, she asked. I'm starving. I want beef. Yami rubbed his stomach and sat down at the dining table. If it were just ninjutsu, that'd be fine. But it's all book reading, theory, and stuff, it's killing me. You're still growing. Can't you take things slower? Why's a child like you in such a rush? Pakura had no way to deal with him and could only sigh as she put on her mask and went to grill some meat. Before long, she returned with a full spread of grilled meat and sauces, using the opportunity to try and persuade Yami while he ate. Don't worry, Yami said, stuffing a large piece of beef into his mouth and speaking vaguely. I've already gotten the basics down. I won't be pushing myself like that anymore. I just want to rest properly for a few days. Let's go check out the new house together tomorrow. Pakura smiled and nodded gently. The next day, Yami took Pakura to the new house he had purchased. The house had a prime location, situated near the central axis of Konoha village, close to the bustling commercial district, yet shielded by a side street, giving it peace amidst the noise. It was only 3 kilometers from the Hokage building and equally close to the Ninja Academy. Shopping and eating were also extremely convenient. Originally, the house belonged to the Senju clan, including several neighboring properties. One could only say, thanks to the Senju clan for producing such a fat sheep. Aside from the ancestral home, the rest had all been sold. Yami used Root's connections to buy this house from a noble of the Land of Fire. It covered an area of 3,000 square meters, and he also took over the 2 adjacent courtyards, renting one of them to Izumi. Izumi's mother, Uchiha Kiyomi, finally agreed to her daughter's request to move out of the Uchiha compound. All parents want what's best for their children. As the clan's dissatisfaction with the village grew and more people leaned toward the radicals, Kiyomi realized that staying would only end with one of 2 outcomes: either Izumi would be assimilated into the radicals, or she would be ostracized further. Neither result was acceptable. So moving out was better. Besides, they never really benefited from the clan anyway, so there was nothing to be sentimental about. However, one troubling issue remained: once the other clan members found out, they might create trouble or even try to stop it. That would be left to Yami to handle. He planned to talk to Itachi during the Chunin exams. If Itachi agreed, he could ease up on him in their match. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the Chunin exam finals. The exam was held in a massive stadium on the outskirts of the village. Early in the morning, a sea of people flooded into the arena. To civilians, it was a rare opportunity to witness actual ninja combat. Even Konoha villagers usually only saw shinobi darting around but rarely got to watch them train, since those areas weren't open to the public. So not only locals came, but also tourists and nobles from the Land of Fire and even beyond. That was Konoha's original intent in hosting the joint Chunin exams. It wasn't just a competition, it was also business. Soon, the massive circular stadium was packed. On the top floor, the daimyo of the Land of Fire and several smaller countries had arrived and were chatting cheerfully. Below, the VIP seating area also began to fill. Uchiha Shursue sat there with a cute boy just over 3 years old. The little one twisted in his seat, stretching his neck to look around. When he didn't spot the person he was looking for, his mouth puckered. "Nissan. I want Nissan." "Sasuke," Shursue said patiently, trying to calm the restless child. "Itachi is getting ready for his match. Once he's done, he'll come be with you. Then, can Nissan practice shuriken with me?" Sasuke asked with wide, hopeful eyes. Before Shursue could respond, a voice cut in. "Probably not." Yami had appeared behind them at some point. Sasuke turned to look at the smiling Yami and said angrily, "Who are you? Why won't you let Nissan practice shuriken with me?" "My name is Shimura Yami," he introduced himself. "I'm your brother's classmate. We were in the same class." He raised 2 fingers. "When I graduated, I beat him twice in a row." "Impossible." Little Sasuke instinctively shouted back, but Yami just smiled. "Why don't you ask Shursue-senpai and see?" Sasuke turned to Shursue, eyes full of hope. Shursue smiled bitterly and nodded helplessly. "Sasuke, Yami is a very talented ninja. Itachi still needs to work hard to catch up to him." Little Sasuke's world collapsed. To him, Nissan was the best. He never imagined Nissan could lose. His face fell, nose crinkled, and he was on the verge of tears. "Don't cry just yet. Do you know why Itachi won't be able to practice shuriken with you?" Yami interrupted the moment. Sure enough, Sasuke's attention shifted. "Why?" "Because I'll probably injure him pretty badly in a little while. So he won't be able to train with you. You'll see for yourself." "Wah." Sasuke finally burst into tears. Host has established a hatred bond with Uchiha Sasuke. Reward, one-time appearance enhancement, gradually effective over the next 30 days. Yami. With this face, I still need to be more handsome. Damn. Sasuke really is a certified pretty boy, what rotten luck. Yami. Shursue chuckled helplessly. "Why are you here bullying kids instead of waiting in the contestant area for the match? The matchups are already drawn. It's boring there." Yami casually pulled out a lollipop and popped it into Sasuke's mouth. The crying immediately died down. He continued, "Everyone there was trembling when they saw me. What am I supposed to do? Watch them all shake?" Shursue couldn't argue with that. It was normal for those genin to be nervous. Even he had gone silent for a while after hearing of Yami's exploits. "By the way, why did you bring this brat with you? Where are his parents?" Looking at Sasuke, whose nose was twitching and who had forgotten to suck the lollipop, Yami felt relieved. Usually, everyone called him a brat. Now it was finally his turn to call someone else a brat. Shursue explained, "A lot of foreign dignitaries came today, so clan head Fugaku is out patrolling with the security division." "What a responsible clan leader." Yami nodded. At the top of the stadium, Hiruzen's voice echoed, announcing the matchups and rules. There were 12 finalists. First, 6 would be selected through one-on-one matches. The 2 who finished their battles the fastest would advance directly to the semifinals. The remaining 4 would fight again for the last 2 semifinal spots. Then came the semifinals and the final match. Winning wasn't the only path to promotion. Any standout performance could still earn a promotion to Chunin. When the first round matchups appeared on the giant screen, sighs filled the crowd. Many had hoped to see the battle between Uchiha Itachi and the now infamous genin killer, Shimura Yami. Unfortunately, the two weren't matched up. Itachi's opponent was a Konoha genin. Yami's opponent was from Suna. Yami's match was the last of the first round. After Itachi smoothly defeated his opponent, Yami stepped onto the stage, greeted by cheers even louder than Itachi's. Hidden in a corridor, Danzō showed a proud smile. So it was just hype, huh? Who couldn't do that? Didn't Hiruzen use the same tactic to promote his 3 students? The Sannin title was something given by Hanzo after they lost, but now it had become legendary. He had suffered because he was too honest. He wouldn't let Yami make the same mistake. From now on, he would push the image of Shimura Yami, genius and powerful, deep into the hearts of the villagers. It would help in the future, especially in competing for the Hokage position. 3rd round, 6th match, Konoha's Shimura Yami vs Suna's Nagashi. The referee was a special Jonin Yami hadn't seen before. After the announcement, he retreated to the sidelines. Shimura. Genin killer, huh? To prevent being ambushed by Yami, Nagashi cautiously put some distance between them. Seeing that Yami had no intention of attacking, he began to taunt. I heard you mastered Scorch Release. But it just feels like a trick by Konoha. Scorch Release belongs to our village hero, Bakura. How could a little kid like you learn it? Nagashi had entered the match ready to die. His mission was to force Yami to use Scorch Release and confirm its authenticity. Hero. Yami chuckled. Your village has a unique way of treating heroes. But since you want to see it, I'll show you your hero's ultimate technique. He said something Nagashi couldn't quite grasp. Then Yami raised his hands. 3 fiery orange-red spheres spun rapidly above his head. Once they had stored enough kinetic energy, they launched like arrows toward Nagashi. Scorch Release. Nagashi's face twisted in horror as he felt the moisture in his body evaporating. He tried to form hand seals, but before he could finish even half, the fireball was already upon him. Too fast. Boom. A prepared substitution jutsu allowed him to escape, but before he could react, the other 2 fireballs followed his new position. Wind Release, Compression. The fierce wind pinned Nagashi against a stone wall. He couldn't move as the final fireball swallowed him whole. No. Boom. No surprises this time. When the smoke cleared, Nagashi's withered corpse collapsed to the ground and crumbled to ash, proving the power of Scorch Release with his life. After a moment of silence, the stadium erupted in thunderous cheers. Amazing. So that's Scorch Release. Way stronger than Fire Release. I've never seen Fire Release actually kill someone. Konoha's genius, without a doubt. I'm looking forward to seeing Shimura grow up. He'll definitely become a legendary figure like the Sannin. While the people of the Land of Fire were fired up, spies from other nations sat in discomfort and heavy silence. Konoha truly was a village where geniuses never stopped appearing. At the top platform, Hiruzen sat with the daimyo and smiled faintly. Strong, right? He'll be under my command soon. The referee announced the result, and Yami returned to the stands, where he resumed teasing little Sasuke. Thankfully, there were Konoha shinobi around, so no fans dared to approach him directly. Still, many shinobi watched him curiously. The optimization from the newly updated bond system was fully at play. Even with people Yami didn't know, the off from Scorch Release had earned him over 100 bond points and several basic rewards. If only the audience were made up of all shinobi. Someday, I'll gather all the shinobi in the world, and make them look up to me. Yami made this resolution silently, ruffling Sasuke's hair in the process, making the boy scream in protest. 2nd round. Yami and Itachi had finished their first matches the fastest, so they advanced directly to the semi-finals. 3rd round. Both defeated their opponents. Yami was a bit annoyed that another Suna Genin was sent to Itachi. It felt like a wasted matchup. Finally, the finals. The entire stadium erupted. A perfect script. Who would have thought the 2 youngest participants would make it all the way to the end? Rumor had it they were classmates in the academy. People pictured a fierce, respectful clash between dragons and tigers. Who would win? Only laymen asked that. Anyone who knew the inside story knew there could only be one winner today. Amid the thunderous cheers, Itachi and Yami entered the arena, standing across from each other, just like when they graduated a year ago. Itachi, this must be our 3rd match, right? Yami sighed. I wish Shisui-senpai was standing here instead. At least he'd get me excited. But I can't really work up any interest fighting you. Itachi frowned at the mocking tone. I'll surprise you. No, you won't. Yami replied seriously. How can you impress me if you haven't even awakened 3 Tomo yet? But your brother. He's not bad. Yami suddenly licked his lips, and Itachi's expression turned tense. What are you saying about Sasuke? Nothing. Yami shook his head. He told me just now that after this match, Nissan would practice shuriken with him. I told him no. Yami's smile deepened. Because I'm about to beat up his Nissan. And he started crying. Clang. Itachi drew his short sword with a blank expression. Shimura Yami, no need for more words. I'll show you the progress I've made in the past year. To be continued. Chapter 69, Uzumaki Naruto, right? Chunin is a height you will never reach in your lifetime. If anyone in the world understands the Uchiha clan best, and Senju Tobirama dares to call himself second, then not even the Sage of Six Paths would dare claim to be first. His evaluation of the Uchiha was also spot on. No clan cherishes love more deeply than the Uchiha. Once they truly experience love, the emotions that have been tightly bound are unleashed. But such emotions are often too extreme and exclusive. Once stimulated to awaken the Sharingan, the pineal gland simultaneously secretes a mysterious substance that amplifies these emotions even further. This creates a vicious cycle. In other words, the stronger an Uchiha becomes, the more paranoid they tend to be. Their love often causes greater harm to both themselves and those around them than love ever should. For Uchiha Itachi, his emotional anchor was his beloved younger brother. Even though Yami never showed any malicious intent toward Sasuke, Itachi was still affected, and a storm of anger brewed within his chest. Wait. You want to practice Shuriken with Sasuke? Yami raised a hand. Then agree to one condition, and I can go easy on you. I don't need your charity. Itachi's response came with a barrage of Shuriken from all directions. You asked for it. Yami's smile vanished. He flung out his own Shuriken, colliding precisely with Itachi's. The two of them threw Shuriken wildly. Itachi's 2 Tomo Sharingan was already activated, and the Uchiha clan's Shuriken technique had been pushed to its peak by him. Yami, relying on superior dynamic vision and physical ability, blocked every incoming projectile with accuracy. But he still lost. Because he didn't carry as many Shuriken as Itachi. Reaching into his pouch and finding only 1 Shuriken left, Yami's mouth twitched. He threw it with one hand and formed a hand seal with the other. Ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The single Shuriken instantly multiplied into more than 10, blocking Itachi's final barrage. Then, Yami stopped and even gestured for Itachi to continue. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. The 2 fireballs clashed and tangled for a moment before Itachi's was suppressed and forced him to dodge. Yami once again stood still. The noisy stadium gradually quieted, and Itachi's expression turned colder. Many people realized what was happening. Yami was deliberately using the same moves to completely defeat Uchiha Itachi. Zaz. Shursue's eyes filled with worry, but not for Yami, for Itachi. He didn't know what had happened between the two, but it was obvious that Yami had always disliked Itachi and was now toying with him. Fortunately, Yami had never truly wanted to kill him. But if he were to lose like this today, Itachi's character would take a serious blow, right? Aside from Shursue's concern, the other spectators were simply enjoying the show, cheering, next move. Next move. On the highest platform. Hiruzen initially smiled when Yami used his own ninjutsu. But now that smile faded. He had supported suppressing the Uchiha. But this wasn't suppression, this was humiliation. Itachi was Fugaku's son. If he were humiliated like this, it would only enrage the other clansmen. Danzō. He felt that Yami's actions had to be the result of Danzō's influence. What was that? The daimyo beside him didn't catch Hiruzen's whisper and turned with excitement. What did you say? That Shimura Yami kid is really good. Using the same moves to break his opponent's offense, he's clever. Nothing, Hiruzen replied, forcing a smile. I was just wondering what Danzō is up to. Ah, right. The daimyo nodded. He's Danzō's grandson, so why isn't Danzō here to watch? This match is great. In the arena, Itachi began moving and weaving hand seals again. No matter what he tried, Yami mirrored him like a shadow and countered with the exact same moves. The traps Itachi had carefully prepared were overwritten by Yami's own traps. Even the newly mastered forbidden technique, Clone Explosion, was intercepted by one of Yami's shadow clones. It no longer felt like he was fighting Yami, but another version of himself. One who could completely see through his thoughts. Then we can only compete in taijutsu. 1 Tomo Sharingan improves insight and chakra perception. 2 Tomo enhances those abilities further and also allows copying techniques and a few genjutsu applications. But he had just tried, and his current pupil strength wasn't enough to affect Yami with genjutsu. His only chance to do damage was through close combat and finding an opening through reactions. With his mind made up, Itachi activated his tactics and rushed straight at Yami. Bang. The 2 fists collided. Itachi's face twisted in pain, but his other hand still slashed downward with his short sword, leaving a silver arc. The Kusanagi sword effortlessly blocked it, and the two engaged in a fast-paced sword fight, drawing cheers from the audience. But Itachi himself felt no joy. Only despair. In ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu, he was inferior in every category. Completely suppressed. His strategies weren't working at all. He had no idea how to win. Hatred. Resentment. Yami's attacks were as fluid as mercury, and he added psychological pressure as well. So this is the so-called Uchiha. What's the ability of your Sharingan? Why can't I even feel it? Right now, the only thing missing to trigger a bond with Itachi was the final emotional stimulus. Yami guessed the reward would likely be one of his ocular abilities, Tsukuyomi, Amaterasu, or maybe both. You never know how weak you are until you're truly forced into a corner. Perhaps in this moment of utter desperation, Itachi would trigger the final bond reward. Caw. 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 Suddenly, Itachi's body turned into a murder of crows, but Yami remained calm. He killed several crows mid-flight. The remaining ones regrouped in the distance, reforming Itachi's body. He was now covered in multiple sword wounds and bleeding. Nissan. Sasuke shouted from the stands, crying in panic. But the child's voice was too soft, drowned in the crowd's gasps. His brother didn't hear him. Pant, pant. Itachi was breathing heavily. His chakra and stamina were nearly depleted, but he still refused to admit defeat. For the honor of the Uchiha clan, he'd rather fall in battle than surrender. Besides, he didn't sense any killing intent from Yami. This was all mockery. A glint of madness flashed through his red Sharingan. Itachi once again charged forward. Bang. Yami easily dodged the weak lunge and struck Itachi's arm, knocking the sword from his hand before sending him flying with a kick. Itachi hit the ground and passed out. The special Jonin proctor counted to 10 and announced the final winner. The winner, Shimura Yami. The crowd erupted in one last wave of thunderous applause. Only Yami shook his head in disappointment. The emotions weren't enough. Itachi only seemed desperate and suicidal, but in reality, he had already accepted the outcome. Killing a fellow Konoha shinobi in this setting was impossible. Knowing that, he chose to fight honorably and fall with dignity. With that mindset, he was never going to experience the emotional extremes required to trigger anything deeper. So Yami ended it cleanly. After the exam, the Chunin promotion results wouldn't be announced immediately. That would come in 3 days. Yami wanted to find Sasuke and see if he could obtain the second stage bond reward, but Shisui had already taken him to visit Itachi in the hospital. Helpless, Yami brought Kurenai and Yugao home to celebrate instead. The next morning. Yami, time to get up. Pack what you need, we're ready to go. Pakura's excited voice woke Yami. On my way. Yami yawned and changed into casual clothes. Today was moving day. Pakura was more excited than him, the actual property owner. She had spent the night thinking about what to bring. After another morning of preparation, everything was packed, and a few members of the Shimura family helped move it all in one go. However, Pakura insisted on arranging everything herself so it'd be easier to use. At that time, Kurenai and Yugao also arrived to help. They each picked a bedroom for themselves. Their reasoning was that if they stayed too late in the future, they could just sleep there. With a shopping list in hand, Yami was sent out. Get lost, brat. I won't sell to you. In the shopping district, a thin boy was shoved out of a grocery store and fell to the ground. The people nearby were indifferent, even avoiding him like he was infected with a disease. The boy's blue eyes welled up with tears. The whisker-like marks on his cheeks twitched. Why? Why did the people in the village hate him so much? What had he done wrong? Why did they all call him a demon fox? He was just a normal child. Hey, there's actually someone in Konoha more arrogant than me. A surprised voice sounded above him. He looked up to see a slightly older boy standing there. Shimura Yami. The grocery store owner who had just pushed the boy recognized him immediately. He had no choice. Thanks to Danzō's promotion and Hiruzen's tacit approval, Yami was now the hottest genius in the village. You refused to sell to this kid and threw him out? Yami asked, pointing at the boy on the ground. He's the demon fox. He brings disaster, the owner shouted. I can sell to whoever I want. Impressive. You've got guts to try that excuse on me. Yami nodded, pocketed the shopping list. Fire release, great fireball technique. Boom. A blazing flame surged over the stunned store owner and roared into the shop, instantly igniting it. My store. It's not your store anymore, Yami said coldly. From today, you can find some other job in Konoha. If you survive, start by writing my name upside down. This village won't allow anyone more arrogant than me. He swept a cold gaze across the watching crowd, including nearby shopkeepers. Everyone panicked and backed away in fear. Same goes for the rest of you. If anyone dares discriminate in business again, don't bother staying in Konoha. Half an hour later. Leaving the shopping district, Yami brought the boy to a dam within the village. They sat together on the embankment. Big bro, you're amazing. The boy's eyes were full of admiration. He even mimicked Yami's hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Sadly, nothing happened. Yami waved him off. It's just decent. Fire release doesn't kill people, but it's good for lighting fires. I'll learn ninjutsu one day, the boy shouted in encouragement. By the way, big bro, what's your name? You didn't hear them just now. Yami looked at him in surprise. This kid's been a clueless fool since birth. Hee hee. The boy scratched his head, embarrassed. He had been so amazed by the fireball, he didn't catch it. My name is Shimura Yami, Yami said slowly. What about you? My name is Uzumaki Naruto. The boy beamed, as if it was the first time someone had ever asked for his name. Big bro Yami, are you a ninja? He pointed to the forehead protector hanging from Yami's waist. Yep. Yami nodded. I just passed the Chunin exam. In 2 days, I'll officially be a Chunin. Know how strong Chunin are? Naruto shook his head blankly. I don't know. Exactly. Yami snapped his fingers. It's hard to explain. But with how dumb you look, you'll never become a Chunin in your life. Damn it. Naruto yelled in frustration and clenched his fists. Gramps Hokage is the strongest. I'm gonna be Hokage one day. Stronger than any Chunin. Chunin can use ninjutsu. Have you seen Hokage use any? No. Naruto hesitated. He had only heard stories from Gramps Hokage but had never seen him fight. But Gramps Hokage definitely knows ninjutsu. Chunin can lead genin squads. Can Hokage? Gramps Hokage can lead them too. Chunin dare to eat poop. Does Hokage dare? Gramps Hokage. Ahem. An awkward cough cut the argument short. Yami, don't teach kids nonsense. The third Hokage appeared before them, face full of wrinkles and embarrassment. To be continued. Junk Dog's note, I swear, Yami really is a menace lol. Chapter 70, kill all those who don't recognize you, and the rest will recognize you. Hiruzen had originally been using his crystal ball in the Hokage's office to observe the well-being of Konoha's women, and to check on Uzumaki Naruto's condition. Not long ago, Naruto had turned 3, and Hiruzen allowed him to live alone, though a nanny was still responsible for cooking for him on weekdays. From time to time, he would instill the will of fire into the boy, successfully planting a dream in the child's heart, to become Hokage. But as he watched today, Yami suddenly appeared. Hiruzen witnessed him burn down a store and threaten the surrounding shopkeepers. He didn't believe that this sudden contact between Yami and Naruto was Danzō's doing. That old friend of his only knew how to operate in the shadows and would never act so boldly. Still, Naruto's identity was too sensitive. He had to test the situation. Coincidentally, he hadn't had a private conversation with Yami yet, so this was also a chance to build rapport. Could this child be his subordinate in the future? When he arrived at the scene, he overheard the two kids bickering, until... Naruto, I admit, I'm not as good as a Chunin in that regard. Hiruzen was forced to concede. After all, Konoha's Chunin included those in the Special Intelligence Division. Some of them really would eat that stuff to analyze enemy intel. Hearing his grandpa Hokage admit it personally, Naruto looked disappointed. In his heart, Hiruzen was supposed to be all-powerful. He didn't expect he wouldn't even dare eat poop. Naruto, the responsibility of a Hokage is much greater than that of a Chunin. He must protect all the villagers. Hiruzen quickly tried to recover. But that doesn't mean Hokage is omnipotent. He also needs others' strength. Do you understand? I understand. Naruto nodded earnestly. I'll become Hokage and earn everyone's recognition. Why? Yami suddenly asked, puzzled. Huh? Naruto blinked in confusion. Why do you want everyone's recognition? Naruto replied meekly, because then no one will hate me anymore. No one will refuse to sell to me. Hiruzen instinctively felt something was wrong. You're overthinking it. Yami smiled lightly and said gently, look at those people from earlier. Did they recognize me? Naruto hesitated, then shook his head. Exactly. But I don't need their recognition. If they dare talk bad about me or refuse to sell me something, they can get out of Konoha. Yami. Hiruzen's face turned red, and he quickly stopped him. Naruto isn't a genius like you. He's still just a child. It's fine. Yami patted Naruto on the shoulder. Then just endure it for 2 years. Keep a little notebook, write down everyone who talks behind your back. When you're strong enough, kill everyone who doesn't recognize you. The rest? They'll all recognize you. Naruto trembled. Even at age 3, he understood what death meant. This was the first time he had heard someone speak about killing so casually. Hiruzen only felt that Danzō had committed a grievous sin. What a terrible influence. What a terrifying personality. How had Danzō raised such a child? Naruto, your big brother Yami is joking. Hiruzen rushed to straighten the boy's values. A person who hurts their comrades is not qualified to be Hokage. Using your power to protect others is the true mark of a Hokage. Naruto nodded vigorously. He also felt that something wasn't right. It's fine, I don't want to be Hokage anyway. Yami casually skipped a stone, which bounced across the water 7 times. There happened to be a fisherman on the opposite shore. He opened his mouth to curse, but after spotting the old man sitting next to Yami, he silently packed up his gear, abandoned his fishing spot, and left for a farther one. What's your dream, Yami? Hiruzen asked. He had to find a breakthrough to guide this child onto the right path. Me. The boy cupped his chin in one hand and looked thoughtful. I want to form bonds with everyone in the ninja world. Oh. With everyone? Hiruzen asked. Why? If we're all connected by bonds, maybe there won't be any more wars. What a grand ideal. You remind me of the Shodai. Hiruzen sighed, then encouraged him. Although it's difficult, I believe you'll succeed. Great, the child was still redeemable. What kind of evil could a child have if his dream was to form bonds with the entire world? Yes. Yami nodded solemnly. All right then, we've talked enough. You should head home for dinner. Hiruzen, having gotten the answer he wanted, felt reassured and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stood up, Yami stopped him. Third, you're not going to treat us to dinner. Why should I treat you? Hiruzen asked, confused. Because I just helped you get rid of a cancer in the village, Yami said confidently. That grocery store owner was even more arrogant than me. He dared to choose customers and even called this kid a demon fox. If he's a demon fox, then I'm the father of the Sage of 6 Paths. So I burned his shop down. Shouldn't you thank me? Hiruzen's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Yami, it's wrong to attack villagers. Then they should have behaved better. They made me so angry I couldn't help it. Honestly, they deserve to die. Want me to go back and kill him now? As he spoke, Yami released a faint killing intent, scaring Naruto pale. You're not allowed. Hiruzen was completely worn out. It seemed this child would take a long time to guide back onto the right path. Thank you for helping me find flaws in the village. And Naruto, I'll treat you to dinner. Ramen. Barbecue. The two shouted different answers at the same time. Naruto was quickly pinned down by Yami. You're freeloading. Don't be picky. Old man's treating me. Oh, okay. Naruto, who had never eaten barbecue before, nodded pitifully. At Yakiniku-Q, Hiruzen was thoroughly fleeced. As for Yami, perhaps due to his developing Senju bloodline or the Otsutsuki genes inherited from Hinata, his appetite had exploded. He used to eat 10 plates of special beef, now he could down 20. Naruto turned out to be a glutton too. Though he came reluctantly, he managed to finish 3 plates. When it came time to pay, the third Hokage directly charged it to the Hokage's office. Nice. Official business expense. After leaving the shop, Naruto held Hiruzen's hand in one hand and waved at Yami with the other. Big bro Yami, remember my address. Come play sometime. Yami waved back and left without saying anything. Hiruzen looked down and said, Naruto, the first step to becoming Hokage is walking home by yourself. No problem. Naruto responded energetically and walked off on his own. I really didn't expect this. After the two were gone, the warm smile on Hiruzen's face slowly disappeared, replaced by a sigh. He had originally planned to use the villagers' hostility to temper Naruto's will, making him crave recognition and dedicate himself to the village in the future. But Yami had suddenly stepped in, and that plan may no longer work. Yet he couldn't blame the boy. Because the kindness and justice Yami showed was exactly the kind of emotion he hoped to see from him. Why are you back so late? Huh? Where are the things I asked you to buy? Seeing Yami come home after wandering around for 3 hours empty-handed, Pakura questioned him suspiciously. I ran into a little brat on the way, then met old man Hiruzen, and he insisted on treating me to a meal. So I got held up. And the stuff? Ah, the store burned down. Who pissed you off this time? Kurenai brought over 2 boxes of milk and handed one each to Pakura and Yami. Yami took a sip and casually said, the boss insisted the brat was a demon fox and refused to sell to him. Even shoved him. He was more arrogant than me. Demon fox. Both Yugao and Kurenai's expressions changed. Even Pakura understood what that meant. Ordinary people only called Naruto the demon fox. But ninjas who had fought in the war knew the truth. All right. Yami finished his milk in one go and yawned. Got up too early this morning. I'm going to nap. Pakura nodded gently. All right. I'll go to the farther department store later and pick up the rest. Back in his room, Yami received a system prompt. Host has formed a bond with Uzumaki Naruto. Reward, Uzumaki bloodline, excellent. The reward was distributed. As warmth surged through his body, Yami quickly fell asleep. By the time he woke up, it was already dark outside. His chakra had increased significantly, approaching 40 cards. His cell vitality had also improved greatly. In the future, his natural growth would further amplify his chakra reserves. In truth, Naruto's Uzumaki bloodline wasn't pure. It was surprising that the system still rated it as excellent. After all, Naruto hadn't awakened any of the Uzumaki clan's signature abilities yet. Adamantine sealing chains, mind's eye of the Kagura, he knew none of them. Even his hair was dyed blonde due to the dominant water nature genes. In terms of bloodline, his purity definitely couldn't compare to Karen. Wait a second. Yami suddenly realized something. Yes, Karen. She and Naruto were born the same year, and she should already be in Kusagakure by now. Why not bring that red-eyed glasses girl back and raise her properly? The next day, Yami planned to visit Root to check some intel and have a chat with the old man. But an unexpectedly loud guest disrupted his schedule. Hey, little guy, didn't you say you'd treat me to dango after you became a chunin? I waited all day yesterday. Yami ignored the female Naruto and looked at Kurenai nearby with a disgusted expression. Why'd you bring her here? Kurenai looked helpless. Anko showed up early this morning yelling that you owed her dango. I couldn't stop her. Fine. Yami sighed. I haven't eaten breakfast either. The three of them went to the dango shop. Anko didn't hesitate to order 8 skewers for herself. Kurenai only got 2, and Yami ordered 3. Dango was sticky rice and sugar, sweet and heavy. Only Anko could eat so much. Even after just 2 skewers, Kurenai silently decided to increase her afternoon training. Mid-meal, Yami casually asked, You're a chunin. Can't even afford dango. What's with all those skewers? Not worried about a stomachache. Anko stuffed 3 dango into her mouth like a squirrel. I'm lucky. I get discounts or freebies almost every day. Never had a stomach problem. Yami relaxed a little. Looks like the plan was progressing well. She hadn't gained weight yet. Maybe she just wasn't at the right age. He'd wait. But what he didn't notice was the sly glint in Anko's eyes as she sipped water. Trying to fatten up this lady. Even if I have to train 3 extra hours a day, you'll never succeed. After leaving the dango shop, Yami parted with the girls and headed to Root to find Danzō. Old man, that Uzumaki Naruto kid is the Ninetales Jinchuriki, right? Yes. Danzō paused as he lifted his teacup. You met him? You the one who spread the rumor that he's the demon fox? Yami asked directly. Danzō nodded, then shook his head. That was the consensus of Konoha's higher-ups. If you want to control the power of a tailed beast, the host must have a strong will. Otherwise, they'll become the beast's puppet. So a Jinchuriki's life is doomed to be full of hardship. Not just Konoha. All villages viewed their Jinchuriki the same way. When not in use, they were feared and shunned. But when war came, they were expected to fight as ultimate weapons. You feel sorry for him? Danzō saw through his grandson. I suppose so. Yami nodded lightly and took a sip of tea. He's just a kid, younger than me. I just despise the shamelessness of you old guys, and the villagers' ignorance. Danzō was being scolded by his own grandson, but he wasn't angry. He remained calm. When you grow up, you'll be just like us. You can't stop it. Even if you end public discrimination, it'll just go underground. Just like Hatake Tsukumo. Danzō narrowed his lone eye. Fools will always point fingers at those working in the shadows, never understanding what they've sacrificed for this village. Whether he was talking about Tsukumo or himself was unclear. In any case, Danzō quickly caught himself and returned to his usual calm state. Let's talk about your future. He set his teacup down. Hiruzen used the Chunin exam to pressure me, and joined forces with the other 2 advisors to take you away. But I'm not worried they'll sway you. Just remember, what you see of Hiruzen is only surface level. If he ever persuades you to do something impulsive, think twice. That's his trick. Hiruzen always convinces others to do things that shouldn't see the light, then takes all the blame himself. To be continued. Chapter 71, Massacre of Kusagakure Village, Karen's Request. Bonus for 200 horsepower. Congratulations, Yami. From today on, you are a Chunin. Hiruzen handed Yami the green Chunin vest that symbolized the identity of a Chunin. The size had been specially chosen to be small. Congratulations to the host for promotion and salary increase, deepening the bond with Konoha village, and enhancing the special effect, leaning against a big tree. Leaning against a big tree, Chunin within the land of fire, training speed increases by 40%, and chakra recovery speed increases by 40%. The effect improves with job title level. Seeing Yami staring at the Chunin vest with visible distaste, Hiruzen kindly added, "It doesn't matter. It's just a symbol of status. You don't have to wear it if you don't want to. Just wear it according to your preferences." "All right." Yami nodded slowly and accepted the vest. "I'll go show it off to that little brat Uzumaki Naruto in a bit. This is something he'll never get in his life." Hiruzen's smile froze, and he coughed awkwardly. "You're already 8 years old, don't compare yourself to a 3-year-old child. Let's talk about your team's mission assignments first." Changing the subject, Hiruzen's expression grew serious. "I know that because of Danzō, you've been exposed to a lot of darkness at root. Your personality has grown extreme, but the world is still beautiful. Not everything has to be resolved through killing. That's why I went out of my way to argue with Danzō and asked for you to be reassigned. I just don't want you to fall further into the shadows." Hiruzen showed a kindly smile. "In fact, it would be best if a child your age could stay at the Ninja Academy. The curriculum has recently been revised, and it's quite interesting." Yami's mouth twitched slightly. With Izumi around, he already knew about the curriculum changes. How should he put it? The third Hokage is the strongest Hokage, had become a core part of the new history textbooks. The academic curriculum had been lightened, reducing a lot of battlefield knowledge and adding more historical content. Most of it introduced the great deeds of the old men in front of him. "So old man, what's your actual plan for me?" "It's actually pretty simple." Hiruzen set down his pipe with a smile. "Your teacher Hisashi has returned to the Hyuga clan and is no longer your Jonin instructor. From now on, you'll be the new captain of your team." "That's it." Yami was surprised. "You're not putting me in the Umbu. Konoha isn't in such a dire situation that we need to send a child like you to the Umbu." Hiruzen shook his head. "I just don't want you to fall into darkness, but that doesn't mean I want to control your whole life." Having arranged the fates of far too many people in his time, Hiruzen understood one thing very well. Ordinary words and lectures only lay the groundwork in a ninja's subconscious. They don't genuinely make someone loyal to the village or inspire them to give their all. What matters most are real, personal bonds. Yuzuki Yugao and Yuhi Kurenai both had good personalities. Spending time with them would gradually influence Yami through their presence. Clever. Very clever. Yami also understood Hiruzen's intent. If he were just an ordinary talented child, it might have worked. Unfortunately, he understood Hiruzen's nature far too well, and he knew exactly what he wanted. "When can I be promoted to Jonin?" Yami asked seriously. Hiruzen frowned. "You just became a Chunin. Why are you already thinking about Jonin?" "Once I become a Jonin, people will have to call me Yami-sama instead of just Yami," he answered as if it were obvious. "That depends on your performance." Hiruzen's frown eased again, and he smiled gently, painting a hopeful picture. "If you build up enough merit, 1 or 2 years would be enough. You'd be promoted to Jonin even younger than Kakashi." Realizing there was nothing concrete in Hiruzen's answer, Yami lost interest in staying any longer. "Give me a month off. I didn't get to rest properly because of the exam prep." This time, Hiruzen didn't beat around the bush and approved right away. However, before Yami left, he still advised him to stay away from Root. After leaving the Hokage building, Yami carried his Chunin vest to Naruto's house to show it off, making the little rascal scream and nearly cry with envy. But deep down, Naruto was happy. Yami was the first person to visit him on his own, aside from the third Hokage. Before leaving, Yami gave him 2 books. A dictionary, and how to look up a dictionary. "I'll test you next time I visit. A ninja can't be illiterate. When I was your age, I already knew more than you. If your results don't satisfy me, I won't come again." At first, Naruto was confused, but the moment he heard Yami say he wouldn't return, he immediately hugged the 2 books tightly and shouted, "Don't look down on me. I'll definitely learn lots of words." Yami smiled and ruffled his hair again. "All right, if you learn enough, I'll treat you to Ichiraku ramen. It's a deal." Naruto's eyes lit up. Yami left. He visited Naruto not just to receive a bond reward, but because he genuinely wanted to. Even if Naruto's future was manipulated, even if he did countless things wrong. He ignored Sasuke's pain, pleaded for his return, forgave the enemy who killed his parents, and even destroyed the promising unification of the ninja world. But still, it was this guy, and a few other passionate idiots, who accompanied Yami through his youth. 2 days later, after helping Izumi move, Yami quietly left Konoha and headed toward the land of grass. There were countless small countries between the major nations in the shinobi world. Some weren't even as large as Konoha village. Some didn't have their own shinobi forces and had to hire others to complete missions. Still, their existence was important, as buffer zones between the great nations, and, as battlegrounds. The land of grass was one such nation. Situated between Konoha and the Iwagakure border, it was a strategic location fought over during the Third Great Ninja War. The most famous was the Battle of Kanobi Bridge, which established Namikaze Minato's reputation as the Yellow Flash and set him on the path to becoming Hokage. In the future, the land of grass's Tenchi Bridge would also witness the reunion of two wall hangers. Kusagakure village had two factions, radicals and conservatives. The two sides were constantly in conflict, mainly over the ownership of a sacred artifact. So battles broke out in the village nearly every day. Inside the hospital, a woman lay pale-faced, her dry red hair streaked with gray. Mom. A bespectacled little girl clutched her mother's clothes tightly, eyes full of worry. Karen, be good. Mommy's fine. The woman smiled gently and stroked the girl's red hair, far prettier than her own. The woman's name was Uzumaki Misa, a survivor of the land of whirlpools. In search of shelter, she had joined Kusagakure. As a price, she had to heal injured Kusagakure shinobi. So long as they sucked her blood, their injuries would recover quickly. But in reality, it was her life force that was being consumed. Uzumaki Misa had long accepted her fate. She only hoped her daughter Karen wouldn't follow the same path. Hey! Uzumaki woman, get over here. Don't you see someone's injured? A nurse barked impatiently. Coming. Uzumaki Misa forced herself to stand and slowly walked over. At that moment, loud noises erupted outside the hospital. There were shinobi shouting, ninjutsu being released, and the clash of weapons. Uzumaki Misa froze. She sensed an extremely powerful chakra slaughtering Kusagakure shinobi without restraint. Hurry, Karen, come with me. Without hesitation, she led Karen to the hospital's rear exit. The chakra was stronger than anyone in Kusagakure. If it belonged to an enemy, they definitely wouldn't be spared. They needed to escape. But unfortunately, her body was too weak. Even a distance of a few dozen meters was slow going for her. The hospital had fallen into chaos. Some lightly injured shinobi had picked up weapons and were rushing out to see the situation. Boom. A ball of scorching fire blasted open the hospital doors. Stepping through the smoke, a masked man with a sword entered. Go to hell. A shinobi charged at him and was killed in a single strike. The man scanned the room and locked eyes on Karen and her mother, his voice low and threatening. Don't move, or I'll kill you. Over a dozen shinobi rushed him. The man lowered his head. Silvery sword light bloomed like petals, dazzlingly beautiful. Young Karen couldn't help but exclaim, so pretty. But Misa couldn't praise it. The lights were beautiful, yes, but they represented nothing but pure killing. When the light faded, only the man and the mother-daughter pair remained standing. Doctors, nurses, patients, dead. The men looked at them again. Karen trembled and instinctively hid behind her mother. Then, she stepped out again, spreading her arms to protect her mother. Her face was full of fear, but her eyes were determined, and tears fell. Don't kill my mother. You can kill me. Please. Please. Host establishes a fear bond with Uzumaki Misa. Reward, Mind's Eye of the Kagura. Host establishes a fear bond with Uzumaki Karen. Reward, Mind's Eye of the Kagura. Karen. Misa hugged her daughter tightly, then nervously asked, Child, who are you? Why are you here for us? We've never met. The man had clearly targeted her and Karen the moment he arrived. Through her sensory ability, Misa also realized that this was just a transformation technique. The man's real age wasn't much older than Karen. Bang. A puff of smoke exploded, and Yami returned to his true form. The sensory ability of the Uzumaki clan really lives up to its reputation. My name is Shimura Yami. I'm a shinobi from Konoha, and I'm indeed here for you. Yami stepped forward slowly toward the mother and daughter. Infiltrating another shinobi village without permission would normally cause big trouble, so Yami had used a disguise. But Uzumaki Misa still saw through it. I heard the Uzumaki clan possesses immense chakra and terrifying vitality, perfect for being my subordinates. Come with me. Yami was direct. He stated his purpose in one sentence and reminded them, you'll be my subordinates, not Konoha shinobi. From now on, you only need to obey my orders. Understood. Do I have the right to refuse? Misa asked with a bitter smile. No, Yami replied bluntly. Then let's go. Misa accepted her fate without resistance. It's not that she hadn't considered going to Konoha. The Uzumaki and Senju clans had been allies for generations, and they had signed a formal alliance. But, so what? The land of whirlpools was still destroyed. Where was Konoha then? Besides, the Uzumaki physique was suited for becoming Jinchuriki. She didn't want her daughter to carry a monster inside her, so she'd rather be drained of blood in the land of grass than be exploited elsewhere. But now, she had no choice. When they left the hospital, Misa immediately covered Karen's eyes. The streets were littered with the corpses of Kizugakure shinobi. Nearly 100 were dead. Civilians had fled. The whole village was like a ghost town. Misa looked at the masked Yami with deep fear in her eyes. Such a young boy, yet his methods were far too extreme. And he was far too strong. Yami himself didn't feel much of anything. This was just a minor shinobi village. An average jonin could be the leader. Most of the over 100 shinobi were genin. Only 2 were jonin, and even they hadn't mastered any powerful jutsu. Killing them was effortless. After leaving Kizugakure's range, Yami returned to his original appearance. Misa was too weak to travel quickly, so they moved slowly. They traveled by day, resting in towns or villages at night. In 7 days, they hadn't even made it halfway back. After a few days together, Misa and Karen realized. This boy wasn't as cruel as he first seemed. He acted just like other kids. He complained about bad food and bad lodging. But he didn't kill without reason. Yami-o-naiken. Children naturally grew familiar quickly, and soon they'd begun calling him that. While her mother slept, Karen ran over to Yami. "What's up?" Yami, staring at the ceiling in a daze, sat up and held her. Karen giggled, then put on a pitiful expression. "Yami-o-naiken, if you ever get sick in the future, could you not bite my mom? Bite Karen instead. My blood can heal too." Yami froze for a moment, then gently shook his head in the red-haired girl's disappointed eyes. "I won't bite your mother, or you." Yami's expression was calm. He picked up the kusanagi sword beside him. A sword-shaped mark had appeared on the previously smooth hilt. "Because I will never be hurt." To be continued. Chapter 72, The Pitiful White-Eyed Girl. 10 days later, Yami quietly returned to Konoha. However, he was the only one who came back. He had arranged for Karen and her mother to stay in a former bandit base 50 kilometers away. Of course, all the bandits there had already been eliminated by him. He did this mainly to leave a traceable path for the mother and daughter. Upon returning to the village, Yami took on a bandit elimination mission and headed out again. This time, he brought Karen and her mother along. He brought them directly to the Hokage's office. Looking at the 2 red-haired individuals standing in front of him, Hiruzen was momentarily stunned. "You two, are you from the Uzumaki clan?" "Yes." Yami nodded. "I rescued them from a group of bandits by chance. Uzumaki Misa and Uzumaki Karen. They have nowhere else to go, so I brought them back. Third Hokage, please help register them." Their situation was different from Pakura's. Pakura could live in secret for a while without revealing her identity, but Karen was too young. Especially with her conspicuous red hair, only Hiruzen could arrange an official registration. That's why Yami had gone to such lengths to put on this little show. Hearing this, Hiruzen fell into deep thought. Yami gently patted Karen's head, and she very cooperatively began to tear up. "Old man," he said with well-timed irritation, "what are you hesitating for? You scared the child to tears." A Hokage scaring a 3-year-old. Shameful. Ahem, I just feel sorry for the Uzumaki clan. I got distracted for a moment. Hiruzen coughed awkwardly. "All right, since you've brought them here, they can stay in the village from now on." "Thank you, Hokage." Uzumaki Misa bowed deeply. "No need to thank me." Hiruzen gave a familiar, kindly smile. "Just treat Konoha as your home." The Uzumaki clan still held great value. With proper training and mastery of powerful sealing techniques, they could serve as a strong suppressive force against tailed beasts, just like Kushina and even Uzumaki Mito in the past. This could also help prevent Naruto from losing control in the future. "Do you need me to arrange accommodations?" With that thought in mind, Hiruzen's tone grew even warmer. "No need," Yami said immediately. "Aunt Misa's cooking suits my taste. I've hired her as my housekeeper." Uzumaki Misa nodded repeatedly. This was the story they had agreed on beforehand. She could already tell that Yami had no interest in this Hokage. Coincidentally, as a survivor of the Whirlpool country, she herself didn't have a favorable view of Konoha's leadership. So she had no intention of submitting to Hiruzen either. "I see." Although Hiruzen felt a bit disappointed, he still nodded and wrote up a registration note for Yami. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed since Yami brought Karen back. Konoha had once again entered a snowy winter. In half a month, it would be the 55th year of the Konoha calendar. Yami Onaikan. Karen, who was reading a manga indoors, suddenly sensed something. Her eyes lit up as she ran downstairs, put on her little boots, and was about to head to the yard when the door opened. Yami walked in with Yugao and Kurenai. Not bad, Yami praised as he patted her head. Your sensory ability has improved a lot. Receiving praise, Karen smiled even more brightly. Karen, do you only have eyes for Yami? Kurenai asked playfully, pretending to be upset. No, no. Karen quickly waved her hands. I also sensed Aunt Kurenai and Aunt Yugao's chakra. Puffed. The two girls' expressions darkened, and Yami couldn't help laughing. The fact that Karen and Misa had moved into the Shimura household was no secret, especially to the two girls who frequently visited. After learning of their past, both women felt sympathy. Kurenai had even accepted Karen as her little sister and took good care of her. The only awkward part was the titles. Misa was only in her 20s, calling her aunt was clearly inappropriate, so the two women let Karen call them that instead. Misa came out of the kitchen. Master Yami, you're back. After 2 months of recovery, her vitality had returned, and her fiery red hair was once again full of life. Misa-san. Kurenai and Yugao released the pitiful Karen and greeted Misa with a smile. That was the issue. Misa was still young, so it didn't feel right for them to call her aunt. In the end, they left that job to Karen. After changing into more comfortable clothes, Yami looked around and asked, "Where's Bakura?" "She went to Root." Misa replied while bringing out freshly sliced fruit from the kitchen. "Did your mission go smoothly?" "When I'm involved, things never go wrong," Yami said smugly. Kurenai rolled her eyes. "You're the source of most of the trouble." Yami curled his lips and didn't argue. This mission did stem from him. After the Chunin exams ended, all major ninja villages had received intel. The most agitated response came from Suna, which sent multiple teams to assassinate him. But with Bakura's presence, their methods and communication channels were easily exposed and broken. This time, Yami's team had gone to Tancho Street and eliminated a Suna infiltration team. Their leader was a Jonin, while the other two were special Jonin. With the failure of this mission, Suna would likely keep a low profile for a while. The silent death of a Jonin implied that even elite Jonin were at risk. Given how precious they were to their village, Suna wouldn't casually risk them again. What were they going to do, send Raza to assassinate Yami? If he did, Yami would be thrilled. He'd never killed a Kage-level ninja before. After staying home for a while, Yami headed out to pick up Izumi. Karen also changed into her outdoor clothes and followed behind like a little tail. "In 2 years, you'll be able to go to the academy." "I don't want to. I want to stay with Yami Onaikan." "Then I'll go." "I want to graduate early, just like Yami Onaikan." "Nope. Kids should enjoy their childhood. I regret graduating so early. Now I'm a wage slave. It's all Itachi's fault. What's the point of being such a genius? Uchiha Itachi is so annoying. When I grow up, I'll kill him." "Good, keep that energy." Just as Yami was guiding Karen further down a crooked path, they heard mocking laughter and faint crying. "Your eyes are gross. You're a monster. Who doesn't have pupils? White-eyed freak. White-eyed freak." They looked over and saw 3 children, about 4 or 5 years old, surrounding a small girl with short lavender hair and pure white eyes, saying nasty things. The white-eyed girl looked aggrieved and terrified, her tears streaming down. Yami frowned, picked up a small stone, and flicked it at them. Ouch. All 3 covered their heads. Who did that? Yami walked over with Karen. Seeing an older child approaching, the 3 troublemakers immediately lost their nerve. "Why'd you throw a rock at us?" one asked timidly. "Because clearly, no one taught you basic manners." Yami didn't care about the whole "don't bully the weak" thing. He kicked each of them, and they started bawling, much louder than the girl had been. Daring to cry now? Karen, beat them till they stopped crying. Yes, Yami Onaikan. Karen charged forward with her little fists. With her Uzumaki physique and the self-defense Misa had taught her, it was no problem for her to deal with older kids. While Karen enthusiastically handed out beatings, Yami squatted down to check on the white-eyed girl. Thankfully, the boys had only used words, not violence. The little girl had forgotten to cry. She stared blankly at Yami. "Don't remember me?" Yami raised an eyebrow and asked softly. "I do." She nodded instinctively. I'm the one you were peeking at through the door last time." Her face flushed bright red, and she looked like she might faint. That time, she'd been curious about what was happening at home, wondering why all the adults had left. Through the doorway, she saw her always strict father being kind to a boy not much older than her. My name is Shimura Yami. What's yours? And my name is Hyuga Hinata, the little girl replied, poking her fingers together. Yami Onaikan, mission complete. Karen ran back excitedly as the three kids fled while clutching their faces. Well done. After praising Karen, Yami turned back to Hinata. As the Hyuga clan's main family daughter, shouldn't you be able to beat up a few civilians? Hinata shook her head weakly. My father says I mustn't hurt others without cause. What does without cause mean, exactly? Yami pinched her cheek, making her blush again. Go find some random person and call him a white-eyed freak in front of your father. Count how many times he uses 8 trigrams. Remember, if someone ever says something like that to you again, beat them up. If you can't win, call the adults. Got it. I got it. Hinata nodded cautiously. Good girl. Yami nodded, lifting her chin gently. Your eyes are beautiful. Those kids were just blind. Yami. Hinata was on the verge of fainting again. Karen, standing nearby, looked curiously at Hinata's white pupils. A hint of envy flashed through her eyes. Those were the eyes Yami had praised. She wanted a pair too. Lady Hinata. Lady Hinata. 2 voices rang out in the distance. 2 Hyuga clan ninja quickly arrived via the rooftops. Seeing Hinata safe, they sighed in relief. Just as they were about to approach, a black blur flashed before them. Bang. Both were sent flying, clutching their chests in pain. The white-eyed girl was stunned. Yami stood over them with a cold expression. Trash. Master Yami, why did you attack us? One asked through clenched teeth. You can't even guard a 4-year-old. What use are you? Yami stepped on his chest. 2 chunin, and you lose track of a child. Hinata was lucky this time, only encountering a few brats. What if it had been enemy spies? You'd be collecting her body. This was the part Yami hated the most about this plot. It was one thing for kids to tease that white-eyed princess. They were civilians and didn't understand. But what about her guards? Even if Hinata wasn't favored, for the sake of her Byakugan alone, Hayashi would never let her wander unprotected. These 2 showed up 10 minutes late. Calling them trash was putting it mildly. Cold sweat dripped from their foreheads. They finally realized how serious their mistake was. I'll report this to the clan head. You 2 better reflect on yourselves. Ignoring them, Yami returned to Hinata and extended a hand. Come on, I'll take you home. When they arrived at the Hyuga compound, Yami handed Hinata over to Hayashi. After hearing what happened, Hayashi's face darkened instantly, and Hinata lowered her head in shame. Taking a deep breath, Hayashi bowed slightly. Thank you for the warning. I will increase security around Hinata. This won't happen again. A father bowing to an outsider, Hayashi found it strange, but the anger in his heart only grew stronger. He never expected his branch house guards to be so negligent, just because he hadn't been kind to Hinata lately. If it's not too much trouble, would you stay for dinner? No need. People are waiting for me at home. Yami declined and left with Karen for the Ninja Academy. After they left, Hayashi's expression darkened further. Hinata, go rest in your room. Yes, father. She ran off like she'd been granted amnesty. Soon, the new year arrived. Even Shinobi got a few days off during the new year. On New Year's Day, Yami spent the day with Bakura, Karen and Misa, his teammates, Izumi, and Izumi's mother. They all had hot pot together. At night, he returned to the Shimura ancestral home to spend time with Danzō. Watching Yami grow day by day, Danzō felt comforted. No matter how dark the shinobi world became, there would always be people worth protecting. And on the last day of the break, news of the Kyumo shinobi delegation's arrival reached Hiruzen. To be continued. Chapter 73, the son of the Hokage becomes Hokage, and the son of a scapegoat remains a scapegoat. Are you really willing to accept that? In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen summoned a group of jonin, led by Nara Shikaku. The 2 elders and Danzō also arrived. Hiruzen slowly set down his pipe with a smile on his face. This time, Kyumo has sent envoys simply to sign a truce agreement. After the war with Kyumo ends, the remaining will no longer be a threat. Konoha is finally about to welcome true peace. As soon as these words were spoken, the jonin in the room smiled as well. Among the 5 great nations, only Kyumo and Kiri had not yet signed a truce agreement with Konoha. But Kirigakure had shut its borders and rarely made contact with outsiders, so it hardly mattered. Only Kyumo remained aggressive and warmongering, a persistent thorn in the side of the great nations. Puff. Hiruzen's tone shifted. But even now, we must not let our guard down. Everyone tensed. Kyumo may be using the peace talks as a cover to spy on our village, or perhaps the delegation itself is merely a front for some covert operation. Therefore, security in the village must be significantly heightened during this period. Hiruzen turned to look at Uchiha Fugaku. Yes, third Hokage. Fugaku quickly nodded. The Uchiha will not slack off. Very good. Hiruzen nodded. Shikaku, you'll be in charge of arranging lodging for the delegation and ensuring there's adequate surveillance nearby. Yes. The third Hokage issued all his instructions in an orderly manner before dismissing the meeting. A few days later, a group of 10 Kumo envoys arrived in Konoha. To show respect, the third Hokage brought the entire high-level leadership to greet them in front of the Hokage building. Surprisingly, the Kumo delegation leader was humble, lacking the usual rudeness associated with Kumo shinobi. The initial phase of the negotiations went smoothly. Though Kumo raised a few demands, including control over small countries in the buffer zones, they were all within reason. In fact, if they had only vaguely proposed a ceasefire with no real terms, Hiruzen would have been more suspicious. For now, he felt somewhat at ease and even began to anticipate lasting peace. Late that night, under Umbu surveillance, a hotel had been designated as the residence for the Kumo delegation. No other guests were allowed. 2 figures blended into the night and left the tavern without alerting the Umbu. At the end of the street, they split and went in different directions. One infiltrated the Hyuga compound and attempted to kidnap the eldest daughter, Hinata. He was killed by Hyuga Hayashi. The other targeted the Shimura estate. Confirming the location from intel, the Kumo shinobi was just about to scale the wall when a cold female voice rang out beside him. Kumo rat. Who gave you the nerve to cause trouble at the Shimura residence? The Kumo shinobi was startled. Before he could turn around, a searing blaze pierced through his chest. In the midst of unbearable burning pain, he was reduced to a charred corpse. The door to the estate creaked open, and Yami stepped out, yawning. They actually sent someone after me. Looks like Kumo's appetite is bigger than expected. Let's go, Pakura. Bring some people and find the old man. I want to see if he'll hand me over. The third Hokage was awakened by Umbu. He was a light sleeper and only took a moment to fully awaken after the knock. When he opened the door, he saw Yami and Hyuga Hayashi standing outside chatting casually, and he was momentarily confused. Thud. A charred corpse was thrown at his feet. Old man, this is one of Kumo's messengers. The one in the Hyuga clan head's hand is their leader. What? Hiruzen snapped fully to attention. 10 minutes later. Hiruzen stared at the 2 corpses in front of him with a headache. Hayashi, Yami is still young and impulsive. How could you, sigh, this one is the leader of the Kumo delegation. Hayashi clenched his fists. Hokage, I didn't kill him. That man was already suffering from a terminal illness. I merely severed a few of his tendons. He could not withstand the internal injuries and died en route. Hiruzen's expression darkened. Terminal illness. That meant, he came here intending to die. Soon, Umbu summoned the 2 elders and Danzō as well. A minor issue could be downplayed, but this wasn't small. It would determine Konoha's stance toward Kumo going forward. This was a serious matter. Danzō had already heard the situation from Umbu on the way. The moment he arrived, he said coldly, Hiruzen, we'll make Kumo pay the price. Hiruzen frowned. They were attacking Yami. I summoned you to discuss how to respond to Kumo's move, not to start a war. Danzō sneered. Still clinging to that naive dream. Even a fool can see Kumo didn't come for peace. They were trying to provoke a war. Kumo chose war, not us. Konoha can no longer afford the suffering another war would bring, Hiruzen said seriously. That is the worst-case scenario. We must do everything possible to prevent it. This is the duty a Hokage bears for the village. Danzō was about to retort, but Hamura stepped forward to mediate. All right, Hiruzen, Danzō, this is not the time to argue. We need to stand together. He looked at Hiruzen. We should wait and see how the Kumo delegation reacts tomorrow before making any moves. You're right. Hiruzen sighed. Send the bodies to the intelligence division. See if there's any evidence that can help our side. The next day, Konoha's top brass were all gathered in the Hokage building, waiting. Sure enough, before long, the Kumo envoy stormed in, full of anger. Hokage Dano, we came to Konoha with sincere intentions for peace, but you murdered our leader. Is this how you treat Kumo? Are you rejecting negotiations? I should be the one asking that. Hiruzen held a cigarette stub in his mouth and stared coldly at the Kumo envoy. Why did your men sneak into the Hyuga compound and the Shimura estate last night? If you truly wanted peace, why resort to such dirty tricks? I can pretend this never happened and proceed with the agreement we discussed, but don't push your luck. What do you mean, sneak into the Hyuga clan? Hokage Dano, that's slander. The Kumo envoy replied shamelessly, hand over the murderer who killed our messenger, or Lord Reikage will come take him himself, with an army. After that, he turned and walked out of the office arrogantly, completely ignoring Hiruzen's livid expression. Whoosh! As the door opened, and just as the arrogant smile remained on the envoy's face, a flash of sword light cut across his neck. The Kumo envoy grabbed at his throat, but couldn't stop the blood pouring out. He collapsed backward, lifeless. Hiruzen was stunned by the sudden turn of events. He stood frozen for a long moment before looking in disbelief at the boy who had just walked in. Yami. What are you doing? That was a Kumo envoy. I killed one yesterday, what difference does another make? Yami replied, unfazed by Hiruzen's anger. What now, old man? Are you really going to hand me and the Hyuga clan head over? The third Hokage stayed silent, a flicker of hesitation appearing on his face, which Danzō caught immediately. Old monkey, you're actually considering it. Have you lost your mind? This is clearly a trap by Kumo. If they can carve out a piece of Konoha with a stunt like this, there will be envoys showing up every other day. Are you planning to offer up all our shinobi as apologies? Frankly speaking, Danzō had always been a hardliner in Konoha, both internally and externally. Otherwise, how do you think he lost his right eye? He always thought Hiruzen had grown soft, but this was beyond soft. He had no spine left. Enough. Hiruzen shouted. I haven't made a final decision yet. What are you two rambling about? Danzō. I am the Hokage. Your duty is to follow the Hokage's orders. Hiruzen, you'll regret this. Danzō stared at him for 2 seconds, then turned and walked away. Yami, let's go. If Hiruzen really dares to sacrifice you, betray the village and go find Asuma. Offering up the Hokage's own son might be enough to appease Kumo's rage. Old man, that's the smartest idea you've had in years. The exchange between grandfather and grandson reached Hiruzen's ears, and his expression shifted several times. Mito Kato Hamura and Udatane Koharu exchanged glances and sighed deeply. The former ninja hero had truly grown old. Soon, word of the Kumo envoy's death spread throughout the village, but the details of what happened were kept under wraps. Host and Sarutobi Hiruzen establish a guilt bond. Reward, special talent, Professor of Ninjutsu. Professor of Ninjutsu, when learning new ninjutsu, the host's training speed increases by 100%, and the difficulty of fusing training attributes decreases. Guilt. Yami, who had returned home, sneered when he saw the system prompt. He believed in the system's judgment. Hiruzen did feel guilty in that moment, when he'd nearly handed Yami over to appease Kumo. But what does guilt from a politician even mean? Wasn't Hiruzen best at saying things like, it's all for Konoha? You're a hero, child, while wearing a face full of regret. But Yami wasn't like the Hyuga. The Hyuga were a 1,000-year noble clan. For a clan like that, the preservation of the bloodline came first. The head of the main family could be sacrificed. The branch family, even more so. But what about him? He was the Shimura clan's legacy. If Hiruzen truly dared to hand him over, it wouldn't be Danzō who became a traitor. He would see Hiruzen as the traitor, and never stop fighting. The damage to Konoha then would be far worse than any war. I'm going to see Hizashi-sensei. Looking at the girls around him, who were all visibly concerned, Yami smiled. What's there to worry about? I just killed a piece of trash who broke into my house. Kurenai, Yugao, go get ready. We'll probably be heading to the battlefield soon. Got it. Yugao nodded seriously, murderous intent radiating from her. Kurenai no longer looked like the easygoing older sister she usually was, her face was solemn. Soon, Yami arrived at the Hyuga compound. Today, the atmosphere was heavy. Several branch family members stood vigil on the rooftops, their Byakugan activated and monitoring for intruders. Yami wasn't stopped. He found Hayashi first, who was meeting with clan elders, then had him bring him to Hizashi's residence. Yami gestured for Hayashi to wait outside while he entered alone. Hizashi, sitting at his desk writing on a scroll, thought it was Niji returning from his family training. He hurriedly hid the paper. When he turned around and saw it was Yami, he was surprised. Yami. Why are you here? Hizashi-sensei, don't hide it. Yami didn't answer. He walked behind him and glanced at the scroll. A suicide note. Both brothers, inside and outside, were stunned. Hizashi forced a calm smile. What are you saying, Yami? I'm not sick. Why would I need a suicide note? The main family elders have already contacted you and asked you to replace Hayashi, haven't they? Yami laid bare Hizashi's deepest secret. Hayashi nearly burst in from outside but held back. He needed to hear this. You knew. Hizashi couldn't pretend any longer and gave a bitter smile. What else can I do? My brother and I look almost identical. After death, the caged bird seal will disappear. Kumo won't notice in time. By the time they return, it'll be too late. But this isn't the elders' doing. I volunteered. Hisashi looked at his reflection in the mirror, then removed his forehead protector to reveal the blue caged bird seal. I'm dying to protect my brother, not the main family. This is my choice. The only time I've had a choice. You're lying to yourself. Yami dismissed his reasoning. Those elders won't see it that way. They'll use your death as a model of loyalty and obedience, then use it to brainwash every branch family member. Even Niji will think you died for the main family and give up resisting fate. The son of a Hokage becomes a Hokage. The Hokage's apprentice becomes a Hokage. The son of a scapegoat remains a scapegoat. Hisashi-sensei, are you really okay with that? Do you want Niji to follow your path and become just another disposable sacrifice? Hisashi was stunned into silence. Seeing that the time was right, Yami called out to the door. Clan head Hayashi, you can come in now. Even as the head of the family, are you really going to accept the future the third Hokage planned for you? Bang. The door was thrown open. Hayashi entered with determination. Hisashi. No one in the Hyuga clan will take responsibility for this. Unless it's on the battlefield. To be continued. Chapter 74, War Begins. Battlefield Scavenger. The Kumo envoy had not come to Konoha for peace, but to seize the Scorch-release bloodline and the Byakugan. The two Kumo messengers who died had deliberately provoked a conflict, choosing to die to force Konoha into a corner with only two options. Hand over Shimura Yami and Hyuga Hayashi, or go to war with Kumo. With the strong push of the Hyuga clan en route, the details of the incident quickly spread throughout Konoha, causing an uproar. Kumo is despicable. What a dirty scheme to provoke a war. Aren't they supposed to be brutes? When did they learn to use their brains? Last time I went to the Land of Lightning on business, I got scammed and almost lost my pants. They're actually after our Keki Igenkai. Then let's fight. Fight. War means death, and it'll ruin trade. These good days won't last. Exactly. If handing over two people could stop a war, it would be their sacrifice for the village. Sacrifice? Then why don't you sacrifice your wife and daughter? I'll thank you. Why are you being so vulgar? I'm just making a rational analysis. Rational, my ass. You coward. In general, public opinion in the village leaned toward disgust and condemnation of Kumo, but there were also many cowards who hoped to sacrifice others in exchange for their own peace. But the real focus wasn't the civilians. It was the shinobi. Yami had spread this news on purpose to gauge their reaction. It hadn't been long since the end of the last Great War. Most shinobi still had fire in their blood and weren't afraid of sacrifice. Angered by Kumo's plot, many shinobi petitioned to be sent to the front lines to resist the attack. Most importantly, the shinobi clan's attitude toward Sarutobi Hiruzen began to shift. This was the head of the Hyuga clan. And just because Kumo threatened war, he was willing to sacrifice him. The Hyuga weren't the Uchiha. Practically the entire village supported Hiruzen's leadership. Even so, he couldn't be considered a trusted ally. Or is this what he does to his so-called allies? Even the clans most loyal to Hiruzen, the Ino Shikacho trio, were beginning to feel discontent. Hokage's office. Looking at the pile of petitions and letters on his desk, Hiruzen sighed deeply. He realized he had made a mistake. He was the only one who had grown old and weak. Konoha had not. Even as Hokage, he could not represent the true will of the village. If the matter had remained under wraps, there might have been room to maneuver. But now, there was only one choice left. Hiruzen's cloudy eyes suddenly turned sharp. Come. In an instant, 3 Umbu appeared in his office and knelt on one knee. Kill all the remaining Kumo envoys. Leave one alive to return and report. If Kumo wants war, then Konoha will fight. At this point, showing weakness would only destroy his reputation. Better to take the initiative and win the hearts of the people. With his mind made up, the ninja hero seemed to regain his ambition and quickly began preparations for war. First, most of the Kumo envoys were executed, using the excuse of retaliation to ease public outrage. Then, troop mobilization began. An Umbu team was sent to find Jiraiya, who was busy stalking Orochimaru across the ninja world, and bring him back. Nara Shikaku was appointed as the frontline commander. Finally, a delegation was dispatched to the 10 kingdoms to negotiate alliances. What Konoha currently lacked most was high-end combat power. Kumo was the best at deploying Jinchuriki. If the Eight Tails and Fourth Raikage came to the front lines, the only person in Konoha who could contend with them was Hiruzen himself. So Jiraiya had to return. Over the next few days, the entire village began moving in high gear. Orders for weapons, explosive tags, soldier pills, and other supplies were issued to merchants. Ninja were constantly seen leaping over rooftops delivering messages. The first group of troops had already rushed to the front lines under Narashikaku's command, with nearly half of them being Hyuga branch members. Hayashi himself led from the front despite opposition from the clan elders. Since I'm the one who caused this mess, I'll be the one to defend the honor of the Hyuga clan. I'll prove that the Hyuga are not just bargaining chips for peace. It was said that Hiruzen didn't eat or sleep well for 2 days after hearing that. But the one group completely out of step with the rest of Konoha was the Uchiha. Only Uchiha Shursue and Uchiha Itachi from the entire clan participated in the war. The rest showed no reaction. Their reason? They were in charge of village security. If they all went to the front, who would protect Konoha? Uchiha Fugaku knew this attitude was wrong. It would only widen the distance between Uchiha and the rest of the shinobi. But he lacked the ability, and the courage, to force them to act. In the end, he had no choice but to send his 8-year-old son Itachi to the battlefield as a kind of sacrifice, a token of loyalty. On the other side, 4th Raikage was furious when only one member of his envoy returned, one-eyed and one-armed. He immediately summoned 1,000 Kimogakure shinobi and led a team to attack the Land of Fire. The Land of Hot Water, located on the border, became a battleground. Fortunately, Jiraiya couldn't stand being bombarded every day and arrived at the front from the Land of Grass to hold off the 4th Raikage. A month later, Yami's team received the order to go to the front. This time, the messenger was Hatake Kakashi, accompanied by 2 teammates. Yami, from now on, your team will follow my command for a joint mission. Yami frowned. Why should I listen to you, not the other way around? Kakashi responded flatly, because I'm a Jonin, and you're a Chunin. I have full authority over this mission. Yami's face showed frustration. Damn workplace oppression. Just wait, Kakashi. When I become a Jonin, I'll order you around. Yugao and Kurenai couldn't help but laugh. Kakashi still wore his usual dead fish-eyed expression. There's no hierarchy among Jonin. Even if you become one. Then I'll become the Umbu captain. Kakashi. Let's talk about that when you actually become a Jonin. Kakashi turned to leave. Meet at the village gate in half an hour. Half an hour later, the 6-person team officially departed. This mission wasn't specific. They were forming a 6-man elite squad to sweep the battlefield edges, locate isolated Kumo squads, and eliminate them. The battlefront had extended across dozens of kilometers. Large-scale battles were rare. Most encounters were small skirmishes. The team moved quickly and entered the Land of Hot Water 3 days later. Still dozens of kilometers from the front lines, Kakashi stopped and began conserving strength while assigning tasks. Our mission is simple. If we encounter a small Kumo squad of 6 or fewer, engage. If more than 6, record their position and avoid contact. Yami raised a brow. Can't we raise the threshold a bit? If your combat ability exceeds expectations, sure, Kakashi replied, but for now, follow this standard. The team slowed down as they entered the edge of the battlefield. Originally, Kakashi's 2 Umbu teammates included a sensory-type ninja. But when he saw that Yami had mastered the Spirit Wave Illusion Touch Super Sensory Tracking Ultimate Detection Shadow style, developed by his own teacher Minato, he decisively handed reconnaissance over to Yami. As Minato's student, Kakashi knew exactly how overpowered the technique was. In this kind of mountainous terrain, it was even more effective than the Byakugan. The Land of Hot Water was mountainous, with endless peaks. It was named for its abundant hot springs. When this war's over, I'll take you to the hot springs. After scanning a 10-mile radius for chakra, Yami smiled at Yugao and Kurenai. Ahem. Kid, we're on a mission. Don't talk nonsense. Before the 2 girls could answer, one of Kakashi's Umbu coughed and interrupted. Recognizing the voice, Yugao turned back in surprise. Hi-8 Gecko. Huh? Yami blinked and looked toward the masked Umbu. There had been northwest communication on the road, so he hadn't realized one of the Umbu following Kakashi was Hi-8 Gecko. Yugao, don't let that brat lead you astray. Hi-8 spoke harshly. He and Yugao had been classmates for years, but the whole trip, she had eyes only for this kid and completely ignored him. Hi-8. Yugao frowned. Show some respect to my captain. So what if he's young? He doesn't need a second swing to kill you. Cough, cough. Hi-8 was so angry he started coughing again. Even Kakashi and the other teammates subtly moved away from him. Yugao quickly pulled Yami aside. Be careful, Yami. Hi-8 has had a lung condition since childhood. It's said to be a side effect of the Gecko clan's bloodline. Yami nodded and looked at Kakashi with disdain. You brought a tuberculosis patient on a mission. Planning to infect us all. Kakashi looked a bit awkward. His strength is still decent. He is also suited for sneak attacks. Yami curled his lip. The mission's done. Let's separate quickly. If I get sick, you're paying 10 times the medical bill. He then took Yugao and Kurenai to the next hill. Just as they reached the base, they noticed something off. There were burn marks and the scent of gunpowder from explosive tags. The lingering smell meant the enemy had only just left. Moving forward a bit, Yami spotted traces of 6 enemies, likely a Kumo patrol unit. Kakashi started to assign a plan but paused. This could be a good chance to assess Yami and his teammates' strength. So he just said, attack. Let's see who gets the most kills. When the 6 Kumo ninja saw enemies emerge from behind the slope, they weren't surprised. This was the battlefield. Anything could happen. They were always alert. 3 of them immediately began weaving signs. The other 3 threw ninja tools to disrupt the charge. Lightning release, lightning wave. Several laser-like beams shot toward Yami's group. Kakashi had already activated his Sharingan, preparing to counter using the same jutsu as a signature, copy ninja, move, but Yami was faster. One hand holding his sword, the other forming hand signs. Wind release, suppression. With his advanced wind nature transformation skills, even this wide-range suppression technique showed terrifying power. The lightning beams were scattered, and the explosive tags and kunai were blown away. This kid's wind release is too strong. Go in for close combat. The Kumo team leader quickly analyzed that Yami was a ninjutsu type and likely weak in close quarters. He charged in with 2 teammates for melee combat. He didn't even glance at the kusanagi in Yami's hand. Close combat. Even better. Yami activated body flicker. A Kumo ninja saw a blur, and then eternal darkness. His teammate attacked in retaliation but saw Yami suddenly appear as the fallen comrade. Realizing it was a genjutsu, he still hesitated momentarily. That was all it took. Yami's kusanagi cut his head clean off, and his other hand completed a seal. Wind release, vacuum sphere. A stone-sized air bullet pierced through another Kumo ninja's skull. Kakashi, still locked in a fight, twitched. He hadn't even finished with his first opponent, and Yami had already taken out 3. You're fighting me, and you dare get distracted. Die. The Kumo ninja lunged at Kakashi's chest with a kunai. But there was no scream, only numbness. ZZT. The Kakashi in front of him turned into lightning and wrapped around his body. Puff. The real Kakashi stabbed him through the back. The final 2 Kumo ninja didn't last either. One was torn apart by Yami's wind release, the other was pierced by Kakashi's raikiri. After the battle, Kakashi was gasping for breath. Your body's too weak, Kakashi, Yami said. Take out that eye and hand it to me. No thanks, Kakashi panted. Collect their forehead protectors. You'll need them to tally your contributions. We should get out of this area quickly. Yugao and the others buried the bodies, grabbed the protectors, and found a cave to hide in and recover their chakra. Yami shook his head with a sigh. It's a shame White Fang is gone. There's no one left in Konoha who can spar with me in swordsmanship. Kakashi, resting nearby, gave him a long stare. To be continued. Chapter 75, Flying Thunder God. Bonus. Bonus for 400 horsepower. Hearing this name that hadn't been mentioned for a long time, Kakashi's emotions became indescribably complicated. In today's Konoha, fewer and fewer people remember the name Konoha's White Fang. After a moment of silence, Kakashi slowly said, your style is different from his. He used a short sword, combining it with lightning release at maximum speed for swift, close-range strikes. But you use a dominant type of swordsmanship. Powerful sword aura, ultimate wind-natured chakra. Whether it's long-range or close combat, your potential far surpasses his. The only difference is, you haven't reached your limit yet. As Kakashi spoke, Yugao and Hayate Gecko also listened intently. Don't be fooled by Kakashi's current image as a jutsu specialist. Back before they graduated, it was well known, Kakashi had become a jonin through his outstanding kenjutsu. Then why don't you use a sword anymore? Yami asked, clearly lacking tact. Because my sword broke. Kakashi lowered his head. A flash of sadness passed through his eyes. I was too weak at the time. I couldn't even protect my comrades. So the White Fang's blade broke. Yami sighed. What a waste. Kakashi. It's not your family heirloom that broke. Why do you sound more heartbroken than me? Alright, restore your chakra as soon as possible. Kakashi, slightly speechless, changed the subject and stuffed a soldier pill into his mouth. We move out in half an hour. The battlefield is dangerous. Try not to stay in one place too long. Everyone nodded in silence and rested. Only Hayate Gecko, behind his cat mask, looked at Yami with complicated emotions. Just now, when Yugao said Yami could kill him with just one sword, he had scoffed. But now, he understood. Yugao wasn't exaggerating at all. In fact, even the strength Yugao had just displayed was stronger than his. She hadn't used Dance of the Crescent Moon but a completely new sword technique. Hayate sighed in his heart. He knew his old classmate had already left him far behind, and the small hope he held onto had completely vanished. Soon, the half-hour break was over. Everyone's chakra was nearly recovered, and they continued clearing the battlefield. Although Kyumo wasn't brainless when it came to strategy, their fighting style was indeed very reckless. Perception-type shinobi in Kyumo were extremely rare. They usually charged straight into battle the moment they encountered an enemy. No ambushes or sneak attacks, just full frontal assault. Otherwise, how could a full 8,000 Kyumo ninjas have been taken by surprise by the enemy, even losing the third Reikage and his troops? They had to let the Kage stay behind to cover the retreat. So, perception-type ninjas had become Kyumo's eternal pain. This was also why they were so desperate to seize the Hyuga's Byakugan. This time, Yami used perception ninjutsu to strike decisively. His bond with Misa and her daughter Karen had already reached the second stage. From Karen, he was rewarded with the adamantine sealing chains, and Misa had an excellent level Uzumaki physique. In fact, Yami could have awakened the true mind's eye of the Kagura long ago, but he used Namikaze Minato's technique as a cover. Moving in deeper from the battlefield's edge, the six-man team took out one Kyumo squad after another. Kakashi had fully acknowledged Yami's strength. As long as the number of enemies didn't exceed double theirs, or there weren't more than 3 jonin, they could engage. Over 2 days, they killed nearly 100 Kyumo ninjas. This naturally attracted the main force's attention, and search teams were dispatched to track them. So Kakashi decisively stopped the sweep operation and quickly led the team back to the Konoha base camp to avoid being surrounded. Nara Shikaku personally received them. Kakashi, you did a great job. You successfully diverted Kyumo's attention, making the front line much easier to manage. Nara Shikaku praised him right away. He was under immense pressure. The number of Kyumo ninjas arriving at the front had already exceeded 1,500, closing in on 2,000. Meanwhile, Konoha only had just over 1,000 troops. It wasn't that they didn't want to send more, it was that they couldn't. Once the number exceeded a certain threshold, it could trigger a chain reaction, prompting Suna, IWA, or other observing nations to join the fight. So their current numbers were already stretched to the limit. Since the number of ninjas couldn't increase, the only option was to improve quality. Shinobi of the Hokage guard level, like Kakashi and Yami, the Scorch release user, were the best choices. Sure enough, in just a few days, nearly 100 active Kyumo forces were eliminated. Many among them were jonin, essentially creating a blade on the battlefield. However, in the face of Shikaku's praise, Kakashi simply shook his head and said calmly, "This wasn't my achievement. It's mainly thanks to Yami. His perception range is wide and his attack power is strong. That's the only reason we were able to reach this result." Kakashi wasn't exaggerating at all. Although he believed his strength wasn't inferior to Yami's, his chakra reserves were too low. If he went all out in battle, he'd need to rest for half a day afterward. In every battle, Yami was the primary attacker, while he and Kurenai used genjutsu to disrupt the enemy and create openings. Yugao and the others provided backup, blocking escapees and intercepting scouts. Throughout the mission, Yami was the most indispensable member. Kakashi and Kurenai's roles could easily be filled by any 2 skilled illusionists. For example, that kid from the Uchiha clan. Yami-kun. Nara Shikaku looked at him, his gaze mixed with emotion. Danzo-sama is really fortunate to have a descendant like you. The Ino Shikacho, Shimura, Sarutobi, and Fuma clans. These were second- and third-tier families during the Warring States period, far less powerful than the Hyuga, Uchiha, Uzumaki, or Senju. So they banded together early on for mutual support. Shikaku knew the Shimura clan's situation well. They were just a small ninja clan known for their experience with wind release. Who would have thought such a monstrous genius would emerge? No, someone like this wasn't just a genius. He was already a powerhouse. With the battle report Kakashi submitted, Shikaku was certain Yami had elite jonin-level strength. Yami didn't care about Shikaku's sigh. He was more focused on another matter. "Uncle Shikaku, with the merits of this mission, can I become a jonin when I return?" The fact that Yami, who always referred to the third Hokage as old man, called him uncle made Shikaku a little flattered. But he still replied a bit awkwardly, "Yami. Even though you performed excellently, this is still just one mission. Of course, you'll get increased mission rewards. But to become a jonin, you still need more accomplishments. You're still young. No need to rush. TCH. Yami clicked his tongue in annoyance. Then just tell me what I need to do to become a jonin. No, I want to be Umbu captain. Kakashi's eye twitched. Well. Shikaku couldn't give a clear answer. If you can help us win this war decisively and perform exceptionally, I believe many jonin will speak on your behalf. At that point, you'll have a good chance of being promoted to jonin, maybe even becoming an umbu captain. Yami nodded, casually accepting his promise. Remember what you said, Uncle Shikaku. I'm heading out. Go ahead. Shikaku chuckled. When Yami arrived at the camp to set up his tent, he suddenly heard a familiar voice he hadn't heard in a long time. Hey, brat. Jiraiya had just finished checking on the wounded. When he saw Yami, he called out immediately and walked toward him in large strides. The ninjas he passed greeted Jiraiya respectfully. Their admiration was more sincere than what they showed to the third Hokage. Jiraiya jogged up to Yami with a wide grin. Brat, I finally caught you. What do you want from me? Yami tilted his head, puzzled. Looking around, Jiraiya patted him on the shoulder. Follow me. He led him to a sentry tower outside the camp. Konoha's camp was set up on a hillside, across a river. Kumo's camp was 20 kilometers away, and the two sides were facing off across the water. After confirming there was no one around, Jiraiya squatted down and scolded, Do you know how much trouble you caused, brat? I was having a nice time out in the ninja world, but the old man dragged me back to fight in this damned war. Damn it, now my book's delayed again. You can't blame me for this. Yami looked innocent. Shouldn't Kumo be blamed for trying to take out me and the Hyuga? Besides, why did the third come back here? Why not go to the battlefield himself? The enemy sent out their Kage. Shouldn't we send out a Kage too? Equal exchange, right? Jiraiya was silent for a moment and slowly stood up. The mountain breeze lifted his long white ponytail, giving him a hint of a sage-like aura. The old man, he's old. Since the name of a Senin spread, he hasn't stepped onto the battlefield again. I don't know how much of his strength he still has after so many years. But he can still stabilize the village. The battlefield is for us younger ones. Ha, a young man in his 40s, Yami muttered. You damn brat. Jiraiya's mouth twitched, his dramatic mood mostly ruined. Forget it, no point telling you all this. But listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Jiraiya's face turned serious. I know you're a genius. I know you've mastered Scorch Release. But this is the battlefield. Anything can happen. So, the most important thing is to stay alive. Not how many enemies you kill. Your Konoha's future. Bond with Jiraiya's expectations has reached level 2. Reward, special talent, writing. Yami was stunned. First, he hadn't expected Jiraiya to call him over just to tell him to protect himself. Second, what kind of reward was this? Writing. Was he supposed to publish a book to rival Ika Ika Paradise? After 2 seconds of silence, Yami decided to pretend that reward didn't exist. I heard you fought 4th Raikage twice already. Can you take him on? Do you even need to ask who I am? Jiraiya flipped his hair with a smirk. If it were the 3rd Raikage, I might still be cautious. But the 4th? He's got speed close to the 3rd, but he doesn't have that kind of defense. Once I use my Toad Oil Flame Bullet, he can only run. Oh. Yami stared at the bandage on Jiraiya's arm. Then what's this? Don't tell me you fell down. Jiraiya's face turned awkward. Well, he's still a Kage, so he's not entirely helpless. Anyway, the two of us ended up at a stalemate. No one could shift the battle's momentum. In that case. Yami grew thoughtful. Then you hold him back while I take out the rest of the Kumo shinobi. How about that? You. Jiraiya was stunned for a second, then burst into laughter. Kid, I know you're strong. You've killed a lot of ninjas lately. But this is war. No one can change the tide alone. Not even me. Only my former student, the 4th Hokage, Minato, has done that. Mentioning Namikaze Minato, Jiraiya's voice was filled with both pride and regret. You should train for a few more years before saying that. Yami said nothing. He silently pulled out the Kusanagi sword and tossed it off the tower under Jiraiya's puzzled gaze. Swish. Yami instantly appeared beside the Kusanagi sword. Jiraiya froze, eyes wide, mouth slowly opening. You. Swish. The Kusanagi sword flew back, grazing Jiraiya's hair. In the next moment, Yami reappeared at his side. This time, Jiraiya saw the seal mark on the sword hilt and finally confirmed it. You learned Flying Thunder God. That's right, Yami nodded. After 3 months of hard training. I'm not stronger than the 4th Hokage, but I can keep up with him during the war period. Although he hadn't yet mastered the 3rd stage of Flying Thunder God's space transfer, the 2nd stage, successive and even multiple teleportations, was something Yami could now perform with ease. Jiraiya's view of him had completely changed. Anyone who could master Flying Thunder God was already considered a powerhouse in the ninja world. Not to mention Yami also had a powerful scorch release and swordsmanship, giving him both overwhelming offense and high mobility. This was a full-fledged Kage-level shinobi, no question. Realizing this, Jiraiya could no longer stay calm. He saw a glimmer of hope to end this war and grabbed Yami's shoulder. Let's go. To be continued. Deal for you guys. Personally, I think this FIC isn't bad, plus it's funny and all, so I don't know why it's doing badly in the PS section. Guess you guys are being stingy with the PS, ha ha ha. Anyway, if we reach T50 by the end of this week, I'll release 5 extra bonus chapters. And if we surpass that, even more bonus chapters, I promise. T50 shouldn't be too hard, right? Right. Chapter 76, the world is eager to hear the story of young people becoming famous. What, Flying Thunder God? Jiraiya-sama, are you joking? Inside headquarters, Nara Shikaku stood up in shock after hearing Jiraiya's words. The others in the tent were equally stunned. Akimichi Choza, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Hyuga Hayashi all looked at Yami in disbelief. Those who had once been teammates with the 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato, understood what the Flying Thunder God truly represented. Invincible. Kid, it's up to you now. Jiraiya didn't say much more and stepped aside, giving Yami space to demonstrate. This time, Yami didn't use the Kusanagi sword to show off, but instead took out a dozen specially crafted kunai. Unlike Minato's signature tri-pronged kunai, Yami's Flying Thunder God kunai were longer and slimmer, like small pocket swords, with the Flying Thunder God formula inscribed directly onto the handle. Using Jiraiya's favorite technique, the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique, the Flying Thunder God kunai scattered randomly across the large tent. Yami began to move. He flashed between different positions rapidly. His speed was so fast that even Jiraiya and the others could barely keep up with their eyes, let alone react physically. Then he threw another kunai, first teleporting to a fixed location, then executing the second stage of Flying Thunder God by teleporting again mid-air, grabbing the kunai and completing the technique. Now, everyone finally confirmed, not only had Yami learned Flying Thunder God, he could use it skillfully. He was practically the second coming of the Yellow Flash. The only difference was, Yami wore a black combat uniform, and his short black hair gave off a visual effect like a dark flash streaking across the space. Shikaku paced back and forth in excitement. Konoha finally had another true speedster. Now that Yami has mastered Flying Thunder God, and Jiraiya-sama can match the 4th Raikage, then we've already won this battle. The only question is how to win it beautifully. He looked at Yami again. This time, Shikaku's eyes were softer than when he looked at his own son, Shikamaru. Yami, you don't have to worry about anything next. I'll design a battle strategy specifically for you. What you need to do now is go back and rest. Make sure you're in peak condition. Go to my tent, Hayashi quickly said. The Hyuga clan has prepared it thoroughly. It's no different from a real bedroom. I'll have someone bring in fresh bedding. Yami didn't refuse. What he hated most in the field was the living conditions. If only he had mastered wood release, he could have made a house himself. Inside headquarters, Jiraiya and Shikaku stayed up late studying the battle strategy. Both had experience fighting alongside speedsters and knew how to maximize their strengths. On the battlefield, every friendly force became support, helping to isolate enemy formations so the speedster could strike. Otherwise, if enemy units were too close together, they could respond even to the Flying Thunder God with defensive formations. Yami's fighting style was different from Minato's. Minato didn't like killing with a sword and preferred using kunai and Raiznan to attack. To ensure Yami's safety, Shikaku still designated Chunin and special Jonin-level enemies as his primary targets, making sure Yami could crush them with overwhelming force. In the most luxurious tent in the camp, Yugao and Kurenai both felt uneasy after hearing Yami's decision. Yami, this is too risky. Yugao frowned. Flying Thunder God is powerful, but this is a battlefield with thousands of shinobi. Every mark you leave could be guarded. The enemy could even use them to set traps. It might work once or twice, but if you teleport continuously, your body won't hold up. During this period, they'd all learned about Yami's Flying Thunder God training and had studied the technique in detail. Space transfer was one thing, but entering combat right after teleportation was something else entirely. Teleportation wasn't just like taking a step. The entire body had to endure space compression. After arriving at a teleportation point, one needed time to adapt and eliminate the dizziness caused by sudden spatial shifts. The duration of this adaptation varied from person to person, depending on spatial talent and adaptability. However, repeated teleportation increased the dizziness, prolonging the delay. And that meant more danger. Facing Yugao's concern, Yami took out 2 specially marked kunai and handed them over. I've thought about everything you just said. I know my body best. If I feel something's off, I'll retreat and wait until the side effects wear off before continuing. That's why your positions are top priority. You must stay absolutely safe so I can return with peace of mind. Seeing that they were still worried, Yami smiled. Speedsters might always show up late, but when it comes to survival, no one's better at staying alive. You don't need to worry about me. All right. Kurenai sighed. Just don't be stubborn. Take more breaks and don't fight continuously. No problem. Yami stretched. Let's rest early. I haven't had a good sleep lately. It must be thanks to the Hyuga clan's resources. Going to war feels like going on a field trip. This tent is bigger than my bedroom. Yugao, want to be my body pillow tonight? Sure. Yugao smiled dotingly. What's so good about that? Kurenai was annoyed. You're tired. Yugao's been tired too. Yugao, go back and get a good rest. I'll keep this brat company tonight. Yugao opened her mouth to argue she wasn't tired and that Yami slept well, just liked holding something while sleeping. It didn't affect her at all. But since Kurenai insisted, she didn't refuse. She could only nod. Yami blinked. Kurenai wasn't a bad choice either. Thanks to her sword training, Yugao had well-developed muscles despite her appearance. Kurenai was softer. Either way, he didn't lose out. In the next few days, Konoha didn't launch any attacks, instead fully pulling back their front line. On one hand, they were waiting for Kumo to lose patience and start a fight. That way, Konoha could respond more effectively. On the other hand, Shikaku was training other shinobi and assigning tactical roles to work with Yami. When Kakashi learned that Yami had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, his reaction was just like before. Jiraiya had been shocked. Kakashi was stunned for a long time. As the student of the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, he had once been asked to learn the technique but ultimately failed. He never expected that someone from Danzō's faction would learn it one day. Kakashi didn't even know what kind of expression to make. Bond with Kakashi's complex emotion reaches level 2. Reward: wind, lightning, water, fire, earth nature transformation, mastery. Yami, sleeping soundly in Kurenai's arms, suddenly woke up with a dazed expression. Kakashi, is he really that balanced? All 5 chakra natures at mastery level, even their weights. He really lives up to the title of 50 to 50 men. Yami, what's wrong? Kurenai looked at the boy who had suddenly sat up, puzzled. Nothing, just thirsty. Yugao, who had been examining the Flying Thunder God kunai, immediately handed him a bamboo tube with a straw. Yami took a big sip and lay back down, enjoying the softness under his head. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. Shikaku's judgment was spot on. Kumo's strategic patience was lacking. They had suffered the greatest losses, so they were bound to make the first move. There was another reason. IWA. Right now, the deepest grudge in the ninja world was between Kumo and IWA, especially since the fourth Reikige's father had died at the hands of Inoki. If given a chance, Kumo would definitely take revenge. Inoki also understood this, so he wouldn't miss a chance to weaken Kumo. Recently, Iwa's activity had increased, like a blade hanging over the fourth Reikige's head. Every day they waited, his anxiety grew. Fortunately, their perfect Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, hadn't been deployed yet. Kumo still had backup plans. But they couldn't afford to wait any longer. Early this morning, a Hyuga ninja detected Kumo's movements. Over 1,000 shinobi advanced onto the plains on the western front, attempting to break through the defense line and strike at the rear. Kumo knew this attack wouldn't succeed. They only wanted to force Konoha to engage by choosing an open battlefield. Shikaku responded quickly, organizing teams to intercept. The Hyuga assigned opponents by chakra strength and coordinated through the Yamanaka clan's mind communication technique. Yami changed into a brand new combat uniform, checked his gear, and finally stepped out of the tent with the Kusanagi sword. Yami, are you ready? Shikaku had just sent out 500 shinobi and asked when he saw him. Yami nodded. No problem. I've been so idle lately, I'm getting rusty. To keep Yami in peak condition, Shikaku hadn't given him even the simplest tasks these past few days. Yami, do your best. At that moment, Jiraiya arrived with Uchiha Shursue and Hatake Kakashi. The words of encouragement came from Shursue. Looking at the boy in front of him, Shursue recalled the time when he had briefly taught Yami. It hadn't been long, yet this child had already grown to such a level, mastering the fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique. Shursue-senpai. Yami greeted him. I haven't seen you the last few days. I thought you went back to the village. There's a strong sensor ninja in Kumo. I've been interfering with him, Shursue scratched his head awkwardly. Or maybe I'm too weak. I couldn't control him from a distance with genjutsu. If I could have. Haha. Kid, don't put yourself down. Jiraiya laughed, cutting off Shursue's self-criticism. You've done well. We'll need your strength in the upcoming battle too. Yes, Jiraiya-sama. Shursue was immediately encouraged and answered seriously. Yami, besides the fourth Reikage, Kumo has a few other individuals who could pose a threat to you. Shikaku explained, one is Dodai, the Reikage's right-hand man. His lava release isn't particularly lethal, but it's excellent for defense and crowd control. Another is Darui, who uses storm release. Shursue and Kakashi will try to contain them, but they won't be able to help you directly. Just watch me. And don't forget to tell old man Hiruzen to make me the captain of Umbu. Alright, let's move. This world is eager to hear the tale of a young shinobi rising to fame. Yami, whether your name spreads or not depends on this battle. Jiraiya waved his hand, leading the small team that would determine the outcome of the war as they followed behind the main force. On the wide plain, a streak of blue lightning charged ahead, followed by a massive Kumo army numbering in the thousands. This was the style of Kage from other villages, charging at the front. In every battle, as long as he was on the field, the fourth Reikage was always the first to lead the charge. Jiraiya bit his finger, quickly formed a hand seal, and slapped the ground. Summoning technique. Thick smoke billowed, and a giant toad appeared at his feet. Bunta, it's time to go again. What a pain. Toad Bunta was grumpy but already preparing a technique. Fire release, toad oil flame bullet. One person spat fire, the other sprayed oil. A sea of fire erupted, forcibly splitting the battlefield. This was Yami's first time seeing Jiraiya's fire release. With the toad's oil, it was overwhelmingly strong. Even the air felt like it was burning. After spewing flames, Bunta leapt high and smashed down into the crowd of Kumo shinobi. A large number tried to flee, but many were still crushed. Jiraiya. Your opponent is me. The fourth Reikage roared, lightning flashing across his body as he charged toward Jiraiya. The thick lightning was almost tangible, his terrifying aura filling the battlefield. Jiraiya showed no weakness. His hair extended like needles, slowing the Reikage's movement. Kage-level combat erupted on both sides. Other shinobi began engaging too. According to the preset battle plan, the battlefield was widely spread, with combat occurring every few hundred meters. Overall, Konoha was at a disadvantage. The numbers gap was simply too large. Yami knew it was his time to shine. A long scroll unfurled in the wind, stretching dozens of meters. The sealing array activated, firing out a large number of specially marked kunai, scattering across the battlefield. As the scroll hit the ground, Yami's figure vanished. In his place, a black river of light streaked across the battlefield. To be continued. Chapter 77, Crazy Killing. You guys exceeded my expectations, so one more bonus today. Keep it up for more bonuses. The Land of Hot Springs. The Hot Springs Mountains. This mountain range was named for its hundreds of hot springs and was a famous resort in the ninja world. But at this moment, the vast plains at the foot of the mountains had completely turned into a battlefield between Kumo and Konoha. Thousands of shinobi were locked in intense combat here. The explosions of detonating tags rang out countless times per second, and the clashing of kunai and shuriken formed a blood-soaked symphony. When thousands of special kunai rained down from the sky, it stirred a wave of confusion. Some unsuspecting Kumo shinobi were struck, but that was the extent of the damage. The throwing distance had been too far, making the attacks ineffective beyond surface wounds. Upon seeing this, the Kumo shinobi continued to mock while fighting. As expected of wealthy Konoha, just throwing away kunai like that. The Konoha shinobi said nothing but sneered inwardly. Be proud now. Once you understand what this means, it'll be far too late. Swish. A black light flickered, and Yami appeared beside a special kunai like a ghost. The Kumo shinobi he faced even thought he was seeing things. It wasn't until his body was sliced open that he snapped out of it, but it was already too late. His vision went black as he collapsed. Yami didn't stop. He instantly teleported to the next coordinate. From the vantage point of a high-ground observer, a black arc of light seemed to dance across the battlefield like a snake. Wherever it passed, someone would fall. Every casualty was a Kumo shinobi. This is Flying Thunder God. A Kumo sensor ninja finally pieced it together. Shocked, he fired a signal flare into the sky, which exploded with a loud bang. The fourth Reikage, who was locked in an intense battle with Jiraiya, heard the signal and, seeing the red flare overhead, his expression shifted. This was an emergency signal, a request for immediate reinforcements. How could over 1,000 Kumo shinobi be pushed back by only 500 from Konoha? Weren't they supposed to have the upper hand? The fourth Reikage glanced over at the battlefield in confusion and immediately noticed the problem. Flying Thunder God. He was so stunned that the lightning released chakra armor around his body visibly scattered. He hurriedly jumped, dodging Gemabunta's tongue strike. His eyes locked onto the black streak zipping through the battlefield, and he was nearly speechless. The memory of Namikaze Minato ran too deep. Back when the third Raikage died in battle, he had just assumed the mantle of fourth. In order to quickly solidify his position and suppress dissent in the village, he once led Killer Bee, already a perfect Jinchuriki, and an elite unit to launch a covert assault on the Land of Fire's rear. But they were intercepted by Minato and that generation's Inoshikacho. That battle ended with Minato restraining both him and Killer Bee. From that day on, the fourth Raikage vowed that as long as Minato was alive, Kyumo would never initiate war with Konoha. That man was too terrifying. This time, he dared to make a move only because the man he feared most was dead. But now, another speedster had appeared in Konoha. Stop. Seeing the black light wreaking havoc across the battlefield, the fourth Raikage couldn't take it anymore. His lightning release armor surged to full power again as he prepared to break through and intercept Yami. But, his opponent was Jiraiya. Would a Sannin let the Raikage go that easily? Summoning technique, Toad Mouthbind. Bang. A massive toad throat was summoned by Jiraiya, wrapping around both of them and completely cutting off the fourth Raikage's ability to escape in the short term. On the main battlefield, Yami entered a strange state. The world around him felt both frozen and rapidly moving. In his chakra perception, thousands of spatial coordinates resonated faintly with him. Placing so many coordinate markers on such a compact battlefield required extremely precise perception. Any mistake, even slightly, could teleport him to the wrong location. Fortunately, Yami wasn't fighting alone. Every Konoha shinobi on the field was working hard to restrain their opponents and create openings for him to strike. Even if he landed a bit off, it didn't matter much. Teleport, draw sword, kill. Then teleport again, draw again. The battlefield scenery changed continuously before his eyes. The side effects of teleporting so many times had kicked in. After each jump, his body experienced brief stiffness. Swish. Yami teleported to Yugao's location and dropped down, sitting on the ground. Yami, are you okay? Yugao asked, clearly concerned. I'm fine. Just dizzy. I need a short break. Yami closed his eyes and shoved several pills into his mouth, chewing and swallowing them. He had no idea how many times he'd used Flying Thunder God already, or how many people he had killed. But more than half of the nearly 60 chakra cards in his body had been consumed. While recovering, Yami opened his system panel and used bond points to upgrade his dynamic vision by 1 level. Originally, he had wanted to upgrade it by 2 or 3 levels, but it had already maxed out with just 1 upgrade. Still, that was enough. When he opened his eyes again, they gleamed with sharpness. Yami teleported again, rejoining the battle. The Kyumo forces were falling into chaos due to his disruption. Not only were they facing evenly matched opponents, but they also had to stay alert for Yami appearing anywhere at any moment. Chunin especially were marked as key targets by Yami. The reason? Easy to kill. Against someone faster and stronger than them, even in head-on combat, they wouldn't last 3 exchanges, let alone in a sneak attack. With enhanced dynamic vision, the brief stiffness and disorientation after teleporting was greatly reduced. No one noticed the 2 Magatama spinning in Yami's eyes. As the killing continued, the rotation grew faster until a 3rd Magatama appeared. 3 Tomo Sharingan. As the full form of the Sharingan awakened, a cool sensation filled Yami's mind. Now, using Flying Thunder God was no different from taking a step. With one move, he could cross hundreds of meters. With his blade drawn, another enemy fell. Yami felt a deep insight arise in his heart. No wonder Sanju Tobirama sealed the Flying Thunder God technique not just because it was spatial ninjutsu, but also because it was perfect for the Uchiha. In terms of reaction speed, vision, and insight, who in the entire ninja world could rival the Sharingan? Tobirama must have been frustrated to discover that the technique he created to counter Uchiha actually suited them best. The blood-red eyes faded. Yami didn't reveal this yet. There was no need to expose his eyes against these Kyumo shinobi. Now, with increased mental power, he wielded the Flying Thunder God technique even more freely. Within a short time, Kyumo was already showing signs of defeat. The side with superior numbers had nearly been reduced to parity with Konoha. Darui. We can't keep going like this. Dodai wrapped them in lava release, blocking Uchiha Shirsue's fire release, and whispered urgently. But the Raikage still trapped by Jiraiya, Darui said worriedly. He had considered retreating, but the order had to come from the Kage. That responsibility wasn't his to take. And right now, their Kage was stuck in some bizarre technique. Help me hold off Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Shirsue. Dodai gritted his teeth, feeling the growing heat around their protective membrane. He quickly made a decision. I'll try breaking through Jiraiya's jutsu from the outside and get the Raikage out. All right. Darui agreed immediately. The yellow coating dissolved, and Darui appeared alone before Kakashi and Shursue. Storm release, laser circus. Several powerful black laser beams shot toward them, forcing both to stop their attacks. Dodai took the opportunity to rush toward the toad's stomach wall and launched a large stream of liquid mixed with hundreds of detonating tags. Boom. With the Reikage coordinating from within, they finally blew a hole through the barrier. Bathed in lightning, the fourth Reikage emerged, eyes bloodshot after seeing how many Kyumo shinobi had fallen. You little brat. I'll kill you. Swish. The Reikage turned into a bolt of lightning and streaked across the battlefield, arriving near Yami in an instant. I'm not scared of you. Yami also stopped slaughtering and threw a special kunai at the fourth Reikage. All eyes were drawn to this part of the battlefield. Crackle. Red flames erupted around Yami. The air around him began to distort and sizzle. He charged straight at the Reikage. Under countless gazes, Yami, engulfed in flame, looked like a phoenix reborn. Holding a massive fireball in each hand, he collided with the fourth Reikage. Lightning release, lightning oppression horizontal chop. Scorch release, double sun flying in the sky. Boom. Lightning and flame exploded upon impact. A massive shockwave rippled out across the battlefield, sending limbs, kunai, and shuriken flying in all directions. At the center of the clash, a small mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Yami. Jiraiya, clutching his injured left arm, stared nervously at the explosion's center. He wasn't alone. Shikaku, Inoichi, and the others were just as tense. If anything happened to Yami, even if Konoha won, they would have lost their future. Hayashi-sama, check with your Byakugan. Shikaku ordered. Beside Hayashi, Hizashi shook his head. The chakra reaction is too intense. I can't see anything. Just as everyone was filled with anxiety. Swish. Yami appeared beside Kurenai and Yugao, immediately spotted by Hizashi's sharp Byakugan. Yami's fine. Look, he's uninjured. Everyone looked over and breathed a sigh of relief. The Konoha forces erupted into cheers. Nice job, Yami. As expected of Yami-sama. He fought the Reikage and came out unscathed. While Konoha celebrated, Kyumo fell into despair. They had no idea how to win anymore. Even their Reikage couldn't kill the speedster. Staying here would only make them sitting targets. As the smoke cleared, the fourth Reikage stood tall but was panting heavily, his body showing clear signs of burns. He stared at Yami, whose clothing was still intact, and gave the order. Retreat. Despite his overwhelming fury, the fourth Reikage made the right decision. Shikaku didn't order a pursuit. Jiraiya was injured, and the Reikage was still in decent condition. Yami was also extremely exhausted. While they could push for more results, the win was already secured. There was no need to take unnecessary risks. Konoha couldn't afford the attrition. He didn't just want to win, he wanted to win at minimal cost. Hearing the retreat order, the already demoralized Kyumo shinobi crumbled. Once they were at a safe distance, the Reikage turned back and asked, "You're Shimura Yami, right?" He didn't know Yami personally, but he recognized Scorch Release. "And you're the fourth Reikage?" Yami took a step forward, instantly arriving at a special kunai near the Reikage. They stared each other down evenly. The Reikage gave a dangerous grin. "Stay alive. One day, I'll kill you on the battlefield." Yami smirked. "You can't even get close now. Still thinking about the future. Wait till my birthday in 2 years. I'll crush you with one hand." Having lost the battle and the exchange, the fourth Reikage gave Yami one last glare, then vanished using lightning instant movement. Yami raised the Kusanagi sword and declared to the entire battlefield. "We won." After a brief silence, the Konoha shinobi erupted with thunderous cheers. "We won. We won. Long live Yami-sama. Long live Jiraiya-sama. Long live the Flying Thunder God." The battlefield turned into a sea of celebration. Even Shikaku smiled as he assigned medics and ordered the intelligence unit to tally the battle merits. 2 hours later, the planes finally fell silent again. Back at camp, Yami returned to his tent as fast as he could, took a shower, and immediately fell into a deep sleep. Yugao and Kurenai were extremely concerned. They stood outside the tent like guardians, not allowing anyone to make noise or get close. In the command center, seeing the report submitted by the scouts, even the longtime inspector revealed a rare flicker of emotion. 24 jonin. 180 chunin. Such achievements have already surpassed what Minato did back then. At the Battle of Canopy Bridge, Minato had killed 5 jonin and 45 chunin, earning the name Yellow Flash. Although Yami had helped this time, he had killed more enemies, and of even higher rank. These weren't vegetables, they were elite jonin. Yeah. Jiraiya was also stunned, but with his experience, he quickly composed himself. This kid will soon earn his own title. I wonder what it'll be. To be continued. Chapter 78, Overnight Wealth, Multiple Physical Advancements, Raid on Kumo. Sorry for posting repeated chapter XD. The Konoha camp was filled with laughter that night. In this battle, a total of 460 Kumo shinobi were killed, nearly half of them by Yami alone. The remaining Kumo casualties were also directly or indirectly affected by him. It could be said that this was a victory brought about by one person, and completed by the whole team. However, after learning that Yami had expended too much chakra and had gone straight to sleep after returning, everyone passing by his tent subconsciously lowered their voices and walked more slowly. Yami-kun is truly incredible. Inside a small tent, Uchiha Shisui was applying ointment to his burns. Thinking back to the events of the day, he couldn't help but sigh with admiration. This is the true power of the Flying Thunder God technique, able to affect the course of the entire battle. If the fourth Hokage were still alive, and both speedsters existed at the same time, Konoha might have truly achieved lasting peace. Uchiha Itachi remained silent. He was happy about the victory, but seeing the widening gap between himself and Yami once again stirred complicated emotions. Itachi, you have to believe in yourself. Shisui reached out, gently poked Itachi's forehead, and smiled. Yami-kun is a genius, and so are you. But everyone's opportunities and circumstances are different. The moment when our strength blooms varies too. Just stay on your path, and one day you'll reap the rewards. I'm far inferior to Yami. In front of his closest friend, Itachi finally revealed the emotions appropriate for someone his age. He's too strong, so strong it makes me feel despair. Even if I awaken the 3 Tomo Sharingan, there's no way I can catch up. Itachi. Shisui's expression grew serious. Did you work so hard to get stronger just to compare yourself to Yami? Of course not. Itachi quickly shook his head. Then why are you so fixated on Yami-kun's strength? Shisui looked at him helplessly. I know there are some grudges and past friction between you two, but those things are trivial when compared to the interests of the village. Don't let narrow thinking limit your vision. Just like this war, everyone is fighting for Konoha. Yami-kun is fighting for Konoha. And so are you. In that regard, you two are equals. Understand? Yeah. Itachi nodded. I'll think it through, Shisui. Please give me some time. Shisui smiled, then thought for a moment and decided to give Itachi a bit of motivation. Actually, the 3 Tomo Sharingan isn't the limit of the Sharingan. There's an even higher realm beyond it. Itachi was gradually drawn in by Shisui's words. Meanwhile, in the Kumo camp. After the defeat, the 4th Raikage led the forces to retreat nearly 100 kilometers back into the land of lightning. Bang, crack. Inside the command tent, the 4th Raikage smashed the table in front of him in a fit of rage. Why? Why can that brat Shimura Yami learn Flying Thunder God? Is he more talented than Namikaze Minato? Why are there so many monstrous geniuses in Konoha? In the room, several members of the Yatsuki clan and Jonin like Dodai all kept their heads lowered and said nothing. Everyone here knew well that the 4th Raikage had a habit, when angry, he'd smash tables. With every slam, the table would break. But after that, his fury would start to fade. Sure enough, after a short moment, the 4th Raikage calmed down. Dodai. He turned to one of Kumo's top strategists. What now? Give me a plan. I want that brat dead. Dodai had already been thinking about countermeasures on the retreat. Hearing the Raikage's question, he immediately stepped forward. My lord, in your final exchange with Shimura, who won? The 4th Raikage frowned. As a proud man, he disdained lying and answered bluntly, it was a draw. That brat's scorch release is terrifying. It could burn through my lightning release armor and injure me. Of course, he can't withstand my attacks either, but he has Flying Thunder God. He's as slippery as an eel. You can't match his speed? Dodai asked, nervous. No. The 4th Raikage shook his head grimly. His reaction speed is no worse than Namikaze Minato's. He can definitely dodge before I hit him. Unless I can predict his teleportation point and land a preemptive strike. That's troublesome. Dodai frowned deeply. Either we set up a barrier in advance to block his technique, or we'll need Killer Bee-sama to intervene. If the two of you work together, we can win. Originally, he had hoped to copy Konoha's strategy. He and Darui would contain Jiraiya while the Raikage dealt with Yami and broke Konoha's momentum. But now the balance had shifted. The 4th Raikage had admitted he couldn't defeat Yami. The scale had tipped heavily in Konoha's favor. Bring B. The 4th Raikage frowned. It's possible, but what if that old Mononoke takes advantage of the village being undefended to launch a sneak attack? We'd have to go all in and finish things fast. Dodai shrugged helplessly. Kill either Jiraiya or Yami quickly, then occupy more territory in the Land of Fire to gain leverage during negotiations. If we move fast enough, the Land of Earth won't react in time. Then we can shift to defense. I get it. The fourth Reikage took a deep breath and stood. Now was the time for a Kage to decide whether to risk calling Killer Bee and take a chance at a decisive victory against Konoha. Pass my order. Mobilize 1,000 Kumo shinobi and send a large batch of supplies to the front line. Have Killer Bee leave a tentacle clone behind in the village. His real body will follow the main force in secret and stay hidden. If he was going to play dirty, he'd go all the way. He wanted Bee to remain hidden and strike at the most critical moment. Yes. A Kumo shinobi responded immediately. Before long, an intelligence ninja relayed the order back to Kumo. The next day, Yami, who had slept for more than 10 hours straight, woke up feeling completely refreshed. Seeing Kurenai and Yugao still sleeping at his sides, he quietly slipped away, teleporting to the sentry tower outside the camp using a flying thunder god marker. Chakra could be replenished, but mental exhaustion could only be recovered with time. Now that his mind and body were fully recovered, Yami finally had time to check his gains from yesterday. He opened the system panel. The notification bar was filled with reward messages. There were contributions from both Kumo shinobi and Konoha allies. Anyone who had witnessed Yami's performance yesterday couldn't help but admire him. And since only Chunin or higher were deployed on this battlefield, the rewards were especially generous. Accumulated and added to the status panel, all at once, the changes were substantial. Name, Shimura Yami. Gender, male. Age, 8.5 years old. Date of birth, April 1st, year 46, Konoha calendar. Chakra attributes, fire, wind, limit break, earth, water, lightning, yin, yang, ultimate. Total chakra, 73 cards, 1 card is almost equal to 5 standard Jonin's chakra. Chakra control talent, ultimate. Mastered ninjutsu, numerous C and B rank techniques, scorch release, flying thunder god, and other forbidden techniques. Nature transformation, wind, fire, water, ultimate, earth, lightning, mastery. Special talents, Otsutsuki bloodline, weak, Senju bloodline, excellent, developing, Uchiha bloodline, currently 3 Tomo, Uzumaki bloodline, Byakugan, normal, not fused, swordsmanship genius, ninja world darkness, mother-in-law's expectation, space talent. Bond points, 15,654. Evaluation, pillar of a great nation. A top-tier warrior who can shift the tide of battle. Looking at the panel, Yami grinned from ear to ear. As expected, the Forest of Death and the raid on Kusagakure were just warm-ups. Only war can make you rich, really rich. Feeling the power surging through his body and his increasingly active chakra, Yami suddenly had the urge to fight the Reikage again. After all, the fourth Reikage still wasn't in his peak form like in the fourth Great Ninja War. He was a little weaker now, just right for target practice. His eyes moved to the bond points. 15,000 points. His biggest haul ever. His hands were already starting to twitch. What should he upgrade? What he wanted to improve most was his chakra control, but when he clicked on it, he saw it would cost over 8,000 points to go from ultimate to limit break. That was because he had already integrated multiple chakra control-related talents, and he was very close to the top. Yami hesitated. Was this upgrade really worth that much? The system's pricing had always been consistent. The more precious the upgrade, the higher the cost. There had to be a reason. After some thought, Yami decided to save that one and instead spent 5,000 points to upgrade the Senju bloodline. Senju bloodline, excellent ultimate. A familiar warmth surged through his body. His chakra and physical abilities rose again. Although the bloodline still needed time to develop, the increase wasn't small, his chakra rose by about 20 cards. His strength and stamina also improved noticeably. He then spent another 5,000 points, half on the Uzumaki bloodline, and half on the Otsutsuki bloodline. Until now, Yami hadn't really felt any benefits from the Otsutsuki lineage. This time, he couldn't help it. He invested 5,000 points, not expecting much, just hoping for some feedback. To distinguish the effects, he waited for the Uzumaki bloodline changes to finish before enhancing Otsutsuki. Sure enough, after promoting the Otsutsuki bloodline from weak to thin, he finally noticed something different. It was an unusual change. His chakra amount didn't increase, but his physical strength did, and his compatibility with chakra significantly improved. The biggest change. Yami looked at his arm, now pale like polished, flawless and smooth. If he were a girl, he'd probably be called a jade beauty capable of toppling nations in ancient times. But were these changes worth 5,000 points? For a moment, Yami felt like he'd been scammed. His expression twisted like he was constipated. But since all his points were gone, he looked at the Otsutsuki bloodline's next level requirement, 10,000 points, and sighed in defeat. Trouble, all of it. Yami stood up, shouted into the wind, and instantly teleported back to the camp. Under a chorus of warm greetings, he walked straight into the command tent. Seeing him arrive, Nara Shikaku, who had been discussing strategy with Yamanaka Inoichi and Jiraiya, smiled and said, "Our great hero is finally awake. Uncle Shikaku, can I be promoted to Jonin when we return this time?" "Of course." Shikaku didn't hesitate. "If you don't get promoted to Jonin, then no one in Konoha deserves it. Congratulations in advance, Yami. You've officially surpassed Kakashi and become the youngest Jonin in Konoha's history." Yami raised his brows at Kakashi, who was standing nearby. Kakashi lowered his head and avoided his gaze. "Uncle Shikaku, I want to take a mission." Shikaku blinked. Kumo just retreated, and their camp is dozens of kilometers away now. There shouldn't be any fighting in the short term. "What mission do you want to take?" Though there were routine tasks like patrol and intel gathering, Shikaku thought it was a waste of talent to send Yami on those. It would be better to let him rest and prepare for the next battle. Jiraiya agreed. "Kid, you already did more than enough yesterday. You don't have to push yourself. What's with this obsession with promotion at such a young age?" Yami shook his head. "I just want revenge on Kumo. They're the ones who came after my Kekkei Genkai." Everyone in the room sweat a little. This kid really holds grudges. "Uncle Shikaku, listen to my analysis." "Oh." Shikaku perked up. "All right, Yami, go ahead." Kumo only retreated a few dozen kilometers. They didn't even leave the land of hot springs. That means they're planning to fight again. But with their current strength, they can't win. So they'll definitely send reinforcements from their village. Shikaku nodded. "You're right. We came to the same conclusion and have already sent sensor teams to scout for information. Once reinforcements appear, we'll know immediately." Clap. Yami clapped his hands. "Why wait for them to come? Can't we strike first? You want to attack Kumo's forward base?" Shikaku frowned. "They'll just keep retreating until they reach the land of lightning. At that point, we'd become the invaders. Our supply lines would be overextended. It'd be too risky. It's best to hold the line here." This time, Yami shook his head. "I'm not talking about chasing them. Then, you want to ambush their reinforcements." As expected of Konoha's sharpest mind, Shikaku immediately followed Yami's train of thought. "Close," Yami nodded. "I want to attack the Kumo village itself." Shikaku. To be continued. Chapter 79, Fame in the Ninja World, Say Hello to Kumo. There was silence inside the command tent. Everyone was stunned by Yami's idea. Should they call him a genius, or just reckless? Good grief, instead of fighting the enemy's main force or reinforcements, he wanted to go straight to their home base. Was this really an attack, or was he just delivering himself to the enemy? "Yami, are you joking?" Shikaku forced a smile. "That's like a ninja from another village saying it's impossible to invade Konoha. Impressive, setting up a flag decades in advance." Yami gave Shikaku a thumbs up in his heart, but asked aloud, "Do you really think I'm joking? With so many of their forces withdrawn to the front lines, the defense in Kumo's home village must be extremely thin. If I go alone, there's no way anyone there can stop me. Let me think about it." Shikaku sat down, his mind spinning rapidly as he calculated the possibilities. After running the numbers, his eyes lit up. There really was a way. Just as Yami said, with thousands of shinobi deployed at the front, plus others on outside missions, Kumo's village defense would undoubtedly be at its weakest. They had simply never considered such a move before, because they had never had a speedster like this. Now, with Yami's Flying Thunder God technique mastery, there was no concern about whether he could retreat safely. As for firepower, with Scorch Release, even if Yami did not kill anyone directly, just destroying infrastructure and important facilities would cause massive damage. This was also why Namikaze Minato had never attempted such a thing. Despite his strength, his chakra reserves were still on the lower side compared to others at his level, and he lacked large-scale destructive jutsu. "Yami, are you certain you want to do this?" Shikaku asked seriously. "If you go to Kumo alone, we won't be able to provide backup. You'll be completely on your own." "No problem, Shikaku." Jiraiya was taken aback. "You really agree with this crazy plan?" "Master Jiraiya, here's the thing." Shikaku calmly laid out the scenarios he had analyzed. As everyone listened, they slowly began to understand his reasoning. Finally, all eyes turned to the boy, waiting for his final decision. "Since I'm the one who proposed it, of course I'm willing to go." Yami's tone was natural, as if it were obvious. "I'll kill a few Kumo bloodline limit users and come back after I've gotten my revenge." Alright then. Shikaku was also a decisive person. Since Yami had made up his mind, there was no need to keep debating. Kumo's intel likely made it back last night. Factoring in the time to reorganize and gather supplies, they'll probably dispatch more forces from the village within 2 days. To be safe, you should launch your attack on the 3rd day. That way, even if they want to send reinforcements, they won't make it in time. Shikaku then handed Yami a detailed map of the Land of Lightning along with some important notes. I got it. It felt great to have a brilliant strategist thinking everything through. All Yami had to do was carry it out. It was just a pity, the women of the Nara clan were generally not very attractive. Otherwise, he might have been tempted to bring one home. I'll go with you, Hisashi suddenly stood up. Ever since the incident where Hisashi had been prepared to sacrifice himself to save Hayashi, he had always felt the need to prove his worth. Hisashi-sensei. Yami rolled his eyes. If you come with me, I'll have to teleport you away too. Are you helping, or just causing me trouble? You may have the Byakugan, but I've got perception ninjutsu. I really don't need the extra burden. Hisashi. Hayashi grabbed his younger brother and scolded him, don't make trouble for Yami-kun. You wouldn't be able to help. Hisashi sat down, disappointed. Yami turned back to Shikaku. Uncle Shikaku, did you recover all my Flying Thunder God kunai? I need to reseal them. All retrieved and sealed. Jiraiya handed Yami a scroll. Kid, don't overdo it. Get your results and get out of there. I know my limits. Without further delay, Yami took the scroll and quietly left camp. He didn't even tell Yugao or Kurenai to avoid making them worry. It would be better to tell them once he returned safely. After leaving the camp, Yami circled around the battlefield and passed through the neighboring Iron Country to enter the Land of Lightning. Along the way, he left Flying Thunder God marks at intervals for an easy escape route if necessary. While Yami was traveling, news of his Flying Thunder God mastery had already spread throughout the entire ninja world. Iwagakure. Anoki had been keeping a close eye on the conflict between Konoha and Kumo, ready to make a move whenever either side showed weakness. Whether it was Konoha or Kumo, he had no problem taking a bite out of whichever one looked vulnerable. Through multiple intel channels, the report from the latest battle was finally placed on his desk. But Anoki couldn't smile after reading it. Flying Thunder God. The 4th Reikage had spent years living under the shadow of Namikaze Minato, and now, another Flying Thunder God user had appeared. Back during the Battle of Canopy Bridge, Minato had almost single-handedly turned the tide for Konoha, forcing IWA to issue standing orders to retreat at the mere sight of the yellow flash. How long had it been since Minato's death? Now, Konoha had another speedster, Shimura Yami. Useless. Anoki slammed the report onto the table, furious. A bunch of useless idiots. After all this time, not only did no one assassinate Shimura, but they didn't even discover he had mastered Flying Thunder God. Sand shinobi are completely worthless. Tsuchikage-sama, are we going to launch a surprise attack on Kumo? Katsuchi asked in his deep voice. Of course. Anoki declared. Konoha is our ally. Kumo's aggression toward Konoha is the same as aggression toward IWA. Reikage's arrogance is inherited through every generation. After suffering such a defeat, the 4th Reikage will definitely want revenge. This time, I will personally lead 3,000 IWA shinobi to strike at the heart of Kumo. Prepare the warships. Yes. Anoki twisted his back again, grimacing as he sat back down. There was no helping it. He had assumed Konoha would slowly decline, but their foundation was far deeper than he expected. In the end, bullying Kumo was the only realistic option. One way or another, the Land of Earth was going to profit from this war. Not far from the Tsuchikage's office, a young Kuratsuchi was sharing the news with a blonde boy playing in the mud. Grandpa's really angry. Konoha has a new Flying Thunder God user. Super strong. Flying Thunder God isn't impressive at all, the little blonde boy sneered, sculpting mud figures. Spinning around a few kunai like a fool. No artistry. But. Brother Daidara, your art wouldn't be able to blow him up, Kuratsuchi replied softly. Who said that? Daidara leapt up, furious. My art is the strongest. But Flying Thunder God users are fast. Then I'll make a super huge bomb. There's no way he could escape it. A Megakure. In a cave beneath the village, the masked man had just finished a conversation with Hanzo. He turned toward the figure rising from the ground, Black Zetsu. What's so urgent? Shimura Yami has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. The brat you dismissed is now quite formidable. Black Zetsu relayed all the intel gathered by White Zetsu's network. The masked man fell silent, his back aching faintly at the memory. Flying Thunder God again. The masked man muttered, recalling a bitter defeat. But his expression quickly shifted back to one of disdain. So what if he has Flying Thunder God? Last time, I was caught off guard by the fourth Hokage. But this time, that kid Shimura can only bully Chunin and Jonin with that technique. I might make 100 mistakes and survive. But if he makes even one mistake, he's dead. Black Zetsu quietly sighed, but said nothing. Honestly, if the masked man hadn't awakened that ridiculous eye technique, Black Zetsu wouldn't even think he was qualified to carry Yami's shoes. Forget about such small matters. The masked man's tone became serious again. The Rinnegan is the real priority. Tell Hanzo to act against the Akatsuki organization immediately. You go and disguise yourself as a member of Akatsuki. Kill some of Hanzo's men and frame Akatsuki for it. I want Hanzo to give up on this peace nonsense. I understand. Black Zetsu slowly sank back into the ground to carry out the plan. Konoha. Hokage's office. Hiruzen had been staring at the battle report for half an hour. His pipe's tobacco had long since burned out, but he didn't even notice. The results of the battle were extraordinary. With only a few dozen casualties, they had killed nearly 500 Kumo shinobi. As Hokage, he should have been pleased. But Yami was shining too brightly. So bright that no one could compare to him, not even Jiraiya. This was a dangerous signal. If Yami continued down this path, he would become too powerful to control. From the beginning, Hiruzen had never considered Yami as a successor for Hokage. He trusted Danzō and Yami to some extent, but their personalities were too radical. Putting Konoha in their hands could lead the village down a dark and dangerous road. His efforts to influence Yami were always about softening Root's future leadership, not about making him Hokage. But now, the situation was clearly slipping out of his grasp. Hiruzen reread Shikaku's report carefully. His eyes lingered on one section. Umbu. That might be the solution. If Yami joined Umbu, it would hide his identity and limit his exposure. His reputation would stop growing, the heat around his name would die down, and Hiruzen could slowly cultivate a more suitable candidate. Of course, Danzō would see through this immediately. So Hiruzen would need to keep Danzō distracted. He smiled faintly. Uchiha. Their passive attitude throughout the war had already irritated him. But Hiruzen kept his displeasure hidden. Letting Danzō keep Uchiha in check, that might work out well for the village. A plan was already forming in his mind. The Land of Lightning. Yami passed through Cloud Thunder Gorge, following the route Shikaku had mapped for him while carefully controlling his speed. On the third day, he finally arrived at Kumo's village. He casually knocked out a patrolling Kumo shinobi and, with a simple genjutsu, quickly extracted the intel he needed. Just as Shikaku had predicted, the atmosphere in the village was tense. There were very few shinobi left. Just yesterday, under the command of elite Jonin Yurue, another 1,000 Kumo shinobi had left for the front lines. The highest-ranking person remaining in the village was Killer Bee, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki. Killer Bee, huh? A perfect Jinchuriki was troublesome. But that was all. Everyone knew that when the Sage of Six Paths divided the chakra of the God Tree into the nine-tailed beasts, the nine tails received the greatest share. 1 stone's worth of chakra, and the 9 tails held 8. The 8 tails was indeed the strongest among the other beasts, but only slightly above those like the 1 tail or the 5 tails. Its power remained within the range of standard Kage level. For Yami, this was an opponent he could handle. Yami snapped the neck of the patrol ninja without hesitation, then walked casually into Kumo. The entire village was built on a massive mountain peak that rose high into the clouds, hence the name. Countless tall boulders jutted upward, lifting the village high above the ground. The higher your status, the higher your residence. The most eye-catching structure was the spherical rakeage building, easily visible from anywhere in the village. Unfortunately for the common folk living at the base, they spent most of their day shrouded in shadow, unable to see much sunlight. Hey, kid. Where did you steal that forehead protector? A Kumo Chunin frowned as he noticed the protector on Yami's waist. But the moment Yami turned around and the protector's engraving became visible, his expression changed drastically. Wait, you're from Konoha. Sound the alarm. There's a Konoha spy. Hearing the shout, several nearby shinobi immediately turned their heads and began rushing toward Yami's direction. But before they could react any further, Yami smiled lightly and spoke with a calm tone. Since you were able to see through my perfect disguise, I, Shimura Yami, acknowledge your sharpness. The Kumo shinobi froze for a moment. Were you even disguised at all? They hadn't noticed anything resembling a disguise. It was as if he had just walked straight in with no effort to hide. But while they were still stunned by his words, Yami had already moved. With a simple push from his feet, he leapt high into the air, his hands forming seals at incredible speed. Then came the cold words. Well then. Let me greet you all properly. Fire release, great fire annihilation. To be continued. Chapter 80, I am Shimura Yami, bonus. Bonus for 400 horsepower, next bonus at 600 horsepower. Those who often use ninjutsu know that the power of a jutsu depends on the amount of chakra supplied and the strength of the nature transformation. The same jutsu can be a small fireball in the hands of one shinobi but a massive fireball in the hands of another. The same principle applies to Great Fire Annihilation. It is not the jutsu itself that is powerful, but Uchiha Madara. Although Yami was still slightly behind Madara at that time, with an almost reckless chakra output, the momentum seemed even more terrifying. Boom. A sea of flames descended, dyeing the clouds on the horizon red. Ah! Screams quickly echoed from below as several shinobi shouted. Water release, water wall. Earth release, earth flow wall. Wind release, breaking palm. A group of Kyumo shinobi worked together with all their strength to block the spreading flames, firing several signal flares into the sky. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. This was no longer a matter of a spy. This was a direct assault. Even if there was only one enemy. In fact, without the flares, anyone with eyes could see what was happening here. Standing atop a high rooftop, Yami saw no fewer than hundreds of shinobi rushing toward his location, including many masked Kyumo Umbu elites. Their response time was much faster than Konoha's during the future Konoha Crush plan. Seeing that the flames had been suppressed by the Kyumo shinobi, Yami followed up with another attack. Scorch release, extremely steaming murder. 2 red fireballs, as bright as the sun, fell from the sky. Though their range was not as wide as the majestic destroyer flame, their lethality was even more devastating. Several careless shinobi were grazed by the fireballs, and the moisture in their bodies was instantly evaporated. Not only was this Kekkei Genkai difficult to counter with ordinary elemental techniques, but Scorch Release also contained wind chakra, greatly weakening the effectiveness of Kyumo's specialty, lightning release. However, through this jutsu, the Kyumo shinobi quickly confirmed the identity of the intruder. It's the speedster, Yami. Be careful. Call for reinforcements. We can't handle him alone. Support is on the way. Avoid direct combat for now. Glancing down, Yami placed his hands on the ground. Earth release, earthquake core. A massive boulder tens of meters tall collapsed rapidly, causing a chain reaction. Many of the surrounding stone pillars shattered, and debris rained down from the collapsing houses. Yami couldn't help but wonder if these Kyumo shinobi had brain damage. Who builds houses in such a dangerous place? Were they just waiting to be crushed? Or did they really believe no one would dare attack them here, 967 miles deep into the land of lightning? Sending out several tremors with earth release, Yami swiftly moved again. The instant his feet left the ground, countless bolts of lightning and jets of water shot toward him from all directions. The elite shinobi had arrived, attacking without hesitation. Kyumo had stood strong for decades. Aside from the rebellion of Kinkaku and Ginkaku, this was the first time anyone had dared to strike directly at their home. This was an utter humiliation. Kid, go to hell. Even if you have Flying Thunder God, so what? We're ready to sacrifice our lives to keep you here forever. The group of enraged elites unleashed their strongest jutsu. Swish. Yami teleported with Flying Thunder God to one of the anchor points he had prepared in advance, forming the final hand seal. Bang. 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 Several shadow clones appeared beside him, each using Flying Thunder God to teleport to different locations. Almost simultaneously, including Yami's true body, each of them began performing different jutsu. 5 Release Great Combination Technique. A water dragon surged forward, followed by a fire dragon, then a raging storm, pillars of lightning, and a whirlwind of earth debris. In an instant, chaos engulfed the entire Kyumo village. This was not a battlefield where friendly forces and enemies were entangled, limiting large-scale jutsu use. This was Kyumo's stronghold, the enemy's lair. There was no need for restraint. Large-scale ninjutsu here could cause maximum destruction. Bakayaro. Evil brat. Stop this slaughter. A figure dashed out from the Reikage building, wreathed in lightning, flying toward Yami at high speed. Lightning release, thunderclap explosion. The perfect 8-tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, could no longer sit back and watch. If he let this kid continue to rampage, his big brother would tear into him once he returned. Wind release, vacuum sword. Several vacuum blades soared through the air, but they were violently shredded by the red chakra tails emerging from Killer Bee's back. Killer Bee's speed didn't slow down. His elbow smashed down fiercely toward Yami. Swish. Yami disappeared again. Why take the attack head-on when dodging with negligible chakra consumption was easier? Boom. Killer Bee's strike smashed another building into rubble, shaking the ground and leaving a deep crater. Damn it. I can't touch him. I can't catch him. Yami, you bastard. You deserve to die. Killer Bee raised his 7 swords, spinning like a whirlwind as he charged, constantly forcing Yami to move forward, trying to drive him out of the village. But after chasing Yami for hundreds of meters, Flying Thunder God returned Yami directly to the heart of the village. The battlefield remained inside the village. Yami weaved through the stone jungle. Whenever he spotted someone alone, he would charge forward, cutting them down regardless of their rank or status. Most Jonin could hold off a few of his strikes, but if they couldn't finish him quickly, Yami would abandon the fight and switch to a new target. Killer Bee could only eat dust behind him. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't catch up. Baka Yaro. Kono Yaro. Grinding his teeth, Killer Bee suddenly stopped and exploded into smoke. So, it was just a clone. Yami, who had just killed a Kumo Chunin, raised an eyebrow slightly. If the one in the village was a clone, then the real one must be following the support troops on the front lines. Kumo had its own sneak attack plan. Hundreds of kilometers away. Killer Bee's real body, hidden among the support troops, received the news and erupted with violent chakra. Yami. What's wrong, Bee? A dark-skinned female shinobi was startled by his sudden outburst. The Reikage told us to hide our movements. Why are you exposing yourself? What's the point of hiding now? Killer Bee's tone dropped the usual rhymes. Yami has invaded the village and is wreaking havoc right now. What? The female shinobi's expression darkened immediately. Mabui, I'm heading back first. Bring the troops and follow as fast as you can. Without waiting for a reply, Killer Bee transformed into the massive 8 tails. Each leap carried him hundreds of meters. Mabui turned to the stunned shinobi around her and gave a quick, decisive order. Leave 100 people to guard the supplies. The rest of you, return to the village at full speed. Back in Kumo. Yami continued playing his game of cat and mouse, relentlessly pursued by hundreds of Kumo shinobi. Every time he reached an area with dense buildings, he unleashed large-scale ninjutsu, setting the entire village ablaze. But Yami wasn't moving aimlessly. He was searching for Yujito-ni. Capturing her as a souvenir would be a nice bonus. Unfortunately, she was not in the village, throwing off his plan. Noticing that the barrier unit was already preparing traps and many low-ranking shinobi were desperately trying to erase his Flying Thunder God marks, Yami knew he couldn't drag this out much longer. Kumo had been researching spacetime techniques for years. The second Hokage's death at their hands was proof of their skill in this area. If given enough time, they would definitely find a way to restrict Flying Thunder God. Teleporting to one of his marks, Yami suddenly found himself facing 2 towering mountains. Good grief. A woman with short golden hair held his special kunai. She froze upon seeing him, but her reaction was quick. She drew her short sword and slashed down. Are you Samui? Yami easily blocked her blade and asked curiously. Devil. Go to hell. Samui's eyes burned with hatred. Her home had just been burned down by this devil. Her brother's fate was still unknown. No matter what. I'll take you. A punch landed directly on her soft abdomen beneath the lightning armor. Samui coughed up stomach acid in pain. Yami's scarlet Sharingan spun, and Samui's consciousness instantly blurred. Without resistance, she was sealed into a scroll. It was the same sealing scroll he had given Shursui to rescue Pakura. Originally only finger length, the scroll expanded dramatically once a person was sealed inside. Put Samui down. Chase him. Yami kidnapped Samui. A member of the Yotsuki clan panicked, nearly jumping in place. Samui was the Reikage's personal student and one of the village's future pillars. ZZZT. ZZZT. More than a dozen shinobi activated lightning chakra mode, their speed doubling almost instantly. With such a large scroll on his back, Yami abandoned the idea of continuing the fight. After several rapid teleports, he reached the edge of Kumo, killing the shinobi blocking his path and escaping smoothly. At that moment, strange muffled sounds echoed from the distance, as if the earth itself were shaking. Yami didn't need to guess. The 8 tails, a monster with the head of a bull and the body of an octopus, was leaping toward him from afar. The ground trembled with every jump, shaking as the creature punched the earth to launch itself into the air. It's Killer Bee-sama. Great. Killer Bee-sama is back in his true form. The Kumo shinobi, though excited, stopped chasing. They retreated into the village to avoid getting caught up in the upcoming fight. 8 tails was too large. If they joined in, they'd only end up as collateral damage. Seeing the burning, ruined village, 8 tails' eyes blazed with fury. Shimura Yami. Your life ends here. To be continued. Chapter 81, you call this a souvenir? In a canyon in the land of lightning. Yami casually set the sealing scroll aside and washed up in the stream. No wonder there are so many dark-skinned people in the land of lightning. It was only March, yet the sun was already scorching. After running for just a while, he was drenched in sweat. 8 tails tailed beast bomb. What a pleasant surprise. Feeling the coolness of the stream, Yami let out a comfortable sigh. Originally, the chaos he caused was at a limited level. After all, the ninjutsu he had mastered was far from enough to destroy an entire village on its own. Only those at the Super Kage level possessed the kind of power that could obliterate a village with a single blow. For example, Pain's Super Almighty Push, which leveled Konoha in one strike. Or Uzumaki Naruto's Nine Tails Chakra Mode, and the Uchiha clan's complete form Susanoo. With their immense size, every movement brought devastating destruction. In addition, there were the tailed beasts. In terms of combat power, even the 8-tailed beasts could not reach the Super Kage level. But as incarnations of chakra itself, their energy was overwhelming. Once a tailed beast bomb was fully charged, it could easily bring ruin to a village through sheer destructive force. The last attack from the 8 tails alone had caused more destruction than Yami's half-day of effort. Host has established a hospitality bond with the Land of Lightning, earning 1,000 bond points and a special title, Public Enemy of the Land of Lightning. Public Enemy of the Land of Lightning, your arrival will surely be met with enthusiasm from the entire Land of Lightning. Damage dealt to shinobi from the Land of Lightning increases by 20%. Lightning release training speed increases by 100%. Why did I become the public enemy? Yami felt wronged. He had already planned to leave, but 8 Tails and Killer Bee insisted on sending him a tailed beast bomb. So, of course, he returned the favor. If anyone was the public enemy, shouldn't it be Killer Bee? Besides, judging from the system notifications, not many shinobi actually died. Most of them were just a bunch of muscleheads. Why were they so petty about it? However, seeing the bond points on the system panel climb past 11,000 again, Yami didn't hesitate this time. He invested more than 8,000 points directly into upgrading his chakra control talent. Swish. The young boy opened his palm, and a ball of chakra began to spin rapidly in his hand. Soon, a Raiznan formed smoothly. The violently spinning chakra caused even the normally calm stream to ripple chaotically. As he poured in more chakra, the Rasengan's size expanded, growing 2 times, 4 times, 6 times, until it reached nearly 10 times the original size before finally exploding. The violent airflow emptied the water from the stream around him, forcing Yami to jump away helplessly. He quickly got dressed again, but a satisfied smile appeared on his face. The original Raiznan was the ultimate in chakra-shaped transformation, with extremely high demands on chakra control. With each level of mastery, the difficulty increased exponentially. Without entering Sage mode, even Jiraiya and Naruto found it hard to use the big ball Raiznan. This was Yami's first attempt at the Raiznan, and not only did he succeed on the first try, but he also expanded it nearly 10 times in size. As expected, once talent was upgraded to the limit break level, it underwent a qualitative transformation. Now, he could control chakra as easily as moving his own limbs, directing it however he pleased. Next, let's try this. Yami sat cross-legged, attempting to fuse earth and fire chakra according to the method he had used for scorch release. Soon, blazing chakra surged from his body, and the boy opened his mouth, spitting out a ball of magma into the stream, instantly evaporating a large cloud of mist. Lava release, complete. Like a child who had discovered a new toy, Yami played happily, continuously testing different chakra fusions. Storm release, combining lightning and water. Magnet release, combining wind and lightning. Although his lightning and water nature transformations had only reached the mastery level and not ultimate, making their fusion harder than lava release and scorch release, Yami still succeeded with his exceptional chakra control talent. In just one day, he mastered several bloodline limits. Unfortunately, when attempting to fuse wood release, he failed. Clearly, he had refined both earth and water chakra at the same time, yet the result was still lava release, the highly corrosive lava release style used by Tsurumi. Land of Hot Water. Konoha Camp. Inside the headquarters tent, Narashikaku stood in front of a map on the sand table, idly moving chess pieces. The other Konoha high-level shinobi in the room shared his distracted state. The front lines had been unusually quiet these past few days. Kumo's forces remained hidden. Konoha had launched a few token offensives, but they were mostly for show, ensuring Kumo didn't see through their strategy. There had been no actual casualties. What weighed on their minds was Yami, who was still operating deep behind enemy lines. Judging by the time, Yami should have completed his mission more than a day ago, but there had been no news. What a mistake. Jiraiya slapped his forehead in frustration. I should have had the kid sign a contract with Mount Myoboku before he left. At least then he could have sent a message back quickly. Now we're just sitting here waiting like idiots. Shikaku smiled. Jiraiya-sama, no need to worry too much. With Flying Thunder God, Yami's safety should be assured. The only question is how much damage he managed to inflict. Before he could finish, a commotion erupted outside the tent. A Hyuga clan shinobi rushed in, out of breath. Master Shikaku. Master Jiraiya. Kumo forces. Kumo forces have withdrawn. What? Shikaku jumped up in shock. Are you sure it's a withdrawal, not a tactical retreat? It's a full withdrawal, the Hyuga shinobi reported quickly. They left behind supplies, didn't even dismantle their tents. I followed them all the way to the canyon and confirmed their evacuation before returning to report. I see. Shikaku's expression shifted as he processed the information. There must be unrest back in Kumo that forced their retreat. Send more Byakugan users to monitor the canyon. We will hold our position for now in case this is a feint. Jiraiya and the others agreed with Shikaku's cautious approach and felt somewhat relieved. That night, a hawk delivered intelligence to the Konoha camp. When Shikaku read the contents of the scroll, his expression changed dramatically. He stared at the scroll as if he had seen something unbelievable. What is it, Shikaku? Say something, Jiraiya urged anxiously. After several seconds, Shikaku snapped out of it. He repeatedly checked the seals and codes on the scroll before finally exhaling. Yami, destroyed Kumo village. The tent fell into complete silence. What did you say? Jiraiya's expression froze. He snatched the scroll, read it carefully, then stood still like Shikaku, speechless. Yami, what on earth did you do? The next morning, Yami returned to the Konoha camp, scroll strapped to his back. Yugao and Kurenai stood at the entrance. The moment they saw him, they rushed over. Kurenai immediately hugged Yami tightly, knocking the scroll off his back with the force. Hey, hey. That's the local specialty I brought back. Yami shouted quickly, watching the scroll roll far away. Specialty? Are you out of your mind? Going alone into Kumo village, do you really think you're the sage of six paths? Kurenai pinched his cheeks hard, her chest heaving with anger. Even Yugao, who usually spoiled him the most, didn't show any pity this time. Instead, she spoke seriously. Yami-kun, could you at least tell us before doing something so reckless next time? I didn't tell you because I knew you'd worry, Yami replied as he struggled free from Kurenai's grasp. You know how reliable Flying Thunder God is. This mission was no different from any other for me. Yugao's expression remained serious. Every ninjutsu has a weakness. There is no such thing as an invincible jutsu. I know. Yami nodded. That's why I was cautious. I just played around in Kumo for a bit, grabbed a souvenir, and left. You're lying to me. Yugao's expression hardened. I'm not. Yami protested, looking wronged. But the intel says you wreaked havoc in Kumo, destroyed half the village, and then left. Huh. Yami was full of question marks. It felt like the information between the two sides didn't match at all. Seeing Nara, Shikaku and the others walking out of the tent, Yami quickly picked up the scroll again. It's too much trouble explaining one by one. Let's go. Inside the headquarters tent, the place was packed with Konoha's jonin. Nearly all the jonin in the camp were present. Kurenai and Yugao were only able to join because of Yami, and they had good seats, ready to watch the show. Yami recounted the entire process in detail. After finishing, he took a big sip of water from the bamboo tube next to him and let out a contented sigh. So, it was Eight Tails who destroyed the village himself, Jiraiya stroked his chin thoughtfully. I was wondering if you had mastered some kind of super-large forbidden technique. But if it was a tailed beast bomb, then it makes sense. Exactly, Yami replied helplessly. They did it themselves. Why blame me? Suddenly, Yami thought of the old man back home. Damn. Could it be that the Shimura family's blame-absorbing physique had been inherited by him? But it was still tied to your actions, Shikaku sighed. I didn't expect you to have already mastered the third stage of the fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique, lightning conduction. The jonin were all impressed. Many of them had witnessed the Nine Tails rebellion firsthand, and the memory of that destructive tailed beast bomb was still vivid. Thankfully, the fourth Hokage had arrived in time and teleported the tailed beast bomb away, letting it explode safely in the forest. Otherwise, the losses would have been catastrophic. At that moment, the jonin present felt a strong sense of reassurance. They now had someone who could handle a tailed beast bomb. If there were ever another tailed beast rampage, they would not be helpless. Our intel teams failed to uncover the details of the battle, which led to the misunderstanding, Shikaku admitted. He turned to the boy who was casually munching on an apple. Yami, it was thanks to your plan that Killer Bee was stopped from reaching the front lines. Otherwise, the battle might have become a deadlock again. Agreed, Hyuga Hayashi nodded. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki was deliberately hiding. Even the Byakugan would have struggled to locate him. The fourth Raikage retreated? Yami asked. Yes, Shikaku confirmed. He withdrew with the main force yesterday. The war is essentially over. The next step is negotiations. A sharp glint flashed in the strategist's eyes. If they wanted a fight, fine. If they wanted to leave, fine. Did they really think Konoha would let them come and go as they pleased? Boy, what's in that scroll of yours? Jiraiya asked curiously. Oh, just a souvenir I brought back from Kumo, Yami replied, opening the scroll and unsealing it. Bang. As the smoke cleared, the unconscious Samui appeared before everyone. Jiraiya's jaw nearly hit the floor. Wait, souvenir. So, the local specialty of Kumo is a beauty. In an instant, Jiraiya's ambition surged. Shikaku. Let's go kill them all. Let's occupy Kumo village. Jiraiya-sama. Shikaku's face twitched with black lines. Yugao and Kurenai were visibly upset. How could he go out and bring back some big blonde woman? So big. Damn it. Fake, right? It has to be fake. Old pervert, you're thinking too much, Yami waved dismissively, sighing. There really aren't many pretty women in Kumo. You've seen them on the battlefield. I heard their female Jinchuriki is beautiful, but I couldn't find her this time. This one is Samui, the direct subordinate of the 4th Raikage. He tried to kidnap me, so I kidnapped his subordinate instead. Consider it even. Ah. That's how it is. Jiraiya's enthusiasm immediately deflated. Thinking back to the Kumo shinobi on the battlefield, with their massive builds resembling the Akimichi clan, he shuddered. Too scary. Kumo's beauties were best left to their own people. The jonin around were secretly terrified. This kid's desire for revenge was way too strong. As expected from Danzō's grandson. In the future, no matter what, they couldn't afford to cross the Shimura family. Otherwise, between that old schemer and this terrifying kid, they'd never know peace. After Yami resealed Samui, Shikaku spoke up. All right. Thanks to Yami, we're about to claim victory, but we can't let our guard down just yet. Everyone, stay alert in the coming days in case of a surprise attack from Kumo. Yes, the jonin responded in unison. With Shikaku's reassurance, Yami returned to rest with his scroll. Soon, more accurate intel came from Kumo, confirming that the war was completely over. To be continued.